Hello everyone, I welcome you all in our new Microsoft Fabric Complete course. In this particular course, we are going to learn about Microsoft Fabric from a basic to the advanced level. If you are someone who is looking for Microsoft Fabric course or someone who wants to crack DP 600 or DP 700 certification course, then this course is for you. In this particular course, we have tried to cover all Microsoft Fabric topic with hands-on practical. Let's first understand what are the topics we are going to cover and then we will start our tutorial. So in the module 1, first we will understand about what is Microsoft Fabric, we'll understand about the architecture, we'll understand about the component. So first module will be where we will understand about overall Microsoft Fabric, and also we will see how you can create a Microsoft Fabric account. In a module 2, we'll understand about how you can create a workspace, how you can manage a workspace, how you can create a capacity and all. In a module 3, the most important topic, we'll understand about OneLake and Lakehouse. So this we have covered in a module 3. We'll first understand about the OneLake Lakehouse. We'll understand about the shortcuts, that is an important feature of Microsoft Fabric. So this part we have covered in a module 3. In a module 4, we'll understand about the data factory, how you can create a pipelines, how you can create an end-to-end pipeline, how you can schedule it, what are the different activities we have, right? Everything we'll understand in the module 4. In the module 5, we will understand about the transformation, how you can perform a different transformation in a Microsoft Fabric, that actually we'll try to we have covered in the module 5. In a module 6, we will understand about the Apache Spark. So in a Fabric, how you can create a notebook, how you can write a PySpark codes, everything we have tried to cover in the module 6. Module 7 also we have covered the Spark SQL, how you can write a Spark SQL in a Microsoft Fabric, and also how you can create a different visualization in a Microsoft Fabric itself. So everything we'll try to cover in this particular section. In a module 7, we will learn about the Microsoft Fabric data warehouse, where we'll start with the data warehouse fundamentals. We'll understand how we can load the data. We'll understand about the warehouse development part. In a module 8, we will understand how we can integrate the Power BI. We'll understand about the Power BI parts, and after that, we'll understand about the end-to-end project. So we have also included the end-to-end Microsoft Fabric project also. So this is going to be a complete Microsoft Fabric tutorial with all hands-on practical. So without any delay, let's start our first module. So let's start. Let's first understand what is Microsoft Fabric in this particular video, what is the need and what is the usage and all. So Microsoft Fabric is an all-in-one data and analytics platform built by Microsoft that unifies everything from a data engineering to the BI in one single place. So what is Microsoft Fabric? So Microsoft Fabric is nothing but it is a one product which is built by Microsoft. What actually it is doing for all your data and analytics needs. For all your data and analytics needs, what actually it has done, it has bring all the tool into a one single place. It has bring all the tool into a one single place. You can think like Power BI plus Azure Synapse plus Data Factory plus Spark plus Data Lake, all integrated into a one single SaaS platform. It means all the tool Power BI, Azure Synapse, Data Factory, OneLake, all has integrated into a one single place, and that is nothing but a Microsoft Fabric. Now let's understand from a business perspective why it is a very much important. So let's start and let's understand that from a business perspective. Let's take an example from an analytics perspective. Let's take example from a analytics perspective. Let me take one example. Suppose I am working in one company. I am working in one company for the retail clients. For retail clients. Now what business owner wants to know? Business owner wants to know which particular product is working good and which product doesn't have any demand. So they want to know that. So I am working for one retail clients, and that client is selling different kind of the product, like product 1, product 2, product 3, like that the multiple products are there, and they want to know which particular product is working good and which particular product doesn't have any demand. So they want to know if any of the product they don't have any demand, suppose very low demand is there for this particular product, so they don't want to keep this particular product, they want to remove. So for that they want to do a analysis. Now In this case, what is happening? They have a multiple stores. They have around 100 plus stores. Now to do a analysis, right? Because we have 100 plus stores. Now to do a analysis, it is not a very easy because your data is across the 100 plus stores. Now if you had to do a analysis, right, in 100 store all the data you had to bring and you had to do analytics on top of that. So in that case, what actually we had to do, because we had to bring all the data which is available into a multiple places, right? So what actually we will do, we data engineers, we will hire data engineers, and what these data engineers will do, they will try to bring all the data into a one single place with the help of the ETL. With the help of the ETL, they will try to bring all the data into a one single places that is nothing but a data lake, in a data lake. And for the ETL, what actually we will use? We will use a Azure Data Factory. We will use a Azure Data Factory. In Azure, we use Azure Data Factory, right? Which bring all the data into a one single place, and we will store into a data lake that is nothing but a ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. Now, whatever the data we are storing into one single place, right? That data might not be clean. That data might not be clean. So what we had to do? We had to clean this data. We had to clean this data. So for cleaning, what generally we do? For cleaning, we had to use a Databricks. For cleaning, we had to use a Databricks. In the Databricks, we write a PySpark code and we write all the kind of the code and we try to clean the data. Now, once we clean the data, what actually we do? We try to dump the data into a data warehouse. Suppose we are dumping into the data warehouse. Now, after dumping into the data warehouse, what actually we'll do? We'll connect with the Power BI. Power BI. We'll connect with the Power BI and we'll create a visualization. We'll create a visualization means what is the demand of the each product based on the store. So we will create this particular visualization. So these are the analytics needs, and for the analytics needs we perform this kind of the operation. Now here if you will see, now here if you will see, for the to bring all the data into one single place, we had to do a ETL activity, and for that what actually we are using? We are using a Azure Data Factory. We are using a Azure Data Factory, that is one tool. Now you had to bring in, you had to store into one place. So for that what actually we are doing? We are creating another service that is nothing but a Azure Data Lake Storage. Now if you had to clean the data, then we are relying on the another service that is nothing but a Databricks. Now if you had to load into a data warehouse, then again we are creating a Spark pool, or you can say Synapse. You can say Synapse SQL pool we are creating. Now you had to do a visualization, then what actually we are doing? We are creating another service, Power BI, and we are integrating and we are creating a visualization. Now you can see from analytics needs, we are relying on to the multiple tools, you can say. For the ETL, Azure Data Factory, and then again we had to create Azure Data Lake Storage, then we had to create a Databricks, then we had to create a Synapse, and then we had to create a Power BI. Means we are creating a multiple service, and managing of this particular service is also a very tricky task. And managing of all the services is also very tricky task. To overcome this, what Microsoft Fabric has proposed, they have created one product. That is nothing but a fabric. Now what this fabric is doing, it is bringing all your data and analytics needs, whatever the tools is required. Suppose Azure Data Factory is required, ADF is required, right? So it has bring this tool into a one single place. It has integrated into a Microsoft Fabric itself. Similarly, for the data lake, right? So they have created OneLake. They have created a OneLake that has built on top of the ADLS only. Means OneLake is also available. Now suppose you had to create any Synapse SQL or data warehouse, right? So Synapse also is there. Now suppose any SQL or data warehouse that also you have to do, you can also do that. Suppose any Spark code you had to write, so in a Synapse also you can write a Spark code. Now suppose you had to do a real-time analytics, so for real-time analytics option is also available. For the data science people, any machine learning things they have to do, that also is available. And suppose you have to do a visualization for Power BI, right? That also is available. Means all the tools are integrated into a one single place into a Microsoft Fabric, and this is solving your all the purpose. Means you do not have to rely on the multiple service, you do not have to manage all those services. Everything is available into a Microsoft Fabric, and you do not have to manage any kind of the infrastructure for this. You do not have to manage any kind of the infrastructure for this. Everything is handled by the Microsoft. You only have to use and you have to solve your analytics needs. So that is the main advantage we have in a Microsoft Fabric. Means all the tool, everything is available into a one single platform, one single SaaS platform, and that is solving our purpose. So I hope you got the idea from analytics needs point of view why Microsoft Fabric is very much important. Now before to the Microsoft Fabric, what actually we were doing? Power BI we were using for the report, Data Factory we were using for the pipeline, Synapse we were using for the SQL and the Spark, Data Lake we were using for the storing the files, we were using a notebook for the Python, ML and operation. So we were relying on this all the services, but Microsoft has bring all this tool into a one single place. It has unified everything into a one single place. So that is the main advantage. Now what is the key component? Now each team member, whether it is a data engineer, whether it is a data analyst or the data scientist, they can work together into a one single place. So from a data engineering perspective, suppose they have to build notebook, ETL pipeline, PySpark and the SQL, whatever they have to do, right? They can do into the Microsoft Fabric in one single place itself. Any kind of the data factory activity. Now from a data scientist perspective, suppose they have to do ML model, Azure ML, any operation they have to do, they can do into a Microsoft Fabric itself. From a data analytics perspective, suppose they have to build any kind of the report, they can do into a Microsoft Fabric itself. Means all the data science, data analyst, data scientist, they can work together into a one single platform itself. Now what you can do with Microsoft Fabric? So from Microsoft Fabric, we can ingest the data from SQL, Blob, API, SAS, any of the pipeline actually we can build, like how actually we were doing in Azure Data Factory, right? Here we can perform the same operation. We can store all the raw data into a one lakehouse. So in a Synapse we were creating a Azure Data Lake storage, right? But in a Microsoft Fabric we have a one lake house. So we can create a lake house and we can store all our data into a one single place itself. We can clean and transform our data using a notebook. So that operation we can do. We can aggregate and load the data into a table. We can visualize the data into a Microsoft Power BI. So whatever the raw data we are storing into the lake house, right? We can directly, so we can connect with the Power BI and we can directly visualize the data. So that is the flexibility also we get into a Microsoft Fabric. That's why it is a very much important tool which is available as of now. Now who should learn Microsoft Fabric? From a data engineer, data analyst, data scientist, BI, for everyone it is a very much important, because from a data analytics perspective this is a very much important. Why Microsoft Fabric is a big deal? Because we do not have to maintain any kind of the infrastructure. Everything is maintained by a Microsoft itself. So it is a SaaS platform. Unified user experience, no switching between the four different services. Means you do not have to create a multiple service. Everything is available into a one single place. It is integrated with a Microsoft 365. So that is another advantage. Built-in security, governance and the compliance. So that is another advantage. Cross cloud support, connect to the AWS, Google Cloud, etc. So that is the main advantage. So I hope you got the idea what is a Microsoft, what is the need of Microsoft, why it is a very much important from the analytics perspective. Yeah, that's it in this video. In next video, we'll try to create a Microsoft Fabric and we'll try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see how to create a Microsoft Fabric account, because once you will create a Microsoft Fabric account, you will be able to do all the practical parts. So Microsoft Fabric provides 60 days free trial. Microsoft Fabric provides 60 days free trial, but the thing is, like, for that you should have a organization email. For that you should have a organization email or work email. When I'm saying organization and work email, it means our gmail.com and outlook.com will not work. Our gmail.com and outlook.com will not work. If you have a proper organization and work email, then only you will be registered for the 60 days free trial. Now the thing is, like, most of us, we don't have a organization email. In that case, how actually we can do? So there are a couple of ways which I will show you, through which you can register for the Microsoft Fabric account. Now the first thing is, like, for the Fabric, if you want to create a Fabric account, the first thing is, like, you should have a organization and work email. If you already have organization and work email, directly you can go to the Fabric site and you can register for the 60 days free trial. And now if you don't have a work email, then what actually you can do? There are a couple of ways which is mentioned in the Google. For example, you can register for the developer program. If you will register for the developer program, so Microsoft has a 365 developer program. If you will register for that, you will get a organization email through which you can register for the Fabric capacity. I tried that way, but that didn't work for me. Most of the time, whenever you go with this approach, right, most of the that particular sandbox is not available. So this didn't work for me. Now what is the next way through which you can register it? The best way which I found through which actually we can register is, like, what actually we can do, we can create in Azure, we get a free trial, right? In Azure we can create a Azure free account. Now in Azure free account we get a $200 credit. In Azure free trial we get a $200 credit. This credit actually we will use it for the Fabric. This credit actually we will use for the Fabric practice. Now in Azure we get the 30 days free trial. We get the 30 days free trial. Now in a 30 days free trial we get a $200 credit. Now what actually we will do? This $200 actually we will use it for the Fabric practice. This we are going to do for the Fabric practice. Now to create a Fabric account, how much actually you have to pay? Let's see. Now in a Google, if you search for the Fabric pricing, right, you will see this particular screen. Now you can see for the minimum one, for the app to one, you have to pay $262. But in Azure, what actually we get? We get only the $200. In Azure, we get only $200, but in a Fabric, right, for app two itself, we have to pay $262. Means I have to pay some money, right? But this $262 is per month. This is for the per month. Now in this case, what actually we are going to do, whenever we are doing a practice, right, whenever we are doing a practice, after doing a practice, you try to pause it, you try to pause the Fabric capacity. In this way we will try to save the money and we will be able to complete all our practical in a $200 itself. So that is the way we are going to do. Now you have to come to the Google. Now search for the Azure free. We are going to create a Azure free account. Azure free account, something you type. After that you will get create your free account today. Click on that. And after that try Azure for free. We are going to create a Azure free account. So click on that. After that you have to pass your email and the password. I have already passed, so that's why it's logged in. Now after that we have to fill this detail. So country I selected, first name, last name I will give. Email address we have to pass. After that we have to pass the phone number. I will pass the phone number also. Company name we have to pass, so I will just write like the student. PAN ID, this is optional. Address, so let me give the address. I will just give the address. I will give the state. I will pass the city, and after that what we have to do, we have to solve the puzzle. Click on the next. You have to match the direction. Click on the check mark. Click on the I would like to share my information. Click on the next. Postal code also we have to pass, so let's pass that. And after that click on the next. Now you can see identify verification by card, so we have to pass our credit card details for this. So I will pass the credit card details. After that we will get the OTP that we have to pass. Sign up. Click on the protect your account. You can protect your account by setting up some password and all. Now you can see we have successfully logged in. You can see portal.azure.com. This is the URL where we had to log in. Go to the home. Now you can see this is the particular screen, and here only we can do all our Azure practice. Now once you log into the portal.azure.com, what you have to do, search for the users. So we are going to create one user. Click on the new user. Click on the new user. Here we will give the name. I will give the name as a money fabric. What actually it is going to do, it is going to create one work email. It is going to create one work email that actually we will use it for the Microsoft Fabric capacity. So give the password here and click on the review and create. What is going to happen, it is going to create one user. If I will refresh this, you can see one user got created, and also we have got one work email. This work email we will use to register for the fabric capacity. Now after creating a user, right, we have to also assign a roles. So what actually you have to do, search for the subscription. In a search bar, search for the subscription, click on your subscription, go to the IAM role. We are going to assign a role to the user so that he will be able to create a resources and all. After that, click on the role assignment, click on the add, role assignment. Go to the privilege administration role, click on the contributor, select the member, which particular member you want to give a contributor role. I want to give to this particular user. Select that, and after that go to the review and assign, click on the review and assign. It is going to create a contributor role to that particular user so that he will be able to create a services. After that, what you have to do, next step, you can see money fabric is having a contributor role. After that, what you have to do, you can see in the bottom right, resource provider. Search that, go to the fabric, search for the fabric here. This Microsoft Fabric will be unregistered for you. So you have to select that and you have to click on the register, then it will be registered. Now it is a register now. What actually we are going to do now? So we have created one user. Now with the help of that user, we will try to log in. Click on the users. This is the user we have created, right? With the help of this user, we will try to log in to the Azure portal. And we are going to use a Microsoft Fabric which has provided a $200 capacity, right? That actually we are going to use that. So use this, go here, search for the portal.azure.com, use another account, give the email address, work email which we have created, give the password also. After giving the password, set the password. After setting up the password, click on the sign in, click on the next. We have to log in for the Authenticator app. You can see Microsoft Authenticator app. You have to download and you have to log in. You have to register your account there. That app. Once you will sign in, right? Click on the next. Click on the next. Click on the done. Now you can see with the help of the new whatever the new user we have created, right? With that we are able to log into the Azure portal. Now here only we are going to create a fabric capacity. So in a search bar, right, what we have to do, search for the fabric. Search for the Microsoft Fabric. Click on the create. We are going to create a new fabric. A resource group. We are going to create a resource group first. So I am going to give the resource group name as a fabric new something. Click on the OK. And after that the capacity name we are going to give free trial something. You can see try again. Sign up for the Microsoft Fabric. You can see it is saying like sign up for the Microsoft Fabric. So we have opened this. Now what we are going to do, we are going to log in with this particular account. Use another account. Click on the sign in. You can see enter your work or school email address. So what we are going to do, we are going to give this particular email. Give the email. Click on the next. Click on the next. After that you have to create your account. So select the region, whatever the email you have selected, select the region, select the job title, business phone number you can give. Click on the get started. Click on the get started. Once you will do this right, you can see one fabric screen it is coming. Click on the cancel. You can see one tenant also is coming. Now go here. Now you can see region already selected. After that what we have to do, in a size, right, you can see these are the different kind of the estimation for the cost which we are going to bear. We are going to go with the minimum one. Select that, up to 1 fabric trial 04. This is the name I am going to give. You can give any name. You have to select the subscription, you have to create a resource group, you have to give the capacity name, you can give any name. After that you have to register for the fabric. So we have created a fabric account, right? After that we have selected the size. This is the fabric capacity administration, and click on the next. Click on the review and the create. You can see it is going to cost $292 per month, but we are going to use our in Azure we got a $200, right? So that we are going to use, and whenever it is required then only we will use, otherwise we will try to do a pause. So this is the important thing. Whenever you are doing practical then only use, otherwise you try to pause it, otherwise you are going to, you have to pay for the $292 per month. So that is the thing you have to remember. Click on the create. You can see click on the go to resource. So this is the fabric capacity we have created, and you can see we have one pause option. So whenever you are not using, try to click on the pause, otherwise you are going to charge. So that is the thing you have to remember, and the app to one we have created. Now go to the fabric. This is the fabric, right, we have created, and this is the account we have created. Now what actually we are going to do, if you click on the free trial, right, what actually it is going to do, it is going to give you the Power BI 60 days free trial. But for the Microsoft Fabric, right, at least your account should be 90 days older. So we don't have, right? If you click on the start fabric trial, if you click on the activate, it's going to give a error because we have recently created a user, that's why it is giving error. But what actually we have done, we are using a Azure portal, and in Azure portal we have created a fabric capacity. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a new workspace. Click on the new workspace. You give the workspace name. So I will give the workspace name as a fabric. You can give any name. And after that, in advanced option, right, in advanced option you can see fabric capacity. So in a fabric capacity, if you will see, this is the one we have created, right, fabric trial 04, that actually we can use. And if you click on the apply, one workspace will be created, and there we can do all the practice. So that's how actually we can register it for. And whenever you are not using, right, so what actually you can do, you can come here and you can pause it. You can pause it. If you will pause it, you will not be charged. You can see status is paused. If you want to resume, you can resume from here. So I hope you got an idea like how to create a fabric capacity. In next video we'll try to continue this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand few of the terminology which is generally used in Microsoft Fabric, like a tenant, capacity, workspace and item. These are the terminology which we are going to learn in this particular video. So let's start with the tenant. So what is a tenant? So whenever we create a fabric account, right? Whenever we create a fabric account, suppose I am using a manish.on.microsoft.com, with the help of this particular email, what actually I am doing a sign up and I am creating a Fabric account. Now once you will create a Fabric account, right, one tenant will be created. One tenant will be created. Now this tenant will represent your whole organization Fabric account. This will represent your organization Fabric account. Now this is the top level. This is the top level of your Fabric. Now this top level of hierarchy, right, this will have all the access of all the users, all the data, all the resources. This all the resources means this top level of hierarchy is nothing but a, this we call it as a tenant in a Microsoft Fabric. This will represent the Microsoft Fabric. This will have all the access of your organization, like all user access, all the data access, all the resource. So what is the highest level of hierarchy in a Microsoft Fabric? That is a tenant. Let's understand in a high level. As we will do a more practical, right, we will get a better idea about this particular topic. Now let's understand about the capacity. Capacity in Microsoft Fabric means the computing power like CPU, memory and the performance resources that is used to run the data tasks like pipeline, notebook and the reports and the query. Now what is the capacity? It is nothing but it's kind of the computing power. Now suppose whenever you are creating any kind of the data pipeline or you are creating any kind of the SQL query or you are creating any kind of the PySpark code. Now if you have to run the SQL query or you have to execute the PySpark code, right? What is required? You require a computing power, then only you will be able to execute the SQL code or the PySpark code. Now this computing is nothing but in a Microsoft Fabric we call it as a capacity. We call it as a capacity. Now we have a three types of the capacity. One is the trial, second is the paid, now the third one is the PPU, that is a Power BI premium per user. Now when we say trial, right, it will not guarantee you the dedicated computing power, but in the paid, right, you will be having a dedicated computing power and with the help of that you can execute your SQL query, PySpark query and all your tasks you can do. The third one is the Power BI premium per user. It is specific to the small team. Suppose you are working in some analytics or the small team, then you can go ahead with the Power BI, but you are looking for the dedicated computation, then you go for the paid one. So I hope you got the idea what is capacity. It is nothing but it's kind of the computing power. Now the third thing is like you should understand workspace. So workspace is nothing but it is a collaborative container. You can understand it with the projects or the department. So generally what happens whenever we work in a company, right, the highest level of hierarchy is nothing but a tenant. This tenant will have all the access. Now because multiple teams are working and they are working on the different projects, so what we do, we try to create a different kind of the workspace for them. We try to create a different kind of the workspace for them. For example, suppose we have a marketing team, suppose we have a sales team, suppose we have a product data engineering team. So each team, they work on different projects. They work on different projects. So what actually we do, we try to create a different kind of the containers for them so that they can work. So this container is nothing but this we call it as a workspace in a Microsoft Fabric. Now to do the task, what is required? To do the task, we require a capacity. We require a capacity to execute the workload. To execute the workload. So you can understand here, right? The highest level of hierarchy is a tenant. Under this tenant, we create a workspace. Now to do the work, what is required? We require a computing power. So what actually we do? We try to attach a capacity so that they can execute the workload. Now the next thing you have to understand is like items. What is item? Now under this, right, suppose you are creating a notebook, suppose you are creating a SQL warehouse, suppose you are creating a data pipeline. These are the tools whatever you are using, right? This we call it as a items in a Microsoft Fabric. Now let's understand each thing one by one. So in a Microsoft Fabric, the highest level of hierarchy is nothing but a tenant. This will represent your whole organization Fabric account. This will have all the access to your all the users data and everything. This is the highest level of hierarchy. Under this hierarchy we work on the different projects. So for that what actually we do, we try to create a different kind of the container, and this container is nothing but a, this we call it as a workspace. This we call it as a workspace. Now under this workspace, suppose suppose we have a marketing team, they only need a SQL warehouse to do the analytics. We have a product data engineering team. They need a data pipeline. They need a PySpark code notebook. So these are the things is nothing but the this we call it as a items. So different items actually we assign under the workspace. Now to execute the code, what actually is required? We require a capacity, we require a dedicated compute power so that we can execute the data pipeline, notebook, SQL queries and all. So we assign a dedicated capacity to run the workload. So I hope you got the idea what is a tenant, what is a workspace, what is a capacity means, and what are the different items we have. As we go further, you will get a more idea about this tenant workspace items and all as we will do a practical. Hello everyone. Now let me give you the overview of the Microsoft Fabric screen. I hope you have already created a Microsoft Fabric account. If you haven't created a Microsoft Fabric account, even though if you'll go through this all the videos, you will get a complete idea. But I will recommend do try to create a Fabric account so that you can do a practice. So first thing is like if you will open the app.fabric.microsoft.com, right, you will see this particular screen. Once you will log into this screen, right, the main important thing is right side you can see this particular corner. From here you will be able to see all your Microsoft Fabric account, what is the trial period and everything you will see from here. Now in the left side is important one. You can see first is the home button, the second is the workspace. So in previous video we have also understand right what actually we do based on each project, based on each department. What actually we try to do, we try to create a different workspaces, and there only we try to assign a capacity and we try to create a lake house, SQL warehouse, Databricks notebooks and all. Everything we do under the workspace only. So this also we will try to cover in the upcoming videos. But as of now in high level, you can see this is the workspace screen where we try to create a different workspace based on the each projects. Now after that, the main important thing is like OneLake. OneLake is important feature in a Microsoft Fabric. Here you will see all your data catalogs and all your data stuffs and all everything you will see in this particular OneLake. This also we'll try to discuss in depth. After that, the monitor window. For data engineering, monitoring is a very much important, like to monitor your notebook, to monitor your data pipeline. For everything, one dedicated tab is there, monitor. From here you can monitor your all the pipelines, notebooks and everything. Now next thing is like real time. Nowadays real time analytics is a very much important, so that's why the Fabric has given the real time one tab itself, so that you from here only you can go for the real time data analytics option and you can create your data streamings and all. After that we have a workload is a important tab here. In this workload you will see what are the operation and what are the workloads actually you can perform. So the important one which I will show you from the Microsoft Fabric, you can see we have a data engineering. So data engineering is for the all the Spark loads. Then we have a data factory, then we have a data science, then we have a data warehouse, then we have a database workload, then we have for the Power BI and for the real-time intelligence. So these are the different workloads and that operation actually we can perform. Now after that you will see a My Workspace option, and below to that My Workspace option, right, you will see three button. If you click here, you will see create, browse and the deployment. Now for the previously for any deployment we were using a CI/CD DevOps. Now you don't need to go for the CI/CD DevOps. This particular deployment pipeline will help you for all the kinds of the deployment. So this is the important feature. This also we will understand in upcoming videos. So these are the main option which is available in the left side, right? These are the very much important and everything we are going to understand in depth. Now other thing which I want to show in the settings, right? In the settings, if you go to the admin portal, and from here you can monitor what are the capacity you have to execute the workloads and all. So to monitor that, you can come to the admin portal and you will be able to see all those details here. So these are the overview. Now in next video what actually we'll do, we'll try to create a workspace and we'll start exploring the things. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand what is workspace and how to create a workspace in a Microsoft Fabric with practically we are going to see. So let's start. What is a workspace? A workspace in a Microsoft Fabric is a collaborative container where your team can store, manage and work together on all the different data and analytics assets like Lakehouse, data pipeline, notebook, warehouse, Power BI reports. Let's try to understand. So whenever we create a Fabric account, right, that we get a Fabric ID, what actually happens? Tenants will be created. One tenant will be created. This tenant will have all the access. This tenant will have all the access. Under this tenant, what actually we do? Based on each project, we create a different kind of the container. We try to create a different kind of the container. So suppose I have a different team which is working on the different kind of the project. One is sales team, one is the marketing team, one is the product data engineering team. They are working on the different kind of the analytics and the project. So what I will do, I'll create a different kind of the container, and this container is nothing but this we call it as a workspace. Now under this workspace, what actually we can do, we can create a different kind of the items, like we can create a notebook, we can create a data pipeline, we can create a Power BI reports and all. Now to work on the specific task, right, we had to create this all the items. So for that we need a space, and that space is nothing but that we call it as a workspace. So I hope you got the idea what is a workspace. It's nothing but it is kind of the collaborative container where you can create a different kind of the items like the data pipeline, notebooks, warehouse and all, and you can manage that. Now let's see how to create a workspace in a Microsoft Fabric. I have opened the app.fabric.microsoft.com. Now you can see this particular screen. Here only we are going to create a workspace. Now to create a workspace we need a Fabric capacity, right? So in Azure we have created a Fabric capacity. So this Fabric capacity we are going to use to create a workspace. Now you can see as of now it is in pause state. First we will try to resume it. So I'll click on the resume, click on the yes. You can see the Fabric is started. Once the Fabric will start, right, that capacity we will use it to create a workspace. Now you can see it is in pause mode, means our Fabric capacity is running. Now I'll come to this Fabric, go to the workspace, click on the new workspace. Now after that we have to give the workspace name. So I will give the workspace name as a Fabric underscore dev. So after that we have to give the description. So I'll write it is for the development. You can give anything, all the description you have to pass, and after that domain. So suppose you have a multiple workspace, one is for the development, one is for the QA, one is for the prod, and if you want to group all the workspace together, so with the help of the domain you can do it. Now after that you can see to create a workspace we need a capacity. So you can see one we have a different license mode, one is for the pro, one is for the premium per user, one is for the trial, one is the Fabric capacity. As we are using a Azure, in Azure we have created a Fabric capacity, we are going to use that. So you can see in a Fabric capacity, this is the Fabric trial 04. You can see this is the one we have created in a Azure, and that only we are going to use that. Now after that I will click on the apply. Once you will click on the apply, right, you can see workspace is created. You can see this is the particular workspace we have created, the Fabric dev. Now under this we can create a different kind of the items. So you can see we have a different item for the data pipeline, data flow, notebooks, Spark job definition, Snowflake, everything is available. All the data items you will be able to see from here. Now what actually we can do, if you want to manage a access, so in a workspace we can manage a access, right? If you want to add a new people, so if you click on the add people, and if you pass the email, right, you can able to add the people, and you will be able to provide access to them. So that kind of the manage access we can do it from this manage access option. Now after that we have a workspace settings. In this workspace setting you can see your license info, this all the information you will be able to see. And suppose you can see in a license info it is showing, right, what is the current license we are using. We are using the app2 Central India one, uh, that actually we have set up in Azure, right? So that information we can see here. Now after that if you want to integrate the DevOps, that also you can do, and these are the different kind of the option. All the settings actually you can do it from the workspace setting, that also we will explore. But as of now I hope you got the idea how to create a workspace. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the OneLake in a Fabric. what is a OneLake, how it is different from a data lake, everything we are going to understand. So what is a OneLake? OneLake is built on top of data lake only. OneLake has built on top of a data lake only. So let's first understand what is a data lake, then we will come to the OneLake part later. So data lake is a place where we can store any kind of the data, whether it is a structured data, whether it is a unstructured data, whether it is a semi-structured data, means we can store any kind of the data into a data lake. Earlier, what was happening before to the data lake, for storing any kind of the data, for any kind of the transaction data, we were using a relational database. We were using a relational database. So here what actually we were doing, we were storing any kind of the transaction data. For taking example, if you take example of e-commerce, suppose I am going to the Amazon website, I am purchasing any kind of the product. After that, whatever the transaction I will do, right, I will try to store the data into a relational database. Means all the transaction related data I will try to store into the relational database management system. Later what happens, in Amazon we started getting more data. For taking example, reviews, if you take example of reviews, right, now customer can put any kind of the reviews. They can write in the simple text, they can put the emojis also, and they can paste the image also, and they can post the videos also in the review section. Now you can see the kind of the data we are getting. We are getting a unstructured data, because this audio file, video file, image file, these are nothing but a unstructured data. Right, the data varies, like you can also have a HTML file, you can have a XML file. These are nothing but a unstructured data. Now the kind of the data we have is like it varies. To store all the data into one single place, the data lake came into the picture. Now in a data lake, what actually we are saying, we can store any kind of the data, whether it is a structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data, and most of the company now they are using a data lake concept. There they can store any kind of the data. For taking example, suppose they are getting any kind of the file, whether the CSV file, JSON file, any kind of the file, they can store into the data lake. They can store any kind of the data from a databases, like from MySQL, SQL, any kind of the relational database also. They can store any kind of the audio file, video file, any document they can store into the data lake. Whatever the social media feeds, any kind of the feeds we are getting, right, that we can store. Any kind of the IoT device real-time data, right, we can directly store into the data lake. Any kind of the data is coming from a different cloud, that also we can store into a data lake. Means data lake is a place where we can store all the kind of the data. So that is the concept of a data lake. Now most of the company we are using a data lake. Then what is the problem and why OneLake came into the picture, why Microsoft has introduced OneLake? Now if you will talk about the data lake, right, now what is the problem, like most whenever we work in a company generally you will see you will have a different department. For taking example, you will have a finance department, you will have a HR department, you will have a marketing department. Now every department has their own requirement and their own need. For taking example, finance team, they want to have a strict policy on the data. So what actually they do, they try to create their own data lake and they try to store the data with the access policy. Similarly for the marketing, they want to have their own data lake where they want to store the data in the form of the CSV and the JSON. Similarly for HR, they will also take the data from a different clouds and they will try to create a different data lake for the customer data. Means most of the time what happens in a company, different kind of the data lakes, multiple data lakes gets created based on the requirement and based on the needs. So that is the problem. So in this case, what generally happens, so as we create a multiple data lake, right, in that case what happens, data duplication happens between the lakes, because we are creating a multiple data lakes, right. What is the single, there is no single source of truth, because we are creating a multiple data lakes, there is no single source of truth. There is higher cost because we are creating a multiple data lake, so you have to manage those also, right, you have to set up the infrastructure, so this cost also involved here. Data silos, each team manage their own, because every team they are managing their own data lakes. Inconsistent access and the security policy. So these are the different kind of the issue generally happens in the case of the data lake. Now to overcome this all the challenges, Microsoft has introduced OneLake concept. Now let's try to understand what is a OneLake concept. So OneLake is a single unified logical data lake for your whole organization. OneLake comes automatically with every Fabric tenant and it is designed to be a single place for all your analytics data. What is a OneLake? So OneLake has concept for every organization. there will only be a one single source of truth, one single place where we will store all the kind of the data. So that actually we are calling as a one lake. So one lake is nothing but a, for every organization there will only be a one single data lake, one single source of truth. That is the concept of a one lake, and one lake has built on top of a data lake. So in a data lake we were storing any kind of the structure, semi-structure, unstructured data, right? The same concept in a one lake also, we can store any kind of the structure, semi-structure, unstructured data, but the concept here is like we will only be having one single data lake, and that data lake they are calling as a one lake, and here we can store all the kind of the organization analytics data into a one single place. Means there will not be a two data lake, three data lake, which we were seeing in the case of the ADLS, right? Where based on their needs they were creating a multiple data lakes. In the case of the one lake, you can't create a multiple one lake or data lake. You will only be having a one single data lake. That is the concept of a one lake. Now whenever you create a fabric, right, automatically one lake will be there. Automatically one lake will be there, means you do not have to create a one lake again. Whenever you are creating a fabric account, right, one lake will already be there. Now you, in a one lake, here you can store all the kinds of the data, whether it is structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data, any kind of the data you can store into the one lake. Now every customer tenant has exactly one lake, which we have already discussed. There can never be more than one. Every fabric tenant automatically provision one lake with no extra resources to set up manage. So whenever you create a fabric account, right, one lake already be there. You do not have to provision or you do not have to do any kind of the setup. So that is the thing it is saying. One lake is built on top of the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 only. So one lake has built on top of the ADLS Gen 2 only, and it can support any kind of the file, whether it is a structure, semi-structure, and structured data. All fabric data items like data warehouse, lake house store their data automatically in a one lake in a Delta Parquet format. Now what happens? All the fabric data items, suppose you are creating a lake house, suppose you are creating a data warehouse, all this data gets automatically stored in the one lake. This all the data gets automatically stored into the one lake in the form of the delta and the parquet. In the form of the delta parquet, that is the thing you have to remember. Now one lake provides a single place for the collaboration of the multiple teams. Now in this case, you do not have to manage the multiple data lakes. You do not have to do any kind of the setups and all. All the data will reside into a one place, and from there only everyone will access it and they will work on it. Now suppose for taking example data factory, right? All the data pipeline operation. For the data, they will access the data from data lake. For the data engineering task, they will access the data from a data one lake. For data science people also they will access. For data warehousing, it will automatically store into the one lake. For real-time data ingestion, that will also happen on the one lake. For Power BI report, right, the source of truth from a one lake itself. So all the kind of the operation, there will only be a single source of truth for the data, that will be a one lake. So that is the concept of a one lake. I hope you got the idea. In next video we will try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the lake house in a fabric. What is lake house, how actually it works, everything we are going to understand in this particular video. So let's start. So lake house is a concept of a modern data architecture. Lake house is a concept of a modern data architecture. It has derived from a two word. You can see one is lake and second is a house. So this lake has derived from a data lake. This lake word is coming from a data lake, and this house word is coming from a data warehouse. This house word is coming from a data warehouse. Now as we all know, in the case of data warehouse, what actually we do, we store only the structure clean data in the form of the table. In the case of the data warehouse, we store structured data in the form of the table, and on top of that, if you had to write any kind of the SQL query for analysis, we can do. Or suppose if you had to build any kind of the Power BI on top of the structured data, we can do that in the case of the data warehouse. Now coming to the data lake, what actually we do, we can store any kind of the data, and large amount of data we can store. For example, suppose you want to store image file, video file, music file, any kind of the file, CSV, JSON, any kind of the file we can store into a one single place. Whether it is a structure, unstructured, semi-structured, all the kind of the data we can store in the case of the data lake. Now we understand what is data lake and what is data warehouse. Now coming to the lake house. Lake house concept has come from a data lake plus data warehouse. Means lake house, it is providing one single place, and that has a capability of both data lake plus data warehouse. Means whenever you will create a lake house, right, you will get a capability of both data lake as well as a data warehouse. It means you can store any kind of the data. You can store any kind of the data, whether image, video, all the kind of the unstructured, semi-structured, all the kind of the data here, as well as if you want to create a table, if you want to create a structured table, that also like a data warehouse we create a table, right? Here also you will get a flexibility to store a structured data. A lake house, it has come concept of a data lake plus data warehouse. So I hope you got the idea what is lake house. A lake house is a place to store structured data such as a data warehouse and unstructured data such as a data lake in a single location. What is a lake house? It is a place to store structured data and unstructured data in a one single place. Now whenever you will create a lake house, right, you will get to see two things. One is one section for the file and the second section for the table. Now in this file section, right, this will work like a data lake. This will work like a data lake, and here you can store any kind of the data, whether image, video, CSV, JSON, or any kind of the file you want to store, you can store into this particular section. Now on top of that, if you want to store only the structure clean data, you can create a table on top of that also. Like data warehouse, we create a table, right? Here also we can create a table, and we create a delta table. We create a delta table, that you have to remember. So I hope you got high level idea what is a lake house. A lake house is a place where in a single location you can store structured data as well as a unstructured data. In a simple word, if I'll say, lake house is like a database that not only you can create or store the table, but also you can store the file in it. It is a fabric atom that can store any kind of the file, whether it is a CSV, JSON, Parquet, any kind of the file we can store. It maintains structure table in a delta format. We can create a delta table. It support processing with the SQL and the PySpark. So whenever we create a lake house, right, you will also see the SQL endpoint through which you can directly query on top of the table also. And if you want to write any kind of PySpark code, that also you can do that. It enable direct visualization in a Power BI. As we will create a table, right, on top of that, if you have to do directly, if you have to directly connect with the Power BI, and if you have to do a visualization, that also is possible. So in high level, if you will say, it a folder in a OneLake where you can store and process raw file, and you can run a SQL query like a data warehouse all in one place. So this lake house is nothing but it's a fabric item. Now in the case of the fabric, we know, right, if you had to store any kind of the data, automatically it gets stored into the OneLake. Automatically it gets stored into the OneLake. OneLake is the place where all your organization data will be available. Now whenever you will create a lake house, right, that will be created on top of the OneLake only. Means this is a fabric item, on top of the OneLake only it will be created. So if you will create a lake house, right, you will see two things. You will see two things. One section will be for the file, one section will be for the file, and one section will be for the table. Now in the case of the file, you can store any kind of CSV, JSON, image, video, all the kind of the file. Now on top of that, if you want to create any kind of the table, you can create a delta table. So this is the concept. In a diagram also you can see, right, this is the lake house screen. You can see in a lake house, if you are creating, right, you are seeing a two options. One is for the file, one is for the table. Now file, you can store any kind of the file like a data lake. You can store any kind of the file. Now on top of that, suppose if you have to clean the data and if you have to create any table, so what actually you can do, you can create a notebook, you can write a PySpark code, you can clean the data and you can create a table. That is a one way. Second way is like through a SQL also, if you can connect and if you can clean the data and you can create a table also. This kind of the flexibility we get. Now after creating a table, suppose you want to directly connect with the Power BI, you can do that. Now as we are saying, like whenever we create a table, that table is nothing but that is a delta table. So let's see what are the different ways through which we can create a delta table. So the first way is like through a notebook, through a notebook. So in a notebook, we can write any kind of the PySpark code, and with the help of that, we can create a delta table. We can create a delta table. So that is the first way of creating a delta table. The second way is like through a SQL endpoint, SQL endpoint. So whenever you will create a lake house, right? So you will see a SQL endpoint. With the help of that, you can write a SQL queries and we can create a delta table. So that is the second way. Now the third way is like how to create. The third way is like through a data flow. So data flow in a data factory, we understand, right? We can create a pipeline and we can create a delta table. So these are the couple of ways through which you can create a delta table. Delta table. The advantage of delta table, right? It maintain the versioning. It maintain the versioning. Means suppose if you are doing any changes in your table, suppose I am doing any kind of the insert, update, delete. So all the kind of the versioning actually it maintains. Now if you want to go into the previous version, you can easily go with the help of this versioning feature. Now in a Fabric Lakehouse, the delta table also support the schema evaluation. Schema evaluation means any kind of the schema. Suppose new column is getting added or new column is getting deleted. So automatically the new column can be added or it can be deleted. So the schema evaluation also it supports. This kind of the few of the advantage we get in the delta table whatever we create in a lake house. Now let's understand what kind of the problem this lake house is solving. What is the need of lake house? Let's try to understand. So the first thing is like if you'll go only with a data lake, right? If you'll go only with a data lake. So in the case of the data lake, what actually happens? We store the data as a raw format. Now because of the lack of schema and the SQL support, easy SQL support, it's very difficult to do the analysis. To overcome this, what actually Lakehouse is solving, Lakehouse has come up with the delta table concept. So we can create a delta table on the top of the file, and if you want to write any kind of the SQL queries, if you want to do analysis, you can do that. So that is the first problem actually the Lakehouse is solving. The second problem is like if you will go individually only the data warehouse. So data warehouse is good for the structured data. If you have a structured data, then this data warehouse is good. You can write any kind of the SQL query and you can do analysis. But suppose you have a semi-structured data, unstructured data, right? In that case, this data warehouse will not work good. So to overcome this, Lakehouse is coming a concept where you can store the unstructured data as well as the structured data in a one single place. So that is the second thing which is solving. The third thing is like in the case of the data warehouse and the data lake, right? Suppose you are individually creating a data lake and the data warehouse. Now from the reporting point of view, from the reporting power point of view, what actually we do, we try to clean the raw data and after that we store into the data warehouse and finally we connect with the Power BI. So in this case you can see, right, the data movement is required. Data movement is required. We are copying a data from a data lake house and after that again we are storing into the data warehouse. Now on top of that we are connecting with the Power BI and we are doing the reporting. So data movement is happening. To overcome this, in the lake house, because everything is available in a one single place, you do not need to do a data movement. So that is the advantage we are getting in the case of the lake house. The next thing is like suppose you are creating a ADLS and suppose you are creating a for the data warehouse you are creating a synapse. In this case you also have to maintain both the thing, right? And maintenance is also a task. So to overcome this, what actually you have to do, only you create a lake house, everything you will get into one single place. So this all the advantage we are getting and all the kind of the problem lake house is solving. So I hope you got the idea. If you are not using a lake house, what kind of the problem actually we can get and what kind of the problem this lake house is solving. I hope you got the idea. In next video we'll try to do a practical and we'll try to understand more. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see how to create a Fabric Lakehouse. So I opened a app.fabric.microsoft.com. In previous video, we have seen like how to create a workspace. So you can see we have created one workspace, right? This is the particular workspace. So we'll click on that particular workspace. Under this workspace only, we are going to create a lakehouse. So you can see new item. So lakehouse is one of the item in a Fabric, right? So under the workspace, we are going to create that. So click on the new item. Once you will click on the new item, right, you will see different kind of the options are available. You can see for the copy job we have, for the Dataflow Gen2 we have option, like that the multiple option you will see here. But what actually we are going to create, we are going to create a lake house. So you can see in a store data, right, you will see lake house option. Otherwise what you can do in a filter, right, in a filter also you can search for the lake house, you will get this particular one. So click on the lake house. Once you will click on the lake house, right, first thing is like you have to give the lake house name. Now after that we have to give the name. So what actually we are giving, I am giving the name as a bronze. You can give any name, because as we are following the medallion architecture, right, the first layer is a bronze layer, so that's why I am giving the name as a bronze. After that, this actually we do not have to click, this is for the schemas, and just click on the create. Once you will click on the create, right, one lake house will be created. So you can see, now you can see the lake house has been created, and you can see this particular screen. This particular screen is for the lake house. Let me zoom. Now in the left side, right, in the left side you can see the lake house got created. We have given the name as a bronze, right? You can see the bronze, this particular lake house is created, and also we can see two options. So in previous video in the theory also we have understand, whenever we create a lake house, what generally happens, two things gets created. One is file section, one is the table section. So in a file section, all the kind of the unstructured data you can store. In the table, if you want to create any kind of the delta table, you can create into the table section. So as of now, if you click here, right, you will not see anything, because as of now nothing is available. We have just created the lake house. But if you click on the three dot in the file section, so if you click on the three dot, you will see these are the option. So suppose if you want to upload any files, upload file, upload folder option is there. Suppose you want to know the properties, so if you click on the properties, what is the URL, what is the ABS path, from this particular path you will get it from here. And also you will see a refresh option. So suppose you have uploaded any file, and if it is not showing, then what actually you can do, you can click on the refresh and then the file will come. So like that, these are the options are available. Similarly in a table also you will see the similar option. So that is the first way. Now after that, on the top, right, on the top you can see we have a one more refresh option. One more refresh option is there. So suppose you have uploaded the 4 to 5 files together and that file is not showing, so what actually you can do, instead of doing a refresh individually, what actually you can do, a refresh together. So you can click here and that will be refresh. After that we have a settings option. So suppose this particular lake house you have created, and this particular lake house, the name and all, if you want to change, so that actually we can do it from here. And also you can see the few options, SQL analytics and all also showing, but this we will discuss later. Next is the new semantic model. So if you know the Power BI, in a Power BI also we have a data models, right? What actually it happens, so how your fact table is connected with a different dimension table. So that data model is nothing but a new semantic model. So that kind of the data modeling options are also available. The next thing is the open notebook. Now in the open notebook, suppose you want to write any kind of the PySpark code and the query, for that you can create a notebook. So that is from here. After that we have option for the data lake access. So suppose if you want to give access, so this is mainly for the admin one. For admin, if they want to manage the access, they can manage it from here. So these are the options are available. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to we are going to upload one file and we are going to see that. Now after that what we will do, we will try to upload a file. So for uploading a file, what you have to do, click on the file section, click on the triple dot, and after that go to the upload. You will see two options, upload files and upload folder. You can directly upload the folder also, but we are going to do a upload files. Click on that. After that you have to select the location, which particular file you want to upload. This is the file which I want to upload. Click on the open. Now click on the upload. Once you click on the upload, right, that particular file will be uploaded. After that you have to close it. So you can see it is very simple step, right? Now if you want to preview the data, sometime what happens that this data will not be shown. What you have to do, you have to click on the refresh and you have to double click on the file option. Once you will double click on the file option, right, you will see this particular file. Now if you want to preview this data, what you have to do, you have to click on this particular file. You can see when I clicked on this, I can see this particular file I am able to see. Now here we have a couple of options, like if you want to view in the file view, you can do that. If you want to view in the table view, that also option is available. So as of now you can see by default it considered as a C0 C1 all the column, but actual column is this retail, retailer ID, invoice ID and all, right. So how to make sure like this, the first header should be a my column name. So what actually you have to do, click on the view setting, click on the first row as header. If you'll do that, right, you can see the first row whatever was there, now it's considered as a header. So like that actually we can upload a file. Now what actually we'll do, again we'll go to the file section. You can see this particular file. Now if you want to see the properties of this particular file, so if you click on the triple dot, right, now if you go to the properties, you will see you will get the URL, you will get the relative path, that actually you can use it in the PySpark notebook section. Now again if you click on the three dot, right, you will see couple of more option. One is a load to the table. So suppose based on this particular file if you want to create a table, you can do that. That option we will explore, but we will explore in the next section how to create a table on top of the file also, that also we will see. If you want to rename, you can do the renaming. If you want to edit it, you can do that. And if you want to do a property, if you want to see a property, you can do that. Now like that we can upload. Now previously OneLake option was empty, right? Now if I'll go into the OneLake option, if I click on the OneLake, you can see I have a three option which is showing. The first one is like lake house which we have created. This is a lake house option. Now the second is like semantic model. So by default the semantic data model also gets created whenever you create the lake house. So that option is also available. And if you want to preview, you can explore this data. If you want to preview data, you can do from here. Now third one is like SQL endpoint. So SQL endpoint, with the help of that, if you want to write any kind of the SQL query, that also we can do that. Even if you want to connect with the Power BI, that also we can do from the SQL endpoint. This option we will try to explore more in upcoming, but these are the three things which actually gets created whenever you create a data lake. So these are the thing we can see in all item, even in my item, right, also you will be able to see because I have only created this. Again you have to go back into the bronze lake house. You can see bronze, here it is coming, you have to click on that. You can see I am able to come here. So I hope you got the idea how to create a lake house, how to upload a file, and in next video we'll try to explore more how to create a table on top of the file. This option we'll try to explore. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the OneLake file explorer. So as of now, in previous video what we have done, we have created one lake house and we have uploaded a file. So that is a one way. The second way is like in a Windows also, right? In a Windows also, in the bottom you can see we have a file explorer. Now if I click on the file explorer, whatever the files are available in Windows, right, that I can explore. I can go there and I can upload any kind of the file. Similarly, we can also add here OneLake. Even in a Windows also, in a desktop also, we can add a OneLake and we can access all the files which is available in a Microsoft Fabric. So that is the option also available. So for that, what you have to do, you have to go into the Windows, you have to search for the OneLake Explorer, search for the OneLake Explorer, Microsoft OneLake File Explorer, click on that. For Windows you have to download it. We had to download, you can see the download is started. You can see it is downloaded. What actually we will do, we'll double click this, we'll click on the install. After that you have to log in. So we have logged in with this particular account, right? So that account you have to pass here dot on microsoft.com, click on the next. After that you have to pass the password, so let me give the password. Click on the sign in, click on the yes all app. It is going to register with the device. Now you can see it is registered and I can see OneLake option is also available in a desktop, right? Now if I click on the this one, right, I can see the workspace. In a Fabric also we have created one workspace. If I'll show you. Now in a Microsoft Fabric also, if you'll see, right, if I'll come to this workspace, we have created a Fabric Dev workspace, and here also I can see Fabric Dev workspace. Under this Fabric Dev workspace, we have created the Bronze Lakehouse. So if I'll go to the Fabric Dev workspace, you can see we have also created the Bronze Lakehouse, that also I can see here. Under this Bronze Lakehouse, we have also uploaded the files. So if I'll go there, if I'll click on this Bronze Lakehouse, you can see in the file section, right, we have uploaded this file. Means all the files we are able to access from the Windows itself. Means you do not have to come here and you do not have to see the file from a Windows Explorer itself. You can see all the file. Even though if you had to upload any kind of the file, right, in that case what actually you can do, I'll go here. Suppose I want to add one more file, this global superstore file. I'll copy this. I'll come to the OneLake. In the file option, I'll try to upload one more file. This is the file actually I am uploading. Now if I'll go to the Fabric workspace, what you have to do, it is not showing, right? Click on the refresh. You can see this file is coming here also. It means even though from here itself also you can upload the file, you can view the file, and also in a Fabric also you can come and you can upload the file, you will be able to see that. It's good, right? Now you do not have to come and you do not have to see the file from here. From Windows itself you can see all the files and you can explore that, and from there also you can upload the files. Even suppose let me delete these files. So if I'll click on the delete here, now if I'll come here and if I'll refresh it, you will see the file also is deleted. And from here also, if you are uploading any file, you will be able to see here also. Means all the file, all the lakehouse, everything you can see from the Windows itself. So I hope you got the idea about the OneLake File Explorer. Now if you want to uninstall, right, what actually you can do, go to the OneLake option, search for the OneLake, click on the uninstall, uninstall, that will be uninstalled. Now you can see that OneLake has gone. So I hope you got the idea about the OneLake File Explorer. Hello everyone. So in previous videos we have seen how to create a lake house and how to upload a file. Now in this video we are going to explore about the table option, how to create a table. So what I will do, first I will upload a file because I have deleted the file. So what actually you have to do, in a file option, right, click on the upload, click on the upload files, and if you have to upload any files, what you have to do, search for the files. I'm going to upload one files now. I'm going to upload this employee CSV file. Click on the open, and after that click on the upload. Once you click on the upload, right, you can see employee CSV file we have uploaded. If I double click, you will be able to preview the file. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a table. How to create a table in employee CSV, right? You can see the three dot. Click on that. You will see one option, load to a tables. So if you want to load this into a table, what you have to do, click on the new table. Now after that you have to give the table name. So suppose let me give the name as a EMP, but you can give any of the table name which you want. Use header for a column names, and after that the comma separated. It will take the first row as a header and this will be a comma separated. Click on the load. Now once you click on the load, right, what will happen? One table will be created. This is very cool feature, right? Even though you are not writing any kind of the code, what actually is going to happen? It's going to create one table for you. You can see this employee table got created. If I'll click here and if I click on this route, right, I can see all the columns are available. Now if you want to view this table, if you will double click here, click on the table, click on the employee, click on the refresh. If you Now you can see I can view the table also. Now if you will see, if I'll come to this file option, if you come to the file section, you can see my file is available and also one table got created. Behind the scene, what actually happened, let's try to understand. So you can see in the file section, right, we have a employee1.csv. What actually it has done, it has taken this file, it has copied into this table section and it has converted into a Parquet format, and it is created the delta table. Now how you will make sure this is a delta table, and in the Parquet format it has saved the file. If you click on this triple dot, right, click on the view files, you will be able to see the files. So you can see this is a Parquet file, and also we have a delta log. So whenever we create a delta table, right, what actually happened, two things will be created. One is for the Parquet file. So this is the Parquet file, this is your files. The second is a delta log. This actually got created for all the kind of the versioning, maintenance and all, for all the transaction logs and all. So you can see one delta table got created, and you can see the file also. So this is what happened behind the scene. Means even though you haven't written any code, everything has done automatically. Whatever the file is there, right, on top of that we have created a table. On top of that we can write any kind of the SQL query, and we can analyze it. One more thing I want to show you in the employee table, right, what kind of a table it is. So if you want to see that, click on this, click on the property. You can see this is a managed table. So there are two types of the table in a Spark. If you will see, one is a managed table, second is a unmanaged table. In the case of the managed table, right, what generally happens, if you will delete this particular table, right, if you will delete this table, what will happen, your file also will be deleted. Your file will be also deleted. And the second table is unmanaged table. In the case of the unmanaged, what happens, even though if you will delete this table, right, your file will remain same. So that is a two type of table. As of now it is created a managed table. So what happens, it has taken the files from here, it has copied into this section only, in table section only it has copied, and it has converted in the Parquet, and it has saved. Now if you delete this table, right, that particular files also will be deleted, because it is a managed table. We'll see how to create unmanaged table also, but this is the two things you have to remember. So I hope you got the idea how to create a table in a Microsoft Fabric. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about shortcuts in a Microsoft Fabric. It is a very interesting feature which is available in a Microsoft Fabric, and that is going to make your life very easy. So let's try to understand what is a shortcut. A shortcut in a Microsoft Fabric is a virtual pointer that allows you to reference a data that is stored into a different location without copying or moving the data. So what is a shortcut? Shortcut is one of the feature that will help you to access a data which is available into a different location. For taking example, suppose I am working in a company. I have a two team. One team is using this particular workspace, and suppose I have another team that they are using this particular workspace. Now whenever they are working into a different team, right, definitely they are going to work on the different kind of the files, they are going to create a different kind of the tables, right. Now suppose this, whatever they are using the files here in the workspace to whatever the files and the table they have created. Now this actually this workspace one team they want to access, now in previous case what actually we were doing, in this case we had to copy a data into a workspace one, right. Instead of doing that, what actually we can do, we can create a shortcut. Instead of moving and copying a data, what actually we can do, we can create a shortcut, and with the help of the shortcut we can just point to this particular files and the table whatever is available into this workspace, and we can use into this workspace. So this is a very interesting and very cool feature which is available in a Microsoft Fabric. Instead of copying and moving the data from one location to another location, what actually we can do, with the help of the shortcut we can just point to that particular location and we can use that particular file. Let's try to take another example so that you will get a better idea. So suppose I have a two team, I am working in a one company. Suppose I am working in a one company. In this company I have a two team. Suppose I have a one team that is a marketing team, and suppose I have another team that is a data engineering team, you can say data engineering team. Now marketing team has all the customer engagement data. Suppose marketing team has all the customer engagement data. This particular data marketing team has. Now as a product data engineering team, what actually they want to do, they have a product sales data. but they need a customer data also, so that they can do a complete analysis, with the customer. Now in this case, instead of copying a data, right, instead of copying the data which is available into a marketing workspace, what actually we can do, we can create a shortcuts. We can create a one shortcut. Now this shortcut will help you whatever the file which is available here, right? With the help of that, we can access into a data engineering workspace itself. Means data engineering team, they don't need to copy a data again here. What actually they can do, they can just create a shortcut, and whatever the file is available here, right, they can access it. So that is a very cool feature. Instead of copying and moving, we can just create a shortcut and we can access the data which is available into a different workspace and the location. So I hope you got the idea what is a shortcut. Now let's understand why shortcuts are very useful. It avoid data duplication. Like, you do not have to copy a data again and again. Whenever you are copying a data again and again, right, data duplicacy happens, so it avoids the data duplicacy. That is the one advantage. Now the second thing is like it maintain a single source of truth. It help us to maintain a single source of truth instead of creating a multiple tables, right? What actually we can have only one single source of truth and all the team they can use it. That is the another advantage. The third one is like enable collaboration across team. So we can give a share access, right? So it will help us to enable the collaboration across the team, and all the team they can use the single source of truth of the data and they can collaborate. So these are the advantage we have whenever we use a shortcuts. Now there are two types of the shortcuts you have to understand. The first one is the internal shortcut, and the second one is the external external shortcut. Let's understand what is the internal shortcuts. So in an internal shortcut, what will happen? So within a OneLake, so whenever you will create a Fabric account, right, OneLake will be created. Now under this OneLake, you can we can have a multiple workspace, right? Multiple team they can work and they can store their data. Now within a OneLake, if you want to reference the data across a multiple workspace, then whatever the shortcut you will create, that we will call it as an internal shortcut. Now coming to the external shortcut, suppose your data is available outside of your OneLake. For example, suppose my data is available in a S3 location, suppose my data is available in a GCP location. This is the outside of your OneLake, right? Now in this case, if you are creating any shortcut to reference the data, that we will call it as a external shortcut. Which is not available within a OneLake. This is the outside of your OneLake. So I hope you got the idea what is a shortcut in a Microsoft Fabric. In next video we'll try to do a practical and we'll try to understand more. Now let's do a shortcut practical. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a two workspace. Under this two workspace, what actually we'll do, we'll create a two lake house. So I have created a workspace one already. I'm going to create another workspace 2. Under this workspace, we are going to create one more lake house. Now in this lake house, we have a files and the table, Now what actually I want, from this particular lake house, from this particular workspace, whatever the file is there, right, I want to access here. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let's do a practical and let's try to understand. So I have opened a Fabric. So if you'll see, we have already created a Fabric Dev workspace. Under this Fabric Dev workspace, you will see a bronze lakehouse which we have created. This is a bronze lakehouse. Under this bronze lakehouse, you can see we have a files employee1.csv. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create another workspace. So how to create a workspace? Click on the new workspace. The workspace name I will give. I want to create a workspace name as a, let's give the name as a source workspace or something. Source workspace. A domain we will go as it is, and in advanced, right, capacity you have to select. So we are going ahead with this particular capacity we have created. Click on the apply. This is going to create another workspace for me. So you can see this is the source workspace we have created. Under this source workspace, what actually we will do, we will try to create a lake house. So if I click on the workspace, right, Now you can see fabric dev we have created previously. Now source workspace is there. Now under this source workspace we are going to create an item. I'm going to create a lake house. So search for the lake house. This is the lake house. You had to give the lake house name. Here also I will give the name as a source LK. Source LK is nothing but the source lake house we can say. Click on the create. This is the name I am giving. Now here we will try to upload a file. Now source LK, whatever the file we will upload, right? We will try to access it from a different workspace. Now you can see source lakehouse we have created. Now what actually I will do, under this file section, right? I am going to create a subfolder. For the shortcut, the folder is required. So I'll give the name as a employee. This is the folder name I want to create. Click on the create. This is the employee folder. Under this employee folder, what actually I want to do, I want to upload a file. I want to upload a file. Click on the get data, upload files. Select the file. Let's try to upload a couple of files. And I want to upload a employee department. These are the file I want to upload. Click on the upload. Click on the upload. Now if you'll see, couple of files we have uploaded. So we have created one folder employee and couple of files which is available here. If you want to see, if you click on this, you will be able to preview the data also. In our source lakehouse, we have a couple of file which is available. Now what actually I want from this fabric dev workspace, I want to access a data which is available into another workspace. I want to create a shortcut. Now I want to create a shortcut. So click on this, click on the new shortcut. You can see internal shortcut within a Microsoft OneLake. If you want to access, if you want to reference the data, you can select the OneLake. External sources Amazon S3 and all. So within a OneLake we want, right? So click on the Microsoft OneLake. Now you can see two lake house is there. So I'll click on the source lake house. Click on the next. Under the source lake house, right, in the file section we have this particular employee folder. So I'll select that. Click on the next. Transform your data. We don't want to transform, so click on the skip. Click on the create. Now what will happen, one shortcut will be created. Now you can see one shortcut has been created. You can see this particular icon, right? This particular icon, this is for the shortcut. Now even though your data is available in a different workspace, right, from here also you can access that. We can see the same kind of the data. Now we have created one shortcut for the file which is available into another workspace. So in another workspace we have a couple of file, right? So that for that file, what actually we have done, we have created a shortcut and we are able to reference the data. So like that we can create a shortcut for the files. Now what we'll do for the table also, we'll try to do it. Now suppose in this workspace, so as of now we are in a fabric dev workspace. We have a employee table, right? But if I'll go into the another workspace, we don't have any kind of the table available. Now what actually I want to do, I want to access a table which is available in another workspace. I will come here into the table, click on the three dot, click on the new shortcut, Microsoft OneLake. In a bronze lake house we have one of the table, I want to access that. Click on this, click on the next, click on the create. Now in this case what will happen, in a table one shortcut will be created. Click on the refresh first. You can see in a table shortcuts got created. So you can see symbol, right, shortcut. So this is referring a table which is available into another workspace. So like that we can reference a data which is available into a multiple workspace, and we can use the data. So I hope you got the idea how to create a shortcut for the files and the table, and how we can reference a data which is available into a multiple workspace, and how actually we can collaborate. So this is a very useful feature. Please try to do a practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to do a practical for the external shortcuts. So in previous video we have seen like how to create a shortcut and how to access a data which is available into a multiple workspace. Now let's take a same example. So suppose I have a two team. One is a marketing team. So for marketing team I have created one workspace. This is a marketing workspace. Now suppose I have another team, that is a product data engineering team. For that also I have created another workspace. Now whatever the marketing team has the data, right, in a lake house, whatever the data is available, suppose we have a multiple file, all the customer related files are available. Now so this all the file I want to access in the product data engineering lakehouse also. This all the things actually I want to access from the product data engineering workspace also. So what actually I have done, I have created a shortcut, and with the help of the shortcut I was able to access this file. With the help of the shortcut I was able to access the file from a product data engineering workspace also. Instead of moving the data, what actually we are doing, we are just creating a shortcut. With the help of the shortcut, whatever the data is available in a marketing workspace, right, we are able to access from a product data engineering workspace also. Now this whatever the shortcut we have created, right, this is an internal shortcut. This is an internal shortcut. Now why it is an internal shortcut? Because in a Microsoft Fabric, right, whatever the lakehouse you are creating, whatever the file you are uploading, this all the files are residing in the OneLake only. This all the files are available in a OneLake only. Now coming to the external shortcuts. Now suppose you have a scenario where your data is available is another data lake. Suppose your data is available in a S3 data lake, or suppose your data is available in a Azure data lake storage account. Now in this case your data is not available in a OneLake. Your data is available outside of this OneLake. I mean S3 data lake or ADLS data lake. Here your data is available. Now this data you want to access from this particular workspace. Now in this case what actually we'll do, instead of copying, what actually we can do, we can create a external shortcut. We can create a external shortcut. External shortcut. With the help of the external shortcut, the data will reside here only. We will just try to take a reference, and whatever the analysis we have to do, we can do that. So that is a external shortcut. Here your data will not reside in the OneLake. It will be outside of the OneLake, and from there we will try to get the access. So let's try to do a practical. So what actually I will do, I will create one ADLS account. I will create one ADLS account, and from there I will upload a few files, and what I will do, I'll try to access those files from our Fabric account. From our Fabric account, let's try to do a practical. So I open this particular Fabric account. Now we have created a couple of workspace, right? One is the Fabric Dev. If I'll show you Fabric Dev workspace, so this is the bronze lakehouse we have created. Now what actually I want to do, I want to create one external shortcut from my ADLS. Whatever the file is available, I want to access from here. So what I will do, first I will go to the portal.azure.com. This is the portal.azure.com. I am going to create a ADLS account. So let me create a ADLS storage account. Search for the storage account. Click on the create. After that you have to select the subscription. So this is the subscription. Now I am going to create a new resource group. I will just say ADLS something. This is the resource group I am creating. Now after that I have to give the storage account. So I will give the name as a Azure. Let me give in a small letter, Azure Data Lake 04 something. This is the storage account I have given. After that you have to select the region. So let me select the region. After that you have to select the performance. So I will go with the recommended one only. Now after that the redundancy, will go with the local redundant storage only. After doing this, what you have to do, click on the next. The main important thing is like you have to select the enable hierarchical namespace. With the help of that, data lake will be created. If you will not select, only the blob storage will create. If you select that, data lake account will be created. Click on the next, next, next. Click on the review and the create. Click on the create. You can see deployment is complete. Click on the go to resource. So you can see this is the data lake storage account we have created. Now go to the data storage option. Click on the container. We are going to create one container. Click on the add container. I am going to create one new container. I will give the name as a employee. I will give the name as a employee. Click on the create. It's going to create a employee container. This is the employee container. Here I am going to upload a file. Click on the upload. On the browse file, we are going to upload the employee one file, or let's try to upload the department one file. Click on the upload. You can see this is the particular file we have uploaded. Now what actually I want, so we have created a data lake storage, we have created a one container. under this container, what we have this particular file. Now what actually we want, this particular in data lake, whatever the file is available, right, in an employee, we want to access from a fabric. Now in this case, if you want to access the file from a fabric, right, you should provide a permission, because in Azure data lake, whatever the file is available, that is a restricted, right, you can't access outside. If you want to access outside, you have to first give the access. So what you have to do, you have to go into the IAM, you can see access control here, right, select that. Now if you'll see, for the fabric we have a contributor role, right? So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a one role for the blob storage so that we can access from a fabric. So click on the add role assignment. I'll search for the storage blob data contributor, storage blob data contributor, this one. So I'll select this. After that, go to the member. So you have to add the member. So we want to access from a fabric, right? So we have to select the fabric account. So this particular account, right, is already showing. So select that. Here I want access. Select that. Once you will select that, right, go to the condition, go to the review and assign. Click on the review and assign. So we have given a permission so that we can access the ADLS account from a fabric account. So you can see it got added. Storage blob data contributor, this one is added. Now if you'll go to the container, right, now this container we want to access from the fabric. So we'll go to the fabric. What actually we'll do, we'll create a shortcut. So come to the file, click on the new shortcut. We want to access Azure Data Lake Gen2, right? So we'll select that. If it is Amazon S3, then you have to select the S3. Select that. After that, we have to, if any existing connection is there, then you can select. If you want to create a new connection, then click on the new connection. Now after that, we have to pass the connection strings. How you will get a connection string? Go to the Azure Data Lake, go to the settings. In a setting, you will see endpoint. Click on the endpoints. What we have to select, you can see data lake storage, right? So select this, copy this, come to the fabric, give the URL. Once you will give the URL, right, you can give the connection name. I'll give the connection name as a Azure Data Lake something, Azure Data Lake something. You can give any name and click on the next. And after that, you can see select a bucket or directory. So this is the employee container, right? This actually we want. Click on the next. Transform your data, skip, click on the create. Now it's going to create an external shortcut. You can see one employee shortcuts got created. You can see this is the employee shortcut, right? Previously also we have created the same kind of the name. That's why employee and employee one is coming. Now if I'll click here, this employee one is the new one. This shortcut we have created. So you can see department1.csv. Now if I'll come here, if I'll go to my container in an employee, right, we have a department CSV file. You can see department1.csv, and from here also I am able to access. So like that actually we can create a external shortcut. So now your data is available in a Azure Data Lake storage account only. It's not available in a OneLake, but from a fabric itself we are able to access the data which is available in a Azure Data Lake. So suppose your data is available in a S3, AWS S3. So what actually you can do, instead of copying into here, right, OneLake, what actually you can do, your data is there but you can access from here, and from here only if you want to do any kind of the analysis you can perform that. So it's very cool feature. With the help of the external shortcut, you don't need to copy your data from one data lake to another data lake. You can just reference the data and you can do all the kind of the analysis which you want. So I hope you got the idea how to create a external shortcuts. Once you do a practical, right, make sure you try to pause the fabric and make sure whatever the data lake you are creating, you just delete it so that you will not be charged. So that is the best way to do the practice. If you are creating any kind of the services in a Azure or Fabric, make sure after doing the practice, pause it or the delete it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand one important concept, that is a cache in a shortcut. So in previous video, we have understand, right? Suppose you have a data that is not available in a OneLake. Suppose you have a data that is not available in a OneLake, that is available outside of your OneLake. For example, suppose my data is available in a S3 location, or suppose my data is available in a Azure Data Lake storage account. Now this is not available in a OneLake, but you want to access those data from your workspace. You want to access those data from your workspace. So in this case, what actually we were doing, we were creating a external shortcut. We were creating a external shortcut. With the help of the external shortcut, we were able to refer the data which is available outside of the OneLake. So this actually we have already seen in the last video, right? Now one thing you have to understand, this particular S3 and Azure Data Lake storage, right? This can be available in the any region. This can be available in a different region also. And whenever you are hitting this S3 ADLS to read the data from this particular workspace, there will always be a cost involved. There will always be a cost involved. And suppose you are reading this data frequently, in this case, you will also see the performance issue. You will also see the performance performance issue because this data is not available in a OneLake. This is available outside of the OneLake, and suppose this is a very large data, so whenever you will hit this data to do any kind of the analysis, definitely there will be a cost involved, and also you will see a performance issue. Now to overcome this, Fabric has a one cache concept. What actually this cache is saying, whenever you create a shortcut in a Fabric to access a data outside of the OneLake, for example ADLS, Fabric offer one option that is called enable caching. Caching in shortcut create a temporary copy of the source data within a OneLake to improve the performance for read heavy operation like data exploration, queries and reporting. What is a caching? So Microsoft Fabric provides enable caching one feature, you can say. So we have one feature enable caching. Whenever you will enable the caching, right, what will happen, whatever the data is available here, right, outside of your Azure Data Lake storage, it will create one temporary copy. It will create a temporary copy of that in a OneLake itself. It will create one temporary copy of that in a OneLake itself. Now in this case, first time you will hit the ADLS, you will hit the outside of this. Once you will hit the one temporary copy will be created, one temporary data of the copy will be created. Now next time whenever you want to do any query, right, you do not have to again hit the outside of the OneLake. You can directly get those data from this particular cache itself, from this temporary copy itself. This will improve the performance. This will improve the performance. This will improve the performance, and also it will save the cost. It will also save the cost. So this is a very important feature. Whenever you are accessing a data which is outside of your OneLake, in that case what actually you can do, you can create a enable caching that will create one temporary copy of your data, and from that data you can access that and you can do all the kind of the queries and analysis. So I hope you got the idea about what is a caching. Let me show you in a Fabric how actually you can enable the caching. So I open my Fabric account. In previous video we have seen like we have created a shortcut. So you can see the employee one is the shortcut that is referring a data from a outside of a OneLake. The data is available in a Azure Data Lake storage. Now if you want to enable a caching, what you have to do, you have to simply go to the workspace. This is the workspace, right? You have to go into the workspace setting. You have to go into the OneLake, and you can see we have option enable cache for the shortcut. You just have to enable it. Now there is a concept for the retention period. So from here you can select the maximum time that data from a shortcut can be retained in cache within a workspace. So suppose you want to retain a data for 28 days, because that is the maximum days it allows. For the 28 days you can retain a data in a cache itself. So that is a very cool feature. For the 28 days you do not have to hit outside of the OneLake. You can directly access the data from a cache itself. I hope you got the idea. It is very easy, but it is a very important feature which you should aware. That's it in this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand one important feature in a Microsoft Fabric, that is a SQL endpoints. SQL endpoints is a very cool feature. With the help of the SQL endpoint, we will be able to query on top of the delta table. So till now what we have done, we have created a lake house, we have created a tables on the lake house also. Now suppose we have a few of the consumer, we have a couple of the consumer, and what actually they want to analyze this data, they want to analyze this data. So how actually they can analyze this data? With the help of the SQL endpoint. With the help of the SQL endpoint, what actually they can do, they can write any kind of the SQL query, they can write any kind of the SQL query, and they can analyze the data whatever is available in a lake house. So it's very cool feature. Previously SQL endpoint we were only using it for connecting the Power BI, or if you had to connect with the SSMS, for that we were using. But now SQL endpoint we can also use it for the querying a table, and do the analysis. I hope you got the idea. So what is SQL endpoint? A SQL endpoint in a lakehouse is a feature in a Microsoft Fabric that allows user to query lakehouse data using T-SQL, just like querying a traditional relation database. Just like a relational database, we write a query and we analyze the data, right? With the help of the SQL endpoint also we can do that. So let's see in Microsoft Fabric how actually we can query a data. So I open a Microsoft Fabric. Now we'll go to the workspace. This is the Fabric Dev workspace. We will go to the our lakehouse which we have created. Now I will show you. In a lakehouse you can see we have one of the table, that is a employee table. This is the employee table. Now if you want to analyze this, so for that what you have to do, you have to open a SQL endpoint. How actually you can open this? If you are here, right side you can see you have one option lakehouse, and second is the SQL analytics endpoint. If you click on the SQL analytics endpoint, right, you can see one SQL query engine, like how actually we were doing in Azure SQL, right? It got opened. Now if you want to write any kind of SQL query, click on the new SQL query, and the left side you can see bronze is the data lakehouse which we have created, and DBO is the by default schema which got created. In the table, right, we can see employee table. Now if you want to write any kind of the query on top of this, you can write. So if I write select star from, the name is EMP, let me run this. You can see I am able to run the SQL query and I am able to analyze. Now suppose you want to analyze the data, like based on each location what is the total salary of employee. So how actually you can write a query? So if I write select sum of salary, sum of salary, sum of salary based on the address from employee table, and what I will write, group by address. If I write this query, let me zoom, and if I'll execute, you can see based on the each location, like India what is the total salary, this much, for USA this is the total salary. So like that we can analyze the data with the help of this. Now suppose that this SQL endpoint you want to share with some other people. So how actually you can do that? One easy way I will show you. Go to the workspace, go to the Fabric Dev. You will see this option, right? SQL endpoint. Click on this, and here you will see a one detail. Copy SQL connection string. If you copy this and you can share with others. So this will help them to connect with the Power BI and to create a reports. So I hope you got the idea about the SQL endpoint. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. Now we are starting a new topic, that is a data factory in a Microsoft Fabric. If you are from Azure background, you might be already aware about one topic, that is a Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory. It is a one of the famous service which is available in Azure to do all the kind of the ETL as well as a ELT operation. It is a widely used in industry for all the kind of the ETL as well as the ELT operation. Now in a Fabric also we have a data factory concept. So everything we are going to understand about the data factory in a Microsoft Fabric. So let's start. Let's first understand what is a Fabric data factory. Fabric Data Factory is a Microsoft next generation data orchestration service inside the Microsoft Fabric ecosystem only. It lets you create a data pipeline to ingest the data, to transform a data, to load the data across multiple sources without needing a external tools. What is a Fabric Data Factory? It is a Microsoft next generation data orchestration service which will help you to do a ETL as well as a ELT operation. Let's first understand what is a ETL and ELT so that we will get a better idea. When we say ETL, right? When we say ETL, that means E means extract, E means extract, T means transform, and L means load the data. L means load the data. Now, whenever we work in a company, we generally see our data available in a multiple places. Means we get a data from a different sources. For taking example, suppose we have a few data that is coming from a API. Now, suppose we have a few of the data that is coming into a SQL DB. For taking example, all the transaction related data, all the transaction data. Now suppose we have a few of the data that is coming from a external sources as a CSV and a JSON file. For taking example, suppose SFTP folder where you are getting few of the data. Now for taking example, suppose we have a few other data that is coming from other sources. Now our data is available in a multiple places, means multiple sources we are getting a data. Now to do the analysis, what actually it's required, we had to get the data into a one single place. We had to get the data into a single place. So what actually we do, we try to extract this data. We try to extract this data. So E means, in a ETL, E means extract the data. E means extract the data. We had to extract the data which is available into a multiple places. Now whenever we extract the data, right, most of the time all the data is not clean, means this data can be a messy data, means we had to do kind of the transformation, as well as few of the business use case where we need only the specific and the clean data. So in this case, what actually we do, we try to transform our data. After extracting the data, what actually we do, we transform our data. For taking example, suppose you have to clean the data, you have to remove all the null, you have to remove a duplicate value. Suppose in few places you have to filter a data, suppose you have to perform a join the data, means all the kind of the transformation actually we do in a second layer. And after that, what actually we do, we finally try to load the data into a final destination. Load the data. Now our data is available in a one single place. After that, what actually we can do, from here we can connect with the Power BI and we can do all the kind of the reporting, or suppose if you have to do any kind of the analysis, from here also you can do that. So this kind of the operation generally we do in a industry, and for that what actually we do, we use a ETL operation. So this is a ETL. Now coming to the ELT. What is a ELT means? E for extract, L for load, and T for transform. Now let's try to understand the use case. Now in the case of the ETL, what was happening? If you know what is the data you had to extract, what kind of the transformation you had to do based on the business need, and what kind of the data you want to store in finally, then the ETL is good. But as big data has evolved, right, most of the time we are not sure what kind of the transformation we had to do. So in this case, what we do, we perform a ELT operation. What actually we do, first we try to load the data from a multiple sources into a one single place. First we try to load the data into a one single place, and after that, based on the business need, we try to perform a transformation. First we try to get the data into one single place. After that, based on the business need, we try to perform a transformation. For that we write a PySpark code, or we can write any kind of the SQL code, and finally we try to clean the data, and we share with the Power BI team for the reporting. So these are the two use cases, and these two use cases very much important. ETL and ELT is the operation most of the time we do in a data engineering field. Now in the Azure field, if you had to do this operation, right, without writing a code, we have a Azure Data Factory concept. So Data Factory helps you to do this operation very smoothly, very easily. You do not have to write any kind of the code also. Means you have to write very minimum code, very low code, or no code itself. Very low code or no code, in a visual itself you can perform this all the operation. That's why it is a very famous. Now in a Fabric Data Factory, you can perform this ETL and ELT operation is a fully integrated with all the storage, lakehouse, data warehouse, Power BI in a one single place itself. Now coming to the comparison between the Azure Data Factory and the Fabric Data Factory, whether these all both are same or not. So the answer is no, it's not completely same, because in a Fabric Data Factory UI has changed. UI has changed, as well as you will get a few more feature compared to the Azure Data Factory, like you will see a notebook to write a PySpark code, as well as the SQL script. Like the few more activities are available which is not available in Azure Data Factory. As UI has changed, so what actually we will do, everything we will try to learn all the activity from scratch, everything we will try to cover in this particular series. Now let's try to discuss about the few of the components parts. So in a Fabric Data Factory, we can create a pipeline in a visual way. Means you do not have to write a codes and all, in a visual way only all the kind of the workflow and pipeline we can create. We have a different activities available, like if you have to copy, we have a copy activity. If you have to perform delete operation, then we have a delete activity. Like multiple activities are already aware, that makes our life very easy. Dataflow Gen2. Dataflow Gen2 will help you to perform a transformation. Like we have a multiple transformation tools available in a Dataflow Gen2. With the help of that, we can perform a transformation. We have a trigger. Now suppose you have created this pipeline. This pipeline you want to run it daily. So we have a scheduling, we have a trigger tool. With the help of that, we can trigger it. Next is the monitoring. If you want to monitor whether your pipeline is running success or fail, we have a monitoring option. Now the next thing is the integration. It is deeply integrated with a OneLake, so it makes our life very easy. Now Fabric supports ETL and the ELT operation. So suppose you had to do a ETL operation. For taking example, my data is available in a blob storage. What actually I want to do? I want to get the data from a blob storage to a lake house. And for that I have to perform few of the transformation, like cleaning a data. I have to remove the null values. In this case, what I will do, I will use a data factory. I will extract the data from a blob storage. For the cleaning, I will use a Dataflow Gen2, and finally I will load the data into a lakehouse. Means I can use a ETL operation here in a Fabric Data Factory. Now suppose you have to perform a ELT operation. Now suppose I have to copy a data from a different resources into a one single place, that is a lakehouse. In this case, what I will do, I'll just first copy a data from a different resources into a lakehouse, and after that I will create one notebook to write all the kind of the PySpark code, and finally I will load the data into a table, so that Power BI people will connect and they will create a report. Means I can perform ETL and the ELT operation. I hope you got the idea about the data factory. In next video we will try to do a practical and we'll try to understand more. Hello everyone. Now let's see how to create a data factory in a Microsoft Fabric. So I open a app.fabric.microsoft.com. Once you will log in, you will see this particular screen. After that, what you have to do, you have to go into the workspace. You have to create one workspace. If you have already created a workspace, you can use that. But I am going to create a new workspace. Click on the new workspace. I am going to create a workspace data factory. Just I wanted to show you how to create a workspace again. You have to give the name data factory, or you can give any name. After that, what you have to do, go into the advanced section. You have to select the license. So we are going to use a fabric capacity, right? So you have to select that. Fabric capacity is showing here. Click on the apply. After that, one workspace will be created. If you go into the workspace, right, you can see data factory. This is the workspace got created. If you already have any workspace created, you can use that also, but I have created a new workspace. After creating a workspace, you have to click on that. Now after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create a new item. So you have to select here, click on the new item. Now from here we have to create a data factory. So if you will search for the data factory, if you search for the data factory, you will not be able to find the data factory here. You will not be able to find the data factory here, because in a fabric, if you had to create a data factory, then you had to use a data pipeline. In a Microsoft Fabric, data factory has renamed as a data pipeline. So we had to create that. So you had to select the data pipeline here, and you had to click on this. Once you will click on the data pipeline, right, you have to give the pipeline name. I will give the pipeline name as a pipeline 1. Click on the create. It's going to create a fabric data factory. So you have to remember, in a fabric data factory, we call it as a data pipeline only. After that, you will see this particular screen. Here only you can create all the kind of the activity, pipeline activity and all. So you can see two things it is showing. One is start with a blank canvas and the second is like start with the guidance. So it will also provide you some assistant to create a data pipeline, and it will also show you few of the templates to refer. But we are going to learn from scratch, right? So what actually we'll do, we are going to use a start with a blank canvas. So click on this. Once you will click on this, you will see all the kind of the activity here. You can see, but as of now, we will just select the copy data. Once you will select the copy data, right? Now after that, what we'll do, we'll just remove this, we'll just delete it. We want to explore the overview of data factory. Now you can see this is the data factory option in a fabric. You can see this is completely different from Azure Data Factory, right? The UI has completely changed. Now let's try to explore one by one. So you can see the first option is like save. If you want to save your pipeline, whatever the activity you are doing, you can save from here. The second option is same, save as. After that, export and the import. Suppose you have created any pipeline and if you want to import that and export that, you can do it from here. After that, use a template. So there are certain template. If you want to use that, you can use from here. We have a setting option, we have a discard option. It's like a undo. After that, validate. It's important because if you are creating any pipeline, if you before publishing, you can validate from here. You can run the pipeline, you can schedule a pipeline, you can trigger a pipeline, you can view the run history, and also we have a multiple option for the data activity. You can see copy data, data flow, notebook, lookup and all. So this is the home screen. The second is the activity. In the activity tab, you will see all the kind of the activity, like we have a copy data, data flow, notebook, get metadata. These all the kinds of activities are available. Now if you want to see the complete list, right, what you have to do, if you select here, right, you will see all the kind of the activities available. So you can see move and transform. In a data factory also we have a copy data, data flow, right? Here also we can see. So if you have to move and transform, right, we can use a copy data, data flow and delete. Similarly, we have another thing for the metadata and the validation, right? We can use a lookup and get metadata. For the control flow like if condition, switch, filter and all, we have a certain tab which is available under the control flow. See this, these are the another activity which is available. For orchestrate, we have a this kind of the activity like invoke pipeline, web activity, web hook, functions and all we can write from here. Similarly, we have option for the notification. Suppose you want to get a notification for your pipeline in a Teams and the Office 365, from here you can set up that. Now another option for the transform. Suppose you want to write a PySpark code, you want to create a notebook, if you want to write a script. So for that also we have option. So these are the all the activity which is available in a data factory. Everything we'll try to explore it. From here you can select that. Now first is the home option, second is the activity, third is the run. If you click on the run, from here you can run your pipeline, you can schedule it, you can trigger it. So these are the options available in a run tab. The fourth is the view. In a view, whatever the data pipeline you are creating, right, in a view, backend it creates a JSON. It in backend it creates a JSON code. So if you are familiar with the JSON code, you can edit from here. Otherwise, you can skip this particular view. So if you want to view the JSON code which has been built whenever you are creating a pipeline, you can see from here. Or if you want to edit, you can edit also from here. But mostly we are going to use this home activity runs and all. But just wanted to show you this is also option available. Bottom you can see we can create a parameter, we can create a variable, we have option for the setting, output, similar to the data factory, right? So these are the option available. Means the activity wise, most of the activity you will find similar, only the UI has changed. We'll try to explore one by one, but I hope you got the idea how to create a data factory. In next video we'll try to start the activity. Hello everyone, now let's start our practical part and let's see about copy data activity in Microsoft Fabric Data Factory. Copy data activity is one of the most commonly used and essential activity. It enables you to ingest and move a data from source to a destination. Let's take one example. Suppose I have a data, that data is available in a Azure SQL. Suppose my data is available in a Azure SQL and my requirement is like I want to copy this data. I want to copy this data into a lake house. in a lake house I want to copy this data. In this case, what I will do, I'll simply use a copy data activity. I'll simply use a copy data activity. What this copy data activity will do, it will take the data from this source and it will copy into a lake house. You just have to provide the connection details. So this is very simple. You do not have to write any kind of a code also. This copy data will move a data from a source like SQL, CSV, API, etc. Means your source can be anything, right? Your data can be anywhere. So what this copy data will help you, it will read the data from source, and wherever you want to copy this data in destination like lake house, OneLake warehouse, right? You can copy that. So let's see with practically how actually we can do. So let's do a practical. So in this practical, what actually we are going to do, we are going to copy a data from one lake house to another lake house. Suppose in a Microsoft Fabric, I have a one lake house. This is a lake house. In this lake house, I have a CSV data. What actually I will do, in a different workspace, in a different lake house, I'll just copy a data in a Parquet format. I'll read the data from this lake house, this CSV file, and what I will do, in another lake house, I will convert into a Parquet format and I will save it. So for that, what I will use a copy data. Let's see how to do this. Now I open a Fabric. Now in last video we have created one workspace. I'll show you. This is the data factory workspace. Now what actually we are going to do? Let's first create one lake house, and in that lake house we will try to copy a data. First let's create our destination. So how to create a lake house? Click on the new item. We want to create a lake house, so you have to search for the lake house. This is the lake house. We are going to create a lake house. We will give the name as a destination. Let's give the name as a destination. This is the destination lake house. Here only we want to copy. Click on the create. Once you will click on the create, right, it is going to create one lake house. So in a data factory, we have created one lake house, and that name is destination. The name is destination, and you can see these files and the tables. As of now, no file and no table is available. Now if you want to upload any kind of the file, what you have to do, click here, click on the upload file, the file will be uploaded. But what actually we want, we have created this data factory workspace. In this data factory workspace, we have created one lake house also. Now I have another workspace. So what actually you can do, you can also create one new workspace. That workspace name is source workspace. In this source workspace, I have created one source lake house. Now in a source lake house, I have uploaded couple of files. So click on the file, click on the upload, and you will be able to upload the file. Now you can see I have a couple of files, CSV, employee, and the employee 2. Now what actually I want to do, whatever the file is there, I want to read this file and I want to copy into this data factory lake house as a Parquet format with the help of the data factory pipeline. So this is the practical we are going to do. So what actually I will do, in a data factory, click on the pipeline. We have already created a pipeline, right? Click on the pipeline. This is a Fabric data factory workspace. Now we are going to perform a copy data activity. So click on the activity, click on the copy data. We are going to perform a copy data. Click on the add to canvas. Once you will do this, now in a general option, you can give any name. If you want to give any name, specific name to the copy data, you can give from here. You can give the description, and after that, if you want to set up any timeout session for this, you can set up from here. If you want to retry, if any failure is happening, you can set up from here. Now go to the source. What actually we have to do, we have to first create a connection. Now because our data is available in a lake house, right? Now to access those data, first you have to establish a connection. So what you have to do, in a connection, we have to click on the more. Now from here you will be able to see all your source data. Like suppose your source data is SQL Server database, or if your data is available ODBC, Oracle database, this all the thing you can select. But where our data is available, in a OneLake catalog, right? My data is available in this source lake data house, so that I will select. It contains the file, right? I want to copy a file, so I'll select the file. Now which particular file I want to copy, so you have to search for the browse option. Now I want to copy this in employee folder. We have a multiple files, so that I want to copy. So this all the file I want to copy. So I will not select any specific file here. I'll just click on the OK. I just selected the folder from employee folder, whatever the file is there, I want to copy all the file here. You can see recursively select. Now which particular file format you have to mention. So this all are CSV, right? Delimited text is for the CSV, so we'll select that. Now coming to the destination. So for destination also we have to establish a connection. Click on the connection, go to the more, where you want to copy. I want to copy into a lake house only. So click on the OneLake catalog, where you want to copy. I want to copy into this destination. This one we have created, right? So that's why I have selected that. I want to copy as a file only, where you want to copy. So as of now in a destination lakehouse we don't have any folder. But suppose you want to create any folder, so you can write that. So I will give the name as a destination. I will just give dest. So this will create one dest folder, and there only it will copy a data. Which particular format you want to copy data, you have to select. So suppose I want to copy the data in a Parquet format, so I'll select that. That's it. Means you have selected the source, you have selected the destination. Now if you want to see a mapping, right, you will be able to see all the kind of the mapping, like how the mapping is happening from this particular tab, you will be able to see. Now another option is setting. Now suppose any faulty data you have, so what actually you can do, from here you can select the skip incompatible rows. Means the data which is corrupted data, you can skip that from here. So that you can select, but as of now I am not selecting that. Means our source is ready, destination is ready. Now let's try to do a validate. So go to the home option, we have a validate, right? So click on the validate. You can see it's validated, no issue. After that what you have to do, you can save this, click on the save. Once you will save, right, you can run that. Click on the run. Now your pipeline will start running. What actually it will do, it will take a data from a source lakehouse as a CSV file, it will take, and it will copy into a destination lakehouse as in the form of the Parquet. So that is the thing we are doing. So you can see it is succeed now. Now to check it whether the data got copied or not, what you have to do, go to the workspace. In a data factory we have created a destination lakehouse, right? Go to the destination lakehouse. Previously no file and folder was here. So if I'll click here, you have to just refresh it. Click on the refresh. Now you can see in a file we have a destination folder. Now in the destination folder, if I show you, click on this, you can see all the department.parquet, employee.parquet, employee2.parquet. This file is available here. Means we have copied data from source to the destination. In next video what actually we'll do, we'll try to take external sources like Azure SQL DB and all, and from there we will try to copy a data and we'll try to perform the same operation. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have seen how to perform a copy data activity, but this time we are going to see if you have a data that is available outside of your OneLake, then how actually you can copy a data. So my requirement is like my data is available in a Azure SQL DB. Here my data is available in a Azure SQL DB. Suppose customer data is available. Now what actually I want to copy this data from the SQL DB to the lakehouse. I want to copy. I want to copy in the form of the Parquet, or you can copy in a JSON also. Based on your need, you can copy that. I'll show you both the things. So what actually we have to do? We have to copy a data which is available in Azure SQL. We have to copy in the Lakehouse as a Parquet or the JSON format. So let's see how actually we can perform a copy data activity here. So first thing, we will try to set up a Azure SQL. We'll first try to set up a Azure SQL. And in Azure SQL we will try to create a table, and that table actually whatever the data we have, right, we will try to copy into the lakehouse. So let's try to do that. Now I open a portal.azure.com. What actually I am going to do, I am going to create a SQL database. So search for the SQL database, you will see this. Click on that. We are going to create a SQL database. So select that. After that you have to select your subscription, you have to select your resource group. So I have already created a resource group. I will select that. If you haven't created, you can click on the create new and you can create the resource group. After that, the database name you have to give. I'll give the database name as a POC something. After that, we have to create a server also. So let me give the name as a POC server, and it should be unique. And I will select the location also, the region also. I'm going with the East US 2. After that, you have to select the SQL authentication so that you will be able to log in a SQL DB. So I will give the admin name as well as the password. Click on the OK. So what actually we are doing, first we are creating a SQL database. There we will be having a table, and that data actually we will try to copy into the Fabric Lakehouse. So that's why we are creating a SQL database. So after that, click on the OK. Select the development one, and after that, this compute and storage, it is important. Make sure you use the minimum one only. You can see this is the general purpose. You can go with the basic one, and you can select the minimum one so that you will be charged very less. Click on the apply. Local redundant backup storage. Click on the next. Public endpoint, we want to give access. Click on the yes. Click on the yes. Click on the next. Start free trial now. And after that, click on the next. We want to have a, you can see use existing data. So if you select the sample, right, you will get few of the tables data already in the SQL database. So we are going with the sample one. Click on the next. Click on the review and create. Click on the create. So it is going to create one SQL database for you. Now you can see deployment is completed. Click on the go to resource. We have created one SQL database. Now we will try to log in. So click on the query editor here. We will pass the login and the password. So let me pass the password which I have set up. Click on the OK. Now you can see I am able to open the SQL database. In left side you can see we have a couple of tables. So if I'll show you one of the table, we can use any of the table, but what actually I want to show you, the table data. So suppose this is the customer data I have. If I run this is the data we have. What actually I want to do, this particular data I want to copy in our lakehouse in a Fabric through a data pipeline. Now what actually I want to do, whatever the data is available in this particular table, right, I want to copy in a destination lakehouse. I want to copy in a destination lakehouse. So in a data factory, we have created one of the lakehouse, right, destination lakehouse. Here only I want to copy a data. So how actually we can do that? For that we have to create a pipeline. So I'll go to the workspace. I'll go to the data factory workspace. Now we are going to create one data pipeline. So click on this new item. Click on the data pipeline. We are going to create one pipeline for that. Click on the create. After that, click on the pipeline activity. We want to do a copy data, so select that copy data. Now after that you have to select the source and the destination. So I'll go to the source. First we have to give the connection. So click on the more. What is your data? So from here you have to select. So my data is Azure SQL database. So I will select that. After that we have to pass the server and the database name. So in a SQL database in Azure, right, go to the overview option. Click on the OK. Now this is the server and this is the database name. How to give this server name? What you have to do? Click on this server, copy this, come here. You can see in this pattern we have to give server.database.windows.net. Click on this server.database.windows.net. This is the server, and after that you have to give the database name. What is our database name here? This is the database we have created. So give that database. After that, create a new connection. This is the connection name, and this one we will go with the basic. You have to pass the username and the password. So let me pass the username and the password which we have set up, and click on the connect. You can see it is connected that, and if you want to test the connection, click on the test connection. If it is succeed, means you are able to successfully connect the SQL database. Otherwise you have to check your setting. You can see connection is successful. Now in the table, right, which particular table you want to copy? I want to copy this customer, so I'll select the customer. Now coming to the destination, in a destination where you want to copy, so I'll go to the more option, go to the OneLake catalog because I want to copy here. I want to copy in the destination. I want to copy as a file, so I'll select the file path. So let me give the name as a customer. I want to create one folder, so that's why I'm giving the file path as a customer. So it is going to create one folder customer, and there only it will copy. And I want to copy in the form of which particular format? So if you want to copy in a JSON format, you can select the JSON. If you want to copy in a Parquet, you can select the Parquet. So let me save as a JSON. So I'll select the JSON. Once you do this, right, after that our pipeline is ready. What you have to do, you have to validate it. Click on the validate. No issue here. Close it. Now after that we will try to run it. Click on the run, save and run. Click on the save and run. It will read the data from a SQL database. It is going to copy in a OneLake Data Lakehouse as a JSON file. You can see it is succeed now, means our pipeline ran successfully. Now if you want to see the data, right, what actually you can do, go to the OneLake. In a OneLake we have a destination lakehouse, right? Here only we copied, so select that, click on the open. Now click on the refresh. You can see customer one folder got created. Click on this. You can see sales lt customer.json. This particular file is available. Now whatever the data was available here, right, in a SQL DB, that got copied into this particular location in a JSON format. So like this actually we can perform a copy data. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. Now let's see about the second activity, that is a delete activity in a Fabric Data Factory. So delete activity, by the name itself you can understand. With the help of the delete activity, we can remove any file or we can delete any file or folder from the storage. We can remove any kind of the file and folder from a storage. It is useful for cleaning up outdated, invalid or temporary data automatically as part of the data workflow. So if you have to delete any kind of the outdated file or if you want to perform any cleanup operation, in that kind of the scenario, delete activity generally we use. Now I have a one business scenario. Let's try to understand, and with the help of that we'll get a better idea about the delete activity. Now my requirement is like, on a daily basis I want to take a data from a S3 location and I want to copy into the OneLake in a branch folder. My requirement is like, on a daily basis I had to copy a data from S3 and I had to copy into the OneLake. In a OneLake we have a one lake house and the branch folder is available. So this is my requirement. But the thing is like, I only want to have a latest data. I only want to have a latest data into this branch folder. Now suppose first day what happens? Whatever the data is available in S3, right? We have done the copy activity. With the help of the copy data activity, we have copied the data into the branch. We have copied the data into a branch. Now in a branch we already have a data. Now in a second day when I am running the pipeline, you can see my data is already available. What actually I want to do? First I want to remove the data which is already available. This is a previous day data, right? So what actually I want to do? I want to first remove this data. I want to do a cleanup. I want to first do a cleanup and then I want to do a copy. So this is my requirement. So in this case what I will do? I'll use a delete activity. In this delete activity, first I will remove all the file which is available in a branch folder. I'll remove all the file which is available in a branch folder. So I'll use a delete activity for that. And after delete activity, I'll perform a copy data activity so that only the latest data will be available in a branch folder. So whenever you have to do any kind of the cleanup operation, right, in that kind of the scenario, we use a delete activity. Let's see with the practical, you will get better idea. It's very simple. So I open a Fabric. I'll go to the workspace. In a data factory workspace, we have a destination, right? You can see in a destination, in a customer, we have this file available. What actually I want to do? I want to clean up this particular file from here with the help of the data pipeline. How actually I can do that? First go to the your workspace. We are going to create a new pipeline. So click on the new item. Click on the data pipeline. Pipeline 3 we want to create. Click on that. In this pipeline, we are going to use a delete activity. So what actually you will do? Click on the activity. We are going to use a delete activity. So click on the three dot. Use a delete data. Use a delete data. Now in this delete data, first you have to select the source, which particular location you want to clean up. So you have to go into the more in a connection in OneLake catalog, right? From here you want to clean up. So in a destination, which particular directory? So you can search the directory. This customer. So I'll select the customer. From this customer directory, I want to do a cleanup. Click on the OK. That's it. After that logging setting, now after that, whatever the log also, if you want to save somewhere, right? So then you can click on the enable logging. I'll just unselect this because I don't want any logging as of now. Now my pipeline is ready. After that, what I will do, I'll just click on the run and save. You can see we have a run option. Click on the run. Before running, one thing you have to remember, you first validate it. So no issue here. After that, click on the run, save and run. Let's wait. What actually it will do, it will remove the file from a customer folder. It is succeed now. Now if I'll go to the OneLake in a destination lake house, click on the open. I will just refresh it. Previously we have a customer this data, right? I'll just refresh it. You can see that customer folder and the data actually got deleted with the help of the pipeline. So with the help of the delete activity, we can perform a cleanup operation. I hope you got the idea. Now we will understand about the get metadata activity in a Microsoft Fabric Data Factory. So metadata activity in a Fabric Data Factory is used to extract the metadata information from a dataset or file. For taking example, suppose you want to know the file size, suppose you want to know the last modified date, suppose you want to know the number of files, suppose you want to know folder name or path, suppose you want to know structure schema, means all the kind of the metadata information if you want to know, we can use a metadata activity. For taking example, I have a one of the container, blob container. In this container I have a multiple files like 1.csv, 2.csv, like that the multiple files are available. Now you want to know what are the files which is present into this particular container. How actually you can get it? With the help of the metadata we can get it. Suppose you want to know what are the files present and what is their schema. Means you want to know each file name with the schema. With the schema. How actually you can get it? You can get it with the help of the metadata activity. Means if you want to know number of files, you want to know last modified date, you want to know the file size, everything you can get it from the metadata activity. Now let's take an example in a real time on which kind of the scenario we use a metadata. So the most common scenario is like, suppose I have a one of the container. Suppose I have one of the container. In this container I have a multiple file like employee.csv, sales.json, and department.csv. Like this the files are available. Now your requirement is like, you only want to process those data which is modified in the last 24 hours. You only want to process those file which is modified in the last 24 hours. Suppose this is the file which is modified in the last 24 hours. This is the latest file. Now you only want to process this file. So how you will get to know these are the files which is present and out of which only this file modify in the last 24 hours. We can use a get metadata activity for this. We can use a get metadata activity. With the help of the get metadata activity, what will happen? For each file I will get their last modified time. For each file I will get their last modified time. Once I will get for each file last modified time, I can apply a condition whether the last modified time is within a 24 hours or not. If it is a within a 24 hours, I'll take those file and I will process it. Now to know what is their last modified time, with the help of the get metadata I can know that. So this is a very useful also, because whenever you want to know what are the file which is present into the container, what is their data property. If you want to know this kind of the information, with the help of the get metadata we can do. Now let's take another example. Suppose I have this particular container. In this container I have a multiple files like 1.csv, 2.json, 3.parquet. Like this the multiple files are available, 4.csv. Now my requirement is like I only want to process the CSV file. I only want to process the CSV file. How I will know that these are the file which is CSV file? So what actually I can do? I can use a get metadata activity. In a get metadata activity, what are the files which is present here? I will get to know. Now once I will get to know what are the files which is present, I can apply a condition whether it is contain the CSV or whether it is contains a GSV, and based on that I can process that. So this kind of the scenario where I can use the get meta. Let's take another example. Suppose I have a blob container. This is a blob container and I have a employee file, employee.csv, employee2.csv, as well as the department.csv, department2.csv. Now your requirement is like you only want to process the employee file. You only want to process the employee file. You can see here employee file is present and also department file is present. Now how you can do that? So with the help of the get metadata activity, what I will get to know, I'll get to know what is their file name. If the file name contains the employee, right? In this case, what I will do, I will only process those employee file. So to know what are the files which is present and what is their file name, what actually I can use a get metadata activity, and from there, if the file contains the employee, I will take only those file and I will process it. So it is a very useful activity. With the help of that, we can know the metadata information of any files and the folder. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So let's first create the ADLS account in a Microsoft Azure. So I'll go to the Azure. I will search for the ADLS. Create a storage account first. Click on the create. Give the storage account name. And after that, you have to go with the standard one, and the redundancy you have to select the lower one. Click on the next. You have to enable the hierarchy namespace so that the ADLS will be created. Click on the next, review and the create. Once you will do this, after that you have to click on the create button, then your ADLS account will be ready. Click on the create. This is going to create one ADLS account for me. In that ADLS account, what actually we will do, we will try to store a multiple files. We'll try to store a multiple files, and with the help of the get metadata activity, we'll try to fetch the metadata information. So let's wait it to complete, then we will continue. You can see it is complete now. Click on the go to resource, go to the data storage, click on the container. We are going to create one container. The container name we can give anything. I will give the name as a source. So it is a source file. So click on the create. Now in the source container, I will try to upload a multiple files. So for the file upload, click on the upload. Click on the browse file. We'll try to upload a multiple files. Let me upload the employee and the department file. These are the file actually I am uploading. Click on the upload. Now you can see multiple files are there. Now I want to know the metadata information. So I'll go to the fabric, go to the home. First click on the workspace. Now this is the workspace we have created, right? In this workspace, what actually we are going to do, we are going to create a pipeline. Click on the new, click on the data pipeline, pipeline fold. Now we are going to do a metadata activity. So go to the activity tab. Now you can see we have one option get metadata. Now in a triple dot also if you select, you will see a get metadata activity. So select that. Once you select the get metadata activity, right? Now you have to go into the setting, because the first tab you only have to give the basic information. Go to the setting tab. Now in setting tab, first you have to mention the connection. So let me go to the more. our source file is available in a ADLS account, right? So search for the Azure Data Lake Gen2. This is the Gen2. After that, we have to pass the URL. Now we have to connect to the ADLS account. So if you want to connect with the ADLS account, you should have passed the URL and all, so that we will be able to make a connection. So how actually you can do? First you have to come to the storage account. So this is the storage account we have created, right? Come here. Now in the bottom you will see in a bottom in a setting option, you have to click on the setting. Under this setting you will see endpoints. So this particular endpoint, data lake storage. So for data lake storage, this is the endpoint. Select this. Once you will select that, pass here. Now after that, what you have to do? Create a new connection. Click on the create a new connection. Once you will click on the create a new connection, you have to give the connection name. You can give any name. I will give the connection name as a ADLS something. After that, authentication kind. So with this information only, if you will try to connect, right, it will throw you error. It will throw you error because we are in a fabric and we want to connect with the ADLS. So you can see invalid credential. So in authentication, we are going to pass a account key. As of now, we are doing a practical, so our main goal is to just connect. So we are using a account key and this particular URL. So in account key, how you will get it? In a security and a networking, click on the security and the networking. You will see access key. Click any one of them, copy this, go here, account key, click on the connect. You can see I am able to connect. Now if you want to know the file path, right, search for the file, go to the browse. This is a particular container, and that particular container I want to know the metadata information, so I will give the only the source. This is the container name, right? I will give only that. File format, my file format is in delimited text CSV, right? So I will mention that. Now after that, this is the important, the field list. What kind of the metadata information you want to know, that you have to select. So I want to know the child item. So let's select the child items. I am selecting the child items. After that, what I will do, I'll just try to run it. I'll just try to run this. So click on the run, click on the save and run. Let's try to see whether what kind of the metadata information we are getting. You can see it is succeed now. Now we will see the output. So come here, click on the output. What actually output we got, let's try to see. So you can see in a child item we have all the information. So it is giving me the name is this particular file, and the type is file, means it is saying like this is the first file, this is a CSV file, and their type is file. Now the second is this is the department and their file is file. The third one is like this is the department1.csv. Means I am able to get all the file details. I am able to get what are the file which is present into the my particular container. These are the files which is present. This is a child item when we have selected. Now let me select any other thing. So suppose you want to know the last modified. So you click on the last modified and let's try to run again. Click on the run, click on the save and run. Succeed. Now go to the output. In our output you will get the last modified date. So what actually it has done, we have a multiple file, right? In our storage account, if I'll go, this is the storage account. I'll go to the data storage container. From this source you will get this last modified time. So I am able to get the last modified output. So this is the last modified output. So this, the time may be a differ because the UTC and the IST, that's why the it is showing different. But I am able to, if you have to, if you want to know the this last modified date, right, from here you can get it. Now for each file you want to know, in this case what actually you will do, you will loop it, and based on that looping you will get the last modified time. But as of now, I hope you got the idea how to get the metadata information of any files and the folder. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the filter activity in Fabric Data Factory. So by the name itself, we can understand filter activity means based on certain condition, we can filter a element, from array. Let's take one example so that we'll get a better idea. For taking example, suppose I have one of the blob container. This is my blob container. In this blob container, I have a multiple files. Like suppose I have a employee.csv file, I have a department.json file, I have a sales.csv file. Like the multiple files are available. Now my requirement is like I have to filter only the CSV file from here, and I have to load the data into a lakehouse. This is my requirement. Now in this case, what you have to do, first you have to read what are the files which is available here. Not to read what are the files which is available here, what actually we use a get metadata activity, right? In previous video we have understand, if you have to read the metadata information like what are the files which is available into this particular blob storage, what you will use a get metadata. You will get to know what are the files which is available. From with the help of get metadata, I will get to know what are the files which is available, like CSV file is available, I have a department.json file is available, I'll get to know sales.csv file is available. Now my requirement is like I only have to filter CSV file. I only have to take a CSV file. So in this case, what I will use? I will use a filter activity. I will use a filter activity to filter only the CSV file. To filter only the CSV file, and for that I will write one condition. I will write a condition if the file name contains, if this file name, whatever the output we are getting from here, right? If the file name contains CSV, it means that is a CSV file. If it doesn't contain CSV, that means it is not a CSV file. That kind of the condition I will write, and I will filter only the CSV file. So filter activity will help you to filter a element based on the certain condition. I hope you got the idea what is filter data activity. Let's try to do a practical. Let's try to take a same example. In a ADLS, we'll try to upload a multiple file, and from there we will only filter the CSV file. Let's take this example. So I open my Fabric. I have also created a blob storage. So let me show you the blob storage. I'll go to the ADLS. I have created the Azure Data Lake storage actually. In last video also we have covered how to create a DLS account and how to upload a file. So this is a particular storage we have created. In this particular storage, I have one of the container. This is the source container. Now in this source container, I have a couple of CSV file available. What I will do, I will upload few JSON file also. Now from this particular location, I will only filter the CSV file. This is a JSON file. So I will upload this file also. So now you can see in my ADLS account, I have a CSV file also, and also I have a JSON file. You can see covid.json. This is the file available. Now what is my requirement? My requirement is like I only had to filter all the CSV file from here. So what actually we will do, we'll create one pipeline to know what are the files which is available into this particular location, right? First we will use a get metadata activity. We will read what are the file which is available into this particular location. After that we will use a filter activity to filter only the CSV data. I'll go to the Fabric. In the particular workspace data factory, we are going to create a new pipeline. Click on the new item, click on the data pipeline, click on the create. We are going to use a get metadata activity first. So first go to the activity tab. We are going to use a get metadata activity. Now with the help of the get metadata activity, we'll get to know what are the files which is available into this particular container. So let's try to read that. How actually you will get to know what are the files which is available into the ADLS. Go to the setting, go to the connection, click on the more. Our file is available in a Data Lake Gen2. We'll select that. Now you have to pass the URL and the connection string. So what is the URL? In a URL you have to pass, go to the storage, go to this particular storage. In a bottom you will see endpoint. In a settings tab you will see the endpoint. From here you can select this data lake storage, copy that, paste into the URL, create a new connection, and after that you have to pass the authentication. We'll use the account key. Now in account key, how you will get account key? Go to the security and network. You will see access key. click on the access key. This is the key. You can copy any one of them. Go here, pass the account key, click on the connect, it will be connected. In previous video also I have shown the same video. So now we have connected to the ADLS. What actually we'll do, we'll select the file path. This is the container we want to select. Now we want to read what are the files which is available into this source container. So I'll select the source, click on the OK, and this one we will use as a delimited text. Click on the field list. From here we will use a child item, and what we'll do, we'll try to go to the home tab, click on the run, save and run. It will start running the pipeline and it will give you what are the files which is available into that particular container. So let's wait what is the output we are getting. Now if you will see, these are the output I am getting. I am getting all the output right. COVID.json, Delhi, CSV.csv means I am able to read all the file which is available into that particular location, what is their file name and what is their file type, means I am able to read all the thing. Now what actually I want to do, I want to filter only those file which is a CSV file, means only I want to take those file which is a CSV file, means I had to apply a filter activity to filter based on the condition. So if I will apply a condition like if the name contains CSV, that means that is a CSV file. If the name anywhere it contains the CSV, that means it is a CSV file. Here you can see no CSV is mentioned, right? That means it is not a CSV file. If I'll apply that kind of the condition and if I'll filter, so I will get only the CSV file. So that is my requirement. So what I will do, first I will copy this output and I'll paste into the one of the notebook. Here I have pasted it. Now let's try to use a filter activity. To use a filter activity, go to the activity tab. In the three dot, right, you will see this filter activity, use that. Now in filter activity, we'll connect both. Select the filter activity, go to the setting. Now in a setting items, so what I will do, we will use a dynamic content and whatever the output we are getting from get meter, right, we will select. So you can see get meter child item. If I select this, you can see this is the dynamic content. What it will give, it will give me the output which is coming from get meta. From get metadata we are getting this output, right? So it will give me that. I will select and click on the OK. Now what is the condition I want to apply? So click on the add dynamic content. So use this filter one at the rate item. So if I write at the rate item dot name, if I write at the rate item dot name, that means here if you will see at the rate items is completely which we are getting from get metadata. If I write at the rate items dot name, means I will get only the file name, like this is the covid.json, this is the delhi csv.csv, this is all the, means at the rate item dot name will represent me all the file name. Now what is the condition I want to write? I'll write a condition at the rate contains, at the rate contains, open a bracket, if item dot name contains csv, means I want to filter only those record which contain the CSV. Now if you will see, it is in smaller, so we will write the at the rate item contain the CSV, that is what I want to filter. So what I have written, whatever we are getting from here, right, if the name contains the CSV, that only I want to filter. Click on the OK. This is the filter activity. Now let's try to run. We should only get the all the CSV file. So to run this, go to the home tab, click on the run, click on the save and run. You can see first it has completed the get metadata one activity, after that the filter activity. Now if I see in the filter one output, right, click on the output tab, you will see total item count is 6 but the filter item is only 5 and it filter only the CSV file, means we can't see any JSON file here. So like this actually we can use a filter activity, we can perform a filter based on the certain condition. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about lookup activity in Microsoft Fabric. The lookup activity in Microsoft Fabric is used to retrieve a data from a data source such as table, file or query and make it available for use in other pipeline activity. What does it mean? Let's try to understand. With the help of the lookup activity, we can retrieve a data. We can retrieve a data from a table or file. We can retrieve a data from table, file, or query. Let's take one example so that we will get a better idea. For taking example, suppose I have one employee table. I have an employee table. In this employee table, I have all the employee information, like what is their ID, what is their name, what is their address, or what is their salary. All the information is available into this employee table. I have another table that is an employee resign table. Now in this employee resign table, I have all the employee details who are resigning. Suppose employee 2 and the 4, they are resigning. Now my requirement is like I have to take the data from here. I have to retrieve a data from here, and what I had to do, I had to delete the data from the employee table. I had to delete the data from a employee table. Now in this case, first I had to get all the ID details, all the employee ID details who are resigning, right? So in this case, I had to retrieve a data from the employee resign table. So what I will do, for that I will use a lookup activity. With the help of the lookup activity, I can write a SQL query also, and I will get all the ID details from the employee resign table. And once I will get the all the ID details, suppose ID 2 and the 4, they are resigning, right? So mostly we will get the data output will be in the form of the array. So once I will get this data, what I will do, this data I will use to delete data from the employee table, to delete the data from a employee table. Means lookup activity will help you to retrieve a data from any of the table or file. So I hope you got the idea. So lookup activity generally we use to retrieve a data from a table, file, or a query. Let's try to do a practical so that you will get better idea. So I open my Fabric, go to the Fabric workspace, go to the data factory, and here we are going to create a new pipeline. Click on the pipeline, click on the data pipeline, click on the create. We are going to create a new pipeline. Go to the activity. We are going to create a new activity. You can see we have a lookup activity. Select that. Now in a lookup activity, right, main option is a setting. So go to the setting. First we have to establish a connection. So whether it is a file or whether it is a table. So for that you have to make a connection. So in Azure we have created one SQL database also. We have created a SQL database. So what I will do, we'll try to read this SQL database table contain. So if you can see, we have a multiple table. So we have address table. So let me show you the address table. Now you can see this is my table. This is a sales LT address table I have. Now my requirement is like from a lookup activity, I want to fetch all the country details. I want to fetch all the country details. So how actually I can fetch those details? So I'll come to this lookup. First I have to make a connection. How I had to make a connection. I already make a connection in previous video also. We have done a practical for the Azure SQL database, right? So there we have established a connection. You can watch those video. So I'll use the same connection. After that, what we have to do, connection type. So connection type also we have established Azure SQL database, and after that you can test the connection. You can see connection is successful. Our database name is this. Now what actually we want? We want to fetch the distinct country region from this table. So for that, what I will write, we'll write a query. We will write one query. So I will write select distinct. What is the column name? Country region. I'll write country region. Select distinct country region from this particular table. So let me pass the table name sales LT dot address. Sales LT dot address. So I have written a query. I have used a lookup activity. I have established a connection with the Azure SQL database, and after that I am passing the query. You can see as of now first row only is selected. Now what I will do, I want to read those table, right? I will click on the save and the run. Now let's see whether we are able to read the content from this particular table or not, like all the country region details we are able to read or not. You can see it is succeed. Now if I will see the output, right, you can see the only Canada it is showing the first row, because whenever we use the lookup activity, right, you can see first row only is selected. So you uncheck this. Now you try to run this. Now let's see whether we are able to read all the data from this particular table or not. Succeed now. Go to the output. Now you can see all the country region I am able to select. Canada, United Kingdom, United States, all the things I am able to select. So with the help of the lookup activity, what actually we are able to do? We are able to read the content of any table with the help of the query also, or even if you already have a store procedure, that store procedure also you can use, and you can fetch the data. You can retrieve a data from particular table and the file. So that is the use case. Now once you got the output, right, we got all the output. That output actually we can use. Suppose based on the based on the USA only you want to copy a data, like that condition you want to apply, you can apply, and that data only you can copy. So this is very useful to retrieve a data content from any table or file, and based on that we can write certain condition, and based on the certain condition only we can copy a data, we can delete a data, or we can perform any operation. So I hope you got the idea how to use a lookup activity. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about parameters in a Fabric Data Factory. So what is a parameter? Parameter in a Fabric Data Factory allow you to make your pipeline, data set and data flow dynamic and reusable by passing values during the runtime. Let's take with example. What is a parameter? With the help of the parameter we can make our data pipeline dynamic and we can pass the value during the runtime. For taking example, suppose I have one ADLS account. In this ADLS account I have a multiple file, like employee file is there, department file is there, and also sales files is there. Now what is my requirement? My requirement is like I have to copy this data into a lakehouse. I have to copy this data into a lakehouse. I only have to copy the employee data. That is my requirement. In this case what I will do, I'll create one copy data activity. I'll create one copy data activity, and in the location I will pass source. Suppose this is a source container, that's why I'm writing source, and which particular file I want to copy. I want to copy employee.csv. This particular thing I will pass. I'll create a copy data activity. When I will run, what will happen? It will pick this particular file only from here, and it will copy into this lakehouse. Now after some time, what actually happened? I got another requirement, and what they are saying, I want to copy this sales data from ADLS to lakehouse. In this case what will happen? Again we are going to create another copy data activity, because our location is changing, right? Our location is changing. So what I will do, again I will create one copy data activity. In this case I will pass the source location as a source and the sales.csv, so that it will take only the sales data and it will copy into the lakehouse. Now in this case what is happening, even though we have to perform only the copy data activity because of the different location, what actually happening, we are creating a multiple copy data activity. Instead of doing this, what actually we can do, we can create one parameter. We can create one parameter. So we will define one parameter name as a file name, and in the path we will pass source as well as this parameter file name. Now when you will run the pipeline, right, when you will run the pipeline, it will ask which particular file name. Then you can say employee.csv. If you will say employee.csv, then employee.csv file it will copy. Now again if you will run, again it will ask which particular file name you want to copy. So if you will say department.csv, in this case it will pick department.csv and it will copy that data. So with the help of the parameter we can make our pipeline dynamic, and also we can make reusable. So let's try to do a practical so that we'll get better idea. So in Azure Data Factory we have created one ADLS account, right? So let me show you ADLS account, storage account. Here we have uploaded a multiple file in a container. If I'll show you, go to the data storage, go to the container, source is, you can see we have a multiple files. Now my requirement is like I want to copy this delhi.csv file from this location to the ADLS. So what I will do, for that I will create a pipeline. I'll show you. I'll go to the workspace, go to the data factory, go to the new item, create a new data pipeline. So I think we have opened a multiple things, so let's close this. So what I will do, I'll go to the workspace, I'll go to the data factory. We are going to create a new pipeline. Click on the new item, click on the data pipeline. We are going to create a one pipeline, that is a pipeline 7. what we had to do, we had to perform a copy data activity. So go to the activity, click on the copy data, add to the canvas. Once you will do this, copy data is coming. Now we want to copy a data from my ADLS location to the lakehouse. So in ADLS, I want to copy this employee1.csv file. So what I will do, I'll come to this copy data in a source. First, I will create a connection. How to create a connection, we have already covered in a previous video. We have already created a ADLS connection also. So what we are going to do, we are going to directly use that connection. So this is the one, ADLS one. I will select that, and after that I will browse it. So you can see this is the source. In this source we have a multiple files available. So suppose I want to copy this employee1.csv, right? So I will select that. If I will not select this particular file, in this case what will happen, it will copy all the files, but I have a requirement, I want to copy only the employee1.csv. So I will select that, click on the OK. Now in this case what will happen, it will take a data from a employee1.csv and it will copy the data into a lakehouse. So you also have to specify the file format. So let me give the file format as a, it will give the file format as a delimited text. Now where you want to copy, that you have to specify. So I want to copy into a lakehouse. So for that you have to create a connection. We already have created a connection destination. So I'll select that. You have to specify where you want to copy. I want to copy in a file section. Click here. Where you want to copy, that you have to specify. Suppose I want to copy into this destination folder. So I will select that, click on the OK. The file format you have to mention, file format is the CSV. In a CSV only I want to copy. So we have selected a source, we have selected a destination. In this case what will happen, because we have given the file path as employee1.csv, it will take a data from this particular location employee1.csv and it will copy this data into our lakehouse, because we have passed this employee1.csv. But suppose after some time we got another requirement and they are saying like we want to copy this department.csv also. So in this case what you have to do, again you have to create one more pipeline and you have to pass the file path, and this file name you have to pass as a department1.csv. Means you have to create a multiple pipeline in this case. So instead of doing this, what we can do, we can create a parameter and this file name during the runtime only we can pass. So what you have to do, outside you have to click anywhere, you can see parameter, click on the new, we'll give the parameter as a file name. After that go to the copy data, in a file name add dynamic content, you will see whatever the parameter you have created, select that, click on the OK. Now in this case what will happen, whenever you will run the pipeline, right, so it will ask which particular file name you want to copy, which particular file you want to copy. Let me show you. Click on the home, click on the run, click on the save and run. So you can see it is asking which particular file name you want to copy. So if I'll pass, I want to copy employee1.csv, employee1.csv. In this case what will happen, from a source it will pick employee1.csv file and it will copy into the destination. If I click on the OK, it will start running the pipeline and it will copy that. It is saying like a specified file was not found. So what is the file name we have passed? You can see it is employee_1, that's why it is failed. So let me run again, click on the run. Let's give the proper name. So suppose I will give department.csv, department.csv file mention, department.csv, and if I'll click on the OK, now in this case it will copy a department.csv file. You can see it is succeed. Now if we'll go to the lakehouse, right, OneLake destination, click on the open, click on the refresh. In a destination you can see department.csv got copied. Now again I will go to the pipeline, go to the pipeline again. Now again if you run this pipeline, right, if I'll go to the home, if I'll click on the run, what will happen, again it will ask which particular file you want to copy. So we have made it parameterized, during the runtime only we can pass. In this case we do not have to create a multiple pipeline and we can reuse the same one. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about ForEach activity in Microsoft Fabric. So for each activity is similar to the programming language. In a programming language also we have a for loop, right? So this for loop generally we use to iterate collection of item. For taking example, suppose I have an array. Now in array I have a multiple values 3, 4, 5. Now if you have to iterate, then what you will use? You will use a for loop. You will write like this, right? For I in array, and if you will do print I, what will happen? One by one this value will be printed. So if you had to iterate anything, what actually we use in programming, we use a for loop. Now in a fabric also, if you had to iterate anything, the collection of item, then what actually we use a for each activity. Let's take one example and let's understand our practical part also, so that you will get a better idea. So what actually my requirement is like, I have a one ADLS account. I have a ADLS account. Now in ADLS account I have a multiple file. Like suppose example employee.csv file is there, department.csv file is there. Suppose a department.json file is also there. JSON is there, sales.json is there. Like that the multiple files are there. My requirement is like in ADLS, whatever the CSV file is there, that file I want to delete. That file only I want to delete. That is my requirement. Now in this case what actually we will do? First, with the help of the get metadata activity, we will read what are the files are available into this ADLS. We will use a get metadata. We'll try to read what are the files which is available into this ADLS location. With the help of the get metadata, each file name we will be able to read. Now after that, what actually I will do? I'll use a filter activity. With the help of the filter activity, I will take all the files and I will check whether the file contains CSV or not. If the file contains CSV, means that is a CSV file. So in a filter, I will get a output like what are the CSV file is there. For taking example, employee.csv is there, department.csv is there. These are the CSV file is there. That is the output I will get from the filter. Now this file you have to delete. So in this case, what actually we will do for deleting? We will use a delete activity. Now in a delete activity, right, one by one this all the file name you have to pass. So instead of doing this, what actually you can do? You can use a for each activity. And you can iterate this file one by one, and this file name you can pass into the delete activity, and that file will be deleted. Now you will say, why to create a for each activity we can do manually. For taking example, suppose you applied a filter, after that you got hundreds or thousands of CSV files. In this case, this thousand of CSV files suppose you had to delete. Now one by one you can't do, right? You had to iterate. So what actually you will do? You will use a for each activity. You will iterate all the file one by one. You will pass into the delete activity, and that particular file will be deleted. I hope you got the idea when actually we use a for each activity. Let's try to do the same practical. Now I open my Azure account. In Azure we have a ADLS. In ADLS I have uploaded a multiple file. You can see JSON as well as CSV file is available. My requirement is like I want to delete only the CSV data from this particular container using a for each activity. As we are learning for each activity, so with the help of that we will see how actually we can delete only the CSV file from this particular location. So I'll go to the fabric. I created one new pipeline. I'm going to use one activity. So first activity I am going to use, that is a get metadata. With the help of the get metadata, I'll try to read what are the file which is present into this particular location. So I'll go to the setting. In a connection, I have already set up the connection, so I'm going to use the same one. Select the file path, select the source, click on the OK. So from this particular source, I want to read all the file. Select the file format, delimited text, field list. This is a child item. Now let me try to run this. Let me click on the run, click on the save and run. Let's see whether we are able to read all the file which is available into our source or not. You can see it is succeed. If I will show you the output, in the output you will be able to see all the file and their type, like covid.json, delhi csv file, all the file is available. Now what actually I want to do, I only want to filter a CSV data from here. So for that I will use filter activity. go here, go to the filter activity, connect both, select the filter, go to the setting. In item, I will pass all the output from a get metadata. So select the dynamic content, get metadata, whatever the output, right? I want to pass here. I have to select this child item because we have selected the child item, right? I have to pass the child item. Click on the OK. Now after that, in a condition, we'll write one condition. So from get metadata, we got all the file name and their type, right? So if I write @item, if I'll write filter @item dot name, that means that will represent my file name. @item dot name will represent my file name. So I will apply a condition if the file name contains the CSV, contains, I have written contains item dot name is nothing but a file name. If it is a CSV, that CSV, that file only I want. So I have written a one condition. If the item dot name contains CSV, that means that is a CSV file. So I'll click on the OK. Now let's try to run and let's see whether we are able to see only the CSV file or not. So with the help of the filter activity, we are trying to filter only the CSV files. Now if I show you the output, you can see total file is 6, but the filter file is 5. Means we have a total 5 CSV file we can see here. We can only see the CSV files. Now what actually we want? After that, we got a multiple CSV file here, right, in a filter activity. Now this all the CSV file I want to delete from the this particular location. Now for deleting we have a delete activity. For deleting we have a delete activity, but we have a multiple files we have to delete, right? One by one manually we have to pass. Instead of doing that, what actually we can use? We can use a ForEach activity. So use the ForEach. In this ForEach, I'll try to connect the filter into ForEach. Whatever the output we got from the filter, right, we will try to pass into the ForEach. So select the sequential, one by one we want to pass. Click on the dynamic content, click on the activity output. Because in a filter we got a multiple values, right? That is nothing but that is array. So you have to select the filter activity output, and also you have to write dot value because we have a multiple files. So this is the one you have to do. Click on the OK. Now one by one, whatever the output we got from a filter, right, we are passing into the ForEach activity. Now after that I will use a delete data. In activity we are going to use a delete data. So we want to delete it from the ADLS, right? So first select the connection. After that select the file path. So I will select the file path, which particular file you want to delete. I want to delete from the source container. Now which particular file name? So file name that will come from this ForEach only. So I will write item dot name. Click on the OK. Now what actually happened? So from filter activity we got all the CSV file. Now one by one all the CSV file we are passing into the ForEach activity, and that item dot name is nothing but that is a CSV file name, and that particular file actually we are passing into the delete activity. So that will delete our data from a ADLS. Now let's try to run and let's try to see whether it's working or not. One more thing, in a logging setting, right, you just uncheck it. Now click on the run, click on the save and run. Now you can see first get metadata activity has run. You can see all the file we are able to read. After that the filter activity which has ran. In a filter activity I can see only the CSV file. Once we get all the CSV file, in a ForEach, right, multiple time we are running the delete data activity. We are passing one by one all the file name from this filter. So first we are passing the daily.csv, then we are passing the employee.csv. Means what are the CSV file, right? One by one we are passing in the delete data activity, and we are trying to delete that. So you can see it is succeed now. The multiple delete data which has run, and it is succeed. Now let's go to the source location. and let's try to refresh. You can see all the CSV file got deleted from this particular location. So like that, if you had to iterate anything, what actually we can do, we can use a for each activity. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about if condition activity in a Microsoft Fabric. If condition is similar to the if else condition in a programming language. So let's try to understand if condition. So in if condition, we generally write one condition. We generally write one condition. Now if the condition is true, if the condition is true, then you can perform a activity. If the condition is false, then you can perform another activity. You can perform another activity. This is a working of the if condition activity. Let's take one example so that we'll get better idea. That is the practical we are going to do. Suppose I have a ADLS account. Now in ADLS I have a multiple file. I have a employee.csv file. I have a employee1.csv file. I have a employee2.csv file. Like that, multiple files are there. Department.csv file, CSV file. Now what actually I want, my condition is like if any of the file name, which contains EMP, you can see EMP1 also there, EMP2 also there. So if any of the file name which contains EMP, that means what actually I want to do, I want to perform a delete activity. I want to perform a delete activity, and that file I want to delete from the ADLS. That file I want to delete from the ADLS. Now if any of the file that doesn't contain EMP, if any of the file name which doesn't contain the EMP, in that case what actually I want to do, I want to perform a copy activity, and I want to copy this data into a lakehouse. I want to copy this data into a lakehouse. This is what I want to do. In this case, what actually I can do, I can use if condition activity. Now in if condition, what actually we can do, you can write one condition. So condition we will write if the file name contains EMP, if the file name contains EMP, if it contains EMP, that means that will be a true. In this case what we will do, we'll perform a delete activity. If the file name it doesn't contain the EMP, that means that is a false. In that case we will perform a copy activity. So how actually we can do this practical? So what I will do, first we had to read all the file from the ADLS. To read what are the file which is present in a ADLS, we will use a get metadata. We will use a get metadata. From the get metadata, we will be able to read what are the file which is present into the ADLS. Now once I get information what are the file name, what are the file which is present into the ADLS, what I will do, I will use a for each, because this all the files are multiple files, right? So what I will do, I will use a for each. Now with the help of the for each, all the files one by one I will pass into this for each activity. I will pass one by one into this for each activity. Under this for each activity, I will use one if condition activity. I will use a if condition activity. Now in if condition activity, I will give one condition. I will give condition if the file name contains EMP. If the file name contains EMP, if the condition is true, then I will perform a delete activity. If the file name doesn't contain EMP, that means it is false. In this case, I want to perform a copy activity. So that is the what actually I am going to do. So what I will do, with the help of the get metadata, I will read all the file which is available here. Now I will try to pass each file one by one into this for each activity. So first file will be the employee.csv. So this file will come, it will check, it will come into the if condition. This file contains EMP, right? It means it is a true condition. What will happen? It will perform a delete activity. Now second file will come, that is a employee1.csv. Employee1.csv, whether it contains the name as a EMP. Yes, it contains the EMP, means our condition is true. It will perform a delete. Now another file department.csv will come. Whether the department is contain the name as a EMP, it doesn't contain, so it will go into the false condition and it will perform a copy activity. So like that actually we can do. Let's try to do this practical. So I have a ADLS account. In ADLS, I have a multiple file. You can see employee1.csv, employee2.csv, employee location.csv, as well as couple of more files there. What actually we want to do? We are going to first create one pipeline. I'll go into the workspace, go to the data factory. We are going to create one data pipeline. Click on the create. First, we will try to read what are the file which is present into this ADLS location. So how actually we can read what are the file which is present into ADLS? With the help of the get metadata, we can know that. Click on the get metadata. Now in get metadata, go to the setting, go to select the connection. This is the ADLS connection we have already created. Select the browse, select the file path. This is the source container. Select the OK. Select the file format, delimited text. Select the field list, child item, so that you will get all the file information. Go to the home, select the run, select the save and run. Now you can see in the output, I am able to read what are the file which is present into the ADLS location. Now what I will do, you can see here we have a multiple file, right? So with the help of the ForEach activity, one by one, this all the file name I will try to pass into the ForEach activity. So we are going to use another activity, that is a ForEach. So come here, select for the ForEach. Select for the ForEach. Now what I will do, whatever the output we got from a get metadata, right? Multiple file name we got. Select the ForEach. Select the setting, sequential. Select the item, add dynamic content. We are going to use this particular get metadata output because we have a multiple files, right? So what I will use, dot value. Now click on the OK. What actually I have done, from get metadata I have read all the file. I am passing through a for each activity one by one. Now under this for each activity, what I will use a if condition. You can see this is the if condition. Now click on the if condition. Go to the activity. Now in if condition, what I will check, I'll write one condition. What is the condition I want to write? If the file name, so if you'll select here, right, at the rate item dot name, if you write at the rate item dot name, at the rate item dot name will represent this file name. At the rate item dot name will represent this file name. This you can see this is the name and type, right? Name will represent the file name. So what I will write, at the rate item dot name at the rate contains. So I am writing this condition. If the file name, if item dot name, if contains emp, that is my condition. Click on the OK. If the any of the file name which contain the emp, that means that will go into the true condition. If it doesn't contain emp, that will go into the false condition. Now if any of the file which contain emp, in that case what actually I want to do, I want to perform a delete activity. So click on this. I want to perform a delete activity. Select the delete data. Now in a delete data, what actually you will pass, select the condition. You have to also select the file path. This is the file path. In a file name, select the add dynamic content at the rate item dot name. At the rate item dot name means that particular file I want to delete. At the rate item dot name I will write here. If doesn't contain employee, then in that case what I want to do, I want to perform a copy data. So click on the copy data. Which particular file you want to copy from a source is a ADLS. Select the source. Click on the OK. Click on the dynamic content. That file I want to copy. At the item dot name, where you want to copy, go to the destination. I want to copy into the Lakehouse, destination Lakehouse. In the file, which particular directory, I want to copy into this destination directory. Click on the OK. You also have select delimited text. Here also you have to select the delimited text. So what we have done, now again I will go to the pipeline. First, from the get metadata, what are the file which is present into the ADLS location, I am able to read all the file details. Now one by one, these file details I am passing into this for each activity. Now under this for each activity I am using a if condition. I have given a one condition. If the file name contains EMP, if the file name if contains EMP, that means it will go into the true. If it is a true, right, if it contains the EMP, then what actually I am doing, I am performing a delete activity. So that particular file I will delete from the ADLS location. If the file if doesn't contain EMP, in that case what I am doing, I am performing a copy data that will take that data and it will copy into the lake house. So that is practical I have done. Now after that what you have to do, you had to edit this delete data. One changes I think I have to do in a logging setting, just disable the enable logging. Now our pipeline is ready. We will try to test it. Go to the home, click on the run, click on the save and run. Let's see whether it's working or not. It's a failed. What actually issue we are getting? Value doesn't exist. So in a for each activity I think we have used one thing. Let me go into the setting, come here. I think we have to select this child item, right? But we have selected the another one that we have to correct. Select the child item, click on the OK. Now let's try to run this. Now if you will see what actually it is happening from this get metadata, right? One by one the file actually it is reading. So suppose covid.json. So the covid.json we have read from this get metadata, we are passing in the for each activity. Under this for each activity we have used the if condition. So in if condition it is checking whether this covid.json contains EMP or not. So it doesn't contain EMP, right? In this case what will happen, it will go into the false, means it will copy the data into a lake house. Now next time it will check the department.csv whether department.csv contains EMP or not. It doesn't contain, right? So in this case it will go into the false condition, it will copy data into a lake house. Now in third case employee1.csv whether it contains the name as a EMP or not. Yeah, it contains. So what actually will happen, our condition is true, it will perform a delete data activity. So like that it is working. Let's see whether it worked or not. You can see all succeed. It means from the source whatever the employee, right, it should delete the file, and whatever the other file, right, it should copy into the lake house. Let me refresh this. You can see other file employee file got deleted, and we will check into the OneLake destination, open, refresh. In a destination you can see covid.json and as well as a department.csv got copied here. So like that actually we can do that. This is little bit tricky, but do try to practice, you will get a idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the variable activity in Microsoft Fabric. So variable activity is similar to the programming language. In programming language also we create a variable and we store some values, right? For taking example, in a Python, suppose you had to create any variable, so what actually you do? First you create a variable name. Suppose I am creating one variable name as a name. Now in this name what actually I can do? I can store any values. I can store any values. Suppose you had to create another variable. The variable name, suppose you have given the file count. File count. Now in this file count what actually you can do? You can store any kind of the values here. Suppose the file count is 10. Means to store the intermediate values, what actually we do? We try to create a variable and we try to store our intermediate values there. In a Fabric also we have a same concept. Variable are used to store intermediates value, track count, build the dynamic content or control flow logic. In a Fabric also, we can create a variable by using a variable activity. And what actually we can do? We can create any variable. So for that you have to give the variable name, and in this variable name you can store any values. Now let's take one example with the real time. Suppose I have one of the blob storage. Now in this blob storage, I have a couple of files like file 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that the multiple files are there. Now your requirement is like if in this particular folder, if the file is if total file count is greater than 5, if total file count is greater than 5, then what you have to do? You have to perform a copy. If the file count is if total file is less than 5, then you do not have to perform a copy activity. This is your requirement. So in this case, what actually you will do? First, you will, with the help of the get metadata, you will try to read what are the file which is available, what are the file which is available. Now, to know whether what is the total file count, to know the total file count, what actually you will do, you will create one variable, right? So that you can store like what is the total file count. So what I will do, I will use a variable activity. I'll create one variable. Suppose I'm creating a variable name as a file count, and here I will store the values like what is the total number of count, what is the total number of count. So suppose total number of file count is 6, right? So I will try to store into this particular variable. Now after that I can write a condition like if the file count is greater 5, so I will use if condition. If the file count is greater than 5, then I will perform a copy data. If it is not greater than 5, then I will just skip it, and then I will just skip it. So like that logic actually we can build. So for that we use a variable activity. Let's do a practical so that we'll get better idea. I open a fabric, I'll go to the workspace, I'll go to the data factory. We are going to create a new item, and I'll create a data pipeline. Click on the data pipeline, create. In Azure, I have created one data storage, so I'll go there. I'll go to the storage account, go to the storage. I have one of the container. In that container, we have a multiple files. I'll show you. This is the source container. In this source container, I have a multiple files available. You can see two files are available. Now, what actually I want to do in a fabric, this is a pipeline I have created, right? We want to read the number of file which is available here. So what I will do, first I will use a get metadata to read the number of file which is available. To read number of file which is available. So I'll use a get metadata. In this get metadata, we'll create a connection. So we already established a connection in previous video. I will use the same one. You have to select the file path. This is a container. This is the source we have passed, and now we will give the file format. Let me give the file format as a delimited text. Now in the field list, you will see couple of options like child item, xjs item name, item type and all. We'll use the child item to know what are the file which is available. After that, I will try to run this, and I will try to see whether I am able to see what are the file which is available there. You can see it is succeed. I am able to read what are the file which is available. Now what I will do, I'll create one variable. In that variable, what is the total count of file that I will try to store. I'll go to the activity. In this activity, you will see one of the variable. You can see set variable is there. I'll use that. I'll try to connect this both. Now I'll go to the set variable. In this set variable, go to the setting. You can see pipeline variable, pipeline return value. We are going to create a new one, so click on the new one. I'll give the any variable name you can give. So suppose I will give the name as a file count, and the value I want to store as an integer. Confirm. Now you have to pass the expression. You have to pass the expression. So from this get metadata, right, I will select what I will try to find out. I will try to find out what is the length of the file. So if I just write a length, what is the total length into this child item, if I'll do this, I should be able to get the total length of the file. Click on the OK. I have created one variable, and this is the expression I am passing. So with the help of that expression, it will try to store the values there. Now let's try to run. Save and run. You can see it is succeed now. First it is running the get metadata and it is succeed. Now the set variable is succeed. Go to the output tab. You can see value is 2. The variable we have created the file count, and it is saying it is 2 because here we have only the 2 file, right? So we are able to read that. Now you will see whatever the expression you are writing, right, how you will get to know like what is the length and what is the count, means what kind of the expression we already have available. So you can see here in triple dot, right? Click here, click on the functions. You will see different kind of the functions are available. Suppose you have to do any kind of the maths operation like add is there, max is there, minimum. So these all the things actually we can use. Suppose you have to derive any kind of the date function. So add days, add hours, add minutes, everything is available here. Means multiple function which is available already available which we can use. Suppose you had to write any if, if you have to write any greater condition, that also we can do. So like that actually we can do. Now on top of this, suppose you have stored the value, right? Now suppose if you are using a if condition, if the file is greater than 1, then you will perform copy data. If it is less than 5, then you will not perform. So like that condition we can write. So set variable generally we use to store some values into the particular variable. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. Now let's see about the another activity. So for the notification also we have a two activity. One is the Office 365 Outlook, a second is the Teams. So suppose if any kind of the failure is happening and you want a notification for that, so what actually you can do? You can set up that Office 365 and the Teams. So what I will do? I will use this. Just drag here. So this is the Office 365, and let me add the second one, that is a Teams one also. Second one is the Teams. I'll add this also. Now what actually we can do? Suppose any kind of the failure is happening in this particular pipeline. So what actually you can do? This cross, right, you can select here, or this cross you can select here. So that if any kind of the failure is happening in the pipeline, you will get a notification. So for that you have to do a setup. If I'll click here, if you have to go into the setting, right, it will ask you to sign in to the 365 Outlook account. If you'll sign in, right, what will happen? The Outlook will be set up. So definitely here your organization Outlook account is required, and that will be set up. If any kind of the failure will happen, you will get a notification. Similarly in a Teams also, here also if you go into the setting, you have to do a sign in. Once you will do sign in, right, any kind of failure is happening, you will get a notifications. So for the notification, these two options are new, and that you should remember. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. Now we are going to discuss about another activity. The activity name is invoke pipeline. So what actually we can do with the help of the invoke pipeline activity, from this particular pipeline, right, I can invoke another pipeline. For taking example, in a workspace, right, in a workspace data factory, I have a multiple pipeline is available, pipeline 1, pipeline 2, pipeline 3, like this multiple pipeline is available. Now your requirement is like, once the pipeline 1 is complete, right, once the pipeline 1 is complete, what actually you want to do? You want to invoke pipeline 2. So in this case what actually you can do? You can use this activity. So suppose this copy data 1 is completed. Now after that what actually I can do? I can use this invoke pipeline. I can use this invoke pipeline. I'll connect this. Now in invoke pipeline, go to the setting. You have to do a setup. First you have to establish a connection. Go to the more. This all available in a fabric, right? So select the fabric data pipeline. Create a new connection. You have to just do a sign in. Sign in with your fabric account. Click on the connect. Once you will click on the connect, right, you can see workspace, which particular workspace. In a data factory only we have a multiple pipeline, right? So workspace I will select data factory pipeline, which particular pipeline you want to run. So suppose after copy data I want to run this pipeline too, so I'll select that. And if any kind of the parameter is there, that actually you can use here, otherwise that's it. Now you can see what will happen once you will run this copy data, right, once it will succeed, this invoke pipeline, what actually it will do, it will run the pipeline 2. Suppose after this pipeline 2, right, again you want to invoke another pipeline. So what you can do? Again you can use another invoke pipeline, and you can connect that. With the help of that you can invoke the another one. Suppose here I want to invoke the another one. So connection is the same. Data factory workspace is same. I want to invoke the pipeline 4. So like that we can use a invoke pipeline. So in a one pipeline itself we can call the another pipeline and we can run that. So like that actually we can orchestrate it. So it is very much useful. Try to do practice. I hope you got the idea what is the use case of the invoke pipeline. Hello everyone. Now let's see how actually we can schedule our pipeline. So till now what actually we were doing, we were manually running the pipeline. So suppose this pipeline, if I had to run, I was clicking on the run button and this pipeline was running. But suppose your requirement is like you want to schedule it, you want it to run on a daily basis or a monthly basis or weekly basis, or suppose every minute you want to run this pipeline. In this case, what actually you can do, you can schedule it. So you can come to this run. You can see we have one option, schedule. Click here. You can see schedule. It is off, but we can turn on. After that, now on what time actually you want to run? Hourly basis, daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, you can select here. Suppose I'll select the hourly. So every 3 hour I want to run this. So what will happen? Every 3 hour this pipeline will be scheduled and it will run automatically. So you have to pass the start date. So from which particular date to till that every 3 hours you want to run. So that you have to set up. So suppose from the today to the 10th of July, I want to run this pipeline every 3 hour. Every 3 hour in this particular time range, I want to run this pipeline. So start date and end date you can mention. What is the time zone on which particular time you want to run it? And if you click on the apply, what will happen? This pipeline will be scheduled and every 3 hour, right? This pipeline will run. Similarly, if you want to schedule on a daily basis, you can schedule that on what is the particular time you want to run. That particular time you can set up and particular time this pipeline will run. Suppose you want to schedule on a weekly basis, you can schedule the weekly. Suppose on Monday you want to run this, so you can select that what particular time, that particular time you can mention, and this particular time this pipeline will run. Similarly, we have monthly. In a monthly also, every 6 months, suppose you want to run, on which particular day you have to mention. Suppose on sixth day I want to run, and after that what particular time you want to run. So this kind of the thing actually you can mention. So with the help of the schedule, what actually we can do, we can schedule our pipeline. That is the first way. And even you want to trigger it, right, this particular pipeline, the another option is add trigger. From this add trigger you can select the source, run a fabric item. So this particular pipeline I want to run, and this is the workspace, and here only I want to save the location. So like this also we can do. In this case also the pipeline will be triggered, but we are going to use a schedule one. This is a more handy, and from here we can schedule all the things like on hourly basis, weekly basis, monthly basis. Based on your requirement you can schedule it, so automatically this pipeline will be triggered. I hope you got the idea how to schedule the pipeline. Hello everyone. Now let's discuss how actually we can monitor our pipeline. Most of the time what happens, we schedule our pipeline and the pipeline may fail or pipeline may succeed. So you have to monitor those pipeline also, right? So what are the different ways through which we can monitor? Let's try to discuss. So suppose I am in this particular pipeline 1. Now if you go to the home tab, you will see one option, view run history. You will see the same option available in the run tab also, view run history. If you click here, you can see the status, it is succeed, it has run on this particular time. So this is the first way through which you can monitor it. Now the second way is like in the left side you can see you have one option, monitors. If you click on the monitor, right, from here you can monitor all your pipelines. So you can see couple of pipeline which was succeed, couple of pipeline which was failed, means all the things you can monitor from here. Now here you can see we are not only seeing the pipeline, but also we are seeing the other item also. You can see the lake house things also is coming. So how actually you can make sure you will see only the pipeline things, because we want to monitor only the pipeline as of now, right? So what actually you can do, go to the filter, go to the item. From here you can select the data pipeline. Once you select the data pipeline, you will see only the data pipeline related stuff. Now suppose you want to see why actually it got failed, you want to analyze this, so click on this pipeline one. Once you click on the pipeline one, you will be able to see the failure message. From here you can see all the failure details. So like that actually we can monitor it. Now if you come here, right, you can see only the few column actually it is showing, like what is the status, what is the item type, what is the start time, submitted time, and the location. But suppose you want to see more details, so what actually you can do, come to this column option. Suppose you want to see the end time, suppose you want to see the duration or what duration actually it has run, you can select that, and if you'll apply, right, you can see it has run for this particular duration and all. So this kind of the details you can get. We have a couple of more option also available. What is the refresh type, what is the run kind, you can see job instance, what is the capacity through which it is running. So these are all the options also you can select, and you can see the details. So like way actually we can monitor our pipeline, and any kind of the failure is happening, you will get those details. So like you can see this pipeline has run on this particular time period. It has ended in this particular time period. It has run only for the 14 seconds, and after that it got failed. Now to know the what is the issue, you can click on the view detail. You will see the details why actually it got failed, and also if you click on the pipeline, right, you from there you can go directly there and you can see the error details and all. So there are, so like this actually we can monitor it. It is very much important for data engineer to monitor their pipeline. So I hope you got the idea how to monitor the pipeline. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the wait activity in a Microsoft Fabric. Wait activity in Microsoft Fabrics adds a delay between activities in your pipeline. Suppose you have created a pipeline. Suppose this is my copy data pipeline, and after that what is happening? Another copy data pipeline has to run. Another copy data pipeline has to run. But what actually you want? First this pipeline will complete, right? First this pipeline will complete. You want to have a 10 minutes gap, or suppose you want to have a 1 minutes gap. 1 minutes gap. In this case, what actually we can do? We can use a wait activity. So what will happen? First copy data activity will run, and after that 1 minutes gap will be there. Then the copy data 2 activity will run. So with the help of the wait activity, we can pause the pipeline for the some time. Now let's take another example. Suppose you are fetching a data from a API and you want to copy this data into your lakehouse. Now sometime what happens when you are fetching a data from API, right? Because of some issue, this can fail. This can fail. So you are fetching a data from API and suppose your pipeline got failed. So instead of triggering it again on that particular time, what actually you can do? You can wait for some time. You can wait for 5 minutes. So in this case, what actually I can use? If it is failed, so I will wait for 5 minutes. After that, I will use a retry option. With the help of the retry option, again I will try to invoke the pipeline. So in that kind of the scenario, to wait for some time, what actually we can use? We can use a wait activity. Now suppose you have created one pipeline. What actually it is doing? First it is copying a data into a bronze layer. Then it is copying a data into the silver layer. Then it is copying a data into a gold layer. Now what actually you can do? First it got copied into the bronze layer, right? Now after that, what actually you can do? You can wait for some time period and then you can invoke the load into the silver layer. So for this logic, what actually I can use? I can use a wait activity, and I can wait for some time. Then it will load into the silver. Then it will load into the gold. So I hope you got the idea about the wait activity. Let's try to see in the practical. So I open a Fabric. So this is a pipeline. Now suppose you want to add a wait activity. So what you have to do? Go into the activity tab. Come here. You will see one option, wait activity. Click here. Just connect it. It's very simple. Click on the wait. Go to the setting. It will ask wait time in seconds. Suppose you want to wait it for the 5 minutes. So what actually you can write? 300. So 300 is nothing but a 5 minute, right? So like that in a second you can mention. What will happen after running this pipeline? It will wait for this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about Dataflow Gen2 in Microsoft Fabrics. So till now in our data factory, what actually we were doing? We were trying to extract the data and we were loading into the lakehouse. Now suppose if you had to perform any kind of the transformation. Now suppose if you have to perform any kind of the transformation, like if you want to remove the null, suppose if you want to add a new column, suppose you want to clean the data. So in that kind of the case, we have a Dataflow Gen2 concept. With the help of the Dataflow Gen2, we can perform all the kind of the transformation. So let's understand what is Dataflow Gen2. Dataflow Gen2 is low code visual design data transformation tool. When I am saying low code, means you do not have to write any kind of the code here. Means if you are writing a code, that also is very minimum. So that's why we call it as a low code. Visual design means in visually only you will perform all the kind of the transformation. You do not have to write any specific kind of the code in the notebook and all. In a visually way we are going to perform all the kind of the transformation. That's why we call it as a, it is a low code visual design data transformation tool in Microsoft Fabric. It allows you to prepare, clean and transform and load the data into a lakehouse or warehouse using Power Query. It helps you to clean and prepare the data and load into the lakehouse or warehouse by using a Power Query. So in a Power BI also we use a Power Query for clean the data, right? So similar here also, for all the kind of the transformation we have a Power Query. With the help of that only we perform all the kind of the cleaning and all the kind of the transformation operation. How does Dataflow Gen2 work? So with the help of the Dataflow Gen2, we can connect to any of the data source. Suppose your data is available in a ADLS Gen2, suppose your data is available in a SQL Server, Excel, Dataverse, Oracle, like multiple data source you can connect with the help of the Dataflow. You can transform a data. Suppose you have to remove the null value, suppose you have to rename the column, suppose you have to filter a row based on certain condition, suppose you have to merge multiple table, suppose you have to perform a pivot and pivot, suppose you have to remove a duplicate, means all the kind of the transformation we can use in the data flow itself. And all for all we will use a Power Query. In a visual way only we will do, we will not write any kind of the code here. In a visual way only we will try to do all the kind of the transformation and we will try to clean the data. And after cleaning the data we can load the data into a lakehouse, table, warehouse and all. And if you have to schedule, then what actually we can use in a data factory only. In a data factory only you will see one option, data flow. That data flow actually if you import, right, you can schedule it so that it will run on a condition base, like a daily basis, weekly basis and monthly basis. So on high level if I'll say, Dataflow Gen2 is a transformation tool transformation tool that will help you to perform a ETL operation. That will help you to perform a ETL operation, means you can extract the data from a different sources. After that you can clean the data, remove the null value, all the kind of the cleaning operation you can do, and after that you can load the data into a data warehouse and the lake house. In a data factory activity, what actually we were doing, we were connecting with the different sources and directly we were loading the data, right? Now we have got another thing, that is a transformation layer, and for transformation we are using a Dataflow Gen2. Now let's try to understand the key feature. Drag and drop Power Query based transformation, means all the transformation we will do in a visually, and for that we will use a drag and drop. We are not going to write any kind of the code, so it's very easy. Load data into a lakehouse, table, data marts or warehouse. We can, after cleaning the data, we can load the data into a lakehouse and all also. It support incremental refresh, join, filter, merge operation. It is ideal for the business analyst and the data wrangler who don't want to write any kind of the course and all. It is a part of the data engineering or data science workload in a Fabric. What are the use case we have? Suppose if you had to clean the data, suppose you had to filter the data, or you had to save Excel or CSV data. For all the kind of the cleaning operation we use a Dataflow Gen2. You want to create a reusable transformation logic like removing the null, pivot, columns and all. For that we use a Dataflow Gen2. A business analyst wants to prepare data for reporting without writing a code. In a data transformation, in a Dataflow Gen2, you do not have to write a code. So if a business analyst who wants to prepare a data for reporting without writing the code, this is best suit for them. You are bringing in file from a SharePoint, Dataverse or OneDrive and want to flatten or transform a data, then in that kind of the case we use a Dataflow Gen2. Now let's see how to create a Dataflow Gen2 in a Microsoft Fabric. So I have opened a Fabric account. I'll go to the workspace. This is the workspace we are using. So for creating any kind of the pipeline, what actually we were doing, we were going into the new item and after that we were selecting the data pipeline. Now for the Dataflow Gen2, we have a option. You can see two things you can see. One is the Dataflow Gen1 and second is the Dataflow Gen2. Dataflow Gen2 is the advanced version. So we are going to use the Dataflow Gen2 only. Even though if you click on the Dataflow Gen1, right, it will ask you to create a Dataflow Gen2 because Microsoft also recommend to use a Dataflow Gen2 because here we have a advanced version. So we are going to use that. So what we'll do, click on the new item. We are going to select the Dataflow Gen2 here. Once you will select, it will ask the name. We are going to give the name Dataflow 1 only. Enable the Git integration. We are not going to enable any Git. So as of now, let's uncheck it. Click on the create. And now you can see Dataflow Gen2 has been created. We have given the name as a Dataflow 1, that's why it is showing. And you can see all the visual things actually it is available here. Now it is similar to Power BI, right? In Power BI also we use a Power Query. In a visual way we do all the kind of the transformation. Here also we can do all the kind of the transfer in a visual way only. So suppose you have to import Excel, import a SQL server, this all the options are available. Even if you want to connect with the multiple source, we have a get data option. If you click here, you will see multiple options are available. From there you can select with the multiple sources. All the Excel, SharePoint, web, everything is available. If you click on the view more, all the data source option is available, and wherever your data is available you can connect with that. So from here we can select any kind of the data source. Now after that you can see we have a multiple options are available. If you go into the transform tab, right, the next thing is the transform. In a transform you will see multiple options like group by, use first row as header, replace value, data type, detect data type, you have to rename, unpaired, means all the kind of the option available in a visual only. If you click on that, what will happen, it will show you, and based on the condition you can replace the value, or suppose if you have to add a new column based on certain condition, all the kind of the transformation is available here. If you just have to click and you have to just apply in that is a simple way. In a visual way only we have to do. After that we have another, that is the add column. Suppose you have to add a new column, or if you want to create a new column based on the certain condition, so that for that particular add column option is available, and based on certain conditional we can create a new column. So that kind of the logic also we can write and we can create that. And then we have a view option. If you want to see the schema, if you want to see the script, this all the things we can see from here. So in next video what we'll do, we'll try to connect with the data sources and we'll try to explore more. But I hope you got the idea how to create a Dataflow Gen2 and what is a Dataflow Gen2. Hello everyone, so in previous video we have created a Dataflow Gen2 account. Now let's see how actually we can upload any file, or how actually we can connect with any of the data source. To connect with any of the data source, click here and you will see all the options. So if you want to connect with the Excel, SQL Server database, all the options are available, you can connect with that. Click on the view more, you will see more options are available like Azure SQL database, Snowflake, everything is available, and based on your requirement you can connect with any of the data source. What actually we are going to do as of now, we are going to connect with the lakehouse. We are going to connect with the lakehouse. So we already have created a few of the lakehouse, right? In that particular lakehouse we will try to upload a few files and then we'll try to connect. So what I will do, first I will try to upload few files in the lakehouse. To do that, what actually I have to do, go to the OneLake, you will see this particular thing, right? What you have to do, you have to close, you can see one cut mark, right? Close it, close the workflow first. After that go to the workspace. In a workspace we have a fabric data factory workspace. In a fabric data factory workspace we have a destination lakehouse. In this lakehouse what we will do, we will try to upload a few files. So what actually I will do, I will try to upload a file. Click on the upload, click on the upload files, select this. I am going to connect with the global superstore dataset. This is the Excel file. I am going to upload that. Click on the upload. You can see global superstore Excel file got uploaded. Now what I will do, with the help of the data flow, I will try to connect this. So I'll go to the workspace again. I'll go to the data factory. We have created a data flow, right? Go there. Now how to connect? Go to here, get data. Go to the more option. In a OneLake catalog only it is available, right? So I'll select that. It is available in a destination lakehouse, so I'll select that. You can see everything is available here. You will be able to see all the files. So if you click on the files, right, double click, you can see global superstore Excel. Click on this, select this, click on the create. Once you will select, right, you can see in the right side navigation multiple things are happening. What actually it is going to do, it is going to upload a file for us. It's still in progress. Once the few steps will be complete, right, what actually it will happen, after that the files will be uploaded and we will be able to see the files also. Now you can see in this Excel, right, I have a multiple sheets. So you can see I have a order sheet, people sheet, return sheet, customer sheet. So if you want to see any of the data, right, you can click on this. Suppose I want to analyze the order sheet, so I'll click on this order table. What will happen, I will be able to see order sheet and all the data here. Now you can see I am able to see all the data. I can see order ID, order date, ship date, or everything I can see Similarly, if you want to see any of the data which is available in another sheets, so right side you can see, right, go to the Excel, and I want to see suppose people data. So if I'll click on the people, right, so you can see replace all subsequent step. If you click on this, I will be able to go into the people data. I can see this is the two column which is available. I am able to see that. Again, I will go into that particular sheet. I'll go to the order sheet, click on the you can see I am able to see the order data. We have order ID, order date, ship date, and all the things are available. Now suppose you want to do any kind of the transformation, so multiple things are available here in a home tab, right? If you can see, we have a multiple options are available. So let's see one by one. So first thing is like remove a column. So suppose this row ID is not important for me, and this particular column actually I want to remove. So how actually I can do that? So if I'll select this and if I'll click on the remove column, you can see that particular column got removed, and the right side you can see the remove column option is coming. This particular step actually it happened, this particular transformation we perform. Now if you want to undo, if you'll click here, right, that particular column will be available again. You can see that particular has come again. Now what actually I want to do, I want to just remove it. So click on this remove column, that particular column will be removed. Now after that we have another option, that is a remove rows. So suppose I want to remove few of the rows, or suppose I want to remove any duplicate rows which is available in the order ID. So what I will do, I'll select those particular column, I'll go to the remove rows. You can see remove duplicate. So whatever the duplicate values will be there, right, that particular rows will be removed. So it's very simple, right? With the help of one click only, we are able to perform this all the kind of the operation. You do not have to write any kind of the code also. So all the duplicate IDs was present, right? That actually got removed. Now suppose again I will click on the remove rows. We have a multiple options. Suppose you want to remove the top rows. If I'll click here, top 10 rows you want to remove. So if you click that, the rows will be removed. So based on your requirement, this all the kind of the operation actually you can do that, and based on one click itself you will be able to perform this all the operation. Now suppose I want to sort this data, this CT data. So if I'll click here, and for the sorting lowest to the highest, or for sorting highest to the lowest option is available. If you'll click on the sort lowest to the highest, this particular CT column will be sorted based on the lowest to the highest. You can see for the sorting also I do not have to write any code. With the one click itself I am able to sort this. Means this Dataflow Gen2 is a low code, means you do not have to write any kind of the code, very minimum code. With the help of that you will be able to perform all the kind of the operation. Now let's see how actually we can change the data type. So you can see order date and the ship date. These two column is available. This order date, right? The date column is not coming properly, but I want to see this properly because this order date, right? It has mentioned as an integer. What actually I want to do? I want to change this data type as a date. So I'll click on this date. You can see order date got converted into the proper date. Similarly, ship date, this also is not in proper data type, right? It is in whole number it has selected, but I want to change into the date and time. So if I click on the date and time, this ship date will be converted into the date and time. So like that, with one click itself we are able to do all the things. We are able to change the data type, we are able to remove the column, we are able to add the columns, and also it's very simple. There are multiple options are available, everything we are going to explore, but I hope you got the idea how to upload a file and how to do a basic transformation in this video. In next video we'll try to continue this. Now let's see few more transformation. So I'll go into the transform tab. In the second tab, suppose we have this particular column. This is a segment column. Now let's see, you want to convert everything in a uppercase. So how actually you can do? So you will see one of the option, that is a format option here in the transform tab. Search for the format. If you click here and if you click on the uppercase, what will happen? Everything will be converted into the uppercase. You can see segment column, everything got converted into the uppercase. Suppose you want to convert into the lowercase, so what you will do, you'll click on the lower, everything will be converted into the lowercase. Now if you again we have more option, capitalize each word, means first letter will be converted into the capital, so that is the capitalize each word. So like that you can see with one click itself this all the things are happening and we are able to do that. Now let's see more thing. Next is the trim. So suppose you have a leading and the trailing white space and that white space you want to remove. So with the help of the trim actually we can do that. So if you click on the trim, right, whatever the white space will be there, that will be removed. Here we don't have, that's why we can't see, but if you want to do that kind of the operation, that kind of the operation also is available. After that we have a add prefix. Suppose before to this I want to add few prefix. Suppose I want to add the prefix Mr. If I click on the OK, what will happen? One prefix will be added. Similarly, afterward, if you want to add any suffix, that particular suffix and prefix you can add with this particular option. Means you can see with one click only you are able to do this all the kind of the operation. So I don't want to this prefix, so I will just remove it. Now let's see another transformation. Suppose based on this dash, right, whatever the dash we can see, based on this you want to split the column. So if I click on the split column, you can see by delimiter we want to split. So we will select here and we will select the custom and we will write based on the dash we want to split. So if I click on the OK, what will happen? Based on the dash actually it will split it. You know, right, for splitting we have to write the multiple lines of the code, but here you can see with the help of the one click itself you can see multiple column actually it got splitted based on the split. So you can see we have now two state, one is the state 1, state 2, based on the whatever the slash was there, right, actually it splitted the state 1 and the state 2. I'll just remove this, but this is the another transformation we can perform. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to replace some values. So suppose in a city I want to replace this ABA, right, I want to replace with some other another value. So what actually I can do, I will select the column, go to the replace value to find this is a particular value I want to replace with the AB AB I want to replace. If I click on the OK, what will happen? Whatever the ABA value was there, right, that will be replaced with the AB. Now you can see it got converted in a AB. Means you can see with one click only we are able to this all the kind of the operation. Now suppose you want to any rename the column, this city column you want to rename, select that, click on the rename, and with the help of the rename you will be able to rename also. So let me make it in the capital. So everything is available like a button, you just have to click and you have to perform the that particular operation. Now let's see how actually we can perform few of the mathematical operation. Like suppose you have to find out the minimum, max, average, all the kind of the transformation also available. Let's see how to do that. So what you have to do, go into the transform option, select any of the column. So let me select any of the integer one. Suppose this is the sales column. If I select this, after that you can see we have a one statics column, select that. If you want to find out the sum, if you click on this, what will happen, you will get the what is the total sum of the sales value. You can see this is the total sales value. So like this actually we can find out. I will just cut it. Similarly, if you want to find out what is the minimum, what is the maximum, what is the average, you just have to click, and after that what you have to, in a transform tab you just have to go into the statics. You will be able to find what is the minimum value, what is the maximum sales, what is the median sales, what is the average sales, everything you will be able to find out. Now suppose you want to know the what is the distinct values we have, what is the total number distinct order ID we have. If you want to know that, you have to click on the order ID, select that, you can see count of distinct value. If you will do this, right, you will get to know what is the total number of orders we have. Like that you can do analysis also from here itself. After that I'll just close it. So from the statics tab you will be able to see all the kind of the things like the sum, min, medium, maximum, average and all. Now I'll click on the sales again. Now we have another option, that is you can see standard. If you select this, suppose you want to add some values here, I want to add 5, 10 and all. You, if you just click it, you just have to provide a value, then the value will be added. Similarly, if you want to do a multiply, suppose you are running for the any kind of the discount, and if you want to apply certain values like 0.3% discount is happening, and if you click on the OK, right, what will happen, sales into the 0.3 will happen and you will get those values. Like that the multiple things you can do it from here. Again, if I'll click on this option, you can see you can do a subtract, divide, percent also we can find out, percent of particular thing we can find out, means all the kind of the mathematical things operation available, and from here we can do analysis and we can perform a operation. Now we have another option, that is the square one. So suppose you want to find out the square root or the power. If you want to do, if you want to do a square, cube, power, everything option is available, you can perform from here. Suppose I will do a square root. If I click on the square root, what will happen? The square root will be calculated for that particular column. So like that, the multiple things actually we can perform from here, and these are the option actually you can explore for the mathematical things. Now let's see one cool feature which is available in a Dataflow Gen2, that is a diagram view. So as of now, what is happening, whatever the transformation we are applying, in the right side we can see that. Now suppose you want to see in a proper view. So what actually we have for that? We have a diagram view for that. In the right side you can see we have a diagram view icon. You just have to click on that, or what actually you can do, on the top right you can see one view. If you click on the view, you will see diagram view is there. So let me click here, and once I will click here, you will see one magic. You can see whatever the transformation we have done, right? We can see all those transformation. So starting whenever you upload a file, right, few of the things happens internally in a fabric, right? So that navigation we can see. After that you can see whatever the transformation we have applied, like the change column, remove duplicate, remove top rows. These are the transformation we have applied, right? We can see everything here. So now after that, in this particular diagram view, if you want to add a multiple transformation, that also you can do. So you can see plus, right? We have a plus. Now after that you will see all the kind of the transformation option is available. You will see all the kind of the transformation available, like remove rows, remove duplicate, keep duplicate, every option you will say. Suppose you want to do a sorting, suppose you want to combine a column, suppose you want to do a group by. So if I click on the group by, so group by, based on which particular column you want to group. Suppose based on the city, what actually I want to do, I want to sum of sales. So based on the city I want to do a sum of sales, and I want to create a new column name. The new column name is a grouping something I will give. You can give any name and click on the OK. In this case what will happen, see, based on each city, it has given the what is the sum of sales. It has given what is the sum of sales. Now suppose on top of this you want to apply a sorting. So if I'll click here, and if I'll click on the sort based on the descending order, I can do that. So if I'll do on the sort descending, click here, what will happen? This will be group based on the descending order. This will be group based on the descending. So this diagram view is very much important. With the help of that, you will be able to see what are the transformation you are doing in a proper way, and also on top of that also, if you have to apply certain thing, you can do that. This sorting and grouping I don't want, and if you want to remove this, so you have to just right click, delete. You will delete, right? That particular transformation will be deleted. Similarly, this sorted, you can delete it. What will happen? That will be deleted. Now let's see how actually we can perform a joining operation in a Microsoft Fabric. So as of now you can see we have connected with one of the data source, that is a Excel. In this Excel you can see we have performed this all the kind of the transformation. If you want to just collapse it, just collapse it. You can see this is the first data source. What actually we will do, we will connect with any other data source also. For that what you have to do, go to the home, click on this, click on the more option. We are going to connect with the lake house again. OneLake catalog, destination lake house. Click on the file, click on the global superstore, click on the create. Now this time what we will do, we will try to connect with the customer seat. Previously we have connected with another, right? Now we'll connect with the customer seat. So this is the customer seat, we will connect with that. So on the top, that is the order data. Now on the bottom right, this is a customer data. Now what we will do, if you have to perform a join, so this is a two data source we have. One, this is the first, this is the second. Now what actually we wanted, based on these two data source, we want to join it and we want to create a new data source. So what actually I'll do, click on this three dot, click on the merge queries as new. So we want to create a new, right? So we will click on the merge queries as new. Merge query is just a replacement of a join. Means in a fabric for joining operation we have given the name as a merge. With the help of the merge we can perform a joining. So you can see it is saying like the first table is a global superstore. What is the second table? So second table is this table. We can select that, right? Now after that you can see in the join what kind of the join operation you want to do. Left join, right join, full outer join, inner join, left anti, right anti, every option is available, and that actually you can do. Now if you had to do a join, right, so from the first table which particular column, this customer ID, right, so I'll select the customer ID. Now in the second table also we have a customer ID, so I'll select that. So both the column you have to select, and after that if you click on the left outer, right, you can see we can see 25,000 rows from the first table, means the left join operation is happening. So similarly if you had to perform a inner join, so click on the inner based on which particular column. So I'll select the customer ID and the customer ID. After that you will see how many records which is matching between the two table, that we can see 25,000 rows. So like that actually we can do. And if I'll click on the OK, if I'll click on the OK, what will happen? Inner join operation will happen and the new data source will be created. Now you can see I am able to see the data. Here we should also have a customer data. So you can see the first table we can see, and the for second table also is available. And you can see in the table, if you click on the table, you will be able to see the second table option, means what are the column which is available. That information also will be able to see. Means both the table got merged and we are able to see into the this merge option. So like that actually we can perform a joining operation, and finally we can load into the final destination. So how to load into the final destination, that actually we will see in the next video. Hello everyone. Now in this video we are going to see how actually we can load the data into a final table or final destination. So till now what actually we have done, we have performed a multiple transformation, and after doing the transformation we have also merged into the final table. Now what actually I want to do after doing this all the operation, right, I want to load into the final table. So you can see add data destination is there. Click on that. Where you want to add, I want to add into the lake house, warehouse, I can select from here, and if you click on the more, you will see these are the option. I want to load into the lake house, so I'll select that. I'll click on the next. After that you have to select on which particular workspace you want to do this. I'll click on the data factory. Here only I want, select that. Under this data factory workspace you have to select the lake house also. This is the destination lake house. I'll select that. Which particular table you want to create, so you have to give that. I'll give the name as a merge only. Click on the next, and after that you can see all the kind of the mapping, because I have selected the automatic setting, right, so all the kind of the mapping we can see here. Click on the save setting. Now you can see this got converted into the lake house. After that we can publish it. Once you will click on the publish, right, what will happen, this data flow will start publishing. You can see data flow 1, right, it is publishing now. Once it will publish, right, what will happen, it will run for one time also. You can see now data flow is running. What will happen, one time refresh also will happen, and the data will be loaded into the destination also. Now you can see after some time what happened, this data flow has run also, and you can see this is the refresh time which is available. When I am saying refresh, right, refresh is nothing but a refresh is like a run button which is available in a data factory. In a data factory, whenever you have to run the pipeline, you click on the run button, right, then the pipeline run. In data flow, if you have to run, you have to click on this refresh button. This is the first button you can see, right, refresh. Then the data flow refresh will start. It will load the data into a destination. Once we have published, right, it has already refreshed. Now we should be able to see the data. So we'll go to the OneLake and we'll go to the workspace. In a data factory workspace only, we have a destination table. Select that, go to the table. We have to refresh also. Click on the refresh. Now we can see our table is available. So based on whatever the mapping you have selected, right, because I have done it randomly, that data actually got loaded here. Means our data flow is running fine. Means our data flow is running fine. I'll go again into the data factory. I'll go into the data flow. So till now what happened, if you click on the refresh, right, this data flow will start. The data will be loaded into a destination, but I want to schedule it, because most of the time we schedule, right, so we have one schedule option. So if you click on the schedule, what will happen? It will ask for the data source credential. Click on the refresh. If you will turn on, if you want to refresh daily, weekly, you can select here. On that particular time period only the refresh will start. On that particular time flow only refresh will start. So like that actually you can schedule it. But the best way of scheduling is right through a data factory pipeline only. What actually you can do, you can go into the workspace, go to the data factory, you can create any of the pipeline. Suppose this is the pipeline we have. Now suppose you are copying a data from one source to another source. After that what actually you can do, you can add one activity. You can add one activity that is a data flow. This is a data flow. In this data flow you can select that. You can select that this data flow is a this particular data flow. Like this actually you can connect and you can schedule it. So in a pipeline actually we can schedule, right? We have a schedule option through which actually we can schedule a pipeline. So what actually you can do, through this actually you can schedule your pipeline in a data factory only. That is a better way. So the best way of scheduling is like through a data factory or the pipeline. Now the scenario is like, suppose from a S3 location or from a different ADLS location, you are taking a data and you are putting into the lake house. So for that you are performing a copy data. Once you have completed the copy data, after that you are connecting with that particular lake house and you are doing all the kind of the transformation and you are loading into the lake house table. So you can see this will happen in the whole flow. So if you will schedule like this, that will be a better. So like this approach actually we generally follow in the real time. You should also schedule like this only. I hope you got the idea how to schedule the data flow, how to add the table into the destination and how to run. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are starting a new topic, that is a Spark in a Fabric. So in a Fabric till now we have understand about the OneLake, how to store a data in a Fabric. We have understand about the OneLake and the Lakehouse. After that we have covered about the data ingestion. So for the data ingestion we have used a data factory and the data flow. Data factory we have covered, and also we have covered for the transformation Dataflow Gen2 data flow. Now we are going to start a new topic, that is a Spark. Spark is very much important from a data engineering perspective. If you have a large data and if you have to process those data, then we use a Spark. So everything we'll try to cover in this particular series. So let's first understand what is Spark. Let's first understand what is Spark and then we will go further. So what is Spark? Spark is nothing but it is a general purpose in memory computation engine. Now let us try to understand what is general purpose, what is in memory, and what is computation. Okay, one by one. When we are saying a general purpose, right? What is general purpose? So general purpose means what actually was happening before coming to the Spark, right? Whenever you had to perform any kind of the operation, suppose you had to perform a data cleaning, for that you were having a separate tool, pig. This is one of the tool was available. Suppose you had to write any kind of the query, so for that what actually we were using a Hive. Suppose you had to use any kind of the ML operation, then what actually you will do, you will use a Mahot, that is one of the another library. Similarly, for any kind of the operation there were multiple tools was available, but when the Spark came into the picture, right, with the help of the Spark, each and everything, every operation we can perform or do in a Spark itself. So each and every operation whatever is required to do, we can do in a Spark itself. For taking example, suppose you want to perform a data cleaning, you can do in a Spark itself. If you have to write any kind of the code, you can use a Spark SQL. If you have to perform any kind of the machine learning application, for that also you can use a Spark ML lib. So for each and everything you do not have to depend on the any kind of the tool. In a Spark itself you can perform all the kind of the operation. That's why we call it as a general purpose. Now let us try to understand the next thing, computation. What is computation means? Computation means what actually was happening when we'll try to compare with the Hadoop. Most of the time people try to compare with the Hadoop versus Spark, but we do not have to do the comparison between the Hadoop versus Spark. Hadoop provide three components. if you will see, Hadoop provide three components. First is the HDFS. HDFS, that is for the storage. That is for the storage. And the second is the resource manager. Resource manager. And the third is the map reduce. Map reduce. So this map reduce in a Hadoop we were using for the computation. If you had to execute or if you had to process it for the computation, we were using the map reduce in the case of the Hadoop. But when we say Spark is a general purpose in memory computation engine, right? So we do not have to compare the Spark with the Hadoop. We had to compare with the Spark with the MapReduce, because Spark is mainly used for the computation only. So that is the thing we have to remember. Spark we generally use for the computation, not for the other purpose. So that is the thing. Even you can use a Spark with the HDFS, you can use a Spark with the other resource manager. So that is kind of the thing we have to remember. Even if you want to use Spark with HDFS, you can use that. If you want to use any other storage service, suppose Amazon S3, that also you can use it. Any kind of the storage you can use that. But for the computation we generally use a Spark. That is the thing we have to remember, and that is mean by the computation. Now the third thing is like in memory. Now let us try to understand what is in memory. In memory is nothing but it is a RAM. You have to understand by the RAM. For taking example, Spark does all computation in memory. That is nothing but a RAM only, and that's why Spark is faster than MapReduce. And this is what people say. Now let us try to understand how Spark is faster than the MapReduce and how actually the process actually happens. So first let us try to understand with the MapReduce. For taking example, in the case of the MapReduce, how actually was happening, suppose you have a data that is available in a HDFS. Suppose this is the HDFS location, and suppose this is your multiple MapReduce task is available. And how actually the computation happen, let us try to understand. So this is the HDFS location where the file is available, and this is the multiple MapReduce task is available, MR1, MR2 and all. Now in the case of the MapReduce, how the process happens, first it will try to take an input from the HDFS. That is the one time of input task. Once it will process, again it will write into the HDFS. In the same case of the MapReduce 2 task, again it will take an input, again it will write. So multiple time input and output happens in the case of the MapReduce, and input and output multiple time when you are hitting the disk, right? And that is a very slow process. So that's why it is a slow. As now let us try to understand in the case of the Spark how actually it happens. In the case of the Spark, how actually it happens, suppose you have a multiple job, multiple tasks. So what actually will happen, first time it will take an input, it will do a computation and it will write into the memory only. Second time again it will not hit the HDFS. From in memory, whatever the output, right, again you have to process, again it will take it from the second job only. Suppose this is the V1. After doing the process, it will not write to the HDFS. What actually it will do, it will write into the in memory only, and again it will try to process. Once it will complete all the operation, then only it will try to write it to the HDFS location. Only 2 times input output disk operation happens in the case of the Spark, but in the case of the MapReduce, multiple time we hit into the disk. That's why it is slow. I hope you got it. That's why Spark is faster than the MapReduce. So that is the thing you have to remember. So what is Spark? Spark is nothing but it is a general purpose in memory computation engine, you have to remember. And we have discussed about what is a general purpose in memory computation and all. I hope you got. Now let's try to discuss about the benefits of the Apache Spark. So there are many benefits we get in Apache Spark as compared to the MapReduce. The first one is the fast. It is faster than the MapReduce, 100 times faster than the MapReduce, because it try to process our data in a in-memory. That's why it is a faster. In the case of the MapReduce, because the multiple input and output operation is required, that's why it was slow. But in the case of the Spark, in memory only we try to process our data, that's why it is a faster. Because of the in-memory caching, optimized query execution, Spark can run fast analytics query against the data of any size. So that is the benefits of the Apache Spark. It is faster than the MapReduce. The second benefits we get is developer friendly. In Apache Spark, generally it supports a multiple API like the Java, Scala, R, and Python, and the multiple language it supports. And this API actually makes our life easy. For any developer, it's try to make our life easy. We do not have to worry about the complexity of the distributing processing behind. We only can write any kind of the Python, Java, Scala, R, and we can use the library of that. That's why it makes the developer friendly. So that is the another benefits we get. Now third is the multiple workload. Apache Spark comes with the ability to run multiple workload, include interactive query, real-time analytics, machine learning, graph processing, and one application can combine multiple workloads seamlessly. So that is the third benefit. So it is a faster, it is a developer friendly, it support the multiple workload. These are the benefits of the Apache Spark. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about pools in a Microsoft Fabric. What is pool? So in a Microsoft Fabric cluster we call it as a pools. Cluster is nothing but a pool. What is a cluster? Cluster is nothing but a group of machines. So in a big data world, if you have to process large amount of data, one machine will not be able to process that. So what actually we do? We use a group of machine. That group of machine nothing but a we call it as a cluster, and in a Microsoft Fabric the cluster is nothing but a we call it as a pool. Now there are two types of pools available in a Microsoft Fabric. One is the starter pool, the second one is the custom pool. So let's start with the custom pool. What is custom pool? Custom pool is a configuration Spark pool which you can create based on your requirements. Suppose I have this much data and this much data I have to process. So based on your requirement, what actually you can do, you can create a your own pool or cluster we can say. So suppose I need this many CPU, I need this many memory to process a data. So all the kind of the configuration I will do, and based on that I can create my own pool that actually we call it as a custom pool. So second is the starter pool. So in a Microsoft Fabric by default also you will get one cluster. With the help of the cluster you can also process the data. So this pool is mostly a useful whenever you are doing a development work, or whenever your data size is less and you want to process the data. In that kind of the scenario, starter pool is will be helpful. Now one more advantage you have to remember, whenever you are creating your custom pool, right, and when you will start the cluster, generally it takes 2 to 3 minutes to start the cluster itself. But in the case of the starter pool, this pool will already be available and within a 5 second this will be ready. So this will help you for your development perspective. This will help you in the development. Within a second this will be available and you can do any kind of the analysis. So that is the advantage we have in a starter pool. Now let's discuss about few of the difference between the starter pool and the custom pool. So starter pool, you do not have to do any kind of the setup. It will already be available. But in the case of the custom pool, you have to do a one-time setup. Performance wise, because we will use a shared pool, so the performance will vary, but in the case of the custom pool this will be a dedicated cluster, so the performance will be a consistent. Control, we will not have any kind of the control in the case of the starter pool, but we will have a full control in the case of the custom pool. It is best used for the learning and the development starter pool, but for the production like job we will use a custom pool. Billing, billing will be based on the shared capacity. In a custom pool, billing will be based on the whatever the fabric capacity you are using. So one thing you have to remember, whenever you are doing a development and you are learning, then you use a starter pool. But suppose for the production kind of the job and workload, right, we will use a custom pool. I hope you got the idea what is pool in Microsoft Fabric. In next video we will try to create a notebook and we will try to see how actually we can do all the setup. Hello everyone, so we will start our practical part, and in this video we are going to see how actually we can create a notebook to run any kind of the Spark job. So if you'll see from a data engineering perspective, Spark is very much important. Even if you click on the workload, right, we have a different kind of the workload option. If we'll go into the data engineering, from a data engineering perspective, these items are very much important in a Fabric. One is the lake house, which we have already discussed. Second is the notebook. In the notebook only we write all the kind of the Spark job and Spark code. The third one is the environment. This also is important. We will discuss it later. The fourth is the Spark job definition, and the fifth is the API. Now we are going to see how to create a notebook. So for that, you have to go into the workspace, go to the data factory, click on the new item, and in the filter, right, you have to search for the notebook. Search the notebook, click on the OK. You can see one notebook is created, and we will click on the skip to as of now. You can see this notebook is created. Now let's understand one by one all the options. So you can see this is the main workspace, and here only we can write any kind of the code, our PySpark code. This is similar to the Jupyter notebook, or you can say Databricks. In a Databricks also we get a similar kind of view, right? There we write all the kind of the PySpark code. Here also we have to follow in the same way, and we can write any kind of the code here, and we can execute that. Now on the top you will see you have option for the save, you have option for the download, you have option for the run. Suppose you have written all the code, and if you want to run, you can click on the run all. And after that we have a connect. So suppose I have written one code, one Python code. Suppose I want to do 4 plus 5. This is the code I am writing. Now if you have to execute, you have to click on the shift and enter, or you can click here. If I click on the shift and enter, this will be executed. Now you can see on the top it started running. So in previous video we have also understand, right, we have a pool. So with the help of the pool only we can execute any kind of the code. So suppose this is the code I have written. To execute that we need a cluster. So you can see within a 5 to 6 seconds this cluster is ready. What is this cluster? This is the starter pool available. Now you can also create your custom pool. You can do all the configuration that we will understand later, but as of now you can understand this standard session is nothing but a, that is a pool, that is a starter pool, and that will be available all the time. Within a 5 second this will be available for you to execute any kind of the code. Now after that you will have option stop session. If you want to stop this particular session, you can do that after 20 minutes. By default actually this gets stop. You can see it will expire in a 19 minutes. So if you are not doing any kind of the activity, after 19 minutes it will be expired. After that you can see here we have option for the PySpark. So you can write a code in a PySpark Python, you can write a Scala code, you can write a Spark SQL code, you can write a Spark R code, and you want to execute any Python code, that is also is available, and T-SQL for the analytics, that also option available here. So you can see these are the language which you can use to execute the code. Now next is the environment. By default we are using a workspace default. This also we'll discuss later. Now next is the data wrangler. Data wrangler generally used by data scientist people to transformation, for doing any kind of the transformation. So this option also available. Now if you go to the edit option, you can see suppose I have this particular cell, and if you want to move top or move down, you can do from here. If you want to delete, we can delete from here. If you want to clear all output, this option also available. Next is the AI tool for the data wrangler. For the transformation this we will use. Next is the run. In the run section you can see if you want to stop the cluster, you can do that. If you want to schedule it, we can do it schedule from here. Next is the view option, and here you will see all the kind of the view options are available. So this is the main screen. Here only we can write any kind of the PySpark code, and with the help of this we can execute the code. In the left side you can see we have a two option. One is the data item, second is the resource. So if you want to add any kind of the data item like a lake house, we can add from here. You can see if you click on the add data item, you can create a new lake house, or you can add the existing data source also. If you click on the existing data source, suppose I want to add this destination lake house. If I click here, if you click on the connect, that particular will be added. Stop current session. First we have to stop the current session to add this. So I'll click on the stop now. You can see it got added. Now again if you have to add more, what actually you can do, click on the existing, and if you want to add suppose source one, you can add that, click on the connect. This will also be added. Like that the multiple lake house you can add here. Next is the resource. Here we have a one resource built-in option. So suppose you have a requirement where you want to upload a CSV file, and that you want to refer. So from here you can upload that file, and that particular file you can refer. For taking example, suppose you have a few credentials that actually you want to refer in the notebook, so you can upload that and you can refer it. We have a multiple option, other options also available, but here the thing is like you can upload a file and you can refer in the notebook. So this is the two main option. Now if you had to write any kind of the SQL code, I'll show you the couple of options. So suppose here I want to write any kind of the SQL code, select star from table something, select star from table. But if you can see, we have selected a Python, right? Now if I'll write this kind of the code, it will give me error. It will give me error. You can see expected expression error, this kind of the error you will see. So how actually you can convert this cell into the SQL cell? So we have option. One option is like from here directly you can convert the Spark SQL. If you'll convert from here, right, everything will be converted into the Spark SQL only. So, but what actually we want for a specific cell where you want to write a Spark code, right? The other option is like here, from here also we can change it. You can see bottom it is showing PySpark Python, right? If we'll select the Spark SQL, this will be converted in a Spark SQL. Now here you can write any kind of the SQL code. Now when you have clicked on the Spark SQL, right, you can see percent SQL actually automatically came. So the second way is like if you had to convert into the any of the language, what you have to do, if you write percent Python, then this particular cell will be converted into the Python. If you write percent SQL, this particular cell will be converted into SQL, and here you can write any kind of the SQL code, or if you write a Python, then you can write any kind of the Python code. So this is the main option you have to remember. Now next thing which I want to show you, suppose I want to give some kind of the heading. Suppose welcome to your new notebook. This particular heading actually I want to give. So as of now you can see this particular cell into the Python, right? But I want to convert into the heading. So what actually we can do? Convert to the markdown cell. If you click here, what will happen? This got converted into the heading only. This got converted into the heading. Now suppose you want to do more modification. Suppose you want to convert this text into the bold. So you have to select this. If you click on the bold, you can see it got converted into the bold. Similarly here also, if you want to convert into the bold, you can do that. Even if you want to make it italic, you can also do that. So like that actually we can do a proper heading. And even if you want to make this as a heading, proper heading, that also you can do. Or if you will select this heading 2, that will convert into the heading 2, like the based on the multiple headings are available, based on that you can see the size also is getting changed. So these are the different options are available. Through that we can add a heading. I hope you got the idea about the overview. In next video we'll try to do practical, and we'll start a PySpark. Hello everyone, now we will start our PySpark practical part, and in this video we are going to see how to create a data frame by using a PySpark, and how to read the data from a lakehouse and create a data frame. So what I will do, first I will delete this all the cell. How actually you can delete this cell? Click here, click here, click here, it will be deleted. And let me give the heading properly. So I will give the heading name as a data frame. Data frame. And I will remove this. This is our first topic. Shift and enter. Data frame will be there. Now here we will write a code. Now in the left side you can see we have a data item. Now first what I will do, I will go into this particular destination lake house, and I will try to upload a few files because I want to upload a file and I want to read that. So how actually we can do that? For that first you have to go into the workspace. I'll go to the source workspace. In a source workspace we have a source lake house, right? Here I will try to upload few of the files, and that file I want to read from there. Once you come here, click on the upload. Click on the upload files. We are going to upload our files. I will try to upload that. Superstore CSV file, I will upload that. Click on the upload. This got uploaded. Now if you want to see, click on the refresh. Now if I click on the file, you can see superstore.csv file also got uploaded. Now we want to read it from a notebook. So go to the workspace. In a data factory we have created a notebook, right? Click on the notebook. This is the notebook we have created. Now if I will show you, in a source lakehouse we have uploaded a file. Click on this. And if you want to refresh, click on the refresh. You can see superstore.csv. This file actually I want to read. For that I want to create a data frame. How to create a data frame? It's very simple. You have to write df. First you have to give any name. After that you have to write spark.read.csv. This is the first way, and after that you have to pass the location. So if you want to pass this location superstore.csv, right, how actually you can pass? Click here. you can see you are getting a two option. One is a copy ABFS path, second is a copy relative path. So if I select the copy relative path and if I'll pass here, now if I will execute shift and enter, you can see our cluster will start because this will be the starter pool started and it is running. Let's see whether we are able to read with the help of the relative path or not. You can see we are getting an error because relative path only will work if your lake house is pinned, right? Then only it will work. But we are fetching a data from source lake house, then this relative path will not work. So what you can do for that, you have to copy the ABFS path and you have to search so that it will give you the exact location. From there we are fetching. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it is running. Now if you want to see the data, so what you have to do, df.show if I'll write and if I'll execute, you should be able to read the data. You can see I'm able to read the data. df.show is for the reading the data. And also if you write the display df also, then also it will be executed. Let me execute. You can see now I am able to read properly like a table. So df.show and display df we use for the to read the data only, to read the data from a data frame. Now you can see I am able to read that, but the thing is like the first row should contain a header, right? But it is created a new column C0, C1, C2, C3 like that. So how actually you can make it properly? So this is the first way of reading the CSV file. I will show you another way of reading the file. So what you can do, I'll create another data frame df equal to the spark dot read dot options, and here you can pass header equal to the true, and after that you can pass the dot csv and the particular location. So what is the location? So this super csv copy abfs path, copy here. Now if you want to display df, if I'll execute this, you will be able to see the data. Now you can see previously it created a new column, but now what actually it has done, because we have given the header equal to the true, right? So it has considered the first row as header. Now we can see properly. Now we can see properly. Now as of now you can see we are mentioning dot csv, means this is csv, then it is working fine. But suppose you have another data, so in that case how actually we can read the data? So I will show you another way of creating a data frame properly. So what you have to write, if you write df equal to the spark dot read dot format, if you write spark dot read dot format, now here you can pass csv. If it is csv, then you can pass csv. If it is json, then you can pass a json. And then after that you can write options and you can write header equal to the true, and after that you can write dot load and you can pass the particular location. Now if I'll show you df dot display df, if I'll execute, now you can see it is working. So this is another way of creating a data frame. So if you want to specify what is the file type also, so you can read spark.read.format. If it is CSV, you can mention CSV. If it is JSON, you can mention JSON. And in option, you can pass whether header should be true or not, that you can pass, and then load. You can see this particular file location we are passing. So like this actually we can create. So this is a better way of creating a data frame, and we can see that. Now if you want to see the schema, then we have one option with print schema, df dot print schema. If I'll write and if I'll execute, what will happen, it will give you the schema of all the data frame, like the id should be a string, order id should be a string, order date should be a string, like this it will create a schema. Now you can see by default it has considered all as a string. By default it has considered all as a string. But what actually I want to do, I want to specify like the order ID, right? The ID should be an integer, means it should automatically detect the a schema. So for that, what actually we can do, how actually we can create a proper data frame. For that, you had to use one more thing. So I will show you. Df equal to the spark dot read dot format, and I will mention it is a CSV file, and after that dot options. In options you can write header equal to the true, which we were writing, because the first row it will consider the header. And after that we have a one more option, comma, infer schema. Infer schema equal to the true. What is infer schema? When you will write infer schema equal to true, automatically it will detect the schema also, and it will give you the proper schema. And after that dot load, and you have to pass the location. Enter. What we have passed, we have given the header true as well as the infer schema true. Now if I'll display the data frame, it's working now. But if I'll show you the schema, if I show you the schema, df dot print schema, if I write df dot print schema, now in this case if you'll see, it has created a proper schema. You can see id is integer now, order id is integer, ship date it has converted into a date, ship mode is string, means it has automatically detect most of the schema properly. The profit should be in double, user id should be in double, it means it has automatically detect the schema. So if you had to use that, so what actually you can do, you can pass this in for schema true. In previously what was happening, for everything, even the profit, discount, everything, it considered the string. But when we use the infer schema true, it has detected the schema, and with the help of that we are able to create properly. Now how to create a data frame? What you have to write is spark.read.format, and after that if it is a JSON CSV, that you have to mention dot option. In option you can pass whether the first row is header or not. Header equal to true means first row is header. Infer schema true means it will give you the automatic in schema. And then you have to write dot load, and you have to pass the location. Make sure you pass the full location, the ABFS location. And then if you write the display df, it will show you in a proper table, or if you write df dot show, then also you will be able to read. Now if you want to see the schema, how actually you can see the schema, we have a df dot print schema. With the help of that we will be able to see the schema also. I hope you got the idea how to read the file and how to create a data frame. Now let's continue our PySpark practical part. So in previous video we have created this particular data frame. With the help of the data frame we were able to read all the columns which is available. So if you had to read all the column, then you can use a display df. But suppose your requirement is like you want to read only the specific column. In this case what actually we can use? We can use a select. So you had to write this df dot select, and after that all the column name whatever you want to see you have to pass. Suppose I want to see the id, so I have to write id. Suppose if I want to see the sales, I have to write the sales. I'll write the id, I'll write the name product name also. Now to see this, what you have to write dot, so if you'll write, if you'll execute, you should be able to see. Now you can see I'm only able to see id, sales, profit, and the product name. So with the help of the select specific column, if you want to see, you can use the select with the data frame. Now one more thing. Now as of now, if you are writing a display df, right, it is showing you all the column and all the rows. But suppose you want to see only the 5 rows, because most of the time we have a large data, right? Now if you have a large data and if you want to see only the 5 rows to see what is the schema and all, so in this case what actually you can do, we can write like this, display df. If I write display and the df, you will see all the rows, it will show you, all the rows, but I want to see only the 5 rows. So in this case what actually I have to write, df dot limit, and suppose I want to see only the 4 rows. So if I write df dot limit 4, what will happen, it will only show you the top 4 rows. If you write display df, then it will show you all the rows, but if you want to see only the 3 rows, 4 rows, 5 rows, you can mention here and that particular rows only it will show you. Now to see only the specific column, you can use a select, and if you want to see specific row, you can use a limit. Now you can see in this particular data frame I have a multiple columns are available, and suppose this particular column is not important, any one of the column is not important. For taking example, suppose I don't want this customer name, I want to delete this. So how actually I can do that? With the help of the drop we can do that. So what you have to write, this column name, right? This column name you have to pass. So I'll just copy this. I'll use df dot drop, and the particular column name you have to pass. And if you write a dot, so let's see. In this case, what will happen? That particular customer name, right? Previously it was available, that got deleted. You can see after customer ID it is showing a segment, no customer name is available. So with the help of the df drop, that particular column also you can drop it. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about with column and with column rename in PySpark. So with the help of the with column and with column rename, if you want to add a new column, or if you want to change a data type, or if you want to rename, then that actually we can do with the help of the with column and with column rename. So let's try to understand the use case. My first requirement is like, suppose this is a data frame which we have created in previous video, right? My requirement is like, you can see this quantity, this one of the column, right? You can see as of now it is in string. You can see ABC, right? This I want to convert into the integer. I want to convert this quantity, this particular column, into a integer. As of now it is in string. How actually I can do that? So for that we can use a with column. So what you have to write, I am creating a new data frame df1, and what I will write, df dot with column, with column. After that, which particular column? So column name you have to pass. Column name is quantity, right? So you have to pass the column name quantity, and after that we will write this, we want to typecast. So call is one of the function which is available, so that actually we have to import. So how actually we can import that? Let me show you. So what you have to write, first you have to import few library to use that. From PySpark dot SQL dot functions import star, and also we will import one more thing from PySpark dot SQL dot types import star. So this two actually you can use it to import a few of the library, few of the function which is already available. So what actually I am doing, coming to this, I want to change this column data type to the integer. So I will write df dot with column, this particular column I am using a call, one of the function. Which particular column you have to pass here? Quantity. I'll just copy this, and I want to cast into the integer. Use cast into the integer. So you have to write integer. So what I have written, df dot with column, which particular column you want to change? Quantity column. I want to convert this quantity column from a string to a integer. So I have written the integer. Now if I'll show you, df1 display df1 dot limit 3. I want to see only the 3 record. Let me execute. It got executed. Now let's see the result. Now you can see quantity column got converted into integer. You can see 1, 2, 3 it is written before to that, right? Previously it was a ABC, that was previously it was a string, now it is a integer. So with the help of the with column we can convert any data type with the help of this particular approach. Now suppose you want to convert into the string, then you will pass string here. If you want to convert into the any other data type, then also you can pass here. So I hope you got the idea. That is the first use case. Now the second use case is like update the value of existing column. Suppose I have one of the column, this quantity, this particular column we have, right? What actually I want to do, this particular quantity column, right? I want to multiply this with 2. I want to multiply this quantity with 2. How actually I can do that? So I'll create a new data frame 2 equal to the df1 dot with column. Which particular column? Quantity, right? So just pass that. This quantity column, whatever we have, this I want to multiply with the 2. So what I will write? Call, we will use a call function quantity into 2. Now what actually we are doing? Whatever the quantity column we have, right, that actually we are multiplying with the 2. So if you want to update the value of the existing column, that also we can do. Now if I'll show you display df2, we want to see only the few records. So let me see the 3 records. Now if I'll execute, so you can see the quantity got multiplied with the 2. So if you want to update the any existing value, that also we can do with the help of the with column. Now suppose I have another requirement. My requirement is like I want to create a new column from the existing column. Suppose I want to create a new column name as a quantity 1. How actually I can do that? So for that, what I will use df2 dot with column, and I will write I want to create a new name, so I will give the quantity 1 something. This is the new column I want to create. Whatever the name you want to give, you can give here. And what will be the logic of this quantity? So its logic will be the I want to quantity, I want to divide by 2, and I want to create a new column. So you have to write 2. So what I am writing, I am creating a new column quantity 1. I am dividing this existing column by 2, and I am creating a new column. Now if you want to see the data, right, what you have to write display. Now let's see whether it is working or not. Let's execute. Now in this case what will happen, the new column got created quantity 1, and whatever the value we have in a quantity, right, that actually we have divided by 2. So like that, if you want to create a new column with the existing column, we can do with the help of this. Now suppose you want to add a new column, the column name is country. How actually you can do that? So if you want to add a new column, what you have to write? Let me create a new data frame df3 df2 dot with column. I want to create a new column name as a country something. I will give country 1, and what will be the value? Suppose by default value, if you want to pass something, so you can use a lead and you can pass that. Suppose by default value is a USA. So this I am passing. Now let me show you display df3 dot limit to, let me execute. Now what will happen, new column country 1 will be created. You can see country 1 will got created, and with the default value as a USA. If you will not pass LIT, then what will be happen, null value will be there, but we are passing a default value as a USA. So if you want to add a new column, that also you can do. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to rename the any of the existing column. Suppose I have a one of the column zip mode. This column I want to rename as a S mode. So how actually I can do that? So if you have to rename the column, then we will use a with column rename. So I am creating a new column df4, and what I will write df3 dot with column renamed, with column rename. After that you have to pass which particular column you want to rename. I want to rename the zip mode column. This column I want to rename. Suppose let me rename with the lower case only, zip mode, and let me show you the display df4 dot limit to. If I'll execute, you can see previously zip mode was in a capital, right? Now we have renamed into the smaller case. So like that, if you want to rename, you can do that. So if now what are the use case? If you want to change the data type of any column, we can use a with column. If you want to add a new column, then we can use a with column. If you want to rename the column, then we can use a with column rename. So these are the use case of the with column and with column rename that generally we use in a PySpark course. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about filter in a PySpark. So suppose we have given this particular data frame. In this particular data frame, you have to fetch only the specific record. Then what actually we can use? We can use a filter. So let's see how actually we can do a coding in a PySpark for filtering a data. So my first requirement is like from this particular data frame, I have a lots of data which is available from a different country. My requirement is like I only want to filter a data where country equal to the United States. That is my requirement to how actually I can fetch the data. So for that you have to write df dot filter, simple df dot filter, and what actually I want, df dot country equal to the country name should be United States, right? So that you have to pass. So what actually I am doing, df dot filter df dot country equal to the United States. Now if I show you display, then what will happen, it will fetch only the data for the United States. So that's how actually we can fetch the data, that's how actually we can filter our data. So you can see all the United States country, it's fetching the data. My second requirement is like I have to fetch the data, either country should be a United States or the segment should be a consumer. So you can see in a segment we have a multiple values, right? Consumer, corporate. So I have to fetch the data where country should be either country should be United States or the segment should be a consumer. So how actually I can do that? So what I will write, df dot filter, I will write df dot country equal to the United States. This is my first condition, either country should be a United States, and second condition is like or. So for or we can use this particular thing, for or we can use this particular symbol, and what I will write, df dot segment equal to the consumer. So for the or condition we can use this, and what I am writing, whether a country should be United States or the df dot segment should be a consumer. So this is the filtering I am doing. Now if I will do a display, so if any of the condition is satisfying, country or the segment, it will give you the data. It will give you the data. Either the country will be the United States or the segment will be a consumer. So you can see here, you can see home office, right? But the country is a United States. So either of this condition is getting satisfied, it is fetching the data. Now suppose you want to fetch the data where country should be United States and the segment also should be a consumer. So in this case, what actually you have to do, you have to use a and. You have to use the and condition. So I will write the same code. Instead of this, what I will write, and if I'll execute this, now you can see the country should be United States as well as the segment also is a consumer. These both are satisfying, then only it is fetching the data. Now my next requirement is like, suppose from this particular data frame I want to fetch the data where customer name is starting with a C. That is my requirement. So how actually I can filter the data? So I will write df dot filter df dot customer name, that you have to pass customer name dot start with C, right? So we will write C, and if I'll do a display, to see the record, execute. So you can see we are not getting anything because we have passed the small c. Let me pass the capital C here and let's see. Let me execute this. So you can see the customer name which is starting from a capital C. You can see this all the customer starting from the capital C, right? It has fetched the data and we can see all those customer name. So like that, actually if you have to fetch the data, what actually we can use? We can use a filter. Do practice this also, we use most of the time in a PySpark code. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can perform a sorting operation in a PySpark. So I have created one of the data frame. This is the data frame I have. Now in this data frame, suppose my requirement is like I want to sort the data based on the consumer name. Based on the consumer name I want to sort the data. So how actually I can do that? df.sort you have to write, and after that you have to pass the column name. So suppose my column name is customer underscore name, and if you want to see the data, right, what you have to write, display and you have to execute that. Now you can see the customer name got sorted based on the ascending order. You can see all the A name is coming first, right? So like that we can sort the data. Now suppose you want to sort the data based on the sales. Based on the sales, how actually you can write? What you have to do? This is a sales column, right? Based on that you have to write. So you can write df.source and the sales, that will work. And also you can write df.order by. If you write df.order by and the sales, that also will work. And if I'll execute, now you can see based on the sales actually it got sorted out. Based on the sales actually it got sorted out. You can see sales 10, 10, 10, after that 100 and all it's coming, right? So based on the sales value it got sorted. Now suppose your requirement is like based on the two or multiple column you want to sort, then how actually you can do? So what actually I will write? df.sort. df.sort. My requirement is like I want to sort based on the ID, and also I want to sort based on the customer ID. Customer ID. Now if I write display df dot sort, if I'll do, so you can see based on the ID as well as the customer ID it got sorted. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to sort based on the descending order and all, then how actually you can sort? Because as of now we are not passing any ascending and descending, right? So how actually you can do? So based on the profit ascending order, descending order I want to see the data. So what I will write? df dot sort. I'll write df dot profit dot descending DESC. You have to write like this, and we'll write display to see the data. So what I have written? df dot sort, df dot profit dot descending, and if I'll execute this, capital profit. Now if I'll show you the profit data, you can see based on the descending order we have sorted the data. Now if you write ASC, then what will happen? It will sort the data based on the ascending order. It will sort the data based on the ascending order. So like that we can do a sorting in a PySpark. Do practice this also, we use a lot. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about group by transformation in a PySpark. So group by generally we use whenever you had to group rows having a same values. So suppose in a segment, right, we have a consumer. So all the consumer you want to group, then what actually we use? We use a group by. So group by generally we use with a aggregate function only. It is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also we use a group by with aggregate, right? Here also we will use in the similar way. So I have a couple of questions. Let's try to solve so that you will get better idea. My first question is like I had to find the total profit based on the segment. So segment is one of the column. What I had to do, I had to find out the total profit. So in this case what I will do, if I try to group based on the segment, and if I do sum of profit, I will be able to find out the total profit based on the segment. So I will write a code for this. df dot group by, what you have to write? df dot group by, and which particular column you want to group? I want to group a segment, so I'll pass the segment here. And after that you want to find out the total profit, so what you will write? Sum of profit. Sum of profit. Now if you want to see the data, what you have to write? You have to write the display starting and the end, and after that you have to execute. Now what will happen? It will show you the segment wise. You can see consumer, we have a this many profit. For the home office we have a this many profit. For the corporate we have this many profit. So like that you will be able to see. So like this kind of the analysis we do most of the time in a real one. So group by is very much important. Group by generally we use with the aggregate function. So we have a multiple aggregate function like sum, max, minimum, average and all. So when actually we use a group by, if we had to group the rows having same value, so what actually we have done, we have grouped all the consumer and we have find out what is their total profit. We have grouped all the home office and what is their total profit. So in that kind of the case we use a group by. Now next is the find the minimum profit based on the segment and city. So it is similar only, right? What we will write? df dot group by, and after that we have to write what is the minimum based on the segment and city. So we want to group based on the segment, so we'll pass the segment as well as the city here, city, and also you want to see the minimum profit, right? So what I will write dot, and if you want to see what you can do, display df dot group by and the minimum profit. You can see based on the segment and city what is the minimum profit it is showing me. And similarly, if you want to find out the maximum profit also, what you have to do, instead of minimum you can use a maximum. Instead of minimum you can use a maximum. You will get the maximum one. Now suppose you have to find out what is the total number of records we have in a data frame. Then how actually you can do that? So suppose I want to group based on the segment. In a segment how many records we have, that actually I want to find out. So what actually I can write, dot count, and here we will not pass anything. And if I will execute this, you can see in each segment the number of records we have 5191178330. Like this actually we can group the rows having a same value based on the aggregate functions and based on the group by. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how to handle a null values, how to replace a null values with some other values, that actually we are going to see. So what I will do, I am going to read this employee1.csv. So I have uploaded this file. You can also upload this file into one of the lake house and then we can read. So if you had to read the CSV file, then what you have to write, I am going to create a new data frame, employee data frame. I am going to create spark dot read dot format. This we have learned, right? It is a CSV, so you have to mention the CSV, and after that you have to mention dot options, and here you have to mention header equal to true, and infer schema equal to the true, and after that we are going to load dot load, and you have to pass the location. If you want to read this, click here, copy abfs path, and what actually we can do, we can pass here in a single quote. Now this one is ready. Now after that what we will do, we will try to read this. So if you had to read the data frame, what you have to write, display emp data frame. Now if I will execute, you can see I am able to read the employee data frame. Now you can see in employee data frame, right, we have a multiple null values are also available. So if you can see in a name column also we have a few null value, and also in the location column is completely null value, email column is also completely null value. Now we are going to see how to work on this. So we have a first function, filter. So suppose you want to filter only the null values which is available in a name, because as of now this is a very less data, so we are able to directly see like these are the null values are present. But suppose you have a millions of the record, and if you want to see how many null values are present, in that case how actually you can filter that. So what you have to write, employee df dot filter. I am going to filter only the null value which is present into the name column. So how actually I can do that? So if I write employee df dot filter, and if I write name column name dot is null, I am saying employee df, we are filtering a column name is null. And if I'll display this, because I want to see that, let me execute. You can see whatever the null values is present, right, in a name column, that only we are able to filter, this is the two record where the null values are present. Now suppose you have to filter a name column where the values are not null, then how actually you can do that? I will write the same code. Instead of is null, I will write is not null. Instead of is null, I will write a is not null. Now in this case what I will get, I will get all those record where the values are not null. Where the values are not null means I will get only the valid values. So with the help of the filter we can filter is null and the is not null. Is null will tell me how many values which is null present into that particular column. Like this actually we can filter. If you want to filter where the values are not null, you can use a is not null. Now suppose you want to replace the value with something. So if I show you my data frame, display employee df, and if I'll execute, I have a few null values are present. Now I want to replace those. So suppose I want to replace this all the null value with a space. How actually I can do that? So we have a, first you have to pass the employee df, the data frame name. First you have to write the employee df, and after that you have to write dot na dot fill, and you want to replace with a slash or space, right? You mention the space, and after that if you want to see the record, what you have to do, display. In this case what will happen, whatever the null value is present, it will be replaced with the space. Now let's see whether it's working or not. Now you can see in previously whatever the null values was there, this whole column was null, right? And here also two rows values was null. Everything was replaced with the slash. So this is how actually we can do. But suppose you want to replace only in the specific column, this name column, whatever the null, that only you want to replace, then how actually you can do that? You have to mention the data frame employee df dot na dot fill. Under this you have to pass the what actually you want to replace. I want to replace with the slash, right? I want to replace with a blank only. Which particular column? So in a bracket you have to mention the column name. So column name is name. Now if I want to see, I will write display also, and if I'll execute this, now in this case what will happen, only in the name column whatever the null, right, that should replace with the blank. You can see now in the location and email null is present, but in the name column, right, it got replaced with the blank. You can replace with any value. Suppose if I write unknown here, unknown, and if I will execute this, you can see whatever the null, right, that got replaced with the unknown. Now suppose I want to do in a multiple column. So as of now I showed you only in one column, right? I want to replace in the name column as well as the location. So how actually I can do that? So for that I had to write employee df dot na dot fill. I want to replace with slash in the name column. So you mention the name column slash, and I want to replace the location with the unknown. So I will write dot na dot fill. I want to replace with the unknown into which particular column, that is a location column. So like this you can mention so what I am writing, employee df dot na dot fill slash in the name column dot na dot fill unknown with the location column. Now if I want to see this display, and if I'll execute, what will happen, that the name column, right, it got replaced with the blank, and the location it got replaced with the unknown. So that actually we can do. Now one thing you will notice, when we perform df.na.fill, right, when we perform employee df.na.fill, means in every column actually it got reflected with a blank. You can see location and email completely got blank, name also completely got blank, because we are replacing with the a blank value whatever the null value is there. But if you see in a salary column also we have a null value, but it didn't get replaced. Why? Because this is a integer column. This is an integer column. We are replacing with the string value, right? So whatever the integer column, right, there it will not be reflected. Now similarly, if I write the same code, but instead of writing slash, if I write a 0, in this case what will happen, only in the whole data frame wherever null value is present into the integer column, there only it will get replaced. If I'll execute this, you can see now in integer column whatever the null, right, that got replaced with the 0, but here in the other column whatever the string column, right, still it is showing the null. So that is the one thing you have to remember when you are using a df.na.fill. I hope you got the idea how to filter a null value, how to replace the null value, how to handle a null values in a multiple column. Hello everyone, now we are starting a Spark SQL. So till now what actually we were doing, we were writing a PySpark code and we were doing all the transformation. The same thing you can do in a Spark SQL also. But what you have to do, first you have to convert your data frame into a one view, and after that you can write any kind of the SQL queries and you can perform the transformation. For taking example, suppose I have one of the data frame. This is a data frame. This data frame I have created by using a Superstore CSV. Now this data frame first I had to convert into the view. So how actually I can convert? You have to write df create or replace temp view. We will create one temporary view, and after that you have to give the temporary view name. So I'll give the name as a Superstore. You can give any name, and after that you have to execute this. Now in this case what will happen, this Superstore, right, one view got created. Now on top of this view we can write any kind of the SQL code. Now if you have to write a SQL code, what actually you have to do, if you write select star from Superstore, it should work, right? But as of now it is in a PySpark Python mode. You have to convert into the SQL. If you convert into the SQL, then you can execute, it will work. You can write any kind of the SQL code and you can perform an analysis. So you can see I am able to write a SQL code and I am able to do an analysis also. The first way is like from here you can convert into the SQL, or the second way is like you can also write a percent SQL and you can write any SQL codes. Write select star from Superstore, limit 2. If I'll execute, only the 2 record will be shown. Now this is one way of doing this. Now second way is like, suppose you are in a PySpark Python mode only, but if you want to run a SQL, so what you can write, spark.sql, and after that you have to double quote, you have to pass the SQL queries. If I write select star from Superstore and if I'll execute, it will work. But if you want to display, right, as of now it is only showing the data frame, so you can write display how actually we were using previously, right? If you write display, you can write a query inside this and that also will work. You can see this also is working. So there are two ways. The first way is like you can convert this into the Spark SQL and you can write percent SQL and you can write your any SQL query. The second way is like in a PySpark mode only, you have to write spark.sql and under that you have to pass your SQL code, and if you do a display it will work. So like this actually we can write any kind of the SQL code. Now if you are well versed with the SQL, right, with the help of this approach you can write any kind of the SQL command and you can perform any kind of the transformation. It will make your life very easy. That's why most of the time we use Spark SQL to do all the kind of the transformation, because we know as a data engineer SQL is a must for us. So even PySpark code also we can solve with the help of the Spark SQL only. Now suppose you have to write a Windows function. In a PySpark also we can write a Windows function, but here it's very easy, right? What you have to write, suppose I have to perform a row number, then what I will write, select star comma row number, and after that you have to write over partition by, suppose I will take any of the column, partition by segment I will write, and order by order date, and I will give the name as rn from superstore. Now if you want to run this you have to convert into the SQL. Let's convert into the SQL. Now if I'll execute this, you can see one row number column will be created. The same operation you can do in a PySpark also, but SQL also you can do the same operation. Now if I'll show you, one row number column will be created and it will generate the row number for you based on the condition. So like that you can write any SQL. Now you have converted into a view, and after that on top of that you are writing a SQL command. Now suppose you want to convert back to the data frame only, how actually you can do that? So what you have to write, suppose this is the query, this I want to convert into a data frame. What actually I have to write, So I will go there. I will create one new data frame. I'll give the name as a final data frame. You can give any name. We are going to create a data frame by using a SQL command. So after that you have to write spark.sql and you have to pass a triple quote here, and in between you have to pass your SQL code. This is the SQL code. Spark.sql you have to write, and after that we will execute. You can see data frame got created. Now if you will see, right, if you want to see this data frame, display final data frame. Now if I'll execute this, you can see that particular SQL, right, it got converted into a data frame. Now again you can write any kind of the PySpark on top of this. Means you can convert PySpark data frame into a view, and you can write a SQL query, and if you have a SQL query, you have done the analysis, you can convert back to the data frame. So this kind of the advantage we get. Now whatever the temporary view we are creating, right, that is not going to store anywhere. Once the session will end, right, that particular view will be gone. Again you have to create the view. So that is the thing you have to remember. So this is the temporary view. It is not going to store somewhere. After the during the session it will be available. After the session this will be gone. So that is the thing you have to remember. I hope you got the idea how actually we can write a SQL query, how actually we can use a Spark SQL, and how actually we can run any kind of the SQL query to do the transformation. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to discuss how to create a visualization in a notebook itself. We can create a visualization in a notebook. So suppose you are doing any kind of the analysis, and that analysis result you want to show in the form of the visualization, that is possible in a Fabric notebook. So suppose I have created one data frame. This is a superstore data frame. You can see when I am doing a display, right, I can see the result in the form of the table. But if you want to create a chart, that chart also you can create from here. If you click on the chart, right, you can see by default one chart got created randomly, but this also you can edit it. If you click on the start editing, so randomly it has created one chart. You can see order ID and the postal code, these two it has considered, and it has created a chart. So like that, based on our requirement we can create our own chart also. That only we are going to discuss. So let's see what actually we'll do. We'll try to continue Spark SQL. We will try to do some analysis, like what is the total sales by city, what is the total profit by segment, what is the total sales by order date, what is the total sales by ship mode. This kind of the analysis we do in a real time also. The same kind of analysis let's try to do, and let's try to show the result in the form of the visualization. So what I will do, I will use a SQL query only because we are continuing the Spark SQL, right? So we have a data frame. This data frame I will convert into a one view. How actually we can do that? You have to create a df dot create or replace temp view. You have to create one temporary view, and we will give the name as a, suppose I am giving the name as a superstore. This is the temporary view I am creating. I'll just execute it. Once we have a superstore view, now we can write any kind of the SQL query. To write a SQL query, what we have to do? You have to write %% SQL, and if you will do select star from superstore, you will be able to execute the SQL query. You can see I am able to execute the SQL query. Now I have a few of the requirement. Let's try to solve that requirement, and based on that we will see how to create a visualization. Suppose I want to show what is the total profit by city. So what I will write, I am going to use a SQL only. So I will write %% SQL. After that I will write select total sales, means total profit, right? So sum of profit I will write, and after that based on the city, so I will write comma city, comma superstore, select sum of profit, comma city from superstore, and what I will do, I will do group by city. If I'll do and if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting one error. What is the error? Because this is the one command we have written, right? Let me remove this and let me execute this. Now you can see based on the CT, what is the total profit we can see. Now based on this, you want to create a chart. So click on the new chart. You want to create a visualization, right? By default, it has created one chart. And what actually it is showing? On the x-axis it is showing the CT, on the y-axis it is showing the sum of profit, but we want to create our own, right? So click on the start editing. Once you click on the start editing, right, the first option is like which particular chart you want to create. I want to create a bar chart, so let me select the bar. If you want to create any other chart like column chart, that also you can select. This is a column chart. Or if you want to create a line chart, that also is possible. Pie chart, scatter chart, like multiple charts are available. Even if you want to create in the form of the table, that also is available. So what we will do, we'll select the bar chart. You can see these are the multiple city, and based on their profit we can see. And x-axis you can see city is showing, y-axis profit is showing, and after that what is the position. Position also you can change from here, top, bottom, like this. Actually the you can change it. And the aggregation is happening average, but we want a sum, right? So select the sum. So now the it is happening sum. Missing and null value display as a 0. Stacked, select the stack. And like this are the option you can select. Go to the advanced option. In advanced option also we have a multiple things, like theme. If you want to change the theme, default, classic, you can see the color is changing, right? So that actually you can explore. Scale, whether you want in linear way or category wise. So we'll select the category wise only. Show labels, if you click on the show labels, right, you can see, we can see all the labels number here. So like this actually we can create a chart. Now let's try to solve another question, and there also we'll create another chart. So show me the total profit by segment. If I had to do this, what I will do, first we have to use a SQL, select sum of profit, and based on the segment, right? So based on the segment I will do from superstore group by segment. And this percent equal this one, right? This we can remove. Now if I'll execute, you can see now we can create a chart. Which particular chart we want to create? Now in this time we will create a pie chart only, and you can see by default also pie chart is coming because we have a 3, right? One actually it is showing the consumer 47.1% consumer. There it is showing the aggregation average, right? But we want a sum. So you can see that sum of profit 47% is from consumer, then corporate, then from home office. How the profit is happening? From home office 20%, from corporate 32%, from consumer it is a 47%. So like that the analysis we can do. Now let's try to solve another question. Now suppose I have to find out what is the total sales by order date. What is the total sales by order date? If you have to do, then what you will do, sum of sales, and we have order date column, right? Use the order date from superstore, and we'll group by the order date. Execute this. Now in this time we will see the line chart. Now if you want to create a chart, click on the new chart. You can see one chart got created, and if you want to edit, you can edit from here. And you can see from grouping also, if you want, you can do it from here. So this is also another chart. Now let's see another question. Show me the total sale by a SIP mode. So suppose I want to show the total sales by SIP mode. So what I have to write? Select sum of sales SIP mode from superstore group by SIP mode. And if I'll execute this, let me remove this. You can see now if I'll create new chart, you can see again the pie chart created. But if you want to build your own, you can build that. Click here. If you want to change to the bar chart, you can change it like this. And yeah, so we have created one bar chart, we have created one line chart, pie chart, and you can say one more bar chart. So like this actually we can create a visualization and we can share with our stakeholder, because if they will see this kind of the view, right, then they will get a better idea instead of the tables. And if the any kind of the line chart is there, then they can see the trend also. So I hope you got the idea. You can create a better visualization, just explore this all the option, you will get a better idea. This is all a self-explanatory only. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how to write the data into a lake house. So till now what actually we were doing, we were reading the data from a lake house, and this is a unclean data, means this is a messy data. To clean the data we have learned about PySpark coding. Like with the help of the PySpark coding and with the help of the Spark SQL, we can perform a transformation and we can clean the data. Now suppose you have cleaned the data, you have a data frame available. Now with the help of this data frame, whatever the data you have, this data you want to save in the file location. If you want to save this data frame in the file location, or if you want to create any tables, so how actually we can do that, that actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So as of now I have this particular data frame. Suppose this is the data frame I have, and suppose on top of this you have performed few of the cleaning operation also, and you got a new data frame. Now that data frame, if you had to write somewhere in the lake house, how actually you can do that, let's see that. So you can see in the left side we have a two lake house. One is the destination lake house and the second is the source lake house. Now in the destination lake house we have a tables and the file. In the source lake house also we have a tables and the files. Now what actually we are going to do, we have this particular data frame, right? We are going to save this particular data frame as a file in this particular file location in the destination. So let's see how actually we can do that. So for that you have to write df, whatever the df we have, right? Df dot write dot format. We are going to save as a delta, because delta is a widely used in the industry. So we are going to see how to save this as a delta. After that what actually we will do, dot mode, and we are going to do as a append. Now in a mode we have a different option. Let's understand one by one. The first one is a append. The second is the overwrite, and the third is a error. Fourth is a ignore. So these are the four options you can pass into this mode. Now let's understand one by one. Suppose in a lake house, in the particular location, you have a folder, and in that particular folder you have all the files. So if you will use a append, right, what will happen, new files will be created into this particular folder and the data will be appended. So that is a append. Now if you will do a overwrite in a mode, if you write a overwrite here, in this case what will happen, in a location, suppose if any files is there, and if you are writing overwrite, in this case what will happen, the file will be overwritten, the files will be overwritten, means whatever the previous file was there, right, that will be overwritten with the new files. So that is the overwrite. The third one is the error. In this case what will happen, suppose any file is available in the location. Now in this case what will happen, if you are using error, right, then it will throw a error, Now the next is the error. If you will mention the error in the mode option, in this case what will happen, if any file is already available in the location, then what will happen, it will just ignore that particular file, it will not throw any error or it will not do anything. So that is the four option is available. Most widely we use as a append, because we usually append the new data into that particular location, right? So that's why we are writing append as of now. So what we are writing, df dot write dot format, we are saving as a delta dot mode append. Now which particular location you want to save, so for that we have to write option, and after that we will pass path, which particular path you have to save, that path you have to pass. Suppose in the file location, this is the file location, right? Let me select this. In this particular file location, let's copy the abfs path and let's pass the particular location. Now we want to create any folder also, right? So this is a complete file path. Now suppose I want to create one path as a superstore. So in this case what will happen, one superstore folder also will be created, and here only I want to store this particular file. So what we have passed, we have written df write dot format delta mode append, option this particular location we want to save, and after that you have to write dot save. After that you have to write dot save. Let me do this. Let me execute this. df write dot format. We are getting one error. Let's see what is the error. Invalid column name sheep underscore date. So what is happening? Because in our data frame, right, whatever the data frame we have one of the column sheep underscore date. So after sheep you can see one space is there and then underscore is there. So what actually we have to do, we have to first clean the data and then only we can load that. So how actually you can handle this sheep underscore date? What you have to do, after creating a data frame, right, we are going to rename df dot with column rename, and we are going to rename this particular this sheep date, this particular column, with a proper name. What actually we want to change? Sheep date. Now if I'll execute this, so like this we had to do all the kind of the transformation, otherwise you will get error, right? That's why we do all the kind of the cleaning. Now you can see it is converted properly. Now let's try to run our code. This write command. Let's see if any other issue we have. One more issue we are getting. You can see product underscore id. This also we have to handle. Dot with column rename product underscore id. This particular column also is having a naming issue. So let me correct this. Let me execute. Let me execute again. Now you can see it worked properly. So what we have done, we were getting few of the issue because the column name was not correct. So with the help of this we have cleaned the data, and finally whatever the data frame we got, right, that actually we are saving into this particular location. Now let's see whether the new folder got created or saved or not. To do this, what you have to do, click here, click on the refresh. You can see one superstore folder got created. You can see if I will click on the superstore, these two files are available. So in a superstore folder, if you will see, right, two things got created. One is the Parquet file as well as the delta log. So whenever you save in the delta format, right, the file will be saved as a Parquet, as well as delta log will be created to maintain the history or to maintain the transaction. So this is a delta. So as of now we have seen, like, if you have a data frame, if you have cleaned that, and if that particular file you want to save as a delta into this particular file location, we can do with the help of this particular approach. Now suppose you want to save into this table, you want to create one delta table and there only you want to save. So how actually you can create a delta table? Let's try to see that. So there are two types of the table you have to understand. One is the manage table, and second is the external table. So we will see one by one what is managed table and second is the external table. So we'll start with the managed table. So for the managed table, what you have to write, df, this will be the same, df dot write dot format delta mode is append, and we want to save as a table, right? So you write save as a table, which particular table and where you want to save, in this particular location, right? So you have to pass tables and the slash, and you can see this is the lakehouse destination, right? So we have a two lakehouse, destination and the source lakehouse. So you want to create the table into this destination, right? Then you have to write destination dot, what table actually you want to create? I want to create one table, superstore. This table I want to create. So what actually I am writing, df write dot format delta mode is append save as table tables, and the destination, in the destination lakehouse only I want to create destination dot superstore. If I'll execute this, we are getting one error. Let's try to debug what is the error. Oh, we do not have to pass these tables. If you'll pass only destination dot superstore, that will work. Let me execute this. You can see it is succeed now. Let's see whether it got created or not. Click on this, click on the refresh. Now you can see superstore got created, and if you want to see this, right, if you click here, you can see this all the columns got created and we have a superstore, one table got created. This is a managed table. So what is the difference between the managed table and external table? You have to understand. So this table, whatever we have created, right? This is a managed table. So in this case, what will happen? Whatever the data will be available, right? That also will be stored into here only. Now, if you are dropping this particular table, in this case, what will happen? The table will be dropped as well as the data also will be lost. So that is a managed table. But in the case of the external table, what generally we do? Whatever the table we create, right? We create a table with the help of the file location. So suppose my file is available here. Now this particular file I want to take a reference and I want to create a one table. So if you are creating in that way, in this case what will happen? Even though if you are deleting the table, in the case of the external table, your file will be available into the location only. Only your table will be dropped, but your data will be available. So in the case of the managed table, if you are dropping the table, then your data and the table both will be dropped. But in the case of the external table, your file will be available into certain location, but your table only will be dropped. So this is the two difference. Now let's see about the external table. Now we are going to create one external table. So here only we are going to create one more table. In this case, what will happen? We will try to store the data here. In this particular file location, the data we will store here, but the table will be created here. So how actually we can do that? So let me show you. df, you have to write df dot write dot format. It's a delta, and after that you have to pass mode dot mode. We want to do append mode, and after that you have to pass the option which particular location you want to save, that you have to pass. I will pass this particular location. So here only I want to store my data, so I'll copy this abfs path and I'll pass here, and I want to create one folder name as a external. So as of now you can see in the file section we don't have external folder, right? But I want to create one external folder, and there only I want to store this particular data frame data, and I want to create external table. So I'll write dot save as table, which particular table I want to create a external table. Now let me execute this. Now you can see it is succeed. So one table should be there here. Let me refresh this. You can see one external table got created, and in the file section the file should be there. If I refresh this, you can see external file. So in the case of the external, what is happening? We have a one table, external table, but their file, whatever the data is available here. Now in this case, if you will delete this table also, right, but your data will be secure because we have shared here. So that is the advantage in the external. But in the case of the managed table, so this superstore is the managed table, right? The data as well as the table both are here. So if you delete this table, right, the data also will be lost. So I hope you got the idea how to save the file into the file location and how to create a managed table and the external table. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to discuss about the notebook utils. With the help of the notebook utils library, we can perform a multiple operation. For taking example, suppose this is my notebook, right? Now I have another notebook. So from this notebook, if you have to call another notebook and if you have to run, that is possible with the help of this. Suppose you have to see what are the files which is available into this particular location. So you can list all the files and particular location, you can see that. Suppose you have to copy a data from one location to another, with the help of this we can do. So let's try to explore one by one. So first we have to import a library. So I will write import notebook utils. After importing a notebook utils, just execute this. After executing, if you write notebook utils and dot help, and if you'll execute this, you will see what are the things we can do. So the first is the notebook, then the lakehouse UDF, FS is a very much important and most of the time we use. So for the file system, like in this particular files, what are the files are available, what is the particular location. So in real world, generally we see in the file section, we will be having a multiple files and the multiple folders. Now if you have to see what are the folders are available, what are the files are available, if you are looking for the specific thing, with the help of this we can do that. So this FS we use a lot. This runtime we use to run the another notebook, runtime, FS, and this notebook. These three are very much important. This we use a lot from the notebook perspective. Now let's see. Let's first understand about the FS. Now suppose I have to suppose I have to see what are the files are available, what are the folders are available into this particular file section. So what I will write, notebook utils dot fs dot ls, and after that in this particular location I want, right? So what I will do, one is the copy abfs path you can do, but suppose this particular lake house, right, you can see it is pinned. If it is a pin, if it is a default one, then you can use a relative path also. So we will use a relative. So you can see you have a two lake house. One lake house is a pinned, you can see this is a pin, right? So this is a default one, and here you can use a relative path also, otherwise you can go with the abfs path. So I will use a copy relative path and I will pass here. So this is the file section. Here I want to list what are the files are available. If I'll execute this, so you can see in this file section we have a multiple things. You can see one is the global superstore xlx file is available. The second is we have a multiple folder also. Destination folder is there, external folder is there, superstore folder is there. Now if I'll double click this file section, you can see one file is there, global superstore, then the destination folder excel superstore. So with the help of the command also we'll get to know like this, we can see that. Now if you want to know in the particular destination folder what are the files is there, so what actually you will write, files, and you want to check on the destination folder. So write destination slash, and if you'll execute this, now you will see in this destination folder what are the files available. So you can see COVID JSON file is there, department CSV file is there, department Parquet file is there, department CSV, like multiple files are there into this particular location. If I'll click here, you can see all the files, and here also we can see all the files are available. Now once you get the path right, you can easily create a data frame and you can do all the kind of the analysis. So this is generally help us to know what are the files on which particular location, to list all the files. This is very useful. Now let's see about the next thing. Suppose we have a file, this covid.json, that is available in a destination, right? Now this particular file I want to copy into this external. How actually I can do that? So for that what you will use, notebook fs.cp, cp is for the copy. Now what actually I want, in a destination we have a covid.json, right? covid.json, this actually I want to copy into this, which particular location, this I want to copy into this files, and after that in a files external folder, right? External folder I want to copy. So what I will write, file destination covid.json I want to copy into the external. Now if I'll execute this, you can see cp, it is true now. Now if I'll go into the external, you can see covid.json file got copied. So like that, from one place to another place you can copy the file also. Now suppose I have to move this particular file, so whatever the file is available in an external, right, I want to move into the superstore. So what we'll write, we have a next thing, notebook util fs.mv, mv is for the move. Now in the particular external, so we have a external location. In external we have a this covid json file, this actually I want to move into the superstore. Let me move into the superstore. Here in the superstore location I want to move. If I'll execute this, you can see it is true. Now if I'll refresh this, let me refresh, what will happen, from external that particular covid.json got moved and it is available into this particular location. So like that, if you want to list all the file, if you want to copy, if you want to move, like in a Linux we were doing all the operation, right? Here also you can do with the help of this particular operation. That is the one important thing. Now next thing is like, suppose from one notebook if you want to run another notebook, then that is also possible. So what I will do, I will create one more new notebook. Go to the workspace, go to the data factory. We are going to create a new notebook. Click on the new item and the search for the notebook. This is the notebook. This is the notebook name, notebook 3. Now suppose here I will write few code. First code I will write like suppose print hello Manish. This actually I am writing hello Manish. This will print hello Manish. You can see it is saying like this job you can't run. As of now we have a multiple notebook. This you can see, this is the notebook 2. Here also the session is running, so I will stop this session first. I'll go to the notebook 3. Now let me run again. Hello, how are you? This two thing I will write. I will execute this. Now suppose this is my notebook, right? Now what actually I want to do, first I will stop this particular session. I'll go to the another notebook. This is the notebook 2. From this particular notebook I want to run the notebook 3. How actually we can do that? So for that we have a command. So what you have to write, notebook utils. What you have to write, notebook utils dot notebook dot run, and which particular notebook you want to run, that you have to mention. I want to run the notebook 3, right? So I will mention notebook 3. This one I want to run, and after that you have to mention the timeout. So let me mention the timeout 1000, and let me execute this. Now you can see this is running the notebook 3. So whatever the notebook 3 was there, right, it started running. So like this actually you can run the another notebook. Now if you want to see the output, right, so what actually you can do, if you'll click on this notebook 3 option, you will see what actually it has completed. So click on this, you can see it executed and that particular notebook has run. So like that actually we can run the notebook. So from one notebook if you had to run another notebook, what actually you can use, notebook utils dot notebook dot run. Now suppose you have to exit the notebook. Suppose you have written the multiple commands. You can see, right, here you have written the multiple commands. Now what actually you want, you want to exit the notebook somewhere. You want to exit the notebook. So what actually you can write, notebook utils dot notebook dot exit. If you write this, in this case what will happen, after this if any other command is there, suppose here we have any other command, that command will not run. So from here the notebook will exit, and other, suppose here we have a few more command like the print hello and all. So what will happen, till here, till this particular cell only it will run. Here we have to write something, exit. So sometime what happens, in the same notebook we write a multiple things, right, but till specific cell only we want to run, so we can use this notebook exit. So like this we have a multiple things are available, but these are the commands we generally use in a notebook utils. So you can also explore the other things also when we will do a practical, right, or project. We'll try to explore more about this. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about environment in Fabric. So environment is similar to the virtual machine. So if you are from programming background, so suppose you have to create any application or website. So in this case what actually you do, based on your requirement you create one virtual environment, and there you install the specific library based on your need, based on your programming need. So similarly here also, as of now what actually we are doing, we are creating a workspace, and we have defined our computation. We have defined a computation, like what will be our computation, like whether it will be a starter pool or the custom pool. And also we have defined the runtime. When I am saying a runtime, this means what will be our Spark version, what will be our Delta version, means all the kind of the configuration. So as of now we have done all the configuration in a workspace level only. So if we have configured in the workspace level, so under this workspace if you are creating any notebook, so this notebook will automatically take this particular configuration, and with the help of this configuration only it will run. Similarly, if I am creating another notebook, this notebook also by default it will take the same configuration and it will run, because all the configuration we have done in a workspace level only. Now suppose you have a specific requirement, there you want a specific custom pool. Your requirement is like you want a specific custom pool for the big data analytics, and also you want a specific Spark version, and also you want a specific library to install. So in this case what will happen, if you'll do in a workspace level, right, everywhere it will be changed. In the whole workspace it will be changed. So suppose in the workspace we have a 90 plus notebooks are there, so everywhere this the configuration will change. But I need this for the specific notebook and for its specific task, right? So instead of doing in the workspace level all the configuration, what actually we do, we create an environment. And in the environment level only we try to specify what will be our custom pool, what will be our Spark configuration. Like if you want a Spark 3.2 you can do that, and if you want to install any kind of the library you can do that. So that's why environment is a very much useful. Instead of doing the changes in a workspace level, you can create your own environment, and based on your need you can install the library, and that actually you can use it for your notebook or for a specific task. I hope you got the idea what is the environment. Now let's try to see with the practically. So I open my fabric. First I will go here. I'll show you how to create an environment first. So go to the workspace, go to the here, go to create new item. What actually we are going to do, we are going to create an environment. Search for the environment. This is the environment. Click here, give the environment name. I will give the env. The name is env. You can give any name. Once you will click on the create, right, what actually it will do, it is going to create a environment. Now you can see built-in library. The few of the built-in libraries already available for the Java and Scale, for Python. These all the libraries which is already available. You can see these are the things. Now suppose you want any public library you want. So suppose add from PyPI. So suppose you want to add that. If I search for anything, suppose this is the one which I want to add, so I can add from here. Now suppose you want any custom library, suppose you have written a code that you want to upload, you can from here you can upload that. So like this actually we can install a library based on our need. Some few of the built-in library which will already be available, but if you want a specific library you want to install, you can do that. Or suppose you have written a custom code, custom library, that also you can upload from here. Now coming to the compute, from the compute you can see you can select the pool, whether you want a starter pool or you want a custom pool, that also you can select. So as of now you can see it is only showing me the starter pool. So how actually we can create our own custom pool, let's see first. So what I will do, I'll go to the workspace, go to the data factory, workspace setting, you can see data engineering science, click here, Spark setting. As of now you can see in a pool it is coming the Spark pool only, but you want to create your own custom pool, click on the new pool, and here you can give your pool name. So I'll give the my name. This is the new pool I want to create. What will be the node family? It will be a memory optimized. Node size I will select the small one only, but based on your need you can select here. Auto scale you can see 1 to 2. I'll go with the minimum, but you can select it the maximum also, and dynamic allocator. So once I will do this, what will happen? It is going to create a new pool. It is going to create a new custom pool for me. Now this custom pool I can use based on my need. Now in this case what will happen, previously we were using a starter pool that was a by default is available in a fabric, right? Now based on my need I have created a new Spark pool, and based on that configuration I can run my notebook. Now if you go to the environment, right, here you can see what is the by default environment we are using, 1.3 Spark 3. This one actually we are using. So like that actually we can create our pool. Now I'll go back to the environment. So we have created one environment, right? This is the environment. I'll select here. Now if I'll come here, click on the refresh, you can see now it is also showing the monies. So this particular work pool also I can select in this particular environment. So I have selected this particular node size instead of the Spark pool, and after that I can select the what will be the driver, what will be the driver memory, what will be the Spark core, what will be the memory. This all the things actually I can select. So based on the configuration whatever I have done, right, this all the option actually it is showing, and that actually I can select, and you can see. And after that if you click on the save, right, this whole computation will be saved. If you want to see the Spark property, if you want to add a few more property, that actually you can do that. So you can add your library, you can do all the changes in a computation, and you can save it. Once you will do save, right, click on the save, this configuration will be saved into this particular environment. Now if you go to the notebook, I will go to the notebook, or you can create a new notebook also. Suppose this is the new notebook, right? Now here you can see environment, right? By default it is showing the workspace setting, but if you want to change the environment, click on the change environment. Whatever the environment you want, you can select from here. So we have selected the environment. Now after that, go to the connect, click on the new standard session. Now what will happen, instead of starting the in 5 seconds, right, it will take some time, because in this environment we have done the few of the configuration, and with that configuration only it will start the session. So you have to wait for some time, but if you are using a starter pool, right, within a 5 seconds it will be started. So that is the one drawback only you have to remember. Now one more thing, suppose as of now in the environment, right, we have selected this Spark 3.5. This actually you want to change. How actually you can change that? Go to the data factory, go to the environment, and on the top you can see Spark 3.5, right? You can select the Spark 3.4. So like that, if you want to specific runtime, if you want to change, if you want to have a specific environment pool, if you want to create, that actually you can do. If you want to install the few library, that actually you can do. And in the notebook level only, you can use it based on the your need. So you can see still it is taking, it will take 1 to 2 minutes, and then only it will be start. So that is the only drawback that is there, that you have to remember. I hope you got the overall concept of the environment. It is very useful. Please do remember this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can schedule the notebook. So suppose you have created this particular notebook, and this particular notebook you want to run on a daily basis, weekly basis and monthly basis. How actually you can schedule this notebook, that actually we are going to see, and how actually we can monitor the job, that also we are going to see. So for that what I will do, I will go to the workspace first. I'll go to the data factory, and you will see all the kind of the items are available. Now you can see this is the particular notebook I have, and this particular notebook I want to schedule. So what I have to do, I have to click on the three dot, and after that you will see multiple options are there. Now one option is like schedule. Click on the schedule. Once you will click on the schedule, right, here you will get an option whether you want to schedule. Click on the run on. Repeat. If you want to run hourly basis, daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, you can select. If you select the hourly, you have to pass whether you want to run every hour, 2 hour, 3 hours and all. If you select the daily, if you want to run on a daily basis, what particular time you want to run, that you have to pass. And if you select the weekly or monthly, so every 1 month, 2 month, 3 months, on what particular timing you had to run, that you had to pass. And if you select the weekly, right, whether you want to run on a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, on what particular time you want to run, this all the things you have to pass. So that's how actually you can schedule. That is the first way. Now the second way of scheduling is like through a pipeline, through a data pipeline. In a data factory we have learned about the data pipeline, right? And with that also we can schedule it. So suppose I will open one of the pipeline. So suppose this is a pipeline. Now I want to run a notebook also. So what you have to do, go into the notebook tab. You can see we have one option, notebook. Select the notebook. You can connect the both notebook, and you will select the notebook, and here you can configure your notebook. So you can see notebook, these are the two notebook which is showing, right? Select the notebook. Now like this actually you can configure. So suppose first the copy data is happening, then you are connecting your notebook, then you are performing a transformation, and you are loading the data. For that, whatever the code you have written in a notebook to, right, that will execute. So like that also we can schedule it. The first way is directly notebook you can schedule. The second way is like through a data pipeline also you can schedule. One more thing which I want to show you, go to the workspace, go to the data factory. In previous video what we have done, in a data engineering workspace we have created one pool. So you can see this is the particular pool we have created. So by default, it will start with this particular pool, but we want to start the starter pool that we want to set by default. So click on this save. Now in this case, what will happen if you run any kind of the notebook, right? It will take the starter pool. So what I will do, I'll go to the workspace again and I'll go open a notebook too. After opening that, what we will do, we will try to run the data frame. So let me run this data frame and we will see how actually we can monitor the job also. So you can see it started standard session. Within a second it started, right? Because that is a starter pool. It's running also. Now this one is executed. Now if you want to monitor this, so what are the different options available? Once you succeed, once this job is succeed, right? You can see three dot. Click on the three dot. Click on the Spark application details. From here you will get all the job ID details and what are the description with what are the tasks which is getting succeed. Now if you want to see the resources, logs, data, from here you can actually monitor the all the task and the notebook related stuff. Now the second way is like left side we have a monitor option. If you click on the monitor, here also you will see all the kinds of the job ID details and how much time actually it has taken, how much duration it has run, all the kind of the monitoring also you can do. Suppose you have schedule it and if it is running and if you want to monitor whether it is failed or succeed, so from here in the monitor option also you can monitor it. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. Now we are going to start a new topic, that is a data warehouse in a Microsoft Fabric. So in a Fabric we can create our dedicated data warehouse for all the kind of the analytics and the reporting perspective. So let's first understand what is a data warehouse, what are the use case and what are the different kind of the schema we can create in a data warehouse. Then we will go further. What is a data warehouse? Data warehouse is central repository that store large volume of structured data from multiple sources. It is designed specifically for the analytics and the reporting. What is a data warehouse? It is nothing but it is a centralized repository that store your organization all the structured data, and we generally design it for the reporting as well as the analytics, as well as for the analytics. Now in a business we generally try to monitor different kind of the use case. Suppose you had to monitor how your sales is going on the year wise or day wise or the week wise or the month wise, and how your profit is going on the week wise, month wise, and so to do the analysis, right, what actually we do, we try to store the data in a central repository in the form of the structure and the tabular data, and on top of that we try to create a BI report, and this BI report generally used by stakeholders to do the analysis how their sales is going on, how their performance is going on from the business. So to store all the structured data, what actually we do, we design a data warehouse. It is optimized for the read heavy workload, not the frequent update. It is designed for the read heavy workload only. It is not for the frequent update. We generally design data warehouse to analyze the historical data and to do the reporting. So that is the one thing you have to remember. It supports the historical analysis, BI dashboard and the data mining. It stores the clean, transform and aggregate data, not the messy data. So one thing you have to remember, in a data warehouse we only store the clean data. Before, if it is some messy data, what actually we do, first we try to clean the data and then only we store. For taking example, we also perform a ETL operation. In the ETL operation, what actually we do, we try to extract the data from a different sources, and after that we perform a transformation, means we try to clean the data and then only we store the data into a data warehouse. So we only store the clean data into a data warehouse. That is the thing you have to remember. Now what are the different feature we have? Schema, it supports the star schema and the snowflake. This we will understand. Data type, it is mostly the structured data. Data, so it ingests from the multiple data sources. It is used for the reporting and dashboard. The performance is very high for the query and the aggregation. Now in the data warehouse, whenever we design, right, there are two type of the schema which is very famous. One is the star schema and the second is the snowflake schema. These two schema generally we create whenever we create a data warehouse design. What is star schema? Star schema is a data model design where central fact table is connected by a dimension table. So to understand the star schema and the snowflake schema, first you have to understand the fact table and the dimension table. What is a fact table? Fact table contain the quantitative data. For example, what is your sales, what is your profit, means whatever the quantitative data, right? It contain the fact table. What is a dimension table? It contain descriptive attribute. For example, what is your product name, customer, location, date and details. Means whatever the quantitative information like the profit, sales, discount, these are nothing but these are the fact table. Here we store all the kind of quantitative data. Now in the case of the dimensional table, right? In dimension table we try to store all the descriptive, like what is customer name, what is the customer address, or for example what is product name, what is the product location, customer location, this kind of the descriptive data only we store. In a fact table quantitative, in the dimension table we store a descriptive data. Now coming to the star schema. In a star schema, whenever we do a design, right? Star schema design. So whenever we do star schema design, right? It is a data model design. In this case, what will happen? We'll be having one central fact table. We'll be having a fact table that will be surrounded by a dimension table, and it will look like a star only. That's why we call it as a star schema. In the case of the star schema design, we will be having one central fact table that will be connected by a multiple dimension table, and this will look like a star. That's why we call it as a star schema. So you can see, suppose your sales information is here, suppose your profit information is here, and the customer ID information is here, and that particular table will be connected with the multiple dimension table, like what is your customer ID, customer name, this information, product ID, product name, this information, suppose location ID, location name, this information, like that the we try to create a star schema. Now coming to the snowflake schema design, whenever we do snowflake schema, right? In this case, what will happen? You will be having one fact table that will be surrounded by a dimension table like this, similar to the star schema. But this dimension table will further connected with another dimension table, and a dimension table. So like this, the design will be there. So in the case of the snowflake, one fact table that will be surrounded by a dimension table, and that dimension table will be again surrounded by another dimension table, or it will be again connected by another dimension table. So that is a snowflake schema. Now in the case of the star schema, right, it is very simple and the easy for the analysis, because what is happening, one fact table and we have a multiple dimension table. So it is very simple design, right? And we do not have to do multiple join here, so it is very easy. It is commonly used for the Power BI, Tableau and the reporting. Now coming to the snowflake, here we have to perform a more joining, because in this case what will happen, the multiple dimension table will be connected. So in this case what will happen, you have to perform a multiple join, and it is better for the complex query, and it is better for the storage, because if you are designing like this, right, it will reduce the duplicate record, and it will improve the storage efficiency also. In the data warehouse, these two actually we generally use. I hope you got the basic idea about the data warehouse. In next video, we'll try to explore more. We'll try to see how to create a data warehouse. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see how to create a data warehouse in Fabric. So for that, we have to go into the workspace, go to the workspace, and here we are going to create a new item. And after that, we are going to search for the warehouse. Search for the warehouse, click on the warehouse, and here we have to give the warehouse name. I want to create a Manish DWH. This is the warehouse name I am giving. You can give any name. Click on the create. Once you will do this, one warehouse will be created. Now you can see warehouse got created, and this looks similar to our traditional data warehouse like OLAP system, where we do all the kind of the analytics, right? It looks similar to that only, and here we can write any kind of the query and we can do all the kind of the analysis. So let's first explore the few of the option. On the top you will see a refresh option, then we have a get data option. This we will understand later, what is a new Dataflow Gen2 and the data pipeline. Then we have a SQL query editor, Here if you'll click, right, the SQL query window will open, and here you can write any kind of the SQL query. Then we have a SQL template option. From here you can create a new schema, new table, new view, new store procedure. So for everything one more tab is given, and if you click on the SQL template, right, you can click on the new table, and the new table you can create, or if you want to create a new view you can create that. So template is given. After that we have a query activity, to how your query is performing. That task actually you can monitor. Then we have a model layout. This also we will understand later. Then we have a download SQL database project. This is the new one. So if you are creating a table, what is the structure you are using, create table statement and all the information you can get it from here. And in the left side you can see we have a schema. By default few schema is given. Then we have a security tab. Similarly in a OLAP, in a data traditional data warehouse we get, right, here also it's available. Now after that we have a query. So you can see I have created one query, so that is showing under my query. And if you are creating any query which you want to share with your team, so that also you can create here in a shared query. If you click here you can create a SQL query. These are the options. Now let's try to create a one table. Let's try to create our table. It is similar to the SQL only. What we have to write, we have to write a create statement, create table. I write create table. I want to create a sample table, and we have to pass id integer and the name varchar. So I am creating a sample table. I have passed the id and the name, and let me execute this. To run this, click on the run. You can see one table will be created. So it will be created in the by default schema, in the DBO schema it will be created. You can see tables, right? Sample table, this is the one we have created. If you want to see the data, if I write select star from sample table. Now if I'll execute this, select this, click on the run, the table will be executed and we will be able to see the table. You can see ID and the name, this is the one I created. Now if you want to insert some values, let's try to insert uh, into sample table. Table name you have to pass, and the values you have to pass. Values I will pass 1 and the monies, and I'll close this. It is similar to SQL, right? Whatever the statement we write is similar to that only, the same we are writing. This is the create statement, this is the insert statement. This is inserted. If I'll show you the table now, if I'll execute this, you can see ID1 and the money is got inserted. Means we can write any kind of the SQL query, we can perform DDL operation, we can perform a DML operation, all the operation we can see that. Now in the left side you can see one more option, the warehouse. If you click on the warehouse, right, what will happen? You will see all the warehouse which we have created in a lake house. So before to this I'll show you in a workspace. In a workspace we have created a different lake house, right? Whenever you create a lake house, you also get a SQL endpoint, right? SQL analytics endpoint. So that is nothing but that is a warehouse only. But the thing is, like in SQL analytics endpoint, whatever the warehouse we get, right, that is only for the read operation. Means you cannot perform the updates and all. It is only for the read. But we, this warehouse whatever is available here, right, that also we can insert into the our dedicated warehouse. So what I will do, click on the Manish data warehouse, and here if you want to insert any of the warehouse, click on the warehouse. Suppose I want to insert this particular warehouse also, click on the confirm. You can see destination warehouse got inserted, is available now, and this also we can use it for the analysis. Now if I'll go to the schema, if I'll go to the DBO, if I'll go to the table, you can see these two table which we have created, right, this is also available. Now if you want to analyze this, if I write select star from superstar destination lakehouse name also you have to pass, destination dot dbo dot superstore. Now if I'll execute, you can see I am able to execute the query whatever was available into the destination. So like that actually you can insert a warehouse whatever in a lake house you created one SQL endpoint you get, right? That is nothing but that also is a warehouse that also we can insert here, and also we can create our own table, we can insert and we can perform all the kind of the operation. Now you can see this destination superstore whatever the query I have run, right? I will select this. Now if I'll click on the save as table, so based on this query, if you want to create a new table under this Manish data warehouse, that also you can do that. You just have to pass the table name, and what will happen, new table will be created with this all the data. So this type of operation also you can perform. The second option is open in Excel. So if you want to uh, see in the Excel, right, the data, so that also you can do with the help of open in Excel. Now next is the explore this data. So what you have to do, you have to first select your query. If you click on the explore this data, right, now you can explore your data in the form of the visualization. So suppose you want to see the based on the category what is the total number of profit, based on the category what is the profit, if you want to visualize this data. So if I'll click this, and from here you can select the different kind of chart, and if you want to visualize you can do that. So this is the explore data preview option. Based on the data, whatever the data you have and you want to visualize, you can create the visualization also. Now next option is, if you click on this drop down, right, one visualize result option is there. If you click on this, Power BI window will open, and there you can create any kind of the visualization. So let me click this. Now you can see this open the Power BI. So in a Power BI, once you will open, you will get this particular screen, right? So it opened the Power BI only. Now here you can create any kind of the chart, and you can see all the table is mentioned in the data tab. So suppose I want to create one chart based on the category, what is the total profit, I want to see that, I want to create that chart. Category and the profit I have selected, I will select the pie chart. So you can see one pie chart got created. Now suppose you want to create another chart, and you want to see based on the city how their profit is happening. Based on city how their profit is happening, you want to see in the form of the bar chart. So you can create that. Similarly, if you want to create any other chart, what actually I want to see based on the segment how their profit is happening, this actually I want to visualize in the form of the donut chart. So if I select, donut chart will be created. So similar to the Power BI, how actually we create a Power BI report, right? Here also you can create a Power BI. So it is a deeply integrated with the Power BI. So that is the advantage we get. So whatever the SQL query you are writing in a data warehouse, right, on top of that, if you want to create a visualization, you can create with the help of the visualized result. Yeah, so this is the overview. In next video, we'll try to see how actually we can copy a data from one place to another place, and how actually we can utilize this data warehouse properly. What are the different features available? Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see how to load the data into a warehouse. So in previous video, what actually we were doing, we were creating a table. For that, we were writing a create statement, and for loading the data, we were writing a insert statement. But in real time, generally, we don't write this many insert statement, right? We load the data from external sources. So what are the different ways through which we can load the data into a warehouse? Let's try to understand. The first is the pipeline. Through a pipeline. So we have learned about the data factory pipeline, right? We have learned about the data factory pipeline. In there, what actually we were doing, we were trying to get the data from external sources. We are trying to get the data from external sources, and if after that, if you are doing any cleaning operation or transformation operation, right, if you will add the sink or the target as a data warehouse, right, if you will add the target as a data warehouse, then through which also we can load the data into a data warehouse. So in a data pipeline, whatever the activity we have learned, right, in that activity, if the target, if you are selecting as a data warehouse, so that is the first way through which we can load the data into a data warehouse. So one from the data factory. The second, in a data factory only we have understand the data flow, right? In a data flow also what actually we were doing, we was we were selecting a different sources, and after that we were performing a transformation, and we were finally loading the destination. So if the destination is warehouse, right, through which actually we can load the data into a warehouse. So the pipeline one, this we have already discussed how to perform all the pipelines activity and all. Only the target you have to select as a warehouse. That is the first way. Now second is the copy into query, you can say. With the help of this also, we can load the data from external sources to the warehouse. For bulk efficient bulk loading from Lakehouse, ADLS or the files, if you want to load the data into warehouse, we can use a copy into command. So if you can see, the query will look like this. Suppose you are loading the data from a ADLS. Now what you have to write, copy into the which particular table you want to load. That particular table you have to select from. This is the ADLS. In ADLS we have this particular files, you can say. We are taking a reference, we are taking a URL, and we will say the file type is delta, and whatever the credential you have to pass, you have to pass. So with the help of this also we can load the data. Only one thing drawback you can say, in this case when you are using a copy into, right, when we are using a copy into, you should have a table schema. You should already have a table schema in the your warehouse. Means whatever the column, right, ID, name, whatever the data you want to load into data warehouse, so for that you have to create a table schema, and it means you should have a table already in the data warehouse in this case. So this is the second way. Now the third way is like a CTAS with the help of the create table as select. This is the third way, and most of the time we will be using this. This is the best way also, you can say. In this case, what actually we need, what actually we'll do, suppose you want to create this particular table, what you have to write, create table and the table name, and after that select from the DBO sales. So suppose you already have a table available, okay. Now what actually you want to take this reference, you want to take this reference, and based on that you want to create a table into a warehouse. So you just have to write a create statement here. Whatever the new table you want to create, you have to write create table, table name, and after that what are the things you want to load from another table, that query you had to pass. In this case what will happen, new table will be created with this particular query. It's very simple, right? In this case you do not need to specify any the schema already. What we will do, we will just write create table and the table name, and whatever the column you are selecting from another query or table, right, you just had to pass and the table will be created. So these are the three ways. So pipeline one, this we already discussed, so this we will not discuss. We will see about the copy into and the CTAS, this particular practical. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see about the copy into command and how actually we can load the data from a ADLS to a data warehouse. So what I will do, I'll create a new SQL query. I am in my data warehouse. I'll click on the new SQL query. And if you want to rename the query name, you have to right click, you have to give the name. I want to give the name as a copy into. We are going to see copy into operation and how to load the data from ADLS to a warehouse. So as of now, I am in copy into SQL query. I'll show you my storage account. So this is my ADLS account. In the source, I have a couple of files available. What actually I want to do, I want to copy this employee CSV file into my warehouse. If I'll show you the data, this is the data which I want to copy into my warehouse. Now when you will use your copy into, right, so you should create a table first in a warehouse. You should have all the schema of the table. Now in this case what I will do, I have already created a schema. I'll use the same one. I'll just copy this. Means what are the columns is available here, right, in a employee ID name. Based on that I have created a schema. Because this is a CSV file, right? So as of now what I will do, we will pass everything as a string only. Everything as a varchar only we will pass, otherwise the type conversion issue may come, because CSV by default it consider everything as a varchar. So we will pass everything as a varchar. Now if you write create table employee, right, by default it is going to create into the DBO. But suppose you want to create your own schema. I want to create a schema name as a gold. So what you have to write, create schema gold. In this case one gold schema will be created. Now under this gold database, you can see we can create this particular table. I will write gold dot employee. You can see one gold schema got created, gold dot employee. Now if I'll execute, one employee table will be created. Now if you want to see the table, right, what you have to do, you have to do select star from gold dot employee. If I'll do select star from this particular table, our table should be available, and in this table only we want to load the data. So let's see how actually we can load the data. So we are going to see about the copy into command. So for the copy into, let me show you the command. This is a copy into command. I'll pass here. So what we have to write, copy into which particular table. So our table is in the gold schema, we have an employee table that you have to pass. After that, you have to pass the URL. So this is your CSV file, right? How you will get the URL? Click here, click on the copy URL. After that, you have to pass this particular URL here. And after that, file type is CSV. If it is a Parquet, you can mention the Parquet. Credential we have to pass and the secret key. So go to the source, click on this. We'll try to generate the sash token. Generate sash token. Sash token, copy this here, and we have to pass this because our file is available in ADLS, right? That's why it is required. File delimiter is a comma, row terminator, first row is considered as a header. Now if I'll execute this particular command, let's see whether it is loading the data into or not. Invalid object name gold employee. So let's see our employee table is available. Oh, it is a capital letter, right? It should be a small. Now what I will do, I will again execute this command. Now you can see it is executed successfully. Now if I'll show you the data, gold.employee, if I'll run this, you can see the data got loaded here. We have all the kind of the data which is available. So like that, from ADLS to data warehouse, we can load the data using a copy into command. Only the thing you have to remember, you should have this particular schema. Hello everyone. Now in this video we are going to see about the second thing. With the help of the CTAS, how actually you can load the data into a data warehouse. So what I will do, I'll create a new SQL query. What we'll do, I'll go to the data warehouse, click on the new SQL query, and here I will give the name as a CTAS. With the help of the CTAS, how actually we can load the data, we are going to see that. Click on the rename. Now suppose, in this case, suppose you have a data that is available in your destination lakehouse. We have one of the superstore data, right? If you want to review, see that, select star from lakehouse. The lakehouse name is destination, so we will pass the name as a destination. Superstore. Now if I'll execute this, you can see I'm able to see the data. Now what actually I want in this particular query, right? In this particular lakehouse, we have all the kind of the data. What actually I want to do, this consumer data, right? I will filter where segment equal to the consumer. This data actually I want to load into my gold schema. In a gold schema, I want to create one table that is a consumer table, and there I want to load this particular data. So how actually I can do this? So with the help of the CTS, we can do that. If you click on the, if you select this query and if you click on the save as table, right, you will get this particular query, this particular SQL query. This is nothing but this is a CTAS only. So what I will do, here you can pass a name. So instead of doing this, we'll use our query. So what actually I want, create table, which particular table? In a gold schema, I want to create a one consumer table, and after that you have to write S. So what actually we want, in the gold consumer, this is the new table I want to create, and after that you have to mention which particular query. So this is the query I will use, and here I will filter where segment equal to the consumer, and that's it. So what actually we are doing, we are taking a reference from this particular query, we are filtering it, and we are loading into this particular table, and this is the new table we are going to create. Now if I'll execute this, if I'll run this, you can see it is executed. Now if you will see, one more table will be created, gold.consumer. If I'll do this, select star from gold.consumer. If I'll run this, you can see now in this you will see only the consumer related data. So we have created one table with the help of the CTAS. What actually we are doing, create table and the table name, and you have to whatever the query, right? This you can see this is available in a different lake house. From that particular lake house we are taking a reference, and we are loading the data into our data warehouse, and this actually we can use it for the consumer related analytics. I hope you got the idea how to load the data with the help of the CTAS. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about view and how to create a view in a T-SQL. We are going to understand that what is view. View is like a virtual table which is created using a SQL query. It doesn't store the data itself but runs the query every time whenever it is accessed. So what is a view? View is nothing but it's like a virtual table. It's like a virtual table which created using a SQL query. When we are saying a virtual table means it doesn't store the data physically. It will not store the data physically, but whenever you will call, right, the SQL query will be executed and you will get the result. You will get the results. There are lots of use case we have in the views. For taking example, suppose business is asking you to analyze the customer data, and they want to analyze the product data, and suppose they want to analyze the sales data, and also they want to analyze the transaction and the subscription data. Now you can see you have a data which is available in a multiple place. Now what is happening, whenever the business is asking any data which is related to the customer, product, sales and the transaction, right, and subscription, what actually you do, you perform a multi lines of the join operation. You try to join all this table again and again. If they are asking any data related to the customer, product, sales and the subscription, what actually you do, you perform multi lines of the join operation and you write a complex query. So instead of performing this operation again and again, what actually you can do, this query, whatever the join operation you are doing, right, you can write the query one time. This complex query, and you can convert into the view. Now this view will not store the data, but whenever you will call, right, this all the join operation will happen and you will get the result. Means instead of writing the same complex query again and again, what actually you can do, you can convert into the view, and whenever it's required, right, you can call the view. So there are lots of advantage we get in a view. It simplifies the complex query. So instead of writing the same complex query again and again, you can convert into the view, and whenever you will require, right, what actually you can call, you can directly call the view and you will get the result. Reusable, we can reuse the same query again and again. You can reuse the same view again and again. Security, so it is secure also, because what actually happens, whenever you will share a table with any user, right, in this table you can also have a PII data and most of the information which you don't want to share. So what actually you can do, based on the query you can convert into the view, and whatever the column which is business is asking, right, that particular specific column you can share with the user. So that's how actually you can secure your table. Instead of sharing the table, what actually you can do, you can share the views. And you can share with the users. So it is from the security and access perspective also, it is very much useful. Now the next is like it is easily integrated with the BI tool. That is the advantage. Now let how to create a view. Let's see. We have to write create view and the view name, and whatever the complex query, right, multiple join of operation you are doing, whatever the complex query you can write that. That's it. And whenever you have to call, what you will write, select star from view name. Suppose this is the view name, right, that you have to write and you will get the result. So let's see in Fabric how to create a view. So what you have to write for creating a view, create view and the view name. Suppose I want to create a test view, and after that you have to write the your query. So suppose I want to create one view, select star from superstore, select star from gold dot superstore. And as of now, based on this table only I am creating, but suppose you have a very complex query where you are writing a multiple lines of the join operation, you can write all the kind of the complex query here. Now if I'll execute this, right, looks like the superstore is not there. Let me see the data. What are the table available? We have a consumer table, so we'll give the consumer here. Now let me execute the same query. What will happen? One view will be created. Now if you want to access this view, right, you can access with the help of the select star from view, and if you run this, right, you will get the same result. whatever is available in the consumer. So this generally we use whenever you have a very complex query where you are performing multiple join operation and all, right? There you write all your query here and you create a view, and whenever you require it, you will just call it like this. So you can see as of now we have just given the create view and the test view. So what will happen? This will be created under this DBO. You can see test view got created. If you will specify schema, then on that particular schema only the view will be created. But I hope you got the idea how to create a view and what are the use case. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the store procedure and how to create a store procedure in a T-SQL. We are going to understand what is store procedure. Store procedure is a prepared SQL code that you can save so the code can be reused over and over again. Suppose you have a very complex query, or suppose you have a any of the query which you are using over and over again. So instead of writing the same kind of the query over and over again, what actually you can do, this query you can save in the store procedure, and whenever you require it you can call it using the execute command. So that is the advantage. Now you will say same things we have discussed in the view also. Then what is the difference? In the store procedure you can also pass the parameter. Let's take one example. Suppose you have a one of the table, you have a very complex query. Let's take a simple example. Suppose I have this particular query, select star from table where country equal to the India. Now if I'll create a view with this, right, what will happen? Instead of writing this query over and again, what will happen? I can create a view whenever is required. If I'll call the view, I'll get the result. But after some time they are asking like you had to get the same result for the USA local, for the USA country you had to get the same result. So in this case what will happen? Again I had to create one more view, and in the query I had to pass country as a USA. So you can see based on the requirement, suppose if you are asking for the China, what will happen? Again I had to create one more view and I had to pass country equal to the China. So in a view, like if the requirement is changing, right, you have to create a multiple views. So in the store procedure, what advantage we get? We can parameterize it. And during the runtime we can pass. So what will happen? We'll write the same query. We'll create one store procedure, procedure name will do. One store procedure will be created, and in the query, right, you have to pass select star from table where country equal to the at the rate parameter. So suppose I have created one parameter. Now what will happen during the runtime? I can call this execute store procedure. If I'll pass the China, right, so I'll get the result for the China. If I'll pass execute store procedure USA, I will get the result for the USA. Means you can see during the runtime only I can change the query. And I can get the result, but that was not happening in the case of the view. So that is the advantage we get, and I hope you got the idea. Let's see how actually we can create this so that you will get better idea. So what we have to write, create procedure and the procedure name. I will give the procedure name as a test procedure S, and after that you have to write a query. Suppose this is a query, select star for gold consumer where city equal to the suppose let's take a city, or let's take a state only, state equal to the California. If you will create a procedure like this, right, what will be happen? It will be static. Whenever you will call the store procedure, right, it will show you the data only for the California. But suppose you want to parameterize this during the runtime, you want to call. So what actually you can do? You can create one parameter. So what you have to write, at the rate state. This is the parameter I want to create, and you have to specify the type also. So varchar 128 I will pass. Now what will happen? Where state equal to the this particular thing I will pass. Where state equal to the at the rate state. Now what actually I am doing? I am parameterizing it. I am create procedure and the procedure name. I am creating one parameter, and this parameter I am calling here where state equal to the at the rate state. Now if I will execute this, You can see the state, this one is capital, so you have to write the capital, where state equal to the @state. Now if I'll execute this, you can see store procedure got created. Now if you have to call, right? If you have to call, so what you have to write? Execute, and the store procedure name, this is the store procedure name. And suppose you want to see the data for the California, so you have to pass the state name as a California. Now if I'll execute this, right, I will get the result for the California. You can see all the state is California. Similarly, if I'll pass here New York, New York, in this case what will happen? I will get the result for the New York. You can see all the New York. Means what we have done, the parameter, we have passed the parameter, and during the run time we are executing like I need this particular data New York, so I can do analysis for the New York. If we will pass the California, I can do analysis for that. So that was not happening in the case of the view, but this is possible in the store procedure. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the new visual query. So till now what actually we were doing, we were clicking on the new SQL query and we were writing the query manually. Now we have an option to create a query in a visually also. Click on the new visual query. Now after that you have to select a table. So let me select this employee table. Click on the insert into canvas. Now you can see this employee table we have inserted. It will look similar to the Power Query editor, right? In Power Query editor, whatever the transformation you were doing, right, here also you can do all the kind of the transformation. Now suppose you had to remove any column, or if you want to keep only the top rows, if you want to keep the duplicates, if you want to filter a row, all the kind of the operation you can do here. So suppose I have selected the employee ID here, right? Now if I want to do filter some, so what I will do, if the ID, employee ID doesn't equal to the 5, if I write this, what will happen? Whatever the employee ID 5, right, that will be removed, that we have filter. You can see whatever the ID 5 was there, right, that got removed. Means you can see filter in visually way you are doing transformation. And if you want to see the SQL, right, so click on the view SQL. You can see for this it has applied a condition where employee ID is not equal to the 5. Means in a visual way only it is creating all the kind of the SQL for you. Suppose you want to replace a value. So what I want here, in a salary column I will select this, and what I will do, replace value null, null with 0. Click on the OK. You can see whatever the null values were there, it was replaced with the 0. Now if you want to see the view SQL, it has written a query for that also. You can see it has written a query. It has written the case statement where salary is null, then it is making as a 0. Means you do not have to write any kind of the query in a visually way, only you can do that. Now suppose you have done this all the kind of the transformation. There are multiple transformation based on your need, you can do that. You want to save as a view, right? Click on the save as view. You have to just give the view name. I'll give the view name as a test 3 something. You can give any name, whatever the SQL query it has written, right, it will save as a view also. You can see one view got created, and in the left side you can see test 3. This is the view we have created, right? If I'll click here, this is the view and this is the result we can see. And even if you want to query this view, right, you can do that. Now you can see in a visually way we are able to create all the views. For that you do not have to write any kind of the query also. All the kind of the joining and everything you can perform here itself. So it's very cool feature. Do explore this. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about this feature, download SQL database project. Now suppose till now whatever the schema you has created, and suppose whatever the table you have created, after some time suppose your requirement is like you want to see the schema of this particular table. You want to see the schema of this consumer table, if you want to see the schema of this employee table, then how actually you can get it. So we have given one cool feature, download SQL database project. So if you click on this download SQL database project, right, what will happen? Click on the download. It will download for this whole project, right, for this Manish data warehouse. What will happen? It will download the schema. You can see this got downloaded. If I show you in my local, in the download folder, This is the one. Click here. You can see DBO is one of the schema and the gold schema we have created, right? Under this gold schema, you can see tables are there. Now suppose you want to see the schema of this consumer. So if you see, it has created a schema of the consumer table. So I can see that. Similarly for the employee, what is the schema? It will give me all the schema. Not the data, but you will get all the schema whatever you have created in the particular tables. Similarly in a DBO also we have a certain, right, views are there. If you want to see the test 3, it will show you the query, what is the query behind this. Similarly for the test view, what is the query behind this, that also it will show you. So like that, actually you will get the complete idea about what is the query which has been written and what is the schema of that particular view and the table. Everything you will get it from here. You can download with the help of this feature. So it's very useful and the cool feature. Do remember this. Hello everyone. So till now what actually we were doing, we have created one data warehouse, and in the SQL query engine we were writing all the kind of the SQL query. But this thing you can do in a notebook also. So in a notebook we were writing all the PySpark code, right? So there also you can write all your T-SQL query and you can access the warehouse. How you can do that? Go to the workspace, go to the data factory, and we can create a new notebook, or you can use the existing one also. Let me search for the notebook. This is the notebook. You can see notebook got created. As of now, if you can see, this is a PySpark, right? Now if I select the add item, you can see you can select only the lake house. It will show you only the lake house. But what actually I want to access the data warehouse and I want to write the T-SQL code. So what you have to do, from this window you have to select the T-SQL. Once you will select this, right, it is asking you to add the warehouse. After that, click on the add and you will see all your data warehouses. So this is the data warehouse we have, right? Click on the confirm. Now this will show, and you will see all your tables also and the views whatever you have. Now here you can write your T-SQL query. So if I write select star from consumer, select star from consumer, it is showing a PySpark. We will make it the T-SQL. Select star from gold dot consumer. Now if you will execute this, you will be able to run the query. Means you can run all the T-SQL query from the notebook itself. You just have to select the T-SQL, you have to add your warehouse, and you can perform all the operation in a notebook itself. So if you are good familiar with the notebook, if you like the notebook environment, you can use this feature instead of going to the SQL query engine. I hope you got the idea. Please do remember this. Hello everyone. Now we are going to start a new topic, that is a Power BI. So Power BI, actually we use it for the visualization. If you had to create any kind of the report on top of your data, if you had to create any kind of the visualization, then what actually we use? We use a Power BI. So in a Microsoft Fabric, it is a deeply integrated with the Power BI. Microsoft Fabric is a deeply integrated with the Power BI. So suppose in a Fabric you have a data that is available in a lakehouse. Your data that is available in a lakehouse. So what actually you can do on top of this, you can create a visualization. You can create a visualization using a Power BI. Using a Power BI. Similarly, if your data is available in a warehouse or SQL endpoint, so you can connect with that data and you can create a visualization using a Power BI. Power BI. So from the analytics perspective, from the visualization perspective, Power BI is important. Now there are two ways to learn a Power BI. There are two ways to learn a Power BI. The first one is like in a Fabric itself. In a Fabric itself you can learn the Power BI. The second way is like you can download the Power BI desktop, and you can learn the Power BI concept, how to create a visualization and all. What I will suggest, because in a Fabric, right? In a Fabric we get only the 60 days free trial. In a Fabric we get only the 60 days free trial, and if you are using Azure, right? Azure, then we get only the 30 days free trial. So in this case, what actually we can do, this fabric we will learn this fabric concept, right? Whatever the data engineering stuff, whatever the data engineering and the data analytics, whatever the pipeline stuff, right? What actually we will do, that particular thing actually we will learn first with the help of this free trial. And for this Power BI desktop, right? For this Power BI, what actually we'll do, we'll download the Power BI desktop and we will learn all the concept. We will learn all the concept, how to create a visualization, how to clean the data, how to write a DAX. So in a Power BI desktop only we will learn it. And now once you have completed this Power BI desktop and you have learned the Power BI visualization, how to create, how to clean, right? Now what actually we can do? We can come to the fabric. We can come to fabric. Suppose your data is available in a lake house, right? That data you can connect with the Power BI desktop. You can connect with the Power BI desktop. You can clean that and you can publish a report. That is the first way. The second way is like in a fabric itself, in a lake house, if you'll go right, whatever the data, suppose this is the data, in a fabric itself the Power BI window will be open and there you can create a visualization. So these are the two things. Now let me show you in a fabric itself how actually you can open a Power BI, and then in next video we will see how to download the Power BI desktop and how to learn this Power BI. Let me open any one of the workspace where our data is available. Suppose this is the fabric dev workspace. Let me show you one of the data. So suppose this is the lake house, right? This is the lake house. In this lake house, let me have one of the table. If we will have a one of the table, that table we will use it for the, suppose this is the employee table, right? What I will do, select this employee table, click on the new semantic model. Click on the new semantic model, and after that, what you have to do, you have to give the semantic model name. So I will give the name as a EMP. You can give any name. The workspace you have to select, and the table you have to select which particular table. This is the table, right? You have to click on the confirm. Now you can see this semantic model it open, right? Now here you can create a new measure, you can create a new table, you can do a calculation, you can write a DAX formula, you can create a new format, and also if you have to create a visualization, right? Click on the file, click on the create new report. Now what actually it will do, it will open your Power BI window, and there actually you can create a visualization. So this is the visualization, everything is same. So like this actually here you can create any kind of the visualization, and if you want to see your data, right, this is the data we have, employee ID, salary, and like this you can create a visualization. Now the same thing I will show you in a Power BI how actually we can do. So how to install a Power BI desktop, anyway I will show you, because there only we will try to do all the practice for the Power BI. Let me open the Power BI desktop and I will show you how actually it looks like. This will look like similar to what we have in a fabric only. So it's still opening, so let's wait it to open. You can see it opened. What actually we will do here, we will create a new report. Here we will create a new report. You can see it opened, right? Or let me create a blank report first. Now you can see it opened. Now whatever we are seeing in the Power BI desktop, and if I'll show you here, this both looks similar, right? In a Power BI desktop, here also we have all the option, and here we have a option for the data, right? Similarly, if I show you in a fabric, if I'll go to the fabric, here also we have option for the data visualization filters, and here also we have a same kind of the option. All the options are same, and here also you can create any visualization. And here also we can create any kind of the visualization. Everything is same. So the better ways to learn is like you download the Power BI desktop, you learn all the concept, and then in a Power BI desktop itself you can connect with the data. So click on the get data. So as of now I am in a Power BI desktop. Click on the more. So this all the thing we will see in the upcoming video, like how to connect with the data and all, but I am just showing you the high level. So as of now I am in Power BI desktop. You can see Microsoft Fabric, and here you can connect with the all the things. Suppose you want to connect with the data flow, suppose you want to connect with the lake house, you can connect with this like this, and you just have to pass the your email ID and you have to connect, and here only you can create all your dashboard. So what I will suggest, you do all your practice and learn in the Power BI desktop only, and once you will learn, right, you come here in a fabric and you create a visualization. So in a project parts, we will directly create a dashboard here. But before to that, if you want to learn, right, all the videos related to Power BI also I will post. So in next video, we'll continue over the Power BI topic. Hello everyone. So we are starting our new Power BI series. In this Power BI series, we are going to learn Power BI from a basic to the advanced level. As we all know, Power BI is one of the most widely tool used in industry for the data visualization and from the data analysis perspective. So we'll try to learn each and everything about Power BI from a basic to the advanced in this particular series. Let's first understand what is a Power BI, what actually it is used for, and we'll take some example how in company we use a Power BI. So let's start. What is Power BI? Power BI is a business intelligence tool. What is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool which is developed by a Microsoft. It helps user to connect to a various data sources, to transform a raw data into a meaningful insight, to create an interactive dashboard and the visual reports. Let's take with the example. So what is a Power BI? Power BI is a business intelligence tool. What is a Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool which is developed by a Microsoft. How actually it helps? So whenever we work in company, right, generally we see our data available in a multiple places. Suppose my data is available as a Excel format. Suppose my few data is available as a CSV file. Suppose my few data is available in a SQL DB. Suppose my few data is available in a Oracle DB. Suppose my few data is available in a on-prem. So data can be anywhere, right? How actually you had to do analysis? First you have to connect to a different data source. So this Power BI tool will help you to connect to a different data source. This will help you to the connect to a different data sources which is available in a different places. Now once you will connect your data, right, the next step will be a you have to do a cleaning. Because generally we see whatever the data available, right, most of the time you will see you will be having a messy data, means you have to do a cleaning. So once you will connect to a different data source, right, what you have to do, you have to do a cleaning. So this BI tool will help you to clean a data. And once you will clean the data, right, finally what you will do, you will do a visualization. You will create a report to visualize the data. And once you will do a visualization, right, you will share this visualization with your stakeholder so that they can analyze and they can take some decision for a business. So Power BI is a business intelligence tool that help you to connect to a different data source, to clean a data, to create a visualization, and this visualization report you can share with your stakeholder so that they can analyze the data and they can take some decision. So that is the use of the business intelligence tool and the Power BI. It is widely used for the data visualization. It is used for the reporting and analytics. It is used for the sharing insight across team and real-time dashboard update. These are the use case. Now let's take one example like how in a business this Power BI is generally used. So generally what happens, we get a requirement from our stakeholders. And the you can say product manager, we get a different requirement. Now what actually we do, first we get a requirement, and after getting a requirement what we do, we first try to understand the requirement. And after that what we do, we try to check whether all the data is available or not, where all the data source is available or not, or where our actual data source is available. Mean we try to find out the different data source for this. Once we get a different data source, what we do, we try to clean the data, and after that we try to build a visualization. We try to visualize the data. So that's how actually in a company we work. Now what kind of the requirement we get? So suppose you are working in company, that company is selling a different products. So what kind of the requirement we will get from a product manager? So generally they want to see how their sales is happening, week over week or month over month. month over month, month over month, or the day over day. What does it means? So they generally want to see like how their product sales is happening, how their sales is happening week over week and the month over month, and how their profit is happening say, week over week and the month over month. So this kind of the chart actually they want to see like how in a January, February, March, month over month, April their sales is happening, whether this sales is growing or not. Suppose you have done, you have created one dashboard. Now in this dashboard you are seeing this kind of the report, means this is for the sales report. Now if your trend is going down, so this will help business to know like your sales is going down month over month, month over month, month over month, March, Feb, January. So that's why they want to have this kind of the dashboard so that they can take a decision. Suppose your sales is going down month over month, means there is some fault in a business, so they had to fix it. Why this sales is going down week or month over month? So they had to take a decision for that, right? Once they will have this kind of the data only, then only they can take a decision. So that's why they ask for the different requirement from a data analysis. And what data analysts they do, they try to understand the requirement, they try to check a different data source, they try to clean the data, they try to visualize the data, and for this they use a business intelligence tool. And in our case we have a Power BI. So I hope you got the idea like how actually we work in a company. This we will understand more as we go in depth in the upcoming lecture also. Now Power BI include Power Desktop, Power Desktop. So whatever the visualization, you can see these are the visualization, right? So if you have to build the visualization, what you will do, first we will download the Power BI Desktop. We will download the Power BI Desktop. So this Power BI Desktop is nothing but it's kind of one application which we will download, and we will try to build this kind of the different visualization. So one is the Power BI Desktop, the second is the Power BI service. Now this whatever the Power BI Desktop, right, whatever you will download, right, that will be available in your local, that will be available in your local. But suppose this you have to share with your business stakeholders. So what actually you will do, you have to get your this data into this cloud, then only you can share with your uh, stakeholders, right? So for that what we use a Power BI service. So Power BI service, whatever the visualization we have built, right, we try to get this into a cloud, and this once we have data in a cloud, right, we can share with the different users. So this Power BI service will help you to share the dashboard with a different user so that they can see and they can do an analysis. Now third one is the Power BI mobile. So in a mobile and the desktop, in a mobile and the tablet, they can view a dashboard. So we have a Power BI mobile concept also. And the fourth one is the Power BI gateway for refreshing the on-prem data. Suppose you have on-prem data that you want to refresh, so for that we can use on-prem data. So these are the different things. So in the next video we will try to download the Power BI desktop also, and we will see how actually we can build the visualization. So I hope you got the idea about what is a Power BI and how actually it is used for. Now let's see how actually we can download the Power BI desktop. So I open Google, I'll search for the Power BI desktop, download something, desktop download. Once you will write the Power BI desktop download, right, you can see the Microsoft link is opening. Download Microsoft Power BI. Click on that. This is the official website. Now here you can see Microsoft Power BI desktop. This actually click on the download. Now this is the 64 one, right? That actually we are going to download. Once you will download, you can see a download will start in within a 30 seconds. So let's wait it to be downloaded. So download already started. If you can see, this Power BI desktop is getting download. It is around the 778 MB. So let's wait it to be complete, then we'll install it. You can see this one is started. It's already downloaded. I'll double click here. I'll try to install it. Click on the next. Click on the yes. Click on the next. Accept the term license agreement, click on the next, click on the next, create a desktop shortcut, click on the install. Now installation has started. So let's wait it to be completed. So this is the simple step we have to follow to install the Power BI desktop in the your PC. Now it's completed installation. So we'll click on the finish part. Now it's opening the Microsoft Power BI. So you can see this is the Power BI desktop. Here only we will try to practice it. So in next video we will see the overview of the Power BI desktop. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have downloaded the Power BI desktop. Now we are going to see the overview of a Power BI desktop. So once you'll open a Power BI desktop, you will see this particular screen. You can see the first one is a blank report. As of now, let's click on the blank report. Once you will click on the blank report, right? This is the interface generally you will see. In this interface, you can see we have a option like it is showing import data from Excel, import data from SQL Server, paste data into a blank table, or use sample data. These are the option you can see. But suppose your requirement is like you want to add a data from a multiple data source. So you can see here we have one option, get data from another source. If you click here, you can see these are the many data sources which is available: Excel, CSV, JSON, PDF, Parquet, SQL Server. Like these are the multiple data sources is available, and all the data source you can connect. Like if you want to see a database, you want to see Microsoft Fabric, Power Platform, Azure, like Azure database you want to connect, all the kind of the thing you can connect from here. So that is the one option. One way is to select from here get data. Another way is like if you click here get data, right? From here also you will get all the option like to connect with the data source. If I'll show you here also it is opening the same. Now the third way is like one way is a get data, second way is a get data, and the third way is a in a right side you can see one data option, right? In a data option also if you select the get data, here also you will get the same option. So through three way through which actually you can connect to any data sources. Now in the left side you can see we are seeing the four view. One is the report view, second is the table view, third is the model view, and fourth is the DAX query view. Let's understand one by one. So first is the report view. So this particular screen you are seeing, right? This is nothing but this is the report view. So whatever the visualization you will create in this particular screen itself. Whatever the graph you want to create, whatever the visualization you want to create, you will create into this particular report view layer. Now second is the table view. In the table view, whatever the data you will load. So if I will load any Excel data, right? So that particular data actually you will see here. Suppose you have a multiple data set. So generally, whenever we work in a company, you will see you will be having a multiple data set. So all the data will be available as form of the table. So all this table will be mentioned here in this particular screen you will see, and you will be able to visualize the data. So table view is nothing but whatever the data you will load, right? That data actually you will see in the form of the tabular format. So that is a table view. The third one is the model view. In a model view, so whenever we work in a company, it's very rare like we are working only in one data set. Generally we work in a multiple data set. So suppose as of now we have a three data set. Now how the relation between the multiple table, what is the primary key, foreign key, through which the each table is connected with each other, this kind of the relationship, this kind of the modeling view you will see into this model view. Suppose you have a two table, one is the employee table, second is the department, and how employee and the department are actually connected. So that particular view you will see into this model view. This also we'll explore more. And the fourth is the DAX query view. In the DAX query view, in a Power BI, suppose you had to perform some calculation, if you had to perform some transformation. So for that we have a specific language, that language is nothing but a DAX language. So that kind of the calculation you can do into this DAX query view. This also we'll understand. Now in the right side you can see we have a one visualization tab. In this visualization tab we have a different visualization option. Like you can see stack column chart is available, bar chart is available, means all the kind of the visualization you will be able to see from here. You will be able to see from here. And right side you can see, right, the data also will be shown here. Now suppose you want to create any chart visualization, so what you have to do, suppose I want to use this stack bar chart, so what I will do, I will double click. You can see that bar is coming here. Suppose I want to use this also is coming here. So like that actually we can adjust, like that we can adjust and we can create a view. So in the next video we'll try to upload a file and we'll try to learn more about this. Hello everyone, so in this video we will try to upload a file. So what actually I will do, I'll click on the get data, I'll click on the Excel workbook. I'm going to upload one Excel file. Now after that what I will do, the global superstore, this particular file I am going to upload. This I'll share with you also so that you can also do the same. Once you will do this, right, you will see an option. You can see here in the Excel, if I'll show you, this is the Excel. In this Excel we have a 4 sheets are available. One is a order, all the order related information. Second is the people, all the people related information. Then we have a return, then we have all customer, all the customer related information. Means in a one Excel we have a 4 tab and 4 different kind of the data is available. Now this all the data, if you will upload the Excel, right, you can see here it is showing the each sheet, like customer sheet it is showing, order sheet it is showing, people sheet it is showing, return sheet it is showing. It is nothing but it is kind of the table for us. Now if you want to upload this, what you have to do, you have to select that. So suppose I will select the customer, you can see all the customer related data here. Similarly, if you want to upload the order, you will see the order related data here. So what I will do, I will select all, and what I will do, I will just click on the load. We'll come to this transform part later. Transform is nothing but if you want to add something, if you want to apply some more transformation in the existing data, then we go for the transform. But as of now, we'll see how to load. So we'll click on the load the data. Once you will click on the load the data, right, your data will start loading. You can see customer, it is waiting for other queries, means it will get loaded into the Power BI itself. Now from there what actually we will do, we will try to see how in our table view that particular data looks like. So you can see all the things are loaded. Now in a report view we understand all the visuals we will create. Now coming to the this table view, so I'll go to the table view. Now here right side you can see we have option customer, order, people and the return. This all the table you can see. In the tabular format we can see the data, right? Now if I'll click on the order, all the order related data you can see. Now what I will do, if I will just click on this drag, you can see all the columns are showing here. Now in this column if you will see, we have a option. You can see this summation marks it is showing, right? This summation is nothing but it will indicate like that particular column is in integer format. Whatever the summation you can see, right, it is by default considered it as a integer format. Now suppose if I select this order ID. Now order ID, the data type, if you want to know, right, you can see data type it is mentioned as a text. But if you click here, you have an option, you can convert into the specific data type. You can change the data type also. So by default it is considered as a order date as a text, so that's why it is showing a text. Now you can see order date. Order date, you can see summation it is showing like, but it is showing as an integer. But this order date shouldn't be an integer, it should be a proper date. So how actually we can change the data type? What you have to do, here you have to select the date time. If I select the date time, you can see it is properly converted into the proper date. So this kind of the data type changes and all you have to first do to do the proper things. Now in the ship date also it is showing the integer, but it should also be a date. So that kind of the cleaning we have to do first, that we have to remember. So in a tabular view only you will get to know what are the columns you have, what are the data types are there, and the proper data type we can convert. Now you can see this order date we have converted into the date time, right? So this particular symbol it is showing. Summation means it is an integer, and if it is not showing anything, That means that is a text. This is how actually we can visualize our all the data. Now if I'll show you in a data model view, how this all the four datas are related. So you can see we have a first table, that is a order table. Now in order table, how they are actually connected. So you can see if you want to see the relation. So you can see this order table is connected with the customer table based on their customer ID. If I select here, you can see you are getting the details. Similarly, if I show you in the people column, there is no relation between the customer, and similarly for the return column also we don't have any specific connection. But if you can see this order and the customer, how they are connected, you can see they are connected based on the customer ID. They are connected based on the customer ID. So if you will be having any kind of the table and how they are connected, so all the kind of the relations you can form it from here, you can get it from here. Now coming to the report view. In the report view, what actually we do, we try to build a visualization. In the report view also, if you will come to this data part, right, in data if you will click, you will be able to see all this kind of the data here. So in next video, what actually we'll do, we'll try to start our visualization part and we'll try to understand how to create each chart. Hello everyone, so now we will start the Power BI dashboarding part, how to create a proper dashboard in a Power BI desktop, that we are going to learn. So we will start with how actually we can set up a proper page for our dashboard, and also we will see how actually we can create a proper title, how actually we can give a proper title in our dashboard, that actually we are going to see in this particular video. So I'll open my Power BI desktop. I open my Power BI desktop. Now what actually I will do, if I had to set up this proper page in here, right? So what you have to do, in right side you can see, right, we have a one build usual, there you can see all the visualization. The second option is a format page. If you click here, you can see page information, everything is coming. So in a Power BI desktop version, there are different version where this option is available in a different places. In a latest version, you can see in a format page, this build visual. In the right side, you can see this format pages option is available. In your version, if it is not available, then what you have to do, you have to right click here in the blank space here, right? Here you have to right click, and there you will see a format option. Once you will click, this all the option will be shown. But in the latest version, what you have to do, here only you have to click this format page and you will see this option. Now after that, you can see page information. So if you want to give this particular page name, this is the page name, right? So you can give proper name here. So I will give a global super smart or something, like I will just give the global. This is the page name I am giving. After that, what is the size of the particular page? I want a 4 by 3. So you can see this visual got converted into the 4 by 3. Suppose you want in a letter format, so you can see in a letter format also you can build the dashboard, or you want to have any custom, that also custom you can select. So custom I will give 1300, 1850, 1815 I will give. So you can see 1300 and 1850, this particular visual is created. This page size is set up for the 1300 and 8050, or you want to go with the 69, you can select that. So I'm going with the custom. 1300 is height, 1850 is width, that is what actually I'm selecting. Now once you will set up that, you have an option for the background. Suppose you want to change a background. I want to make the background as a black, but once you select the background also, right, still it is showing a white. So how actually we can change that? So in a transparency, right, if you will make this, you can see now it is reflecting. If you are making this as a 0, then you can see this background got changed. So that's how actually we can change the background. So we have seen like how to set up the page, how to set up a color, and how to set up a page size. Now if you want to set up any wallpaper, so you can browse any image and you can select the transparency here also. Filter pane and the filter card, this we will understand later, but these are the options that will be helpful to set up your page and the settings and all. Now once you do this, right, now what actually we'll do, we'll try to create one header for our dashboard. So what you can do, in a home option you can see we have one option for the text box. Just click on the text box. Once you'll click on the text box, right, once you'll click on the text box, right, this is, you can see one text box is coming. Now what we'll select one font here. So let me select the Arial black, or you can select any of the font which you want. Now after that we can select the font size. I'll select the font size as a 36. Now I will write a header for my, so I am writing global super store. This is the header I want to give. You just expand this. Once you will expand this, right, you can see that header is coming. Now from here you can do that. Now why it is not, we are not able to see, this is the header which is here, we can see, right. I'll just, so this is what we have created. Now this actually you can drag here. This is the header we have created. Let's make it in a here. So like this actually we can create a title. What you have to do, you have, in a home option you just have to select the text box, you have to write a text, and this is the option will be shown. Now my requirement is like I want to change this background, this white background actually it is showing, right. This actually I want to change. How actually I can change that? So in that case what you have to do, you have to select here. Now once you select, you can see one format text box is coming, right. One format text box is coming. In the format text box, if you go into the effects, one background is coming. If you'll off the background, right, you can see that background got changed into the white only. Now suppose this is written in black, I will change this into a white. How actually I can change that? If I'll make this white, this got changed into the white, or if I'll make this as a this color, now I will change this background as a black only. How to change this? So select this format text box, go to the effects, and background if you'll off, you can see this got changed into the black color only. But our was better, right. This white was better, so we'll go ahead with this header only. But I was just showing you how actually we can change the background for this. Now let's see how actually we can add a logo in our dashboard. So for that what you have to do, you have to first have one image. So what actually I will do, I'll come to the Google, I will search for the global superstore something image. I will try to download. So let me try to download global superstore. This is the image I will download. I'll do the save image as in a download folder only. I will try to save it. So one image we have. Now come to this our desktop. If you want to import, then what you have to do, go into the insert. In a insert we have a image option. So from that image option you have to select the particular logo. You can see this got imported. Now this what you can do, this logo you can bring into the top. This is the logo. So whenever we work for any company, right, that company will have a specific logo. So like that actually you can set up a logo. Now what actually you want, whenever you will click on this image, right, that image will go into the particular link. How actually you can set up, suppose if I click on that particular image, it should open a amazon.com. Then in that case what actually I can do, at this particular URL, right, I'll just click here. I'll just click on this image. Now this I want to make an action. In the right side you can see in a format setting we have action. Just click on the format action on. Now what type of action you want? I want action as a web URL. So I'll click on the web URL, and this particular link I will give. And I'll just, so this is done. Now whenever I will click here, right, this will open a amazon.com. You can see amazon.com is opening. Now we have set up a logo, and also we have set up a title for our dashboard, right. but you can see this logo color is in blue and this background is white. This is not looking good. So what we'll do, we'll change the color. First I'll change the color of this image, not image, text. So I'll make this text as this color, dark color. And what I will do, I want to change this white image into a particular background. So you have to click here in the effects background, right? This is the background. This visual we can make as a any other color. I will make this a blue color. Now you can see this got converted. Now let me change this color light. So you can see we have a logo and also this particular header also got set up properly. So now in next video we'll see how actually we can start building the visualization. Hello everyone. So we are starting our dashboarding part. So in previous video we have seen like how to create a proper title and how to create a proper logo in a dashboard. In this video we are going to see few of the business requirement we have, and based on that how to create a card visual that actually we are going to see. So you can see here, right, total employee it is showing, a male employee. So this all is nothing but these are the card. So you can see, right, total male employee, total female employee. So how actually we are representing? We are representing this with the card. So that card how actually we can build in a dashboard that we are going to see. For that we have a couple of business requirement, and based on that only we are also going to see how to create proper card in a dashboard. So let's start. The first question is like, what is the total number of sales? So what we had to do, we had to create one card. That card will tell me what is the total number of sales. Suppose total number of sales is 210. This is the total sales. So this will be one card. The second is like, what is the total number of profit? What is the total number of profit? So total profit, this will be another card that we will show. Total profit. Suppose total profit is 500. How many customer we have? What is number of customer? So we will show number of customer. Suppose number of customer we have 1000. Now after that we will show how many order placed. What is the total unique order? So suppose total unique order is 50. Total order. So these are the four cards we are going to see. So let's see. So in previous video we have seen like how to create this title and this logo, right? Now we'll continue and we'll see how to create a card. So for creating a card in the visualization, this is the visualization window, you can see, right? Here we have a different kind of the options are available. Now we will search for the card. So you can see 1 2 3, this you can see, right? This is nothing but this is a card. So just click on this. Once you will click on this, you will see this. What we will do, we can adjust this card. Now once you will adjust this card, right, in the card actually what we want to show, we want to say what is the total number of sales. So we have loaded a global superset data, right? In a global superset data, if I'll show you, we have a customer, order, people and the return. In a order we have a sales detail. So this is the sales. So if I'll do sum of sales, means I will get what is the total number of sales. Correct. So I will go into the report view. I'll click this card. Just click on this particular card. Now in the right side you can see the data, right? This is the data. In a data, what actually we want to do, we want to find out what is the total sales. So click on the sales. If you'll click on the sales, you can see what actually it is showing. It is showing the sum of sales. What actually it is showing? Sum of sales. How actually you know this is sum of sales? So you can see one field came here, this field, right? Here it is showing sum of sales. If I'll click on the drop down, suppose you have to average, you have to find out, minimum you have to find out, maximum you have to find out, count you have to find out. From here you can adjust. But I had to show the total sales, right? So I will go with the sum only, sum of sales only. So this is the total number of sales actually. Now what we will do, this card, right, whatever we have sum of sales we are showing, let's try to modify it. So in a build visual, right, in the left side in the second window you can see format your visual. So if you click on this format your visual, we get a two option, visual and the general. So in a visual we have a call out value. So suppose whatever the number we are showing, right, this 12.64 million. Now you want to make it bold, so I'll click on the bold. You can see this became the bold. Similarly, if you want to increase the height, you can increase from here. Suppose I will make the 10. then it will become very less. If I'll make the 50, you can see proper number actually it is showing. Now similarly, if you want to change the color, you can change that. Suppose blue I want, so that will become a blue. But I want to go with the black only, black. So I'll select the black. And now display unit. So as of now you can see 12.64 million actually it is showing. But suppose you want to show in the thousand. So if you click on the thousand, it will get converted into the thousand. Similarly, billion, if you want to see in a billion number, that also you can see. But I will go ahead with the million only by default, auto one. So like that actually you can change the size. Now the second thing is like, one is the call out value. So whatever the number we are showing, right, that actually we can adjust it. Now if in a category level, so you can see below the 12.64 sum of sales is written. Now that visual if you want to do, so that actually you can do from here. Suppose I want to make it big, like 30 if I'll do. So you can say this actually it is showing this. I will make it 20. So you can see sum of sale it is showing and also the number. Now what actually we'll do, again click here, go to the visual. So we have seen the call out and the category level. Now in the general option, you can apply few effects and all also. So first option is property. What is the height for this particular card? Suppose I will make it the 500. So you can see the card size is increasing. So like that you can adjust the height and all also, but I will go ahead with the 150. I will make it 150 this. So I have make it 150, that is the height, and width I will go with the 300. So this is the height size I am selecting. Position, if you, what is the position? The horizontal position, suppose I will make this 500. So you can say this is coming here, but I want to start this with here, so I will go with that only. So this horizontal position and all also you can adjust from here in the property option. Now padding, suppose if I'll do padding 30. Now let's see what is happening. So from the top, how many space, like what is the space, so that kind of the space actually you can adjust it. So I will, what actually I will do, from top also 5 space, from left also 5, from right also, means I want to be in the middle. So that's what I selected, all 5 5 5 5. So padding also you can adjust here. Now coming to the title. So suppose you want to make any title, so click on this title. Now here you can write a title. Suppose I will write a total sales. If you write a total sales, you can see in the card right here total sales is coming. Means if you want to add any kind of the text also, that text also you can add here. But I don't want to add any text, so I'll just remove this. Similarly, the subtitle, divider, any text related spacing you can do. So I'll just hide this because I'm not going to add as of now. After that, we'll see the effects. In the effects, suppose the background is white, right? But suppose you want to change it, I want to make it blue, so that you can do it. Suppose you want to make it any other color, so that you can do, but as of now I will go ahead with the white only. Now coming to the visual, so visual border, so border also you can make it. Suppose I want to make a rounded corner, so if I'll increase this, now you can see this card, right, from it became the rounded, this card became the rounded. Previously it was a rectangle, right? Now you can see from the side it became the round. Similar, so round you can add. I'll go ahead in effects, what we had done in a visual border, we have added the corner. Now after that, shadow, if you want to add a shadow, that also you can add. Suppose color is, I'm selecting black, and I want shadow in the inner, so you can see it applied the shadow inner side. So shadow we have seen, visual border we have seen. Now what we'll do, we'll see the date format. So if you want to adjust any kind of the date format, so as of now it is a sum of sales, right? So it's not, but suppose any data format if you want to do, you can do from here. Now we have another option like a header icon, that background, that is not that important. Similarly, if you want to have a tooltip, so suppose if I'll hover this, then particular number should show, right? So if I'll click on the turn on, now if I will hover, right, you can see sum of sale it is showing. So this tooltip actually we can add. So like this actually you can add a multiple visual, multiple effects. This is up to you. The stakeholders will not ask you to do this, but to show it properly in the dashboard, you can apply a multiple effects and you can explore this. So that's how actually we can do. So we have created one. Now suppose we want to add one more, right? So what we will do? So I just Control C and Control V, one more visual got created. Now what I will do, I will just click here. We will show what is the total profit, right? So I have selected this particular card, sum of sales. What I will do, sum of profit. Instead of sales, what I will do, I will do a profit. So I'll just remove this. I'll select the sum of profit. Sum of profit. Now you can see sum of profit actually it is showing. Now I want to make it one more. So I'll just click here, Control C, and if I'll do Control V, one more card will be created. Now here I want to show what is the total number of customer we have. So if I'll do customer ID, if I'll select customer ID, so you can see it is showing some weird number, the first customer ID, right? But I want to show the distinct customer. So I will use the count of distinct customer, this one. This will tell me what is the count of the customer ID we have. Now again I will select this. I will show another card. I want to show what is the total number of order. So in this case what I will select, instead of customer ID, order ID I will select. So I selected the order ID. Here also I will show the count of distinct order ID. So you can see count of order ID, it is showing here this. Now let's try to adjust it. So I will make it proper so that it will look good. Uh, yeah. So we have created a four card. One is showing the total number of sales. One is showing the what is the total number of profit. Count of customer we have 1590, and also it is showing the count of order. So this is what this is how actually we can create a card. I hope you got it. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So we will continue over the Superstore Power BI dashboard project part. So in previous videos we have seen like how to create a title, how to create a logo, and how to create a different card visual in the dashboard. Now in this particular video we are going to see about the bar chart, how to create one bar chart based on the requirement. So our requirement is saying like our stakeholders wants that how the sales is happening over the years, means they want to know how their sales is happening over the years. That is the thing they want to know. So what we have to do, so suppose we have a date for the 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, means over year how the sales is happening, that particular trend we have to show. So suppose in 2016 this is the sales, 2017 this is the sales, 2018 this is the sales, and 2019 this is the sales. Means they want to see the how the sales is happening, that actually they want to know. Suppose 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. So this kind of the chart actually we will show it to them. So let's see how to create that. I'll open my Power BI desktop. So I have opened my Power BI desktop. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to create one bar chart. So you can see in the visualization, right? You can see, you will see different bar chart. We are going to select the cluster column chart as of now. Here only we are going to show the bar chart. And what is our requirement? Our requirement is like year over year how the sales is happening, that we want to show. So let's first analyze the data. So I'll go into the table view part. In the table view part you can see we have one of the column date. From here we will get the year, and also we have one of the column sales, means year over year the sales actually we can show that. But if you will see this order date, right, this is not in a proper date format. So how actually we can convert date format? So on the top you can see this whole number, right? This you can convert into the date and time. Once you will convert into the date and time, click on the refresh. Once you will do this, you can see now order date converted into the proper date and time. Now once you will do this, right, in order date you can see one date hierarchy got created, like year, quarter, month and day. So year over year, quarter over quarter, month over month, say day over day, you can show the any kind of the trend, means based on the date hierarchy automatically got created. So this actually we will use. So let's come to the our report view. I'll select this chart. Once you will select this chart, right, in a, you can see in a data, and also here x axis, y axis it is showing, right? What actually we'll do, we'll select the year. In order date, you can see year is there. I'll select this, I'll drag into the x-axis. Similarly, we have a sales actually I will drag into the y-axis. Once you will do this, right, you can see one bar chart got created. One bar chart got created. In x-axis we are showing all the year, in the y-axis we are showing all the sales. Now let's see how actually we can format it properly so that it will look good. So what you have to do, you have to select the first chart, go to the format your visual. Once you will do this, right, you can see first it is showing the x-axis. In x-axis, if you want to do any changes, first is the type. So type is continuous or category. So we are showing the category wise, right, 2016, 17, 18. So we'll select the category. Now after that it is asking for the value. So you can see 2016, 17, 18, 19, whatever is written, right, it should show properly. So we'll increase the font size. So 20 I will make, and I'll make the bold. So you can see now, you can see properly, right, 16, 17, 18 and 19. Similarly, for the y-axis also we'll do edit. In a y-axis, I will make the size as a 20 and we'll make the bold. So that this also 1 million, 2 million, it will show properly. So that edit we have done. And now what is our requirement? Now as of now you can see this 2016, 17, 18, 19, right, this is showing in the a blue color. But suppose you want to change this color, so how you have to do? First you have to select this, go into format visual, go to the column. In the column you can see you have a color. Now this color you can change. If I change this color, so all things will get converted into the this particular color. Now suppose you want to, your stakeholder is saying like for each year they want to have a different color, like 16 should be in different color, 17 should be in different color. How you can do that? So you can see in a category itself, right? If you can see, we can select the 2016 and you want to change the some other color. Let me make. Similarly, for the 2017, you want to have a different color. You can select that. Similarly, for the 2018, you want to have a different color. You can select that. And 2019 is the this color. So like this, actually, we can select the color. Now even if you want to add a border, in border of this particular chart, that also you can add the border from here, but as of now I am not going to do that. Now this is the bar chart got created. Now if you will hover it, right, in 2019, if you will hover, you will see in 2019 how the sales is happening, in 2018 also how the sales is happening, 2017 also. Now let's see whether it is interactive or not. It means if I select only, if I click on the 2016, so it will show, it should show me only the 2016 data, means other in the top also we have, right, it should show only the 2016 data. So let me click that. So you can see as of now 12.64. Let me click on the 2016. So if I click on the 2016, right, you can see it is an interactive. Now the top also it is showing me only the 2016 data. If I select 2017, it is showing me only the 2017 data. If I select 2019, it will show me only the 2019 data. So like that, actually it is automatically interactive. Means if you will select any of the year, on the top also you will see the result for that particular year only. Now if I am hovering, then only I can see the sum of sales, the number, but my stakeholder wants that number should display here. So what actually I will do, I'll select this, go to the format user, you can see one data label is there, click on that. Once you will add this, you can see this 4.3 million, this number got added. So let's increase the font size for that. In data labels, you can see we have a value. Let's make the value as a proper 20, and let's make it as bold so that it will show properly. If you want to change the color, you can change the color also from here. Let's make some other color, blue color. You can see 4.3 million, 2.7 million, like this actually you can do that. So like this actually we can add the visual. Now this is, we have created the bar chart. Now this also you want to edit more. So what actually you can do, go to the general in the format visual, go to the general. These are the options we have seen, right? If you want to increase the height, if you want to add the title, so you can see sum of cells here in the top right, some of the cells of here it is showing. This also you can edit it. So suppose I want to make it bold, and what actually I want it to display in the center, and also let's make this as a 18. You can see some of cells of here it is showing. Even background color also, if you want to change, you can change it, but as of now the white looks good to me, so I'm not going to change that. Now subtitle also, if you want to add, you can add that. So now let's see in effects, the background effects. If you want to change, it is in white color, but if you want to change any other color, you can change like this. I'll go with the white color only. Visual border, if you want to add a border, if you want to add a corner, right, you can add that. So let me add that. So once I have added, you can see this corner actually got added. It looks good, right? Now uh, I will add a, what actually I was doing in effects border we have added, we'll add the shadow also. So I have added a shadow. Offset I will make the inside so that it will look good. So you can see border also got added. Now it's looking good, right? So like that, actually any formatting if you want, you can do here. And now go to the general, date effects. We have added the visual border, we have added a shadow, and in a date format, anything you want to add the format, that actually you can do that. But as of now, I think we are good. So like this, actually we can create a bar chart. Hello everyone, so we will continue with the dashboard project part. So in previous video we have seen like how to create a title, how to create a logo, and also we have seen how to create a cards, and also we have seen how to create a bar chart. In this particular video we have one more requirement. This is a new requirement, and based on that we are going to create one more chart, that is a line chart. So our requirement is like sales and the profit trends by each month the stakeholders want to see. Means what actually they want to see, they want to see how their sales is happening by each month, like January, February, March, April, May, June, like how actually their sales and the profit is happening, that actually they want to see. Why this kind of the requirement generally comes? Because they want to check any seasonality. Like suppose in September and October, suppose most of the profit is happening. Suppose your chart looks like this, means in January and February most of the profit and most of the sales is happening, means some seasonality is there, so that actually they want to track. That's why this trends helps. So whenever any trends, in that case we use a line chart. So let's see how to build that. I open my Power BI desktop. These are the bar chart we have created previously. Now let's see how to create a line chart. So what you have to do in a visualization, you can see this is the line chart. You have to click that. Once you will click that, right, this line chart actually it is showing. Now what we will do, we want to show each month how their sales and profit is happening. So you can see we have one order date column. In order date we have a month. So what actually we'll do, we'll drag the in x-axis month, and in a y-axis we'll drag the profit as well as the sales. We'll drag the profit as well as the sales. So you can see this the above chart, right, and this line chart actually it is showing the sales. It is written this light dark color. A light color it is showing the sales, and the bottom one dark color it is showing the profit. So it is showing in a chart. Now let's try to modify and let's try to format it so that it will look better. Now what actually I will do, in a x-axis, right, you can see January, February. This is not visible properly. So I'll go into the build visual, x-axis. I'll try to make it bold. You can see now it is showing January, February, March, April, like this. In a y-axis also it is showing the 1 million, 2 million, like that. So what I will do, in a y-axis also I'll try to make it bold. Means formatting is in up to you, like how much formatting you want to do, but I am just showing you how actually you can do that. So I have just done the formatting for the x-axis and the y-axis. Now after that you can see line. Now this line actually if you want to show in a solid or in a dotted format, so also that you can apply in a lines. You can see, right, we have a solid if you'll select the dotted, right, you can see it is showing in the dotted color. So let me zoom it. Now what I will do, instead of dotted I will make it solid. So this is the solid one. Now in a line chart we have seen, right, how actually we can do. Now after that, what actually I want to show the number also here, like what is the number of each month and sales. So you can see data label is there. So this data label, if you turn on, you will see the number also. Now if you want to make it number as bold, what you have to do, you have to go down in a values, you can make as a bold. And if you want to change the color also, that also you can do. Suppose let me make the light color, or let me make the better color. So you can see it is showing the number also. Now this is how we can do, and you want to do a further formatting. So what you have to do, select that, go to the format visual in the general option, right, in a property. If you want to adjust the height, weight, position, you can do that from here. Title also, if you want to modify that also you can do. You can see sum of sales it is showing, right. I want to make it in middle, so you can see sum of sales it is showing in middle. Make it bold so it will look good, sum of sales. And you can adjust the this also. Let's try to make it 20, sum of sales. So title we have adjusted. Now what we will do, we'll come to the this effects. If you want to change the background change also will happen here in a visual border. I'll make the round, so let me make it 30. And also shadow also I'll own. Shadow I will do a inner, inside shadow. Now you can see this chart became the corner one, and it is same like the previous also. So like that the formatting is up to you, like how much formatting you want to do. uh, so you have a different option, and this all the option you can explore also, like tool tips and all. So like that actually we can create a line chart. And let's try to arrange this properly. So I have arranged it like this. Now you can see for each year, for all the years, January, February, how the sales is happening, that actually it is showing. But suppose I want to see this number only for the 2016 year. So if I select 2016, you can see this change the number only for 2016, how each month the sales is happening. Similarly, if I select 2017, you can see this. 2019, you can see this. And like this for each month or for individual months, you can see the number for each month sales and the profit. Now seasonality wise, if you check, right, most of the profit, right, after August, and the sales, most of the sales is happening after December, November, October. This shows the seasonality, because in January, February the sales is very less, but after that the sales is increasing. So you can see the how their seasonality wise the sales is happening. So I hope you got it. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So we will continue over the dashboard project part. So we are creating a Superstore dashboard. So till now what we have done, we have seen like how to create a logo, how to create a title. We have seen about the card visual. We have seen how to create a bar chart, and we have seen how to create a line chart based on the business requirement. Now we are getting one more new business requirement. This is a line number 7. What actually they are saying, stakeholders wants to know which particular market sales and the profit is happening more. Means what actually they want to know, based on the each market. Based on the each market, suppose this is the US market, suppose this is a Japan market. Like that each market how their sales is happening, and also they want to know how their profit is happening, how their sales is happening and how their profit is happening. So what we will do, in a bar chart we will show the sales, in bar chart we will show the sales, and in a line chart we will show the profit. In line chart we will show the profit, and this chart we call it as a column and stack chart. Means we are showing the bar chart also and the line chart also. Like how actually we can show the bar chart and line chart together, that particular we are going to see. So let me open a Power BI desktop. So what I will do, you can see in a visualization, right, here we have line and stack column chart and line and cluster column chart. So these are the two this actually you can use. There actually you can show the bar as well as the line chart also. So I'll just select that. You can see it is coming now. Now what we will do, we will try to show how their sales and the profit is happening. So I will select this. In x-axis I will show the market, based on each market how their sales is happening. So I will select the market in x-axis, and in a y-axis what actually I will do, I will show their sales column y-axis, and you can see it is also showing the line y-axis. So in a line chart I will show the profit y-axis. So you can see bar chart actually it is showing the sum of sales. In the line chart actually it is showing the how their profit is happening, and in the bottom you can see all the market is mentioned like EU, US, EME, Africa, Canada, all the market. So like that actually they can see how their sales and profit is happening. Let's try to format it. So what actually I can do, I'll go to the visual, I'll open the data label, so all the data label will be visible. And after that what we'll do, I will also try to do one thing. Now suppose whatever you had done previously in a sum of sales of year, right? This rounding you had done, this coloring you had done, same actually you want to apply here also. So what you have to do, one easy way I will tell you, just select this, click on the format painter and just apply here. Now let's see what is happening. You can see the same kind of the formatting applied here also. Now here you can see you don't need to do it again. What you have to do, select that whatever you formatting you have done, click on the format painter and apply here. Now you can see all the things actually it is showing. Now you can see in US market 2.3 million sales is there, 0.3 million profit is there. So this line chart actually it is showing the profit, and this one actually is bar chart, it is showing the sales, and also we have a market detail like the US and all. Now you want to see how in the US market only the sales and the profit is happening. So if you will select this, right, only US market, if I select the US market, on the top also you can see how their sales in the 2016, 17, 18, 19 is happening, and how their month over month sales is happening. So like each market wise actually we can do the analysis for the all the above chart also. Means this is a interactive. Suppose for this APAC market you want to see in 16 17 how their sales is happening, by each month how their sales is profit is happening. So like that actually we can make it. So I hope you got it, like how to make a stack and column chart. And one thing you have to remember, if you create any of the chart, the formatting is up to you, like how much formatting you want to do, only that you have to do. In you have to select that particular chart, go into the visual, and all the options are there that actually you can do, and it will show in the same way. So I hope you got idea about this particular chart, stock and stack and the column line chart. If you will select the second one, line and the cluster column chart, so you can see this is it is a line and column stack chart, both look similar only. So I hope you got idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So we'll continue with the dashboarding part. So till now we have seen how to create a logo, how to create a card, how to create a bar chart, how to create a line chart, and how to create a bar as well as the line chart. Now we got another requirement. This is the eighth requirement. What actually it is saying? Our stakeholders wants to analyze their sales by each quarter to boost the performance. What actually they want to know? They want to know the sales by each quarter so that they can take a decision to boost the performance of a business. So what I will do, I'll create one pie chart. I'll create this pie chart. In this pie chart, what I will do, based on each quarter, we have a 4 quarter, right? Based on each quarter, I will try to show their sales. So let's see how to build that. I'll open my Power BI desktop. So this is what we have built previously. Now let's see how to create a pie chart. So in the visualization, right, you can see here we have one pie chart, one donut chart. We'll see about the pie chart. So I created a pie chart. Now what I will do, in this pie chart, based on each quarter they want to show. So let me make it big. So you can see here it is showing the legend. What is legend? Legend is nothing but from what basis you want to do the segmentation, means from what basis you want to divide it. So I want to divide based on the quarter, so I'll select the quarter. So based on the quarter I want to divide. Now what is the value? Value, I want to show the sales. So sales is the value. So this is how we can create a bar chart. So what I have done, legend is nothing but based on what actually you want to divide it, this pie chart. So based on the quarter I want to divide, right? So I selected that, and the values I am showing the sum of sales. So based on each quarter they can see that. Now if they have to do a formatting, what you have to do, go to the format visual and you can see this. If you want to do the changes of the legend, like what is the text is written, if you want to make it bold, that also you can do from here. All the title and all also you can do it from here. Even in the slices also, suppose each color you want to change it, so we have a color option, that color option also we can do. Detail labels is already available, so that's why we can see the number. If I'll show you, these are the number it is showing. If you'll make it bold, it will show it properly. And similarly, we have another option, and that is a general. The general options are available. Now what I will do, in previous video I have shown you, right, whatever the visual we have done here, right, the same kind of the formatting whatever we have done here, same one I want to apply here. So I'll click on the format painter, click on this. You can see the same kind of the formatting applied. You can see the rounded is happening, all the numbers, right, the similar kind of the number actually it is showing. So like that actually it is a easy way of doing this. So let's try to arrange this so that it will look good. It will look so like that. Actually we can create a pie chart. Now suppose based on each quarter I want to see the sales. So if I'll select this particular quarter, so you can see based on each quarter the sales profit every chart got changed, and so based on the each quarter I can do the analysis how their sales is happening, profit is happening. So this chart is useful for the quarter wise the analysis. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, please do analysis. Hello everyone. So we will continue with the dashboarding part. So till now we have created this dashboard. Based on this all the kind of the requirement we got. So we have seen how to create a bar chart, how to create a line chart. We have seen how to create bar as well as line chart, and also we have created a pie chart. Now we are going to see about the slicer, and why we are doing a slicer based on this particular requirement. So let's first understand the requirement, then we'll come to this slicer part. So what actually business stakeholders wants? Business stakeholders wants dynamic graph. If they select any category or segments, all the visuals should change accordingly. So whatever we have visual we have created, right? This pie chart, we bar chart, line chart, whatever the visual we have created, what actually business wants, they want to have one slicer, one slicer. In this slicer, what will be there? In slicer, if they will select any of the category, if they will select any of the category, this all the visuals should change. If they will select any of the segment, this all the visuals should change. Actually, that actually they want. So for that, what we will use? We will use a slicer. Let me show you in the dashboard so that we'll get better idea. So I open my Power BI desktop. So this is the dashboard we have created. Now what actually business wants? So I'll show you the data. So come to this table view. In the table view, you can see we have a segment. In the segment, you can see we have a multiple option: consumer, corporate, and the home office. So if I'll select any of the consumer, corporate, or home office in the visual, this particular chart should show me that particular number. So that actually the business wants. Similarly for the category also they wants. So what I will do for this, we will use a slicer. So let's search where actually the slicer. This is the slicer. We'll select that. Once you'll select the slicer, right? What we'll do, we'll make it a top so that it will look good. uh, in the slicer, I will select what actually field. So I want to slice based on the segment, so I'll select the segment. Now when you will select the segment, right, you can see consumer it is coming, corporate it is coming, home office is coming. Now if I'll select any of them, suppose if I'll select the consumer, so you can see it is showing me only the consumer number. Similarly if I'll select the corporate, so it will show me all the corporate related number. If they will select the home office, so it will show me only the home office number. Means if they will select any of the segment, that particular number only it will be shown. Now suppose my requirement is like I want to select all also. So in this case what actually I have to do, first go to the slicer setting. I have selected this chart. You can see in visual we have a slicer setting. It is first showing the style, vertical list, style or drop down. So if I select the drop down, so it will show me in the drop down pattern. So I'll go with the drop down only. You can see we have a selection whether you want to go with the single select, multiple select, or the show select all also. So I'll select the show select all also. Now here if they will select all, based on the all the selection they can see the number. Now but suppose they want to see only the number for the these two. So if they will select these two, it will show only for these two. So this looks good, right? So either you can select all or any two or any one. So based on that, you will see all the number for all the graph. And now let's see more setting. So we have selected this. Go to the formatting. In a slicer setting, we have seen a drop down we had done. We had done the selection and slicer header is there, and the value also value, suppose you want to make it bold so that it will look good. So that kind of the filtering also you can do. And in a general, if you want to do any kind of the rounding, that kind of the filter, that also you can apply. Now suppose what I will do, whatever the formatting we have done here, click on the format pattern, click on this. So you can see it converted into the rounding pattern and you can see the slicer. So what I will do, I'll make it like this, and I will create one more. So what if you want to create one more, right? Just click on the Control C, Control V. This is the one more I have created. Now what I will do, in this, instead of the segment, I will select the category. So where is the category? The category I will select that. So this is the category. So you can see in a category they can see furniture, office, technology. So suppose only for the furniture how their sales and everything is happening. So if they will select only furniture, this all the graph will be shown. Similarly for the office suppliers they can do that, or for all if they will select they can do that. So like that they can do a slicing and dicing. Now suppose I want to do few visual formatting. So what I will do, I want to change the background color of this. I'll go into the effects. Background color I want to make it some lighter color like this. For this also I want to make it a lighter color so that it will look good. So please do practice, you will get better idea. Hello everyone. So we are building a dashboard in a Power BI. So till now what we have done, we have created one global superstore dashboard. We have seen how to create a title, how to create a card, and how to create this kind of the visual based on the business requirement. Now in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can create a static visual, because we got one of the requirement from our client. Now what our client is saying, like stakeholder wants static visual for total profit and total sales. So this is the dashboard we have created where we are showing the sum of sale and sum of profit, right? As of now what is happening, if you will click any of this chart, if you will click any of this particular chart, this sum of sale and the sum of profit is changing. Now what business wants, they want to have one of the card sum of sales and the sum of profit. If I will click any of the chart here, so that will not change. So they don't want it to change based on the year, based on the market, and based on the month and anything. So they want it the static. So how actually we can create. So let me open a dashboard. So I open my Power BI desktop. So this is the dashboard we have created. So as of now, what is happening? These dashboards are interactive. On the top, you can see sum of sales and sum of profit, right? So suppose if I click on the 2016, so you can see sum of sales and sum of profit. This number is changing. Similarly, if I will change any of the graph 2018, this number is actually changing. Now, what actually the business stakeholder wants? So they wants like the sum of sales and the sum of profit shouldn't change. Means they want to see the total sales all the time. So that they will know the actual number, what is the total sales till now. So in that case, how actually we can make it static? So suppose if I click in US, this number is changing, right? This is interactive. It shouldn't change. So how actually we can make that? So what I will do, I will create one more Control C and Control V I have done, and this is a new card actually I'm creating. Now if I click on the any of the chart, you can see this number is changing, but I want make it static. So what you have to do, select the card, this card I have selected, go to the format option, click on the edit interaction, click on the edit interaction. You can see the border is coming, right? It means it's selected. Now you have selected the edit interaction. Now if you will select any of the card, so suppose I select this card, so you can see every card, right? You can see one none option is coming, none option is coming. These are the thing actually it is showing, right? Now what actually you want? Suppose if I will select any of this card, so suppose in this card, if I select any of this sum of cells shouldn't change. So I will make this as a none. Similarly, if I select this card, this second card, after this card, if I select anywhere, this number shouldn't change. So if I'll do this, this card will not change. If I'll show you now, if I'll click on the 2016, you can see the top number it is changing, but you can see bottom number is static, because what we have done, we have made it static for this particular chart. Now but if you will see in US, if I'll select, this number is changing, right? So how actually you can make the static this? First you have to select this chart. I have selected this chart, and after that you can see this none is coming, right? Make it none. Now if I select any US, this number will not change. So we have made it static for this also visual. Now in the right side, right, if I select this, you can see this number is changing. This also I want to make it static. So what you have to do, first select the card, this particular card I have selected, and make it none, so that it will not change with this number. Hope you got it. Similarly, for this also segment also, right, if I'll make any of the number uh, 2, this number is changing, but for this also I don't want it to change. This number should be static. So how actually I can do, I select this and I'll make the none. Similarly, I'll select this, I'll make this as a none, so that this number will be static. If you click anywhere, the top number will change, but this number will not change. So like that we can make it static. Similarly, for the profit also we want to make. Now similarly for the sum of profit, what you have to do, Control C, Control C, Control V, this number, this should be static. How actually we can make it static? First you have to go into the select the card, go into the format, go into the edit interaction. Now if you select any of the card, this card if I select, you can see it is showing none, right? Make it none. Similarly I will select this will be a none. This will be a, I'll select it, this will be a static. If I select this will be a static. If I select this will be a static. If I select this will be a static. Now if you select any of the visual, right, and the top number will show, but this number will not change. So like that actually you can make the static of any visual. So I hope you got it, and this is important. This kind of the requirement generally comes in real time also, so do practice. I hope you got it. Yeah, that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So we'll continue our dashboarding part. So till now we have created this dashboard. Now we got another requirement from our client, and what actually they want? They want to add a sales KPI. What is a KPI means? Key performance indicator, and this is an important matrix. This generally we use in our dashboard based on the requirement. So let's understand the requirement, then we'll get better idea what is KPI. So our business target is 5 million sales every year. So we have a business, and that business what actually they are targeting? They are targeting 5 million sales should happen every year. This is their target. Now what actually we have to do? In the dashboard you can see, right, we are showing the sales by each every year. You can see in 2016 we had a 2.3 million sales, 2017 we had a 2.7 million sales, in 2018 3.4 million sales, and 2019 4.3 million sales. Now what business wants, like you had to show me one visual that will tell like how percentage far and the less from our target. So this is the target which they have set up. Now how our sales, actual sales is happening from the target, that matrix I want to see in the dashboard. So for that what actually we'll use a KPI that will tell me how far and how less from our target, how far and how less from our target, and how their sales is happening, so that they can take a decision. So what we'll do, let's try to see how to add a KPI in the dashboard. So you can see this is the dashboard we have created, and this is the sales by each year. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to add a KPI. So what I will do, you can see here we have one of the KPI. So I'll click on the KPI. You can see this KPI is adding here. Now what actually we want to do, we want to measure the sales. So what I will do, I will select the sum of sales. You can see value, we are selecting the sum of sales because that sum of sales actually we want to see. Now What is the trend axis? We want to see based on the each year. So in the order date hierarchy, right, we have a year. So I want to see the sales by each year and what is our target. So we had to create one target also, because what business has set up the target, for that we should have a one field. But as of now you can see we don't have any target field. So what we'll do, we can create one target field also. So what you have to do, in a home tab, right, you can see new measure. So click on the new measure. We are going to create one new field. The field name is target. What business has set up their target? They have set up a target of the 5 million. So let's add the 5 million. This is the target they have set up. Now once you will do this, right, in the right side you can see one target got created. We have created one new column. This is a calculated field. We'll discuss this more in the upcoming lecture also, but as of now, high level you can see we have created a measure, and this is the target. Now in a target field, what we will select? We will select the target. Now you can see this our KPI is ready. Now in the KPI you can see, right, this is this 4.3 million for 2019. It is showing like we have a sale for the 4.3 million. What was our goal? It is showing the goal also 5 million, and you can see 14% we are less from our target. Means we are in 14% less from our target. This particular graph is showing. Now if you want to see for the each year, right, suppose I will select the 2016. You can see in a 2016 we were 54% less from our target. In 2017 we were 46% less from our target. In 2018 we were 31% less from our target. So like that actually it can, you can see the how far and how less from your goal. So this is the important KPI, and this will help to measure the business, like how far and how less you are going from the target. So what I will do, I'll select this, make the format printer, and I'll make the same. You can see this is the KPI. This will tell me how far and how less from the target we are. So goal we have set up the 5 million, but we are 14% less. So I hope you got it how to create a KPI. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our dashboarding part. So till now we have created this dashboard. Now we are going to see how to add a GAU chart in a dashboard. So we got another requirement from business. Let's try to understand. So our business profit target is 5 million. Now show me the chart which tell how far from our target. So what actually business is saying, our business total profit target is 5 million. Now you have to tell me how far we are from our target. So that is the thing they want to know. For that we are going to use a Gauss chart. Now in previous video you have seen, right, we actually created one KPI. In the KPI also the similar kind of the visualization we have shown. Now in a KPI what actually was happening, based on the year, based on the some trend axis, actually we were showing the KPI. But in a Gauss, right, what actually we do, we have a some target, and how far we have achieved, that actually we have to show. So for that we will use a Gauss chart. So let me show you. So how to create a Gauss chart? So you can see here we have a Gauss chart. So select that. Once you will select, right, what you have to do, you can see what is the value, sum of sales. So we'll use a sum of sales, and not sum of sales. This is a sum of profit. This is the total profit. So you can see total profit is 1.47 million. Now what is our target? So the target is 5 million. This we have created, right, in previous video. So that we will select. So target is a 5 million. So now you can see this particular chart is showing like we have done 1.47 million and we are for 2.93 million. So 5 million is our total target, but we have done 1.47 million and 2.93 is pending. So like that actually we can show with the help of the Gauss chart. So I'll do the format printer. I'll apply the same so that we can see properly, and we can increase the size. So I hope you got the idea how to create a Gauss chart. In a KPI, based on the certain axis, like based on the year how far we are, actually we were showing, but based on the total how far we are, for that we will use a Gauss chart. Hello everyone, so we have created this particular dashboard. Now we have got another requirement from our business. What they are saying, like they want one button. They want to have one button. If they will click on any button, they will come to this particular default view. Suppose I have selected this consumer here, so you can see this number got changed. Suppose I have selected this number again got changed. Now like that, suppose we have a multiple slicer. Now in that case, what will happen? To come into the default view, again I had to go, I had to change this. Here also I had to go and I have to change this. Suppose I have a 5 to 10 slicers are there. In that case, I have to do it for all. So instead of doing that, what actually they want to create one button. If they will click on that button, this we will come into this particular screen. So how actually we can create that? So to add a button, what you have to do, go into the insert. You can see one button option is there. Click on this and click on the clear all slicer because we want to clear all the slicer. This is one button, and this we will drag here. Now you can see in the right side we have a certain option. State on the press only we want to do, and the shape, if you want to have a rectangle, arrow, like that, the shape you want, you can add that. I will go with the pill here. And the style, let's add the proper text here. So we will make the text as a clear, and let's make the color as a white so that it will be visible. So you can see clear it is coming. And let's increase the font size 19. Like that, you can add a more visual if you want. You can add a more formatting if you want. Icon and all also you can add, and as well as you can add a fill also, you can see. Now this is got created. Now if I'll go into the any particular filter, suppose this is the filter I have selected, this filter I have selected. Now I have to come in back into the normal state. So what you have to do, if you'll click here, control and enter, if you'll do, you can see you backed into the normal state, the default view. Now let's try one more time. Suppose this you have selected, this you have selected. And now again, if you click on this clear, you can see you again back to the normal state. So like that, actually you can create a button to clear to back into the default view. Hello everyone. So till now we have created this particular dashboard. Now we got another requirement from our client, and what they are saying, like, they want to see their profit and sales. They want to see the profit and sales in the form of map. In the form of map. So how actually we can create a map in a Power BI, that actually we are going to see in this particular video. So in a Power BI, we can create a two types of map. One is a bubble map and second is a field map. Both we are going to see in this particular video. So let's first understand the requirement. So what is our first requirement is like, show me all the country profit using a bubble map. So what actually we have to do? We have to show all the country. We have to show all the country using a bubble map, and also if the profit, if the profit is high, then show in the green color. If the profit is low, then show me in a red color. That is our first requirement. So this is our first requirement. Now second requirement, what actually it is saying, like, show me country sale, show me country sale, and they have given some condition. If the sales is less than 1 lakh, if the sales is less than 1 lakh, then show in the red color. If the sales is greater than 1 lakh, then show in the green color. So that is the requirement. And here we are going to use a field map. So how actually we can do that? So let me open Power BI. So this is the dashboard we have created previously. Now I'm going to create a new page. So if you want to create a new page, in bottom you can see plus, right? If you click that, new page will be created. So this is the new page I have created. Now to see the bubble map, right, what you have to do, you can see here map option it is showing. Now on the right side we have one more, that is a field map. So first let's see the map. I will select the map. You can see now what actually we are going to do. We want to see the location. What is our location? Location will be country, right? So in the location we will select the country. So you can see we are getting one error. Map and field map visuals are disabled. To enable them, go to the option and setting. So if you'll get this kind of the error, then how actually you can resolve that? Go to the file, go to the option and settings, go to the options, and after option what we have to do? We have to go into the security one, and you can see a map and field map visual, it is disabled, right? Click on the enable, click on the OK. Once you will do this, right? So what you have to do, you have to restart your Power BI. So I'll close this. So what I have done, I have closed it, I have restarted. So let me create a new page. Now we are going to select the visual, this map visual. I'll select that, and we are going to select the country. So select that. Now once you will select the country, right, you can see now it is coming properly. Now this is a bubble map. Once you will select the bubble map, right, it will show in the kind of the bubble. All the country actually it is showing in the form of the bubble. So that's why we call it as a bubble map. Now what actually we want based on the country, what is the profit? So we'll select the bubble size. So if I'll select the bubble size as a profit, now whatever wherever the profit will be more, right, so you can see their size is more. You can see the China size is more, this bubble size is more. Wherever the profit is less, right, that size is less. So in a bubble, based on whatever the field you will select, right, based on that, if the that particular profit is more, then it will show in a big bubble, otherwise in the it will show in the small bubble. So now what actually we want, wherever the profit is more, that actually we want to see in a green color. Wherever the profit is less, that we want to see in a red color. So how actually we can do that? So for that, what you have to do, go into the build visual. In a visual you can see map setting. So in a map setting you can see as of now it is showing in a stylish road, but if you select the Arial, you can see this is the particular style. Similarly, if you want to see in a dark color, you can do that. In a light color, if you want to see, you can select that. So different option is there, you can explore that. I am going with the Arial one. Now after that, you can see we have another option, that is a bubble. So in a bubble, if you will see, right, as of now we have a color. So as of now all the color it is showing in a blue color, but if you want to change, you can change that. Now if I'll do now all the country color also, if you want to change, you can change it from here. But as of now, what is our requirement? Our requirement is like if the profit is more, then show in the green color. If profit is less, then show in the red color. So what you have to do in a color, click on this FX. Once you will do this, right, you can see format style. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to use a gradient. In the form of gradient we will show. So what field should we base on this? So it should be based on the profit, right? So what we will select, we will select the profit here. This is the profit. Now lowest value, if it is a lowest value, then we want to see in the red color. Select that. And if the value is high, then what actually we want to see, we want to see in a green color. So let's select the green one. This is the green color. So what we have done, we are selecting the gradient color. If the profit is less, then we will show in a red color. If profit is high, then we will show in a green color. If you want to add a middle color, that also you can add. So in a middle color, let's select as a yellow. After that, click on the OK. Now if you will see, this all got changed. Now here you can see, you can visualize United States, it is showing in the green color, means the profit is more. Similarly here also the profit is more, and you can see this one is the red color, yellow one is the middle color. So like that actually we can show the visual. So that was our first requirement. Now our second requirement is like how to create a field map. So for field map, you can see we have one more field map. So let's select that. Once you will select this field map, right, now what actually we want to show based on the country. So select the country. So in a bubble map, it was showing in the form of bubble all the country. Now what actually happening in the field map, whatever the country is there, right, so that actually it is showing in the form of a color. You can see all the blue color, right, that is nothing but our all the country selection. Now what we have to do, we will show based on the sum of sales. So I will select the sum of sales. Based on sum of sales, all the country actually we are saying. Now our requirement is like if the sales is less than 1 lakh, then show in the red color, otherwise show in the green color. So what I will do, first I will go to the visual. In a map setting, select the style as a Arial. So you can see properly, this is the blue color, these are the country we have. Now I will go into the field color. If you want to change the color of any country, you can do that. But as of now, what actually we want to see, we want to see the based on the certain condition. So I will select the format style as a rules. Now we have selected the rules. In the field, what we have to do, we have to select the sales. So we want to see based on the sales. So select the sales. Now here you can write a condition. So if value is, this is a minimum and we want to see based on the number, values between 0 to, here we will select the 1 lakh. If it is 0 to 1 lakh, then we want to show in the red color. So we'll select the red color. If you want to add more rule, if the value is between 1 lakh in the form of number and greater than, if it is between that, then we will show in the form of the green color. So let me select the green one. This is the condition we have written. Now you can see whatever the green color, right? There the sales are more. Whatever is the red color, there the sales are less. Means if the sales is less than 1 lakh, then we are showing in the red color. If the sales is greater than 1 lakh, then we are showing in the green color. You can see United States we have a more sales, right? So like that. So that's how actually we can use a field map. I hope you got the idea about the bubble map and the field map. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the Q&A chart, and this is a very much interesting chart. It is based on the natural language. So what will happen? You have to ask question. In this case what will happen? User will ask question, and based on the question one chart will be generated, one visual will be generated, and that will display a visual to you. For example, suppose I am writing based on sum of sales, based on sum of sales and reason, generate a bar chart for me, so this question I will write, and after that what will happen, one bar chart will be generated. Now suppose I am asking another question, based on sum of sales and quarter, sum of sales and the quarter, give me pie chart. So in this case what will happen, you just have to write this and pie chart will be created. So that is a Q&A chart. Means you have to ask a question, you will get answer in the form of the visual. So let's see how actually we can do that. Open a Power BI. I'll open a new page. In the right side you can see one Q&A is there. Just open that. Click that. Now here you have to ask. Suppose I am asking sum of sales. I will write sum of sales by each quarter. Give me pie chart. If I'll write only the pie chart. Sum of sales by each quarter pie chart. If I'll enter this, you can see based on sum of sales one pie chart got created. Now suppose I am writing another sum of profit by each region, bar chart. If I'll enter this, you can see based on each region bar chart got created based on the sum of profit. Means you have to write a question and the answer you will get in the form of the visual. If I write sum of sales by each country, if I'll enter this, you can see sum of sales by each country it is showing. This country you have to write properly. Sum of sales by each country, you can see one visual bar chart it generated. Now if I'll write a line here, line chart will be generated. So like that you can create any visual. So I hope you got the idea about the Q&A chart. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the tooltip in a Power BI. Tooltip is an important feature in a Power BI. With the help of that we can show extra information in that particular chart or visual. Let's take example. So I'll open my Power BI. So this is the Power BI we have created, right? Now if I will hover any of the chart, suppose this is the chart, if I will hover, you can see order date is 2017 and sum of sales it is showing, right? Similarly here if I will hover, order date is 2019 and the sum of sales is showing. So this sum of sales, whatever, whenever we are hovering any of the chart, right, you can see this information. This is nothing but this is a tooltip. Now as of now here you can see sum of sales, and based on the year actually we can see in the tooltip. Now business wants, they also want to have sum of profit by year, the same chart. So instead of showing the separate chart, what actually we can do, in a tooltip itself we can show the profit. Like if I will hover 2016, it is saying like sum of sales is this many. I want to also show the sum of profit. So how actually we can add that? So for that we will use a tooltip. So what you have to do, select this particular chart. Now in this particular chart, if you will see, right, here you get one option, tooltips. Now suppose if I'll add in the tooltips profit also, sum of profit also if I'll add in the tooltip. Now if I'll hover this, you can see now it is showing the sum of sales and the sum of profit. So instead of showing the separate chart, because this page is already blocked, right, so you can, what you can do, in a tooltip also you can show this all the information. Similarly here you can see sum of sales. If you will hover anywhere, it is saying the sum of sales based on the quarter, right. Now if you want to see only if you want to see profit also, so click this, you will see tooltip option. Profit also you want to see, add that. And suppose you want to see the order also, so we have order ID, just drag this. Now it is showing the first of order ID, but I want the count of order ID, so I will use count of distinct order ID. Now if I will hover anywhere, right, you can see it is showing the sum of sales, sum of profit, as well as the count of order ID. On the here it will show only the sum of sales, but here, right, if you will hover, then it will show the other information also. So that is the use of the tooltip, means you can show the extra information. Now suppose your business is saying like, if I will hover, then one chart should show. Instead of showing this instead of showing this sum of profit, what actually they want to see a separate chart. So how actually you can show that? So what we'll do, we'll create one extra page. Suppose this is the page we have created. Now what business wants, whenever I will hover here, this particular chart actually they want to see. So how actually I can make that? So you have created this particular page, right? So click on that particular page, or you have created any of the page. Once you will click that, you can see here we have one option like format. This in page information you have to go. You can see allow use as a tooltips. So click on. Once you will click on, right, now go to the global. Now whenever, what actually business wants, whenever I will hover here, that particular chart it should show. So click on this particular chart, click on this, go to the format. Here we have one option general, click on that. You can see tooltips, so click on that. Now you can see by default the page is auto, but suppose this page one also we want, right, so click on the page one. Once you click on this page one, right, now if you hover here, you can see that particular chart itself it is showing. That particular chart itself is showing. Means in a tooltip also you can show any other page also. So that kind of the flexibility also we get. Suppose this is the page 2. This particular page you want to show, if you will hover anywhere in this particular chart. So what you can do, click on the page 2, go to the page information, make the allow use as a tooltip, go to the here, click on this. Now after that, go to the general, go to the tooltip option, page, make it as a page 2. Now if you will hover anywhere here, right, that particular page it will show. That particular page will be shown to you. For the EMEA you want to see details, for Apache you want to see the details, you can see from this particular chart. So like that actually we can add any other page into the tooltip itself. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can add a tooltip, and this is a very useful feature. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the filter in a Power BI. So what is a filter? Filter is nothing but, let's take one example. Suppose you are showing the sum of sales and sum of sales is a 1 lakh. Now you want to filter this data based on the country. So in a country we have a multiple country, right? Suppose India is there, suppose US is there, and suppose multiple Japan is there. Like that, the multiple countries are there. Now based on this country column, you want to filter a data. Means if you will select the country here, then country, based on the country, the sum of sales will be filter out. If you will select the US, then based on the US, you will see the data. Similarly, if you will select Japan, then based on Japan, you will see a data. Means based on the certain column, whatever the column is available in our data, right? Based on that, if you want to filter this data, then what we'll use? We'll use the filters. Now we have three types of filter in a Power BI. One is the filters on a page, second is filters on all page, and third one is the filter on visual. Filters on page means, suppose this is the visual you have created, this is one page. Now if you will apply filter on page, in this particular page only the filter will be applied. So that is a filter on page. Now suppose you have a multiple pages, like 2 to 3 pages are there. Now if you'll apply filter on all page, so in one place if you'll change, or every place it change the visual. So that is a filter on all page. What is filter on visual? Suppose a specific visual you have created. Now in this particular visual only you want to apply a filter, then you can use a filter on visual. Let's understand one by one with practical. So I open my Power BI, and now you can see what actually we will do. You can see here, right, sum of sales is there, or sum of sales and the profit. Now I want to apply a filter. How actually we will find the filter first? So you have to go into the view. In the view you can see you have option filter. Once you will click on the filter, right, here you will get a option. One is filter on this page, filters on all pages. In a view option, filters, once you will select, this filter option will come appear here, and here you will see filter on this page, filters on all page. So let's first understand with the filter on this page. Now what actually I want to do, based on the country actually I want to filter. So I will select this country and I will drag here. Once you will drag, right, you can see country, you can see as of now all the countries information you can see. Now if you select the Afghanistan here, you can see only Afghanistan data is showing here. Similarly, if you select any of the country, based on that the information will be shown. Suppose I select the China, based on the China you can see the number. Means like that you can apply a, based on any column which is available in our data, you can apply a filter. Now you can see in a filter type we have a two option. One is a basic filtering, second is a advanced filtering. When I'm selecting a basic filtering, it is showing me just all the column details, and based on that you can filter. Now suppose I want to select the advanced filtering. I want to do advanced filtering. What is advanced filtering means? Means here you can write a certain logic. Like suppose I want to write a logic where the column country name should contain CHI, then I will use a contains. Suppose the sales should be a greater than certain amount, so for that you can apply a filter. Suppose the name should start with the IN, then you can apply that. It doesn't start with the certain character, it shouldn't be a blank, it shouldn't be empty. Like that the multiple logics you can apply in a advanced filtering. Now suppose I write it contains CH means China, right? And like that you can apply I will use CH and just write. You can see this will be filter. If any country that contain the CH, that information it is showing here. So like that you can apply a multiple, you can apply a AND condition, you can write a OR condition in the advanced filtering, and the basic filtering option is also there. Now here you have one option require single selection. Suppose instead of selecting all, if you want to select the single selection, that also you can do. Suppose if I'll select this, suppose I'll select this, so only one selection will be happen at one time. So like based on that also you can do a filtering. So this is a filter on page. So whatever we have learned, right, that is a filter on this page. Like this you can add a multiple filter. Suppose I want to filter based on the market, so market also you can select here. So let me select all first. So country is all. Now in a market, right? Here you can select Africa. For that, based on that, it will be shown. Like that, the multiple filter you can select here, and based on that, this page will be reflected in the filter on this page. Now second option is a filter on all the pages. So you can see as of now we have this all the pages. This is one page, this is another page, and this is a one page. Now suppose I want to add for all the pages. I want to apply a filter for all the pages. How actually I can do? Suppose this country, right? If I'll apply here filter on all the pages. Now if I'll select, as of now in the page 2 you can see it is showing for all the country, right? Now suppose here only if I'll go and if I'll select only for the specific country, Afghanistan, if I'll select, so you can see in the all the pages it will be applied. You can see only the Afghanistan data it is showing. Similarly, if I select 2 to 3, only for those information it will be shown, and it will apply in the all the pages. So that is a filter on all pages. So if you select the filter on this page, only this page will be applied. If you select the filter on all the pages will be applied. Now the third filter is a filter on the visual, but you can see that option it is not showing. So how actually we can add that? So for that, first you have to select the visual. Suppose I will select this particular visual. Once you will select this visual, right, you can see filter on this visual it is coming. Now I want to filter based on the CT, you can see. So I will apply filter on this visual, apply here. Now if you select this, right, this will be filter based on the certain city if you select that. So like that we can do a filtering. Here also similarly we have option advanced filtering as well as the basic filtering, and one more filtering is there, that is a top N. So based on the top N, like suppose you had to show only the top 10 country based on the sales, then you can use a top N. So let's see how actually we can show that. So for that what I have to do, I have to create a new visual. So let me create a new page. Now here what I will do, I will show sum of sales based on the country. This is the sum of sales based on the country. You can see all the countries showing, and it is showing the sum of sales. Now what actually I want to apply, I will select this particular visual, and I will apply a filter here. So suppose based on this country, I will select this country, I will select the top N. I want to show only the top 10 country based on the sales, So if I select sum of sales, I want to see only the top 10 country. If I apply the filter, you can see this is the top country where the sum of sales is happening. These are the top 10 country where the maximum sales is happening. So like that, suppose you want to see for the top 15, that also you can see. So like that you can apply a filter. So I hope you got the idea about the filter concept. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the drill concept in a Power BI. What is a drill means? Drill is nothing but a go into the more depth, or you can see, detailing. You can say detailing. Now suppose I have created one chart. That chart is showing me the sum of sales. This is the sum of sales it is showing, and based on the year. 2017, 2018. Now with the help of the drill up and the drill down, what actually we can do, we can go into the more detailing. So you can see in a order date, right, in a order date we have a one hierarchy for the date. Like first the year will be there, then the quarter will be there, then we will have a month, and we have a day. So if you have this kind of the hierarchy column, then you can use a drill up drill down. Now here once you will create this chart, right, you will get one option for the drill up and drill down. So as of now it is in year, right? Now further you want to see this record for the further you want to see it for the based on the quarter, you can see the quarter result. If you further you want to see for the based on the month, you can see that. Further you want to see it for the day, you can see that. Means you can go into the more detailing layer for the particular sales for that particular year. So that's what actually we can do with the help of the drill up and drill down. So let's do a practical, let's understand. So I have opened my Power BI desktop. I will create a new page, and here what I will do, I will create a sum of sales and based on the order date. So in the order date, you can see we have a date hierarchy right side, right? So in a date hierarchy, we have a year, quarter, month, and day. Now if I will make it big, so you can see as of now, for each year, for each quarter, for each month, all the day, it is showing me the data. For everything, it is showing me data. But suppose I want to go into the, here you can see we have drill up and the drill down. So as of now I am in a more in depth level, but I want to go into the up. So if I click on the drill up, you can see now it is showing me the quarter, year and the month only. Now if I go drill up, it will show only the quarter and the year sales. If I go one more hierarchy, you can see the year wise sales only it is showing me. So from a lower level to the upper level, if you are going, then you can use a drill up, otherwise you can use a drill down. Now here you get one more option, go to the next level in the hierarchy. So as of now we are in 2016-17, right? If I'll click here, you can see now the quarter level sales is coming. If I'll go into the next level, month wise sales you can see. If I'll go into the more level, day wise you can do an analysis. So like that actually we can use a drill up and the drill down. I hope you got the idea about the drill concept. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the data modeling in a Power BI. So till now we have covered about the visualization part in a Power BI. Now we are starting a data modeling. So let's understand. So what is a data modeling? So data modeling is nothing but a defining a proper data, defining a type of a data and creating a relation between the table. That is nothing but a data modeling. Now generally what happens whenever we work in a company, right? We generally have a multiple tables. Generally we have a multiple tables. For example, suppose we have a customer table, suppose we have a order table, and suppose we have another table, product table. Now these are the multiple tables are there. Now how actually you can connect this data, how actually you can connect these tables, that is nothing but a data modeling. How actually you can create a proper relationship between the tables to get the more information, that is nothing but the data modeling. This is the concept of a data modeling. Let me show you with the practical. So till now what actually we were doing, we were creating this kind of the report. Now if I'll come to this model view, right? Now here you can see we have loaded a data. Here we have a order data, we have a customer data, and we have a people data, we have a return data. As of now in order and the customer, you can see, right, how actually this is connected. This is connected with the one key. Now if you want to see which particular column is common between the two table through which actually it is connecting, what you have to do, you have to connect this. Once you will hover this, you can see these two are connected with the customer ID. So this is nothing but we are defining a relation between the table to get the more data and to get the more information from a order and the customer table. So like that actually we define a relation among the table to get the a broader info. Now if you will double click on this particular thing, right, and now you can see this particular window will open. Now here you can see uh, from the table, the order table, you can see customer ID is selected. From a customer table, the customer ID is selected, and between them the relation we have established. Now if you will see the cardinality, right, cardinality, it is saying like many to one, and this is a single, cross filter direction is a single. Means how actually it is connected, it is connected with the many to one. Means in a order table we can have a multiple customer ID information, but in a customer table we have only one customer table. So in a here in a data model concept, this concept comes, it's very important. What is a many to one to one, one to many, and many to many? Let's understand what is this all relation. Now let's understand how actually we try to establish a connection between the table, and what are the different things which comes in the cardinality. The first thing is a one to one relation we try to establish. The second one is like one to many relationship, one to many, and third one is a many to one, many to one, many to one, and the fourth one is many to many relationship. These are the four main pillar to establish a relation between the tables. Now let's understand when actually we have a one-to-one scenario in a cardinality. So suppose you have a table one, this is a table 1 and this is a table 2. Now you are connecting between these two table ID based on their ID. Now this ID is present one time in this table also, and also only it will appear one time in this table. Then what we'll have, we will use a one-to-one relationship. Now let's come to this one-to-many. Suppose you have a customer table, and suppose you have a order table. Now in a customer table, what actually we are capturing? We are capturing the customer ID, we are capturing their name, we are capturing their all the details. Now in order table, what actually we are capturing? We are capturing the customer ID, what they are actually ordering, and how much amount they are paying, the sales amount. Now you can see in a customer table, we are capturing customer ID. So we will capture only one time the customer ID and the name and all the details. But in the order, right, the same customer, he can order a multiple time. The same customer, suppose he ordering multiple times. So in this case, you can see the relationship between these two table will be a one to many. These two table will be a one to many, means one customer, he can appear multiple time into the order table. So that is nothing but a one to many. Now coming to the third one, many to one, the same kind, the order table and the customer table, or for the customer, he can order multiple time, right? But the customer table, that particular customer will be present only one time. So that is the example of the many to one. Now fourth one is a many to many. So here what will happen, in a table 1 and the table 2, whatever the relationship you are establishing, right, here also multiple time that particular information can come, and here also the particular column based on that you are connecting, that can come multiple times. So that is nothing but a many to many. So whenever we do a relation, whenever we try to establish a connection between the two table, we have to always mention the cardinality, means what kind of the cardinality in the data we will see. So like this. Now what actually we'll do, let's try to delete this and let's try to create by our own how actually we can create a relation. So suppose I have deleted this. Now we have a order table and we have a customer table. Now if you want to establish a connection, how actually you can do that, what you have to do, you have to go into the home. You can see one option, manage relationship, go into there. Now click on the new relations, and from table, from customer table, I want to customer ID, I will select. From order table, I will select the customer ID. You can see by default it is automatically selecting. From a customer table, only one customer ID will be present, but in order table we will have a multiple, so it all consider as a one to many. So let me select this as a order. Let me select order first. Let me select order first and then the customer. Now in this case you can see many to one, means order will have a multiple customer, but the customer will have only customer. So that's why we can define the relation. Automatically it will detect. How actually it is detecting? Because in a option, one of the option, auto detection relationship is already on in a Power BI. So that's how actually it select this all the kind of relationship. Now in a cross filter direction, means if you will select in one place the particular customer ID, other all will always be reflected. So cross filter direction also we can select. So like that actually we can establish a connection between the two table. If you will see, if I'll close this, if I close this, now you can see one connection actually got established, and that's how actually we try to create a multiple relation between the table, and we try to get the broader info of the particular table. So I hope you got the idea how actually we create a relationship, how actually we define a data model in a Power BI. Hello everyone, now we are starting a new topic, that is a DAX in a Power BI. So let's understand what is a DAX, what are the use case of DAX. So the full form of DAX is a data analysis expression. It is a formula expression language. It is a one of the formula expression language, and it can be used in different BI and the visualization tool. DAX formulas are versatile, dynamic, and very powerful. They allow you to create a new field and table in your data model. Let's take one example so that we'll get better idea what is DAX. So suppose you are working in company, you are working in one of the project. So whenever we work in a project, right, we get a certain requirement from our client. We get a certain requirement from our clients. So we have got one requirement from our client, like we have to show total, total sales by year. On yearly basis, how the sales is happening, this is what we have to show to the business. Now for that, what actually we will do, first we will check the table. What actually we will do, I'll go and I'll check the table whether I have this information or not. So once I checked in the table, right, suppose I have a customer ID details, suppose I have a order ID details, suppose I have a price detail, and how much quantity the customer is purchasing, that details I have. Now if you'll see in this particular table, right, I don't have any sales details, means total sales details I don't have. I have only the ID details, customer ID details, order ID details, price details, and the quantity details. But I don't have total sales details. So what I have to do, if I have to calculate the sales, right, in this case, what actually I have to do, I have to derive it. Means I have to write certain expression for this. So what I will do, I will write an expression. What is the expression I will write? I will write price into quantity. Price into the quantity, if I will write, I will get the sales. So if you will see, this is the column and this is the column. If I will do a multiplication, then I will get the sales. I will get the sales. Now in this case, what I have to do, I have to derive a new field. I have to derive the sales field. How actually I am deriving? For that I am writing an expression, price into the quantity. Price into the quantity. If I am writing this right, this will give me the total sales. Now if you will see, this whatever the expression I am writing to derive this field, right, this expression is nothing but this is a DEX. This expression is nothing but a DEX. So what is a DEX? It is a one of the feature available in a Power BI, or you can say this is a one of the language. With the help of that, we can write any kind of the expression to solve our business problem. In a DEX, we get a multiple expression. We get a multiple expression. With the help of the DEX, we can write a multiple expression to derive a new column or to derive a new table in a data model. So I hope you got the idea what is a DEX. Now if you'll see, DEX is a formula language. It is a one of the formula language and it is used in Power BI, Power Pivot and the SSS tabular model. Now we can use a DEX to create a new column. If you want to create a new calculated column, we can do with the help of DEX. Suppose you have to derive a new column in your table. So how actually you can do? We can use a DEX expression to create a new column. For taking example, I am deriving a new column that is a total sales, and for that what actually I am using, I am multiplying the price and the quantity so that I can create a new calculated column. So this expression, right, this is nothing but a DEX. We can also use DEX to create a measures. So in a visualization, suppose you have to build any visualization. In the visualization, suppose you have to show the revenue. So how the revenue you can show? For that you have to write a one expression like sum of sales from the total sales. Means you have to do sum of total sales. Then only you will get the total revenue, right? So this expression is nothing but this is also a DEX language. So we can use to create a calculated column and also we can use to for the measures. So this is nothing but a DEX. Now what actually we will do? Now what I will do, I will open up Power BI desktop and I will show you how to write a DEX formula. So we will start with the simple DEX formula. Let me open. So what actually I will do, I will go to the table. So what actually I am doing, I am using the same global superstore data set. Now here you can see we have a multiple table, customer, order, people and the return. So as of now I am in a table view. Now let me show you how actually you can create a new column. So if you will see here, right, in a table tool, we have one of the option new column. How actually we can create a new column? Click on this. Once you will click on the column, right, you can see new column actually got derived. Now suppose you want to give any name. So you can give any name. Suppose what actually I want, my requirement is like I have one of the column. I have one of the column that is a order date. From this order date, what actually I want to derive a year column. I want to derive a year column. So for that I have to write a DEX formula. How actually I can write? So I will use year. This is the new column actually I want to derive. I will write a expression. So year is one of the expression available in a DEX. I will use a year, and which particular column I want a in orders table we have order date. This is the order table. From there actually I want to derive a year. If I'll enter this, you can see one new column got derived year, and that is fetching a data from a order date. If you'll see from order date we have a 2017 2019, right? So we have derived a new column 2017 2019 from that particular field. So this is nothing but this is a one of the expression we are writing, and this language is nothing but this is a DEX. Similarly, suppose you want to derive a new month field from this order date. So what you will write, month equal to the month from this orders from the order date. If you will enter this, you can see that particular month actually got created. And now what actually it is doing, it is fetching a data from this order date, what is the month. So like that actually we can create. Now suppose I want to add a new column. I will write, I will use a year I will write orders from the order date. So you can see month and year got created. Suppose I want to create a quarter also, so I'll create a new column. I'll write a quarter. This is the name I want to give. If I'll write quarter, and from which particular date, from orders to the order date, and if I'll enter, the quarter will be derived. So you can see whatever the expression we are writing, right, this is nothing but the DEX. So these are the different expression which is already available. Suppose you want to create a new column, and here you want to show the day of week. So what I will write, weekday. So if you write a week, right, you can say these are the different function which is already available. So that actually I am writing weekday, and I will write orders from a order date. Enter. So you can say it is showing me the day of the particular week. So like that we can write a multiple DEX expression to derive any of the field. Now one thing more I will show you. If you click on the new column, one new column is deriving. Now suppose you want to write any kind of the expression. Suppose I will write a week, or suppose I will write a day. So you can see related to day all the expression, these are the different expression it will show to you. Suppose if I write today, now if I'll enter, so this will tell me what is the today's date. So like that there are multiple expression already available, and that actually we can utilize that. So like this actually we can derive a different kind of the field with the help of the DEX. In upcoming lecture also we'll continue this and we'll understand more about this. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone, so we will continue our DEX, and in this particular video we are going to see about the format expression which is available in a DEX. So what actually happens, suppose you have given one column, and this column you have given a value like this, and like this the values are given. Now your requirement is like you have to see this properly, means proper comma should be available, right? So how actually you can make this, with the help of the format. So the name itself it is saying like with the help of the format we can actually format our column. We can write an expression with the help of the format, and with that actually we can format particular column which is required. I'll give you another example. Suppose you have given one column, and that is saying like month, and in the month it is saying like 1 2 3 4. Now your requirement is like you want to see in the form of January, February, March, like this. So how actually you can do a formatting? So we can use a format function for that. So if your requirement is like any kind of the formatting, then you can go ahead with the format. So let's see with the example. So I open a global superstore dataset. I am using the same superstore dataset which we were using previously. Now what actually I will do, I'll create a new column. Click on the new column, and in the new column I am going to create one column name as a sales 1000. Now here what actually I want to do, whatever the sales column is there, right, that sales column I want to multiply with the 1000. So how actually I can write a formula, order sales multiply 1000. If I enter this, you can see one new column got created, sales 1000, and all this actually multiplied by 1000. Now if you will see here, right, this 352380, there is no proper way, proper formula is here. I want to see this particular column value, right, in a proper format. So how actually I can do that? So for that what I will write, I will click on the new column, and here what I will write, sales new, this is the new column I want to derive. So I will write sales, this is the order sales. Before to that I will use a format function. I want to do a format on this particular column. And how you want to see a formatting, I'll use a standard. If you'll do this and if you'll enter this, you can see now this sales new column, right? The proper format is actually it is showing. You can see comma, right? Proper comma is mentioned in the everywhere. So like that actually we can do a formatting. So format function is very useful for formatting any of the column. Now you will say how actually I will remember this standard and all the formula. So you do not have to remember this standard. I will show you how actually you can do that. Go to the Google, search for the DAX formula, and this is the DAX overview, right? DAX function reference. Click on this DAX function reference. Now here you can search for the format. This is the format. Now once you will come to this format, right? You remember like how actually we do formatting with the help of the format. Now you will come to this format, and here all the documentation is mentioned. So suppose you have to convert into the proper comma format, then you can use a standard. Similarly, if you have to convert into the currency, then you can use this currency, and the examples are also mentioned. So if you will use a currency, right, it will convert the number into a dollar. It will show in the form of the dollar. If you use a standard, then it will convert in the form of the comma. Similarly, if you will use a percent, then it will show in the form of the percent. Means this all the documentations are mentioned here, and that actually you can refer that. Similarly, for any date function, so suppose you had to show January, February, March, and April. So that kind of the documentation also is mentioned. Like suppose if you will use a double D, then it will show in the 0, 1 to 31. If you will use a triple D, then it will show Sunday to Saturday. If you will show double M, then it will show 0, 1, 1, 12. If you will show triple M, then it will show January, December. So like that, all the documentations are mentioned here, and you can refer that. I will show you. Now suppose I want to see this order, this whatever we have this month, right, that I want to see in a January, February, like this. So I'll click on the new column. I am going to create a user format function. Which particular column I want to use orders date, and that I want to convert into a which particular column I want to convert into the MMM. So you can see whatever the month it was 12, right, it is showing December. 4 it is showing April. 11 it is showing a November. Means whatever the month it was there, right, now it converted into a proper December, April, November. Similarly, suppose a day of week, this 4, right, it should show me a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like this. So how actually you can do that? Similarly, you can write a function for that. So click on the new column equal to the format, and week of day, orders week of day, and I want to see in the form of a like this. If I'll enter this, you can see Wednesday, Saturday. If you see the 4, but it is showing Wednesday because day of week start from the Sunday by default. So that's why it is showing. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So 4th is a Wednesday. Similarly, it ends with a Saturday. So that's why 7 it is showing the Saturday. So it start with the Sunday. So you can see for the 1, right, it is showing the Sunday. So day of week shows like this. So like this, with the help of the format, we can do any kind of the formatting. So we will continue this in upcoming, but if you have to see, you do not have to remember this all the thing. You have to come to this particular website, and all the functions are available, and you can see the documentation and you can apply the same. Hello everyone, so we will continue our DAX topic, and in this particular video we have a few business requirement. Based on that, we will try to learn more about the DAX topics. So let's first understand what is the requirement it is saying. So business wants to know how many orders are getting shipped on time and how many orders are getting delayed. So this is the requirement from business. So suppose 100 orders is happening. Out of 100 orders, 80 orders are delivered on time, and suppose 20 orders are delayed. So they want to know how many orders are getting delivered on time and how many orders are getting delayed. So this is the requirement from our business, and this we have to solve. And how actually we will know what is the on time and what is the delay type? So they have clearly mentioned if the order is getting delivered within a 3 days. If it is getting delivered within a 3 days, then we are saying it is a on time. If it is more, then we are saying the orders are getting delayed. So that is the requirement. Now if you will see in the data, right, if you will see in the data, we don't have any calculation for the on time and the delay. We don't have any calculation for the on time and the delay. So what we had to do, we had to derive this. We had to derive this, like how much time it takes to deliver that particular order. So this column we had to derive. How actually we will derive? We will derive this based on this particular condition. Now for this, what we will use? We will use a DAX function. We will use a DAX function. Now how actually we can derive? So we have one order date column, means when the order is happening. We have a order date column, and we also have one ship date column. We have also a ship date when order actually is getting shipped. So what actually we'll do? If we'll do a minus of this order date and the ship date, we will get to know how much time actually it took to deliver the order. So based on this order date and the minus ship date, if we'll do, right, whatever the date difference, based on that, what actually we'll do, we'll derive one column that will tell whether it is a delayed or whether it is a on time. So that calculation we will do, and based on that we'll create a visualization. Now coming to the solutioning part, so we have a two date. One is the order date, second is the ship date. So what actually we will do, we'll use a date diff. We have a one function date diff. With the help of that we can find out the difference of the two dates. We have a date diff. With the help of that we can find out the difference of the two dates. So this will tell me how much time it is taking to deliver the order. Suppose it is taking 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6 days. So we will create one column that will tell me how much time it is taking to deliver the order. And after that, what we will do, we will apply another DAX function, that is a if. What actually we will say? We will say in this particular this column, if the delay on time column, if it is a greater than 3 days, then we will say it is a delay. Otherwise we will say it is a on time. So that is the calculation we had to do with the help of the DAX. So let's see how actually we can do. So let me open. So this is the data we have. We are using a superstore same data set. Now what actually I will do here, and here if you will see, right, we have one order date column, and we have also a ship date column. Now ship date is not showing in a proper date format, so click here, click on the date and time, so that it will show in a proper. Now after that, click on the refresh. Now we have a order date column, we have a ship date column. What actually we'll do, we'll create a new column based on this. So we'll do a minus. How actually we can do? We'll create a new column, and we will create a column name as a delay or on time. Delay on time. This is the column we are going to create. And what actually we will write here, we'll use a date diff. Date difference, what actually it will do, it will do a minus of 2 date function. If you have a 2 date column, if with the help of date difference we can do a we can find out the date difference. So suppose I will use orders. We have a order date, right? So we will use a order date. This is the orders date, comma, which particular column you want to minus. I want to minus with the order ship date, so I will use a orders ship date. So we have a ship date also somewhere. This is the ship date. Now based on what actually you want to calculate, I want to see based on the day, like how many day difference is there. So if I click on this, right, you can see one delay and on time actually got created, and this will tell me how much time it is taking to deliver any order. So you can see order date was 13 and 19. What is the day difference? That is a 6 day. So based on this particular, we are calculating how much time actually it is taking to deliver. Now as of now, if you will see, right, still we have this all the column, like how much time actually it is taking to deliver it, but we have to calculate whether it is delayed or not. So if it is taking more than 3 days, then it is a delayed. If it is taking less than 4 days, then it is a on time. So how actually we can create that? So further, click on the new column. We'll create one more column, stat delay on time. You can give any name. I am giving stat delay on time. What is the delay on time status? And what actually I will do, I will use a if function. So if also we have one of the DAX function which is available. With the help of that we can write some condition. So if what I will say, if delay. I'll use orders. In the orders, we have one column we have created, right? Uh, delay on time. If orders delay on time, if this is greater than 3 days, then what actually we are saying? If it is a greater than 3 days, then we are saying delay. Otherwise, we will say on time. On time. So what actually I am writing? I am writing one condition. If orders delay on time, whatever the orders delay on time we have created, right? This column we have created. If it is taking more than 3 days, then we are saying it is a delay. Otherwise, we are saying it is a on time. Now let me enter this. You can see now it is saying me the giving me the order. If order is greater than 3 days, then it is saying delay. And if it is a less than then it will say the on time. So like that you can see if it is a 3 days, then it is a on time. So like this actually we have created this. Now let's see how actually we can create the visualization. I'll go here, I'll create a new page. So what we'll do, we'll create a pie chart. In the pie chart, what I will select, this is the status, right? This will select as a legend. And what actually we'll select values. In the values we will select the order ID. So drag the values in the order ID. So now you can see this is the chart actually got created. You can see 68% of the orders are getting delayed and only the 31% are delivered on time. So this is the good chart which is giving me good info about the how actually orders is getting delivered or whether it is a delay. So now we have seen about the two DAX function in this video. One is the if. So whenever you have to give any logical condition, right? So you can use the if. Based on the certain condition, you can derive any field column. So that is the if. And the second we have understand about the date diff. So if you have a two dates and if you want to find out the difference, you can use a date diff. Yeah, that's it in this way. Please do practice. It's very important. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our DAX topic and in this video we are going to learn about the switch topics. So what is our requirement? Let's understand. So we have one order date column. So from this order date column, what actually we had to find out? We had to find out well like how many orders are happening on the weekend and how many orders are happening on the weekday. So this is the requirement I have. What I had to find out how many orders are happening on the weekdays and how many are happening on the weekend. So what is a weekend? Weekend is nothing but a Sunday and the Saturday. And what is a weekday? The rest of the day is a weekday. So this is what I have a requirement. Now if you see in our data, we have a order date. We have a order date. Now what actually we'll do, from this order date column, if we can derive it, what is the day of week? We can derive day of week by using a format function. By using a format function, we can find out on which particular day it is happening, whether it is happening as Saturday, Sunday, Monday, like this we can find out. So that is the first function. So first DAX we will use to find out whether it is happening on the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Now after that what we will use, we have to derive it whether it is a weekend or weekdays. So what actually we'll use, with the help of the switch we can write a multiple condition. So what I will write, switch, and after that I will write a condition, this particular column whatever we will derive, right? Day of week, this is a, suppose this is a column name. If day of week is, it is a Sunday, if it is a Sunday, then we will say it is a weekend. Similarly, if it is a Saturday, then we will say it's a weekend. And if it is a other day, otherwise we will say it's a weekdays. So with the help of the switch condition, we will write this kind of the condition. So on this particular column we will apply a logic. If it is a Sunday, then we will make it as a weekend. If it is a Saturday, then we will make it a weekend. If it is a other day, then we will make it a weekday. So that is what we are going to do. So let's see. This is the column, right? So in order date, with the help of the order date, first we will derive the one column, that is a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So this is the order date, right? Go to the table tools, a new column. So what I will derive, day of week. You can give any name. I will just give as a day of week. And here we will derive whether it is Sunday, Monday or something. So I will use a format. This is the format, and use order date. Order date, one column will be there, order state, so we'll select that, and we want a, if I'll write a DDDD, it means it will give me Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So if I'll enter this, okay, day of week already is in use. We can write like this, day of something. So you can see this is the column name, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday it is giving. Now what I will do, I will create one new column based on this, right? We'll find out whether it is a weekend or the weekdays. So I'll click on the new, and here we will use a switch. So column name I will give weekend or weekday. Weekday, this is the column I will write, weekend slash weekdays. I'll use a switch, use the switch, and you can, once you will click on the switch, right, you can see first we have to write the expression, a value, and the result. What is the expression we want to write? So switch, which particular column we have a day of, right? Day of, this is the column, and here I will write a expression. If it is a Sunday, we'll make this as a, if it is a Sunday, then I will make as a weekend, comma. If it is a Saturday, then I will make this as a weekend. Otherwise, I will make as a weekdays. Now, if I'll enter this, you can see Wednesday it is saying weekdays, Saturday it is saying weekend, Wednesday it is saying like this. So with the help of the switch, you can write a condition. So what actually I am writing, on which particular column that you have to mention, and after that I am declaring, if it is a Sunday, then I am making as a weekend. If it is a Saturday, then I am making as a weekend. Otherwise, I will make as a weekday. So that's how you can write a condition. Suppose for Monday you want to write a separate condition, then comma, you can write up for Monday condition also, for Tuesday condition also, like that the multiple condition you can write with the help of the switch statement. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can use the switch. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the variable topic index, how actually you can create your own variable, that we are going to see, and it is a very much useful also. So till now what was happening in previous video, we have seen like if we have to calculate suppose weekdays and the weekend, if I had to calculate weekdays and weekend sales, so in this case what was happening, first I had to derive this weekdays. First I had to derive this weekdays, so I have a order date column in my data set. I have a order date column. So first what I will derive from this order date, first I will derive one column. I will derive one column that will tell me whether it is a Saturday, whether it is a Sunday, or whether it is a Monday or the Tuesday. Like this, first I will derive one column that is a, that will tell whether it is Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Then after that, what I will derive? I will derive another column that will tell me it is a weekend and this is a weekdays. So in this case, what is happening? To solve the one problem, right? I am deriving a multiple column, means I am calculating, I am deriving a new column, and this is a very costly also, because whenever you are deriving a new column, right, that is actually consuming a space, that is consuming a space, and this is become a costly. So instead of doing this, what actually we can do, we can create a one variable, we can create a one variable, and that variable directly we can call to create only one column. So instead of creating a multiple column, what actually we can do, we can store this value in a variable, and with that variable we can derive this particular column. So variable is very useful, that will help you to reduce the column, that will help you to reduce the column, and instead of deriving the multiple column, you can derive only the one column with the help of the variable. So let's solve the same question. So previously what we have solved, I have to find out the weekend and the weekdays. Now in this case what I will do, I will use a variable concept. So let me open. So these two column we have derived, right, weekend and the weekdays in previously. what actually I will do, first I will delete this. I will delete this, and last column also I will delete this, and we will try to create with the help of the variable. And variable is very useful. So let's see how actually we can do that. Now I have deleted two column. Now what I will do, I will create a new column. Now here we will see how actually we can use a variable. So I am going to create a new column name as a weekend or weekdays. This is the new column, and after that I will use a equal, and if you have to go into the new line, click on the enter. Now we are going to use one variable name is a days. So what actually I am doing, I am creating a new variable name as a days. Now how actually we can find out days? So we have one order date column, right? From this order date, if you have to find out whether it is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so what actually you can use a format. I'll use a format, and in this format I will pass the orders date. I'll pass the order date, and if I write comma DDDD double quote DDDD, if you'll write this, if you'll enter this, and after that you have to write shift enter, and whenever you will use a variable, right, you always have to use a return days. It should be a return days. Now if you'll click on the enter, you can see one new column weekend and weekdays got created, and this is creating whether it is a Wednesday, Sunday, Monday or Tuesday or not. Now you will say in previous video also we were doing the same, so why to use a variable? Now what actually happened, this variable we have created, right? Now after that, instead of returning days, right, we can write any kind of the condition. So if I'll write shift and enter, if I'll write, I can write a if condition. In if condition, what I will write, I'll check if days in Sunday or Saturday. So I'll make this as a weekend. Sunday, comma, Saturday. Then what I will write? I will write a, otherwise I will make as a weekdays. Now you can see it is directly saying whether it is a weekdays or weekend. So in previous video, what actually was happening, one column we were creating to derive the days, then after that another column we were writing to derive this particular thing. So we were creating a multiple column and it was consuming a more space. So instead of doing this, what actually we can do, we can create a one variable, and with that variable we can use it to derive the another thing. So instead of creating a multiple column, we can create only one column and we can directly get the result. So that is the use of the variable, and it's very powerful also whenever you have a complex logic, whenever you have to write. So instead of creating a multiple columns, right, you use a variable, and with that variable try to derive the logic. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone, so we will continue our DAX topic, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the calculate function in a DAX. It is an important function and most of the time actually we use this function. So let's understand. So I have got one requirement. Based on the requirement, let's understand this. What actually my business is saying, like we need to find the total sales between the 1st of April 2019 to the 15th of April 2019. What I have to do, in my table if you see, I have a sales column. If I'll do sum of total sales, if I'll do sum of sales, then what I will get, I'll get the total sales. I'll get the total sales. But here requirement is like I had to get the data between the 1st of April to the 15th of April. Means I have to only get the sum of sales between the 1st of April to the 15th of April on 2019. So this is a requirement. So in this case you can see, right, I have to apply some condition. So that only I will get the result for the 1st of April to the 15th of April. Means I have to filter a data here. So for that, what actually we'll use a calculate function. When actually we use a calculate, whenever you have to derive something, whenever you have to calculate something, some expression you have to derive, then we use a calculate DAX function. In the calculate, what we have to pass, first you have to write calculate, and after that you have to, suppose here we have to find out the sum of sales, right? So we'll write sum of sales, and after that whatever the filter condition, right, so that filter condition we apply. So this filter is also one of the DAX. With the help of the filter condition, actually we try to filter a data. So let's see how actually we can do, and let's try to solve this. So I open my Power BI desktop. What I will do, I'll go into the report view, and here we are going to create a new measure. So click on the new measure, and here only we are going to write the DAX function. So what actually I am going to do, I am going to create a sum of sales measures that will indicate only the sales between the 2nd of April to the 15th of April. So that is the condition I am going to write. So how actually I can write? So for that I will write one calculate. Calculate is one of the function that actually I am going to use. In a calculate, what you want to calculate? So I want to calculate sum of sales, sum of order sales. This I want to calculate, that I will mention. So I am using a calculate function. After in a calculate, what actually I want to find out? I want to find out the order sales, but based on certain condition, right? So I have to write a filter condition. So I will use a filter, and here in the filter we have to pass this, we have to close also. So what I am doing, sum of order says this I want to calculate based on the certain filter condition. So what is the filter condition? So orders date. So in a filter, first you have to pass the what is the table. So our table is order table, right? So we will use orders, comma, based on the condition. So I want to apply a condition on the order date. So this is the order date. Order date should be a greater than which particular date? It should be greater than the 1st of April. Let's understand. So what I will use, if you have to derive any date, so use a date, and under that you can pass a specific date. Suppose 2019 4 1. So this will indicate the 1st of April. What actually I am writing, order date should be a greater than the 1st of April. So that is my condition. That is my condition. I want to apply another condition. So I will write a filter, and here first you have to pass the table, and here what I will write, order date should be less than of 16th of April. Order date should be a less than of which particular date? So for that I will use a date 16th of April 2019 4 and the 16 double close. Now this is how we'll calculate. So what actually we are using? We are using a calculate to calculate the sum of sales, but based on the certain condition, right? So I will use a filter. In a filter we have to first pass the table name. Our table name is order table. From order table, what I want to filter, I want to filter a order date should be a greater than the 1st of April. I will write another filter condition, order date should be a less than of 16th of April. So this is the condition I am writing. If I'll enter this, the name is already in use. So what I will do, we'll change this name, sum of sales, sum of sales something I will write. If I'll enter this, one column, one measures will be created. One measures will be created that we have to find out. You can see sum of sales, it got created. This is the sum of sales got created. Now if you want to see any visual, so what I will use here, I will use one of the visual. Suppose this card I want to use. In the card, if I want to show sum of sales, so this will tell me what is the total sales between the 2nd of April to the 15th of April. From a, because we are saying a greater than the 1st of April, right? It means the condition is between the 2nd of April to the till 15th of April. So this is the sales actually it is showing. So calculate is an important function. With the help of that, any derivation we can derive, and for that we have to write certain filter condition. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, it's important. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about one topic, that is a group. Group is an important topic. How actually you can group your data, that actually we are going to learn. So let's see, let's understand with this one example. So I have one of the data. This is a superstore data, the same data we are using. In order table, you can see we have one of the column, that is a region column. Now in the region column, if you'll see, right, we are getting a multiple regions, like we are getting Africa, East, South, West, North, as well as the multiple things are coming. Now what my business wants, business wants, like they want to have only the four region. They want to have north, east, west and the south. So they want to group certain regions. So they have given a certain requirement to us. For example, suppose what they are saying, like the first three, right? Africa, Canada and Caribbean. They want it to group into the north. They want to group this central and central Asia to the central, and they want to group the below one to the east, and they want to group the below one to the south. So like that they have given certain requirement. Now what you have to do, you have to group this. So how actually we can group any of the column and we can create a new column, that actually we are going to understand. So what you have to do in this case, first you have to select which particular column you want to group it. So click on that. Once you will click, right, click on the right click, we have a new group. So this is the new column which is going to create, that is a region group. Now suppose you they have given a requirement, like they want to group these three into the north. So what you have to do, first you have to select, you have to click on the group, and here you can give the name. Suppose this name I want to give as a north. So I have grouped this into the north. So if you will click here, you can see north, these are the things are coming. Now suppose these two, central and the central Asia, this they want to group in the central. So let me make this as a central, and click on the OK. Once you click on the OK, right, you can see this two group actually got created. Now again you have to edit, right? So click on the edit group. So as of now, what we have done, in a north we have a 3, in a central we have a 2. Now similarly we have to group this also. So what they are saying, like this east and this one, right, this they want to group into the east. So first select that, this two I want to, make it east. Let me select this one also, and this one also, this they want to group into the east. So let me rename. For renaming, double click. Suppose let me make east. Now suppose this 4, right, so select this 4, they want to group into the north, they want to group into the south. So we'll select that, and they want this as a south. We are just taking an example how actually we can group that. So this we have done. So now as of now you can see we have created a 4 group. One is north, south, east and the center. Now what our business says, like this north, right, better to keep these two into the north only, north section, not in a south section. So what I will do, first you have to select this, and after that you have to click on the ungroup. First you have to select this north, you want to make it in north, right, so select that and click on the group, it will come into the north. Suppose this one you want to have in a north only, select this and group it, it will come into the north. Similarly, if you have to any ungroup, right, so suppose this you want to ungroup, so select that, click on the ungroup, and suppose this one you want to have in a central only, so select this and click on the group, it will come into the group. So like that actually we can create a group. After that you can see now we have a 4 field, click on the OK. Once you will click on the OK, right, one new column will get created, and in this column we'll have only the 4 group whatever we have created. Now if you will see, this is a new column, but the original column will be remain as it is. If I'll show you, we have a region column, right, in a region, multiple the region actually it was showing, that column will be as it is, that column will be as it is. You can see that column will be as it is, but we have created a new column, and based on that, suppose you have to show any graph, that actually you can show it. So for that what we'll do, go into the report view. Suppose they want to see in the form of the pie chart, select that. In a pie chart they want to see the based on the region. So I will select the whatever the new field I have created, right, that I will select this region group, and I want to see the sum of sales based on this 4 region. So like that actually we can create a group, and we can show the data. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the measures in a Power BI. So what is the measures? Measures in Power BI are DAX formula, which is used to perform calculation on your data, especially aggregation like sum, average, count and etc. So what is measures? Measures in Power BI are DAX formula. So when we were discussing about the DAX, right? So DAX generally we were using for the two purpose. One is for the creating a new column. Whenever you had to create a new column, for that we were using a expression. So that was a one use case. Now second use case is for creating a measures. For creating a measures. And for the measures also we write a DAX formula, but these measures generally we use for the aggregation. This generally we use for the aggregation. When I say aggregation, right, so that means suppose sum we have, suppose max we have, suppose count we have, these are nothing but this is aggregation. So whenever you are writing a DAX formula regarding this sum, max, count or regarding aggregation calculation, then that is nothing but that is a measures. For example, suppose we have to calculate what is the total sales. So what actually we will write? If we write sum of the sales, so here what we are doing? We are doing aggregation, right? So this is nothing but this formula is nothing but this is a DAX formula, and this is nothing but this we will call it as a measures. This we will call it as a measures. Now there are two type of the measures. One is the implicit measure and second is the explicit. What is the implicit? It created automatically when you drag a numeric field. So suppose you have created one chart, and here what actually you want to show? You want to show total sales based on the year, like 2016, 2017, 2018. So whenever we drag this column, right, so automatically sum of sales, this column got generated. So this is nothing but this is a implicit measure, means it generates automatically. So that is nothing but implicit. What is explicit? Explicit means whatever we create. Suppose you are creating a new measures by your own, by defining your own aggregation logic. So that is nothing but that is a explicit measures. Now let's try to discuss what is the difference between the creating a new column and what is the difference between the measures. So when to use a column? So column generally we use whenever you had to do a row by row calculation. Whenever you had to do row by row calculation, then that is nothing but there we will use a create a new column. For taking example, suppose date of birth is given, and based on date of birth you have to calculate the age. So in this case what you will do, for each row you will try to calculate the age for the each customer. So in this case what we will use a column. When to use a measures here generally overall aggregation if you had to do, then we use a measure. Overall aggregation based on some axis, then we will use a measure. For taking example, suppose you have to find out total sales by region. So based on this region, whatever the total sales, right, that actually we can so this total sales is nothing but this is a measures. Now in a column, right, column generally we use it occupied space. Whenever we create a column, right, it occupied more space. So whenever you are creating a new column, it creates some more space. But whenever we use a measures, right, whenever you are creating a new measure, suppose you are creating a sum of, say this is a new measures you are creating. So in this case what happens, this whatever the formula you are writing, this actually will be saved, but until and unless you are not calling, it will be in a dead space. Until and unless you are not calling, it will be in the dead state. So that is the advantage we get. Whenever you will call the action, then only space will be occupied. So that is the advantage we get in the case of the measures. So in a column, row by row calculation, whenever you have to do, go for the column. Whenever you have to do overall, then go for the measures. And column, it occupied the more space. But in the case of the measures, whenever you will call action, then only the space will be occupied. So that is the difference you have to remember. Now I hope you got the idea about the measures. In next video we'll do a practical. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand what is some measures in a Power BI. In this particular video we are going to do a practical part. So we have one of the business requirement from our client. Let's try to understand and then we will do a practical. What actually our client is saying, find out the average sales value of each customer. Means I had to find out the average sales value of each customer. Suppose I have customer 1, I have a customer 2, I have a customer 3. I had to find out what is their average sales value. Suppose his average sales value is 100 rupees, his 200, 300. So whatever the average sales value, that I had to calculate. And second thing is like show me only top 10 customer based on the average sales. Means I had to show only the top 10 customer based on their average sales. Now here if you see how actually we can calculate the average sales. When I am saying average sales, what does it mean? Average sales is nothing but it is a, what is a total sales? Total sales, we can write like this, right? Total sales divided by number of time the customer is ordering. Number of order. Number of order. So that is the average sales. So how actually we can calculate the total sales? So we can do sum of sales. This is nothing but this is a total sales. Now after that number of order, what actually we'll do? We'll try to find out count of count of distinct count of distinct. If you write count of distinct order id, this is nothing but this will tell me how many unique time he has done the order. So this is how actually we can calculate the average sales. So let's see how actually we can create that with practically we are going to see. So what we will do, first we will try to calculate the average sales with the help of this formula, and we will show only the top 10 customer based on their average sales. So I have opened this. Now you can see in the right side, right? In the right side we have all the options. Like we have all the table, like customer table is there, order table is there, people return, all the table is there. Now what actually I will do, I'll create a new page. Now whenever we create a measures, right? So what actually we do, we try to create a new table and there only we try to store all the measures. So go to the modeling, click on the new table. In the modeling, click on the new table. Suppose this is the table one which got created. So if I'll enter this, one table got created. Now in this table, if you had to create any measures, you can create that. For taking example, I'll select this table. I'll click on the new measures. This is the new measures which is going to create. I'll create one measure name as a total sales. Total sales. How actually I can calculate the total sales? If I write sum of from the orders table, sum of orders, whatever the sales, right? Sum of orders sales. This is nothing but this is a total sales. So this is the one measure I have created. I have created one measure that name is total sales, and this will tell me what is the total sales. If I will create any of the card, you can see what is the total sales. It will tell me this is the total sales we have. So this is the one measure I have created for the total sales. Now we have to find out what is the average sales. So for the average sales, what we will do, we also want one more measures that will tell me what is the total sales divided by number of unique type of order. Means I have to do what is the total sales we have already calculated. Now we have to calculate count of distinct order ID, and then we have to divide. So this is how we have to do. So for that, what I will do, in a table only I'll create a new measures, and the measure name I will give average sales, and for that I will do shift enter, so that I will go into the new line. Shift and enter, if you will do, you will go into the new line. And here I will create one variable name as average sales something. You can give any name, and average sales here I will write. I'll use one calculate function, and we have one of the distinct count. This is the function, and I want to know the order ID. Count of distinct order ID, this is what I want. Count of distinct order ID. So what actually will happen, I am doing a one calculation, count of distinct order ID. This will return me, and I will do return. This will return me what is the unique number of orders. So return average sales, or I will write average order better. Return average order. Now if I'll enter, So you can see one new column that one new measure actually got created, and that is returning what is the average order by each customer. So if I'll show you customer name, if I'll just show you customer ID, these are the different customer we have. These are the different customer we have, and if I'll show you average sales is nothing but this is the number of order. So if I'll click here average sales, I can give this name as a unique order. Better to give the name as a unique order. So unique order. So you can see here it is showing what this is the customer and these are the unique order which happened. Now after that, what actually I can do, if you have to calculate the average sales, then we have to divide, right? Now what I will do, I will create a new measure that is a average sales. So click on this table and go to the new measures, average sales, this we are going to create, and this we will create based on the total sales divided by unique order. If I'll do and if I'll enter, I will get the what is the unique order. Now I will select this particular chart, and instead of unique order I will select the average sales. This will tell me what is the average sales of the each customer. So you can see as of now we have so many customer, right, based on their average sales. Now what actually we want to show only the top 10 customers. So for that, what we'll do, go into the filter, customer ID, click here, basic filtering, click on the top n. We want to show the top 10 and based on their average sales, based on the average sales, apply filter. So you can see these are the top customer based on their average sales, and if you want to see any of the other view, that also you can select. So these are the top 10 customer based on their average sales we are showing. So like this we create a measure. So I hope you got the idea how to create a measure and how to use this. So what we have to do, generally better to create a new table. So just go into the modeling, and you can click on the new table. New table will be created, and after that you can create a new measures there. Like I have created a measures, right, total sales. So this total sales actually store in this particular table. Similarly, I have created a one new measure, unique order. So unique order is stored here, means all the measures we will store into this table, and whenever is required we can use that. So like that actually we do. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So we will continue our next topic, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the ranx function. So with the help of the ranx function we can generate a number based on the scenario. So suppose based on their total sales, I have to generate a rank for the country. Suppose USA sales is 22 million, and if this is the highest, then I have to assign a rank 1. Similarly, India, suppose sales is 21 million, then I will assign a rank 2. Suppose China is the third one, so I'll assign a rank 3. So this rank, right, how actually we can generate a number based on their sales. So for that we will use a ranks. From a business use case perspective, suppose business is asking, show me top three country based on their sales. So in this case you will say, you will argue one thing, like what I will do, instead of using a rank x, I will apply a filter. In a filter we get one condition, right, top n. So if there I will mention only top 3, I will solve this particular problem. But suppose our requirement is like, if they are asking a top 4 to top 10 country details, top 4 to top 10 country details based on their sales, instead of asking top 3, top 5, top 10, bottom 3, bottom 10, what actually they are asking from top 4 to the top 10 country details. So in this case what we'll do, we have to use a rank x function. So let's see how actually we can use that. So suppose based on their sales, I want to see the top 10 country details. So I will use a country as well as the total sales. So total sales is one of the measures we have created, right? So it will show me what are the country based on their sales. So you can see United States is highest. So let me show in the form of the matrix. So you can see all the country and their sales details I can see. Now here if anyone is saying like to show me top 10 country based on their sales, so in that case what you will do, go into the country and filter type. If you will use a top n, then the only the top 10 country you can see that. But suppose if anyone is asking show me the country from top 4 to the top 9 details, from a top 4 to the top 9 country if they want to see, in this case what you will do, you have to use a RNX function. So what I will do, in a table, right click on the new measures. We are going to create a new measures, and here we will give top 4 and top 4 and this name I am giving top 4 to n. Now what I will use, I'll use a rank x. Click on the rank x. Now here I will use a rank x, so search for the rank x, and after that based on the country total sales we want to see, right? So for the country we have to use all, and here we will show the country. So select the any country, this is the country, right? So what I am writing, rank x based on their country, I want to see based on their total sales. So use a total sales. Total sales is one of the field, comma, value will be none. Based on the descending I want to see. Now if you will enter this, so what actually I am writing, I am using a rank x based on their total sales, the country details I want to rank based on the descending order. So this is what actually I am writing. If I'll enter this, you can see one measures got created, and now if you select this, so you can see here it assigned a rank. Here it is assigned a rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rank. So it assigned a rank for the country based on their sales. You can see United is the highest, so it assigned a rank 1, similarly for others. Now if anyone is asking to show me the country from a 4 to the 9, so in this case what you will do, so what you have to do, first select the chart, this top 4 to 9, right? Add into the filter. This is the filter we have added. Now here we can write a condition. So suppose you want to see from the 4 to the 9, right? So I'll write greater than 3 and less than 10. Less than 10, apply filter. So it will only show me the country from a 4 to the 9. So like that we can write a condition for that. So I hope you got the idea. With the help of RANX we can generate a rank function. We can generate a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 based on the certain scenario. Here based on their total sales we generated all the country rank. Now what actually we are doing, we are applying a filter. So suppose 4 to 9 we have to find out, we can do a filtering. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone, now we are going to learn about the Power Query. It is an important tool that is available in a Power BI that will help you to clean your data or to transfer your data. So generally in a real time what happens whenever we load a data, right? So whenever we load a data, this data generally is a messy data. This data will not be a clean data. So before doing any kind of the visualization, in a Power BI desktop, what we had to do, first we had to clean our data. What we had to do, we had to first clean our data. Now for cleaning a data, what actually we use a Power Query. It is a important tool for the data cleaning and for the data transformation perspective. Let's take an example. Suppose you have loaded one Excel. In that particular Excel, suppose your header is not correct. Now what actually you will do, with the help of the Power Query you can fix that. Suppose your data type is not correct in your data, then what actually you can do, you with the help of the Power Query you can fix the data type. Suppose any null value is coming, that null values you have to replace with the something, then what actually you can do, you can use a Power Query. Suppose any duplicate value is there that you have to treat, so with the help of the Power Query you can do. Suppose you have to perform any joining, suppose you have to perform any union, suppose you have to apply VLOOKUP. This all the things are possible with the help of the Power Query, and that only we are going to learn. So any kind of the data cleaning and the data processing, for that we use a Power Query. So let me show you. Let me open Power BI desktop. So once you will open a Power BI desktop, right? So whenever you load a data, suppose I will load data, suppose Excel workbook, the same data set, global superstore. If I load, click on the open. Once you will load the data, it will ask you for the transfer a data. You can see if I select any of the file, right, transfer a data. So there are two options. One is directly you can load the data, and second option is transfer a data. Before loading, you can perform a transformation. Like suppose you had to do any kind of the cleaning and all, you can do. For taking example, this is the return. This is the return table, right? Now in the return table, you can see the column name is coming as a column 1, column 2, column 3, but the actual name is return order ID market. So for that, what you have to do, first you have to clean the data, then only you can load, right? So in that case, what actually we use a Power Query editor. So with the, if you click on the transfer data, Power Query editor will open. Or the second option is like, once you will open, right, here also you get one option. This is the transfer data. So I have already loaded the data. So what actually I will do, if I have to open that, I'll click on the transfer data. Click on the transfer data. Once you click on the transfer data, right, whatever the data source you have loaded, that will appear here. So I'll go into the return. You can see in the return, right, it is coming column 1, column 2, column 3, but the actual name should be a return order ID market. So how actually you can do, this is the Power Query editor. Here you can fix that. So you can see one option is there, use first row as header. If I click on this, you can see now the first row is become the proper column. Now if you had to apply, if you had to, whatever the changes you are doing, if you had to apply in actual source, actual data, what you have to do, you have to click on the apply. Now like that, actually we use a Power Query to clean a data, to transfer a data. Now suppose you have a multiple column. Now any of the column you want to remove, so you have a remove column option. Suppose you want to split a data, that splitting you can do. Suppose you want to replace that, so replace is there, append is there, like multiple things you can do. Now suppose this date of birth, it is not coming properly, this you want to change the data type, so that data type also we can change. Like with the help of this Power Query editor, we first clean a data and then we load a data. That is the thing. Now suppose you want to add a new column, so we have a one add column option is there. With the help of that, you can add the column also. And now what I will do, in a date of birth, right, if you click here, all the date of birth it is showing now, but you want to change the data type. How actually you can change the data type? If you double click on the 1 2 3, right, you can see here, you will, this 1 2 3 it is showing, right? If you double click here, it is showing all the thing. If you want to convert into the date, click on the date, replace current. You can see now date of birth got converted into a date. So like this, actually we can change the data type. So what is a Power Query editor? Power Query editor will help you to load a data, to transfer a data, and once you clean your data, then only you perform a visualization in a Power BI desktop. So that is the thing you have to remember. In next video, we will continue this and we will understand more about the Power Query. Hello everyone. Now with practically we will understand about the Power Query editor. So if you have to open a Power Query editor, there are two ways. One is like, once you will click on the get data, if you are loading any data, so first you have to select that particular data, click on that, and once you will click on the particular data, right, you will get the option load and the transform data. So if you click on the transform data, right, the Power Query editor will be open. So that is the first way. And the second way is like, if you have already loaded the data, now if that data, if you want to transform, then what you have to do, click on the transform data. In this case also, the Power Query editor will be open. Now let's see how actually we can use that. In this is the Power Query editor. Now here you can transform your data. For taking example, this return, right, the first column is not contained properly. The first column should be a return order ID market. Now if you have to change that, what actually you can do, use first row as header. If you will do that, you can see now it is coming properly. Now if you have to apply this all the changes, you have to click on the close and apply, and you can click on the apply. Now this will be reflected in a Power BI desktop also. So this is the first way. Now the second thing is like, if you had to change any data type, so how actually you can do, go to the order. You can see the order's date is not in a proper date format. It should be in date format, right? So you can see 1, 2, 3, this particular format you can see, right? You could just double click it. I want to convert this into a date, so I'll select date, click on the replace current. You can see now it's converted into a order date. Similarly, ship date, double click, click on the date. This also will be converted into a proper date format. So like that, if you had to change any of the data type, you had to double click. You can see this here, it is showing ABC, right? You just double click that, and after that, whatever the date format you want to change, you can change that. This is one way. Now what actually I want to do, based on this order date, right? I want to add a year, month, and something like that. How actually I can do that? So as of now, you can see I don't have any year, date, year column, month column, and all that. Actually, I want to derive that. So if you had to add a new column, then what you had to do, you had to select first particular column. This is the particular column, right? Now in this particular column, if you want to change, then what you had to do, you had to go into the transform option, and then you can do the changes. But suppose you had to create a new column, so what you have to do, select the column and go to the add column. Go to the add column. If you had to do any changes in the current column, then you had to select that column and you had to go into the transform. But suppose you had to create a new column, then you had to click here and you had to go into the add column. Now what actually I want, based on this order date column, I want to derive the year. Suppose if I click on the year, right? So you can derive the year, start of the year, and what is the end of the year. These are the thing actually you can derive. So I'll click on the year. Now once I click on the year, you can see a new column got derived, and this will show me the year of the order date. And suppose you want to make this order date near to the year column. So what you have to do, you have to click and you have to just drag it. You can drag this like, now you can see order date is coming here. Now suppose you want to derive a month, so click on this date, go to the month, so you can derive the month, start of the month, end of the month, day of the month, name of the month. Here we get a more option. If you want to derive start and days of the month, name of the month, this you can do that. So I'll click on the month. You can see month is coming. Similarly, if I want to derive the days in the month, days in the month you will get, suppose if I select and if I want to I will select the order date, click here in the month column, name of the month also if you will do, the name of the month also will come. If I also show you name of the months also is coming, July, February, March, April and all. Similarly, if you want to derive any quarter of the year, start of the quarter, end of the quarter, this all the things you will get it. Similarly, you will get a more option, like suppose what is the week of the year, week of the month, start of the week, end of the week, means multiple things you can derive from here. You can see date, day of the week, day of the year, name of the day. This all the thing actually you can derive from one click itself. So you can say Monday, Tuesday and all, it is showing based on the order date. So and after that, once you've done right, if you want to apply this, if you want to save this in your Power Query, then what you have to do, you just have to do close and apply. Once you will do close and apply, this will be reflected in your Power BI desktop. So that's how actually any type of the data cleaning, any type of the data transformation, everything what actually we do in the Power Query editor itself. Now suppose this is the new column you have derived. Now suppose this column days in the month, this I want to delete. So if you just have to select that, and if you click on the remove column, right, that column will be removed. You can see that column is removed now. Means here we get a multiple option to transfer our data. We get a multiple option to transfer our data in a one click itself, and also we can transfer and as well as we can do a data cleaning. So I hope you got the idea. In next video we will continue that and we will learn more about this. Hello everyone. Now in this video we will understand how actually we can do a text modification. If you have to transform your text column, then how actually you can do that. So suppose I have this month name column. Here I have to modify this text column. So how actually I can do that? So you have to click that, go to the transform. In the transform we get a three option. One is a format, second is the extract, third is the pass. These three option will help to modify your text. So we'll start with the extract. So click on the extract. You can see, suppose you want to know the what is the length of the particular column, what is the length of each character. So if you click here, right, so month name, you can see it got converted into the what is the length of the each name. So July, right, so that's why it is showing the 4. Similarly it is showing for the what is the length of the each column. Now this is how actually you can modify your text. Now you want to revert back, so you can see in the right side, right, the apply steps. So you can just cut it, this will be come back. So for the July it was showing 4, for the February it was showing the 8, right? So if you want to know the length, you can do that. Now the second option is like first character. So if I click on the first character, so suppose I want to know the first 3 character. So I will just write the first 3 character I want to know. Now you can see the first 3 character it is showing. So that kind of the apply we can do. Now I will just cut it. Now I will show you, suppose you want to know the last 3 character only you want to see. So click on the last character, last 4 character I want to see, so I will write the 4. Now only the last 4 character will be shown to you. Now I'll just click it. Now what is the next option? Next option is range. Now suppose based on the certain range you want to see, so I want to see from the 2 to 4. 2 to 4 I want to see. If you click that, only 2 to 4 that particular character it will show. Based on the certain range, the name will be shown to you. I'll just cut it, and suppose let's see another option, text before delimiter. So what actually I will do for this, I will use a customer. I'll go into the customer table. Now suppose your business wants this customer name, right? They want to see the first name and the last name in a new column. So how actually you can do that? So click on this, click on the add column. We want to add a new column. Now you can see here also the extract is coming. Now if you will write the text before delimiter, now in this particular column, if you have to first name and the last name, if you have to separate, so you can see space is there. Based on the space we can separate the first name and last name, right? So what actually I will use, click that, click on the text before delimiter. So in the text before delimiter, based on the space I want to separate, so I have just selected the space, click on the OK. Now you can see what is before the space, what is the whatever the character was there, right? So that actually it is showing. Now similarly for the last name, what actually I can do, click on the extract text after delimiter. So whatever the text after the space, right, that I want to see, so that will give me the last name. So this is the first name, you can write first name, this you can write a last name, first name, last name, like that actually you can do. Now in extract we have another option, text between. So in between if you want to see any character, that also we have option. So if you have to do any modification, right, so in extract column these are the option we get. Now we will understand about the format. So in a format, so suppose this first name, right, this first name, if you want to convert everything in a lowercase, so select the lowercase, this will be converted into a lowercase. So you can see we are in the add column, so that's why the new column is getting converted. So but suppose you want to modify in the same column, so go into the transform, go to the format, you will click on the lowercase, it will convert into the lowercase. Suppose you want to convert into uppercase, click on the uppercase, everything will convert into the uppercase. So suppose if you want to capitalize each word, means first letter you want to have in a capital letter, rest in the lowercase, so click on the capitalize each word. So you can see the first letter only is a capital letter. Similarly, if you want to trim, if you want to remove any space, so you can click on the trim, it will remove the space. Suppose you want to clean that, suppose at the rate, question mark, these are the things are there that we want to clean, for that you can use a clean. Now we have a add prefix. Suppose you want to add a mister, like prefix you want to add or suffix you want to add, that you can use that. So that is the format option. Now the third option we get for the text modification, that is a parse. So parse generally we use if you have a XML or the JSON data, and that data if you want to parse, then we use a parse. So this is the third option. So for the text modification, these are the three options which is important. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. Now we will continue the Power Query editor. Now what actually we will see. So we will see, suppose you have to add an index column in the Power Query editor. So how actually you can add that. So you have to go into the add column. In add column, if you click on the index column. So suppose based on this customer ID, I want to create an index column. Select that. You can see one of the index column will be created. Now suppose you want to move this index column. What you have to do? You have to drag this and you can bring this into a front. So I will make it available here. So you can see index column it is showing now. Now whatever steps you will do, right, that will be recorded into the right side. You can see the we have added an index, we have reordered the column. These are the steps actually is happening here. Now suppose you want to create any duplicate column. Suppose customer ID I want to create a one more column. So click on the duplicate column. One more column will be created and you can see that record actually you can see here. The step actually you can see. Means you want to create any duplicate column based on this, you can do that. Now after that what we will see, if you want to see the quality, so go into the view tab. Now suppose you want to see the column quality, what is the quality of the particular column, then if you can click on the column quality, right, it will show you what is the column quality. For taking example in customer ID, you can see 100% valid data is available. Now but if you see any of the column, if there the null values is there, that kind of the information also you will get. So you can see in the last name, right, empty column is like less than 1%, this column is empty. So I'll go into the order column and I'll apply the same. Now here you will get a most kind of the information. Now here if you will see in the postal code, right, 80% of the column is empty, it is showing 80% of column actually it is showing empty. You can see the null is coming, right. So with the help of the column quality itself we will get idea like how actually what is the quality of our data is available into the particular column, and that is a column quality. Now if you click on the column profile, right, so this will show you the distribution of your value. So you can see in postal code, right, what are the columns are there. So you can see these are the columns are there, these are the columns are there and their values which is present most of the time. Similarly in a market if you want to see, these are the values which is available. So with the help of the column profile you will get the distribution of the value itself. Similarly if you select the column distribution, this will also show you how actually your data. You can see in a market, right, we have a 7 distinct value. These are the 7 distinct values available. Similarly in a postal code we have a 77 unique values. So this kind of the information by clicking on this you will get, means high level idea you can get it like what kind of the value is available in your column. Now we have one more option, that is a query dependency. If you click here, right, this will show like your data set, right, from what are the table actually it depends. So you can see we have order table, customer table, people and return, right. So from this all the table this query is getting generated. So this is the option you can see from the query dependency. So this column quality, column distribution, column profile will help you to check the quality of data what you have. Suppose you have a null values, how many null values are there, that actually you want to see. Based on the column quality itself you will get an idea like we have a 80% of the value which is empty. Now what kind of the value actually it contains, if you click on the column profile and that value how actually it distributed, that actually also you will get. In the left side also you will get the statics. You can see the total number of count is 1000, and you will see the how many empty is 0 but distinct value is 7. So like that the information you will get from here. I hope you got the idea. In next video we'll continue this and we'll understand how actually we can handle the null values. Hello everyone, now let's see how actually we can handle a null values. Now if you will see, if I'll go into the people, right, in the people if you will see, right, we have already selected this a column quality and a column profile, column distribution. Now if you will see here we are getting a multiple null values. Now this null values, right, this these are actually occupying the space also. You can see in the both column 1 and the column 2, we have a multiple null values is coming, and this value if you want to remove that, how actually you can do. So for that, what you have to go, you have to come here. If you after that you have to come into the remove rows, and if you click on the remove a blank rows, right, just click that. You can see whatever the blank rows was there here, right, that actually got removed. So if you have a multiple column where the null values is coming, that if you want to remove, you have to come into the remove rows column, click on the remove blank rows, that blank rows will be removed. So that is the one way. Now second thing is like if you come here, now here in a postal column, right, in the postal code, we are getting a most of the empty column, right, most of the column where the value is coming null. Now that value actually you want to replace with something. How actually you can do that? Right click, and once you will right click, right, you will get one option replace value. Suppose this value you want to replace with this null value, you want to replace with the 0. So what you have to write, replace with the 0. If you click on the OK, right, whatever the null was actually it was coming, right, that actually got replaced with the 0. So if you have a null value and that value you want to replace with some value, that actually you can mention here and that will come. Now suppose your client is saying this null value, right, this value actually you want to replace with a NA. How actually you can do? So I'll select that, click on the replace value. This null value I want to replace with the NA. Now if I'll click on the OK, right, now you can see I'm getting one error. Why actually I'm getting one error? Because this postal code, this particular postal code, the column, right, that is in numeric. And what actually it is coming error, we are getting error, this null we can't replace with the NA. So for that what you have to do, first this postal code, this you have to convert into a text, and after converting the text, right, you can perform the same operation. So I will, what actually I will do, replace values, a null I want to replace with the NA, not available. Now you can see now actually it got replaced. Now here if you will see, if you click on the remove rows and remove blank rows, this will not be removed. So blank rows only will happen. So if you have a multiple in the both the column, both the values are null. If you have a 5 column, in the all the 5 column values are coming null or blank, in that case the remove rows will work. But suppose only the 1 2 column where the values are not coming properly, in that case what you have to do, we generally have to replace with the some value. So that is the thing we have to remember. So I hope you got the idea, like how actually we can handle the null values. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn, suppose based on certain condition if you want to add a new column, so then how actually we can do that. So for that we use a conditional column as well as the custom column. Now what is the difference between the conditional column and the custom column? So let's understand. So in the conditional column, based on the if and else, that kind of the logic you can write. But suppose based on the and or condition also you have to use in the conditional statement, then you can't use a conditional column. In that case you have to use a custom column. So that is the difference. So in a conditional column and the custom column you can write a if and else condition, but suppose based on the and or condition also you want to apply, so that is not feasible in the conditional column, that is only feasible in the custom column. So that is the difference. So let's see with the example. We want to see whether the particular day is a weekend or the weekdays. So that is the thing we want to derive. So for that what actually I will do, in order date, right, from this order date I am going to create a new column, and I am going to see day of the week. What is the day of the week? So you can see day of week I am getting, and also I want to know the what is the name of particular day. So you can see I have derived a two thing. One is the day of week. So you can see day of week is starting from the 0. Sunday is a 0 and it is ending with the 6, that is a Saturday. It is starting from 0 and it is ending from the 6 Saturday. So what I will do, if it is a 0 and if it is a 6, right, then what I will make, I will make this as a weekend, otherwise I will make this as a weekdays. So that is the condition I am going to apply. So what you have to do, select the uh, day of week, click on the conditional column. What I will write, if I will write day of week equal to the 0. If it is a 0, then what actually I want? I want a weekend. Otherwise you can write one more, else if day of week is equal to the 6, then what we will make? We will make a weekend. Otherwise what we will make? We will make weekdays. So this is the condition I am writing. If day of week is 0, then weekend. If it is 6, then weekend. Otherwise weekdays. So this 0 and 6 is representing the Saturday and the Sunday. I'll click on the OK. Once you'll click on the OK, right, a new column name, we will give the name as a weekend and the weekdays. Now I'll click on the OK. So you can see one new column got created. Now you can see the Sunday, right? Sunday it is showing it is a weekend, and similarly for the Saturday also it will show the weekend. Otherwise it will showing the weekdays. So that is the first thing. Now what actually we'll do? We are going to create a financial year. So our financial start from 4 to 6 is the financial year 1. If it is a 7 to 9, then the financial 2. If it is a 10 to 12, then it is a financial 3. Otherwise, if it is a 1 to 3, then it is a financial quarter 4. So that is the thing we have to derive. So what I will do, I'll write a condition. So in this case, we will use a custom column because we have to use a AND condition also. I'll click on the custom column. What I will write, if month month is a column, if month is greater than or equal to the 4, and if month is less than or equal to the 6, then what I will call? I will call this as a financial quarter 1, FQ1. After that I will write another condition, else if month is the column, right? If it is a greater than 6, or I will write it greater than and equal to the 7, and if month less than and equal to the 9, then I will call as a financial quarter 2. Similarly I can write another else if condition, else if month is greater than and equal to the 10, and if month less than or equal to the 13, then I will call it as a financial quarter 3. Otherwise I will write else financial quarter 4. So this, now here this if I don't have to write multiple times. If month is greater than 4 and less than 6, then for financial quarter 1. If month is greater than 7, and this if I can remove this. Similarly then for financial quarter 2, if month is greater than 10, and this if I can remove. Now you can see what actually I am writing. If month is greater than 4 and less than 6, then I am calling as a financial quarter 1. If it is a greater than 7 and less than 9, then I am calling as a financial quarter 2. Then it will go into the financial quarter 3 condition. Otherwise it is a financial quarter 4. So this I will give the financial year column, and I'll click on the OK. So this will tell me whether it is a financial quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. This is the, like this actually we can derive that. So if you have to write a multiple and or condition, then you can use a custom column. Otherwise you can go with the conditional column itself. So I hope you got the idea about the conditional. Hello everyone. Now in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can merge two column. So suppose I have this first name and the last name. These two column I want to merge. So select both the column. Once you select both the column, right, you will get one option, merge column. First you select, then you right click, you can see merge column, one option is coming. Now based on what actually you want to merge these two columns. So suppose I want to merge based on the comma, so I'll select that. And what is the new column you want to have? So this is the new column, merge new column, which is going to create. Click on the OK. Now once you'll click on the merge, right, so you can see based on the comma the first name and the last name actually it got merged. Which is coming in mind like this all the operation we can do in the Power BI desktop also with the help of the DEX formula. Then why we are using a Power Query editor? So you have to remember the best practice is like first you should clean a data with the help of the Power Query editor. We should transform your data before coming to the visualization, because once you have created a visualization and on top of that if you are writing a DEX formula, in that case what will happen, whenever you this visualization, right, on top of this visualization every time that DEX formula will be applied and that will consume more space and it will take more time, and one time your the dashboard will be slow because every time for the refreshing for extract, right, every time it will take more time. So the best practice you always have to remember, first you transform your data with the help of the Power Query. Once you clean the data, on top of that you create a visualization. That is the best practice that you have to remember. Hello everyone. Now in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can union two tables. So for that what actually we'll do, suppose this people is one of the table we have. Now what actually I am going to do, I am going to create one more, I am going to create one duplicate table. This is the duplicate table. So one is the people table I have and this is one is the people two. This two table actually I want to union. So in the case of the union what will happen, in the row by row this two column will be merged. So what actually we have to do, first you have to select this people two, any of the table you have to select, click on the append query. Append is nothing but this is nothing but union only, select that. Once you will select that, right, which particular table you want to append, that you have to select. I want to append with the people to this, you have to select, and after that you have to click on the OK. Once you will click, right, you can see all the data from both the table actually it got appended. So union is nothing but the append in the Power Query, that you have to remember. Make sure whatever the column you are appending, right, the same number of columns should be available in the both and the data type also should be same, then only it will work properly. So that is the thing you have to remember. I hope you got the idea how actually we can append that or how actually we can perform union in the Power Query. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have seen how actually we can append the data. So append is nothing but is kind of the union. So in the case of the append, what is happening? First all the data related to the first table it will be shown. After that the second table data it will be shown. Means row by row actually append happens in the case of the append. But now we are going to see about the join operation. Join is nothing but a merge query. In this case what happens? Column by column join actually happens. So in the case of the merge query, so I have a two table, one is order table and second is the customer table. These two table I have to perform a join operation. So how actually I can do that? First you have to select the first table, after that you select the merge query. So after that which particular table you want to join, I want to join this customer table. Based on which particular thing you want to join, I want to join based on the customer ID, and here also we have a customer ID. Based on this I want to join. Now we have a multiple join operation. One is the left outer join, second is the right outer join, third is the full outer join, fourth is the inner join. So in the case of the inner, you can see if you apply inner join, only the matching rows which is available in the both the table it will be shown. Full outer join, all the rows from both the table will be shown to you. In the case of the right join, all from a second table it will shown, and only from matching you will show for the first table. So these are the different join operation is there that we will use. What actually we are going to use, we are going to use a full outer, and now after that click on the OK. Once you'll click on the OK, right, in the order table all the customer related information will be coming. Now you can see in the customer, this is the one table actually got created, right? If you select any of the rows, so you can see in this table we have a customer ID. Based on the customer ID, right, what is available in the second table actually it actually got joined, and you can see customer name, date of birth, marital status, this are all the thing we can see. So you can see in a customer table what are the information we have. We have a customer ID, customer name, date of birth, marital status, and these are the column we have, right? Now when we apply the join, right, now you can see that information we can see in this particular order table itself, because we have performed a merge query. Now you can see if I'll click here, so for that particular customer ID what are the information which is available in a customer table that we can see. These are the information which is available in a customer table for this particular customer ID that I can see. Means all both the table actually got merged based on the particular column based on the customer ID. So in that case we use a merge query. If you are already aware about the join, then it is a very easy for you to understand. It is similar to the SQL. In a SQL we use a different join operation, right? So that it is similar to that, only for that we use a merge, and for the union we use a append query. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to do one end-to-end Azure data engineering project using Microsoft Fabric. In this particular project we are going to build end-to-end data pipeline using a Microsoft Fabric data pipeline. After that, we are going to use a Spark SQL for cleaning our data and for creating a gold aggregates table. We are going to create a multiple delta tables here. And finally, once we will have a clean data, we are going to create one visualization dashboard also. So end-to-end project we are going to do. So the project is about the e-commerce. The project name is Smart Delivery 360 Online Orders and the Delivery Delay Analysis. So that is the project name. Let's first understand the business use case problem statement. Then we will try to think about the solutioning part, and finally we will do end-to-end project. So our business is like we are working for the e-commerce company. You can see we are working for the e-commerce platform that tracks online order, delivery time, and the product logistics. We are working for the one of the e-commerce platform. What actually they do, they tracks online orders, delivery time, and the product logistics. The project aim is to identify the delivery delay, shipping cost impact, channel wise and the region wise performance, product category level trends, premium customer behavior. So they want to do this kind of the analysis. For that, what actually they do, they want to have a one unified data. So we are working for the e-commerce platform. That e-commerce platform, they track online order, delivery time, and the product logistic, and a couple of the requirement they have, and for that we have to build a dashboard. Now let's first understand about our data. So as of now, what is happening, all the customer product related data, right, that is available in our Azure Data Lake storage as a CSV file. So product related data, customer related data, delivery related data, this all the data is available into the ADLS account in Azure Data Lake storage. What you have to do, you have to create one data pipeline. For that you will use a copy data, and you will try to bring this data into a lakehouse. In a Fabric lakehouse, you have to bring all the data from a ADLS to this lakehouse, and you have to convert this into a Parquet format. So you have to get this data from a ADLS to lakehouse, and you have to bring this data as a Parquet format. So that is the first requirement. That is the first requirement you have. Now once you will have a data in a Parquet format, right? After that we are going to follow a medallion architecture. Medallion architecture. Medallion architecture is widely used in industry. In this medallion architecture, what actually we do? We create a three layer. One is a bronze layer. So bronze layer is nothing but it is a raw data. So suppose whatever the data is available in a ADLS, right? What actually we are doing? We are copying a data into a lakehouse as it is. So that is nothing but that is a bronze layer. So first layer is a bronze layer, where as it is, whatever the data is coming, we try to load. So that is a bronze layer. Second layer is silver layer. So suppose this data is a messy data, this we have to clean, right? This is unclean data. So in a silver layer, what actually we do? We read the data from a bronze layer and we try to clean the data. We try to clean data. So whatever the data we have, we will read that, we will try to clean that, and we will try to create a silver table. So that is the second layer, that is a silver layer. Now the third layer is like, in this third layer we will try to create an aggregate. So based on the business needs, whatever they are asking, based on that one aggregate table we create, that is nothing but a gold layer. So what actually we are going to do, whatever the data is available in a ADLS, we'll try to bring this data into a lake house, and we are going to store into the first layer, that is a bronze layer. Now this is a messy data. What actually we'll do, we'll try to read this, and we are going to clean this data, and we are going to create a silver tables. After that, what actually we'll do, we'll try to read the silver table, and we are going to create a gold tables. So this will be a more refinement based on the business ask only. All the columns will be available in the gold table, and once we will have this gold table, right, aggregate data, we will try to create on top of this a Power BI report. Power BI report. So this is the project we had to do. End to end, this project we are going to follow. So let's start our practical part. So I open my Azure account. What I will do, I'll going to create one storage account. Select the storage account, click on the create. We are going to create a new storage account, resource group. We will select, if you haven't created resource group, click on the create name and you can create that. After that, give the storage account name, POC storage. This name I will give. Make sure this should be in a smaller, POC storage, like this. After that, select the region, select the LRS, click on the next. Enable hierarchical namespace so that the ADLS account will be created. Click on the review and create. Click on the create. You can see deployment is complete. Click on the go to resource, and after that we have to go into the data storage. Click on the container. We are going to create one container and there we will try to store our file. This is a source file. Click on the create. This is a source file and we'll click on the source file and we'll try to upload a file. Click on the upload file. Click for the browse for files and we have a couple of files. We'll try to upload that. These are the files available. Click on the upload. So we have a customer data, we have order items related data, product data. So if I show you one of the data, this is the customer data. All the customer related details are available in this particular file. Similarly, we have order related data. What are the order item? That particular data we have. These are the data. Similarly, we have order CSV data. And this is the order CSV data we have. And after that, we have a product related data. This is the product related data. So all are in CSV format. What we have to do, we have to bring this data into a fabric. Our source is now ready. We'll try to create data pipeline and we'll try to bring this data into a lakehouse. Now I open my fabric. What I will do, I'm going to create new workspace. Click on the new workspace. The workspace name I will give as a Spark SQL because here we are going to use a Spark SQL e-commerce. Spark SQL e-commerce I will give this name. This is a Spark SQL e-commerce project. After that, in advanced section, you have to select. If you are using a fabric trial version, you can select that. Otherwise, whatever the fabric capacity you are using, you have to select that. Click on the apply. Now workspace will be created. After workspace is created, right, what you have to do, we are going to create one lakehouse. We are going to create one lakehouse. Search for the lakehouse here. Click on the lakehouse. Give the lakehouse name. I will give the ecom and ecom lakehouse I will give. The space is not working. Underscore will work. Click on the create. Lakehouse will be created. Then what actually we will do, we will try to create a multiple folder because we are going to follow medallion architecture. Now in the file section, you can see we have one. We will create a 3 folder. One is a bronze. Click on the create. We'll create one more folder. Silver. Click on the create. And we can create one more folder. That is a gold. Click on the create. Now what we will do, in a bronze folder, whatever the data is available in a ADLS, right, we will try to bring and we will try to save in the form of the Parquet. Now what actually we will do, for that we will use a data pipeline. So go to the workspace. This is the workspace we have created, right? Click here. We are going to create a new item, that is a data pipeline. Search for the data pipeline. Here. Click on the create. After that, go to the activity tab, click on the copy data, add to canvas. We are going to perform copy data. First, you have to select the source. We have to establish a connection with the source. Click on the more. And where our data is available, that you have to specify. Suppose your data is available in SQL Server database, you have to select that. But where our data is available, data lake, right? Azure Data Lake Gen2. This one, so I'll select that. After that, you have to pass the URL. How you will get the URL? Go to the storage. Go to the setting. Go to the setting, and in the setting you will see one of the option, endpoint, data lake storage. Copy this Come here in the URL, you can pass that, and this will give the ecom spark SQL something, and connection name we can give any name. Organization account, click on the account key, select that. How you will get the account key information? Security and networking, you can see access key. Click on the access key, click on this key, copy this, come here, paste into the account key, click on the connect. Now what will happen? We will be able to establish a connection with the ADLS. Now you have to specify where your data is available. So go search on the browse. Our data is available in one of the container, right? If I show you here, we have one of the container, and there our data is available. Source container name is source. You can see source. We are able to see that. We will select only the container and we'll click on the OK. We will not select any file. So in this case, what will happen? All the files it will take. You have to select your file is in CSV format, so we'll select that. Where you want to copy, so click on the more establish a connection. I want to copy into the Lakehouse, so click on the OneLake catalog here. This is the Lakehouse, right? Here I want to copy, so I'll select that. File, I want to copy into the file section. Where you want to copy? I want to copy into the branch folder. So we have created one branch folder, right? There only I want to copy. So we will try to select the branch folder. So still loading. Let's wait it to complete. Click on the OK. You want to save into the Parquet format, right? So we'll select the Parquet format. Now our source is destination is ready. What we'll do? Click on the home. Click on the run. Click on the save and run. So what it will do? It will read the data from ADLS all the file, and it will try to copy into the Fabric branch folder as a Parquet format. So our data pipeline is ready. Let's wait it to complete. It is running now. You can see it is succeed now. Now what I will do? I'll go to the my workspace lakehouse. This is the lakehouse, right? Here one of the folder is a branch folder. Here our file should be available. You can see all the Parquet file is available. Our data pipeline is complete. Now what we will do, we will try to clean this data and we will try to create a silver tables. So we'll try to read this data. We'll try to create a branch table first, and then we will try to clean this data, and after that we are going to create a silver table. When I'm saying a table, it means a delta table. We are going to create a delta table. So what I will do, I'll go to the workspace, Spark SQL, click on the new item. We are going to create a notebook so that we can write a Spark SQL. Search the notebook. In the notebook, we will try to write a PySpark and the Spark SQL code, and we are going to create a delta tables. So you can see this is the notebook. Select the add item, existing data source. Our data is available in a lakehouse, right? So select that. So it will import your lakehouse. This is the lakehouse, and here you will see all your file also. Now what we have to do, we will try to read this all the file, and we are going to create a branch table first. So what we will do, we will try to write a code for that. First, which particular I want to write a Spark SQL, right? So I will make by default all the cell as a Spark SQL. So you can see this is a Spark SQL, and all the cells whatever you will create, this all the cells will be the Spark SQL. So you can write that. Now what I will do, I will try to create a branch table. So what I will do, I'll write a first PySpark code. I'll write first PySpark code. Let's give the heading as a branch tables creation. Branch table creation. That is the first thing we are going to do. Select this, click on the heading, branch table creation. So we have a couple of files here. We will try to read this and we will try to create a data frame. So for that I will use a PySpark code first. Spark SQL, once we will have a table, right, then we will do a Spark SQL. So what I will do, you can see percent PySpark if you write, right. If it is Spark SQL, then you have to write percent PySpark to write a PySpark code. Now what I will do, one data frame I am creating, orders raw spark.read. Our file is available in a Parquet, so you have to select this. This is the order, right? So where your order data is available here, click on the copy ABFS path and pass this here. Similarly, the second is the customer raw. This also is Parquet. So select the Parquet where your customer data is available here, right? Copy ABFS path and here you can pass this. Similarly, the third one, product raw where your product data is available here. Copy ABFS path. Select this. Your product raw is available. Order item. This one. Click here. Copy ABFS path. Select this here. Now what will happen? We are reading a data which is available into a lake house with the help of the Spark read.parquet. What actually it will do? It will create a data frame. If I'll execute this and if I'll show you one of the data frame, still executing again. Data frame, what you have to write? You have to write the display and the data frame name. You can see first it is giving me error. What is the error? Let's try to understand. Dot option. You can see here we have to specify Parquet, right? But we have written the option Parquet. Let me execute again. Now you can see it is executed successfully. Now if you want to see a data frame, right? Display order raw, if you will do, what will happen? We have to convert this into PySpark because this also is PySpark code. You can see we are able to read our data frame. Now what we will do, we will try to create a table because we have to write a Spark SQL, right? So in this case what I will do, I will create a few tables first. I will create a few tables first. So what I will write here, I will write this code. Orders raw, this is the data frame, right? With the help of this data frame, I am creating one delta table. So what I am writing, data frame dot write dot format, I am writing in the form of the delta format. I am making override and I am saving as a bronze order table. Similarly, what is the second data frame? That is a customer raw dot write dot format delta override bronze customer table. Similarly, the third table is a product raw, right? Product raw dot write dot format delta, and we are going to create a bronze products table. The last table is order item format, and we are creating a order item table. These are the four tables we are creating. Let me execute this. What will happen? It will create a delta table. Four table will be created. Four table will be created. So as of now, what we have done, we have written only the PySpark code. You can see it is a PySpark, it is a PySpark. Now once the table will be ready, right, we will only use a Spark SQL because we have selected the Spark SQL, right? So we will use that. So as of now, it is still creating. Once it will create, right, you will see the table here also. After that, in the left side, you can see, right, we have a option here. You have to refresh, then that will also be available. If I'll show you any, you can see the four table is available. Now our table is available, bronze table is available. Now if you want to write any Spark SQL, then what you have to write? Select star from, if I'll write bronze customer, and let me execute this. You can see now I am writing a SQL code only. Select star from bronze customer, this is our customer table. Similarly, if I'll show you other table, select star from bronze order item table, bronze order items, and I want to see only the 4 record, so limit 4. You can see I am able to write all the Spark SQL code. So this will show only the 4 record because limit 4 I have kept. Similarly, if I show you bronze orders table, this is the bronze orders table. Similarly, if I show you the next table, that is a product table, products table, and this is the bronze products table. If I'll execute, now you can see we have a 4 table available. Now this 4 table we have to do an analysis. As of now, this data is not a clean data. You can see sign up date, right? The date format is also not in a date. So we have to clean this. Now what I will do, we are going to create a silver table. When I am saying a silver, that means we will store only the clean data here. Select this, click here, click on the heading, silver table we will create. So we'll start one by one. So I'll start with the silver table. I'll start with the silver table. So for that I have written a code. So we'll start with the order table. Order table. So select this, give the heading to. Now what actually I am doing, I am creating one delta table. I am creating one delta table. So I am writing create or replace table silver order. This is the delta table I am creating. Now before to that, what actually I am doing, first whatever the order ID column is there, right? Whatever the order ID column is there, first I am converting into a string. So first what I will do, I will show you my order table, how actually it looks like, so that you will get better idea what is the code I am writing. So if I write select star from orders limit 4, and if I'll execute select star from bronze orders limit 4. Now you can see we have this order table, right? Now what actually I am doing, this bronze order table I am reading and performing a couple of operations. The order ID, this already string, we are converting into the string. Customer ID also in the string, right? So we are saving as a string. Order date, we are converting into a, it is in slash, right? But we are converting into the proper date, that is a dash. Now after that ship date also is in slash format, right? But we are converting into the dash with the help of the replace function. Now price is like we are converting into the double, and we are doing a round also. So that is the thing we are doing in a price column. Similarly order channel, in order channel we are converting the first letter as capital. Few places it is not coming properly, right? So with the help of the init cap we are doing this, and also whatever the white space we are removing this. Similarly region also we are removing the workspace from the region column, and also we are converting the first letter as capital. And similarly referred by, here also whatever the white space is there, that actually we are removing with the help of the trim. Now after that I am writing create or replace table, this particular table, now where order ID is not null. So this is the one, if I'll do one silver order table will be created, and this table will be a nothing but this will be a delta table only. So it is executing, and what will happen, it will create a silver order. Now if I'll show you in the table, if I refresh this, you can see silver order table got created. Now if you want to see, right, clean table, so if I'll do select star from select star from, it is a from silver table, you will see a clean data. You should see only the clean data. You can see the order date previously slash was there, right? Now we have converted into a proper date. The data type also got converted date, this also date, this also date. The price also we have done some rounding. So and order channel also we have removed the white space, and here also everything looks good, right? This is a clean table. This is a clean table. Now so this cleaning we have done. Now after that what we will do, we will clean the other table. We will clean other table. So let me create another silver table, that is a customer table. So for that also we have written a code. Now we will do the, here we will give the name as a silver customer. Silver customer, and this we will give as a heading. Now here what actually we are doing, here also we are reading a bronze customer table. So first I will show you the bronze customer, what kind of the cleaning we are doing. Select star from bronze customer limit 4, and let me show you the bronze customer table first. This is a bronze customer. So here what I am doing, the customer ID, right, this I am converting into string. So this, so that the type will be the string. The customer name, here whatever the white space will be there, right, that we are removing, and also the first name, first letter we are converting into the capital. Now is premium, so what I am writing, when is premium is yes and y, few places yes is there, few places y is there, so I am converting that into a yes. otherwise no. So this is the condition I am writing for the is premium, and the sign up date I am converting into the date format from this table, and where customer ID is not null. So this is another table we are creating. If I'll execute this, so one table will be created, that will be a silver customer. So if I'll show you, select star from silver customer table, limit 5, silver customer table will be created. This will be a clean data. So you can see his premium is coming properly, white space got removed, sign up date got converted into a date format. This one also done. Now we will try to write another code. We'll try to create another silver table, that is for the silver product. So let me copy this first. We are cleaning and we are creating a silver table. So now we will create a silver for the product. Silver products. Select this, click on the heading, silver product. First I will show you the bronze table, how actually it looks like. So if I show you, select star from. So what actually we are doing, we are reading a bronze table and we are cleaning it and we are creating a silver table. So here also I written a simple code only. First I will show you the bronze table. I will show you only the few record first, so that we can understand the code also. So as of now, what actually I am doing, you can see in a bronze table we have this kind of the data. So product ID I am converting into the string type. Category column, whatever the white space will be there, right, that actually we are removing, and the first letter we are capitalizing it. Similarly for the carrier also, white space we are removing and the first column we are converting into the capital. Ship cost, this is the shipping cost, right? We are typecasting as a double because as of now it is a string. And also in the is discounted we have a couple of values, few places yes is coming, few places y is coming. So everything we are converting into the yes if yes and y is coming, otherwise we are making as a no. And this is the new table we are creating. Now if I'll execute this, one silver product table will be created. If I'll show you, select star from silver product table will be created. This is a silver table. You can see it got converted into the double, right? This value also coming properly, all the column is proper. Now this also is done. Now one more is required, one more silver table is required, we have to create. So let's do that. So that is a order table, so all the codes are same only. Now we are going to create a silver order, silver orders table. Select this, click on the heading, execute this. Now first I will show you the order item table. So I will write select star from limit 4. So here what actually I am doing, order ID I am converting into the string, product ID I also am converting a string, quantity we are converting into the integer. As of now it is in string. From branch table where quantity is not null and quantity should be greater than 0. So this is the one and this is the table we are creating. Let me execute, and if I show you the table also, select star from item limit 4. This is a silver table. Now as of now what we have done, we have, if I show you in the table section, right, click on the refresh. What actually we have done, this was the raw data, right? This data was not clean data and the proper data type also was not there. We have read these tables and we have created a new clean tables. Proper data types is coming here into the silver, and whatever the cleaning was required, that also we have done. Now we have a silver table available. This is a clean silver table is available. Now after that what I will do, we will create a gold table. In a gold aggregate, what actually we will do, in a gold table what actually we will do, based on the business needs. So whatever the business they need, right, whatever the KPI, that particular KPI related data only we will store into the gold, and only the aggregate related data we will store. So suppose they want to know total number of customers, so what we will write, count of distinct customers. So that kind of the aggregation we will do. Suppose they want to know what is the total order, count of distinct order ID. So like this, the aggregate data we will store in the gold layer. So before to that, what you have to do, you have to join all this silver table, right? So let's join all these tables, silver tables. Let's create one single view, and after, on top of that we will try to apply a aggregates. So let me show you what actually I am saying. So what I am saying, I am going to create one view first. I'll show you the code. Here I will paste. I am creating one view. This is a temporary view. This is a temporary view name. What actually I am doing, I am joining all the tables. So we have a silver order table, right? I am doing a join with the customer table based on the customer ID. I am doing a join based on the order item based on the order ID. I am doing a join based on the products table based on the product ID. Means I am reading all the silver table and I am doing a join so that all the column will be available in a one single place. So that is the thing I am doing. And also I am doing one date difference column that will tell me the delivery delay. So if I will minus delivery date and the ship date, right, delivery delay will be coming. So this is the one temporary view column, temporary view actually I am creating. Here we will have all the column details. Now let me execute this. This will create one temporary view. This is not going to create a table, it is going to create a only view. That also is a temporary. So if I show you order enriched now, so what we have done, we have read all the silver table, we have done the joining, and now you can see in one single place all the data is available, all the related column is available. Like order related data, customer related data, order item related data, product data, everything is available in a one single place. Now on top of this, we will create a goal table based on the business hours. So business needs only the specific metrics, right? That particular related item only we will store into the goal table. So what I will do, and this is the gold aggregate table. Now in gold aggregate, what actually we are doing, we are creating a create or replace table. This is the final table. We are using a customer ID because business wants a customer ID details, customer name, is premium, reason, and order channel. So based on this, we are doing a grouping. We are grouping based on the order channel, based on the region, based on the premium, based on the customer name, customer ID, and after that we are doing aggregate. So in a gold layer we store our data in the form of the aggregate I was saying, right? So what does it mean? You can see count is aggregate, sum is aggregate, right? Like this aggregation we do. So what actually we are doing, we are storing a total order. We are not storing order ID now, we are storing the total order. How actually we will get the total order? Count of distinct order ID. We are storing a quantity, total quantity, that actually we are doing a sum of quantity. So these are is nothing but these are a aggregate. We are storing a total revenue. Previously we had only the price, right? Now we are storing a total revenue, so that is the sum of price. Average delivery delay, this is what we are finding out the average. So after that the delayed order we are calculating. Now we have a total shipment cost, so this also we are doing a sum, and also we are calculating revenue from discounted, whether they have applied the discounted or not, then what was the price. So that revenue from discounted, this is the aggregate we are deriving. Maximum delivery delay, that actually we are calculating, and finally we are storing into this particular goal table. Now if I'll execute this, what will happen, aggregate data will be available, and that actually table we can use it for the all the KPI. So if I'll show you, select star from goal table, select star from goal table. Now you can see this is our aggregate data. We have a customer ID, customer name, and all the aggregate data. You can see 15604, right? Total revenue, average delay. This is nothing but this is the aggregate data. Like this only we store. Now after that, on top of this, we can create a Power BI report based on our requirement. Or if you want to create a visualization, here also you can do. If you click on the new chart, right, you can see charts will be created, but better to use a Power BI because this is deeply integrated, right? What I will do, go to the workspace, go to the workspace. We have created a goal table in a lake house, right? Go to the lake house. In the table section we have created multiple tables, right? Click here, click on the refresh. You can see one goal table. This is the goal table. Select this. We'll use to create a Power BI report. So click on the new semantic model. Give the semantic model name as a gold semantic something. You can give any name. After that, select the table. So I will select the which particular table you want. This gold table, right? Select that. Click on the confirm. Once it will done, right? What actually we'll do? We'll try to create a Power BI reports. Now after that, click on the file, click on the create new report. We are going to create a Power BI report, right? Now this will open a Power BI window, and there we can create all the kind of the chart, Power BI charts. So what I will do, first thing I will create one text box. I will give the heading here. I will give the name as a order analysis something. You can give any name, order analysis, and this I will make as a 28. Let me expand this. Let me expand this. This is a header we are creating in the center like this. Now background, if you want to change, right, you can click outside here anywhere, and after that click here effects, give the color. Suppose I want to give this particular color. This is the particular color I have given. So you can see heading is ready. Now if you want to modify more, right, select this and go to the effects. If you want to add a border, right, you can add that like this, and also you can add a shadow. Now you can see it look good, right? Now this is a heading. Now what we will do, this particular background you want to change, select here anywhere, go here, go to the background, select the color. You can give any color. Let me give this color. Transparency you have to make 0 like this. Or if you want to change any color, you can change that, right? Now this one is ready. What we'll do, we'll try to create a aggregate. So you can see goal table, all the data, all the column you will see here. Now what is the first chart? First I want to know what is the total number of customer we have. So select this customer ID, and I want to see the count of distinct customers. So I will select the count of distinct here. This will tell me what is the total number of customer we have, and this I will select as a card. So this is the first chart. Let me make here, go here, and the category label bold, come here, effects, visual border. Let's add a border here, rounded border, and also shadow. Let's try to add a shadow. Now it looks good, right? This will tell me what is the total number of customer we have. So first we are showing the total number of customer. I will do Control C, Control V. I also want to see what is the total revenue we have. So you can cut this, and you can select the total revenue, and this will tell me what is the total revenue. Control C, Control V, and here I want to see, you can cut this, what is the total number of order we have, total order, and what is the cost also I want to know. Control C, Control V, and here this I can cut, and I will find out total shipment cost. So you can see we have a total 17 customer, and total quantity of the order is 121. Total order is 25. Total order is 25, but the quantity is 121, and total shipment cost is 422. So this is giving me the overall idea, right? Now I also want to see Control C, Control V. Here I want to see one more thing, that is how many order got delayed. This is a 11 order got delayed. Now I will create one more chart. So click outside here anywhere. I want to see one thing, what is the total order as well as the what is the delayed order. Total order and delayed order, that particular chart I want to see. What is the total number of order we have, how many orders got delayed, and based on the region I will select. So you can see this particular chart will tell me based on the region what is the total number of order is happening and what is the total number of delay is happening. Now if you want to modify this chart, you come here, go to the general, go to the effects, add the border like this, and also make the shadow, and go to the visual. If you want to see the number also, click on the data label. So you can see this will give me the overall idea. So this also one chart we have created. In this chart, what actually it is saying, what is the total number of order and what is the order which got delayed based on the region. So this is the first chart. Now Control C, Control V. Now let's create another chart. Here you can remove this one so that it will be blank. Now what actually I want to see, what is the revenue, total revenue based on the region. How many revenue which is coming from the region, and this I want to see as a form of the donut chart. So you can see how the revenue is coming from the each region. This is particular thing actually we are getting to know. Control C, Control V. Few more chart we want to create. Click here. This one also. I want to see what total number of customer where the orders got delayed. Now I want to see one more analysis. Which particular channel, what is the channel from where the order is coming, most of the revenue is coming. So this will tell me from mobile app this many revenue is coming, from offline and from online this many revenue is coming. Now what I will do, Control C, Control V. I want to see one more thing here. First let me delete this. I want to see based on the order channel how the delay order is happening. So you can see from the mobile app they have orders. So this many from the mobile app, whatever they have done the order, right? 5 order got delayed, from online 2, from the offline 4 orders got delayed. So this is also giving me a chart. If you want to change the chart, you can select this, that will be converted into that particular chart. So like that you can create a chart in the Power BI based on the business needs. Now I want to see one more thing. What is the total revenue and what is the revenue which is coming from the discounted. So these two things actually I want to see based on the region. So I'll select the region. So this will tell me based on the region how the total revenue and how the revenue which is coming from the discounted, if any discount is coming, so from there how the revenue is coming. So this also is giving me the good insight. So like that we can create a multiple insight, and this also you can make the similar format also, like the bordering and all, right, so that it will look good. Now I want to see one more thing. Control C, Control V I will do. Now I want to see one more thing. I will do Control C, Control V here. Let me customize this. This also. What actually I want to do here, I want to see what is the total revenue coming from the premium customer. So each premium customer, if I'll do, right, I'll get this. So like this actually we can create a chart. So based on your requirement you can create a more chart also, but I hope you got the idea how to perform data engineering task and how to create a Power BI report.